Grasping Evil Chapter 461 to Chapter 490. The broken heavenly dwelling still had the chi of a great battle. Ning Fan erased all of it with his wind-mist finger. Even if someone comes to investigate this place in the future, they would not be able to find out that Ning Fan was the one who killed the fourth elder. Gu Xianxia looked at the place where the fourth elder was killed and remained silent for a long time. She seemed to be reminiscing and feeling sad. She was reminiscing about the past when she was with her family. What made her sad was that all of her family members who used to protect her were already dead. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and put her palms together, chanting an unknown ancient devil scripture as if she was bidding farewell to her deceased family members and telling them that she had taken her revenge. Ning Fan did not disturb her. After she was done, he helped her up. "From today onwards, you can follow me." "Yes." Gu Xianxia looked at Ning Fan. She still found it hard to believe that this young man who looked like a scholar actually had the terrifying strength to kill the fourth elder. He did what she asked him to do. From today onwards, she belonged to him. She swore a devil oath of loyalty to Ning Fan and told him all the devil concubine abilities that she knew. From her words, Ning Fan found out that she knew how to awaken devil marks just like Fen Qi after devouring the slate. Her devil marks evolved into the picture of 6 wings and Fen Qi awakened the 6 wings. After devouring the slate, her devil marks evolved into the picture of a giant devil which could also allow her to awaken the devil abilities. After devouring the slate, Ning Fan guessed that her devil marks would probably evolve by another quarter and evolve into the picture of a ghost eye. Gu Xianxia was temporarily kept in the cauldron ring. She could not show herself in front of the world yet. Otherwise, the fact that Ning Fan kidnapped the devil concubine would be exposed. At this moment, Marquis Yu was discussing the matter of exchanging the slate with the elders of the clan while Prince Lan Ling was resting in the Ghost Eye clan. If the devil concubine is kidnapped and the slate is taken, who would be the first one to be suspected? If Prince Lan Ling's dark golden pagoda is stolen, would the misunderstanding between him and the Ghost Eye clan still be reconciled? Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. There was another reason why he did not kill the fourth elder. He patted his storage pouch and took out the primordial spirit of the fourth elder which was sealed in the puppet. After pondering for a while, he searched his memories and obtained countless information about the Ghost Eye clan. Then, he swallowed the fourth elder's primordial spirit into his abdomen. With the help of the heaven-deceiving cloak, he concealed his own chi and only purposely emitted the chi of the fourth elder's primordial spirit. He then activated his devil cultivation technique. For a moment, devil chi billowed around his body. Then, he took out a high-grade 5th revolution face-changing pill and with a shake of his body, he turned into the fourth elder's appearance. The medicinal power of the pill could last for 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, no one would be able to see through Ning Fan's disguise unless they were real void fragmentation realm-old monsters. His chi was the real chi of the fourth elder. At this moment, Ning Fan had completely become the real fourth elder. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. The dark golden pagoda was still with King Lan Ling. He would use his identity as the fourth elder to deceive King Lan Ling and take away his pagoda. At that time, the Ghost Eye clan would lose the devil concubine, the slate, the fourth elder, and Prince Lan Ling would lose the dark golden pagoda. Both sides would suspect each other, and naturally, they would fight each other. There will be a good show in the Ghost Eye clan today. Xian City, Demon Prison Palace. Inside the Devil Prison Palace, King Lan Ling was sitting cross-legged in the main hall. He was meditating alone while waiting for Marquis Yu to give him an answer. Outside the Devil Prison Palace, layers of grand formations were activated. Countless experts of the Ghost Eye clan were guarding the place carefully. They were afraid that King Lan Ling would leave the palace and cause a massacre in the Ghost Eye clan. When Marquis Yu and the elders were having a meeting, the Ghost Eye clan had almost used all of their strength to guard against King Lan Ling. King Lan Ling's reputation was too strong. Even though his second primordial spirit had come to the Ghost Eye clan alone, the Ghost Eye clan did not dare to underestimate him. In the Devil Prison Palace, King Lan Ling was meditating quietly. However, his eyelids were twitching slightly. He had a feeling that something was going to happen today which made him feel slightly uneasy. As a cultivator's cultivation base improved, their ability to sense the heavens would become stronger. Even if they were not proficient in divination, they would still be able to sense some heavenly secrets and avoid calamities. King Lanling frowned slightly. Could this uneasy feeling be telling him that Marquis Yue would refuse to trade the slate with him? Humph. I have already shown enough sincerity and am willing to exchange the dark golden pagoda for the devil statue slate. If the Ghost Eye clan still doesn't agree to this deal, they would be too insensible. When my true body recovers from its injuries and breaks through to the void fragmentation realm, I will certainly teach the Ghost Eye clan a lesson. King Lanling did not lower his voice when he spoke. Outside the Devil Prison Palace, each of the old monsters of the Ghost Eye clan heard his arrogant words. All of the old monsters were dissatisfied with King Lanling's contemptuous words towards the Ghost Eye clan. However, none of them dared to refute him. After all, the guards of this place were only at the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm. Greetings, Fourth Elder. Outside the Devil Prison Palace, groups of devil cultivators suddenly saluted at the same time and greeted respectfully. The Fourth Elder, who was disguised as Ning Fan, appeared outside the Devil Prison Palace in an arrogant manner. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as if he was the King of Heaven. He imitated the Fourth Elder's demeanor and tone and nodded at the group of experts arrogantly. I want to see King Lanling open the Grand Formation. This? Yes. Even though the experts of the Ghost Eye clan had been ordered not to let anyone enter the Devil Prison Palace as they please, the Fourth Elder was a void refinement realm expert of the Ghost Eye clan. He had a transcendent status. Naturally, he could enter the palace. Immediately, one of the experts opened the Grand Formation with a flattering smile on his face. Ning Fan did not even look at that expert. With his usual arrogant expression, he went straight into the Devil Prison Palace. The group of experts seemed to have gotten used to the Fourth Elder's coldness. Thus, they naturally did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Inside the Devil Prison Palace, King Lanling gently opened his eyes. He looked at Ning Fan and said indifferently, I wonder what brings the Fourth Elder of the Ghost Eye clan here. I have come under the old ancestor's order to check if your dark golden pagoda is damaged or defective. After the discussion between the old ancestor and the group of elders, many of them did not believe that King Lanling, who had dominated the world, would use a treasure that was in perfect condition to exchange for the slate instead of directly snatching it. Our Ghost Eye clan must confirm whether the pagoda is in perfect condition or not. King Lanling's eyes turned grim. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He could clearly hear the sarcasm in Ning Fan's words. King Lanling, who had dominated the world, had always snatched whatever he wanted. When had he ever made a fair trade, if it wasn't because his true body failed to reach the void fragmentation realm and was severely injured, if it wasn't because his second primordial spirit suffered a great loss in the giant devil clan, why would he be afraid of a mere Ghost Eye clan? Why would he use a supreme treasure like the Dark Golden Pagoda to exchange for the Devil Statue slate? King Lanling knew that he had already lowered his pride by exchanging for the slate with a treasure. He had given the Ghost Eye clan a lot of face. He did not expect that the Ghost Eye clan would still dare to suspect him of using a damaged magic treasure to exchange for the slate. Very well. The Ghost Eye clan had once again provoked his dissatisfaction. King Lanling suppressed his dissatisfaction and said coldly, I wonder how Fourth Elder can confirm whether the pagoda is in perfect condition or not. I can just take a look. All right. Since Fourth Elder has received the Ghost Monkey's order, there's no harm in letting you take a look. King Lanling did not want to cause any more trouble. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to obtain the 4 slates as soon as possible. Thus, he did not doubt the identity of the Fourth Elder in front of him. The appearance of the Fourth Elder that Ning Fan had transformed into was flawless. Moreover, his chi was directly extracted from the Fourth Elder's primordial spirit. The biggest doubt about Ning Fan's appearance was that his cultivation base was not really at the void refinement realm. However, under the concealment of the heaven-deceiving cloak, his chi was unstable and hard to estimate. It was quite fitting for the Fourth Elder's identity. The Fourth Elder was someone who was close to breaking through to the void inquiry stage in the first place. It was extremely normal for his chi to be unstable. King Lanling patted his storage pouch and took out the dark golden pagoda. He placed it on the table beside him and closed his eyes in disdain. Then, he began to meditate, signaling Ning Fan to take the pagoda away at will and check whether it is in perfect condition or not. Ning Fan took the pagoda. As soon as he touched it, the 2 traces of blood of time in his body suddenly became scorching hot. Inwardly, he was shocked. He realized that when the blood of time was scorching hot, the flow of time in the dark golden pagoda in his hand actually became slower. Originally, the dark golden pagoda could slow down the flow of time by 16 times. At this moment, however, it could at least slow down the flow of time by 32 times. Moreover, it was still showing signs of slowing down. Since Ning Fan possessed the blood of time, he could definitely slow down the flow of time by more than 16 times by using this dark golden pagoda to cultivate. Ning Fan wanted to study the dark golden pagoda in detail. However, he also understood that it was not the right time to do so. Fourth Elder, do you think that my pagoda is damaged? King Lanling opened his eyes indifferently and asked in a calm tone. It's not damaged. But, Ning Fan's eyes were imitating the Fourth Elder's. His gaze was extremely domineering. However, from now on, this pagoda belongs to my Ghost Eye clan. What old ancestor Yugui means is that it's impossible for me to give you the devil statue slate. Little Lan Ling, you can get lost from the Ghost Eye clan now. Ning Fan activated the heaven-deceiving cloak and became completely invisible. All of a sudden, he disappeared with the dark golden pagoda. King Lan Ling was stunned at first. He did not understand the situation. At the next moment, he suddenly rose to his feet in anger. How dare a mere 4th elder of the Ghost Eye clan humiliate him like this? How dare a mere Ghost Eye clan covet my dark golden pagoda? He had already lowered his pride and used the dark golden pagoda in exchange for the slate. He had already given the Ghost Eye clan enough face. However, not only did the Ghost Eye clan refuse to give him the slate, they even snatched his pagoda. Give me back my pagoda. Boom King Lan Ling's overbearing aura force carried endless killing intent that swept across the entire Devil Prison Palace. Layers of formation light and the entire palace were turned into ashes under his aura force. Before the members of the Ghost Eye clan who were guarding outside the Devil Palace could figure out what was going on, they were already killed by King Lan Ling's overbearing aura force. All of a sudden, King Lan Ling's killing intent enveloped the entire Guanxian city. However, he could not locate the 4th elder at all. All of a sudden, a trace of the 4th elder's chi appeared in the sea above the sky. King Lan Ling's eyes were like lightning. He pointed a finger and countless orchids turned into a 10,000 zhang long sword light, splitting the sea above the Ghost Eye clan into 2. Under the sword light, the 4th elder's primordial spirit that was sealed was minced into pieces by King Lan Ling's sword. Blood mist flew everywhere. At this moment, the life plate of the 4th elder was crushed in the ancestral temple of the Ghost Eye clan. At this moment, all the experts including Marquis Yugui spread out their spirit sense and found out that the 4th elder had been turned into blood mist. Moreover, the monstrous baleful chi that killed the 4th elder was wrapped around King Lan Ling's body. King Lan Ling, why did you kill the 4th elder of my clan? Marquis Yugui was enraged. He brought the 9 Void Refinement Realm experts of the Ghost Eye clan and soared into the sky towards King Lan Ling. Marquis Yugui was not an idiot. The 4th elder who was supposed to be in seclusion suddenly appeared in the outside world and was killed by King Lan Ling. There were still a lot of suspicious points about this. He did not attack King Lan Ling immediately. Instead, he was prepared to question the reason why King Lan Ling attacked him. However, at this moment, another devil guard sent him a voice transmission through a flying sword, claiming that the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan had gone missing and the devil statue slate was missing. All of a sudden, Marquis Yugui was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He swallowed all the questions that he wanted to ask. Was there a need to ask? Was there even a need to ask? From Marquis Yugui's point of view, King Lan Ling claimed that he wanted to exchange the devil slate with the pagoda. However, he secretly kidnapped the devil concubine and stole the slate when the Ghost Eye clan's guard was down. Little Lan Ling, you killed the 4th elder of my clan, kidnapped my devil concubine and stole the devil statue slate. I hereby announce that from now on, my Ghost Eye clan will never rest until you are dead. Marquis Yugui no longer said anything. He immediately gave the order to activate the clan's protective grand formation and mobilized all of his experts to besiege and kill King Lan Ling. King Lan Ling was truly enraged. The 4th elder had cheated him of his dark golden pagoda. He had once suspected that it was the 4th elder's selfish act. Even though he had killed the fourth elder, he did not get the dark golden pagoda back. Originally, he still had the thought of denouncing the Ghost Eye clan. However, he did not expect that the Ghost Eye clan would accuse him of kidnapping the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan and taking the slate of the Ghost Eye clan before he could denounce them. King Lanling was so angry that he laughed instead. From his point of view, the Ghost Eye clan was just trying to steal his pagoda. That was all. Marquis Yugoe, I respect you a little, but you are the one who failed to appreciate my kindness. From today onwards, I, King Lanling, will never rest until your Ghost Eye clan is dead. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. A dog-eat-dog battle unfolded just like that. No one could mediate the enmity between the two parties anymore. While the two parties were engaged in a deadly battle, Ningfan stealthily stole all the spiritual herbs and immortal jade of the Ghost Eye clan. Needless to say, the primordial spirit of the fourth elder was also thrown out by him. King Lanling did not know that the fourth elder whom he killed was not the one who offended him at all. Then, he quietly left. No one knew that he was the culprit of this battle. The battle lasted for 4 hours. King Lanling's second primordial spirit was almost destroyed, but he still managed to escape from the encirclement of the Ghost Eye clan. One had to admit that King Lanling was really tough. He could not even die in such a situation. As for the Ghost Eye clan, 31 Divine Transformation Realm experts, 2 Void Glimpse stage experts and 3 Void Inquiry stage experts were killed by King Lanling. The number of Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm experts who were either injured or killed was more than 1 million. This earth-shattering battle was immediately spread to every corner of the Rain world by countless people who were interested in it. Ningfan was naturally very satisfied as he had watched a good show and obtained countless spoils of war. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that King Lanling did not die in the Ghost Eye clan. It was kind of a pity. He concealed himself all the way and hurried towards the direction of the Misthorn clan. Only when he was hundreds of millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from the Ghost Eye clan did he reveal himself. The medicinal effect of the face-changing pill had already worn off. He then entered the profounding world. Not only did he obtain 2 billion immortal jade and countless spiritual herbs during this trip, but he also obtained the dark golden pagoda, the devil scripture slate and the devil chi of the slate. Ningfan spent 3 days refining the third trace of devil chi in the profounding world. As he had expected, the devil marks on his back evolved by 1/4 again, revealing the pattern of a ghost eye. The advancement of the devil marks was now 3/4 complete. After refining the third trace of devil chi, the strength of Ningfan's physical body skyrocketed once again. It was almost infinitely close to the second level of the golden body refining realm. Ningfan guessed that if he obtains the fourth trace of devil chi and goes into seclusion to completely advance his devil marks to the martial rank, not only would he be able to break through to the golden body refining realm, but he would also be at the second level of the golden body refining realm. The current Ningfan's physical body was so strong that he could almost instantly kill any Void Glimpse stage. Cultivator, other than the devil chi, the dark golden pagoda was also a great harvest. After leaving the profounding world, Ningfan activated his Yuanyao jade and entered the Yuanyao world. This dark golden pagoda was an imitation of the Lost World Tower. The Lost World Tower on the Punlai Immortal Island was of the silver grade. It only had 7 floors. The ones that had more than 7 floors were all of the golden grade. In the Yuanyao world, Ningfan chose a secluded place to place the dark golden pagoda to avoid disturbing Mu Weiliang's sleep. With a flick of his finger, the golden pagoda grew to 20 zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, tall and landed at the foot of a mountain. Ningfan entered the pagoda. The first floor slowed down the flow of time by 2 times, the second floor slowed down by 4 times, the third floor slowed down by 8 times and the fourth floor slowed down by 16 times. This dark golden pagoda did not have any flaws. However, the floors above the 4th floor were extremely strange. Ordinary people would not gain any cultivation effect when they enter. Ningfan possessed 2 traces of the blood of time. After entering the 5th floor, he felt that the flow of time around him had slowed down by 32 times. As for the time-slowing effect of this floor, it was only effective on him alone. It was ineffective on others. When he entered the 6th floor, the time slowed down by 64 times. Similarly, it was only effective on those who possessed the blood of time. When he entered the 7th floor, the time slowed down by 188 times, which was the same as the Silver Tower of the Lost World Tower. He tried to enter the 8th floor but realized that he could not enter it at all. Just by taking half a step into the 8th floor, he actually felt that his primordial spirit was about to shatter. With his current cultivation base, he could not enter the 8th floor. If he forcefully enters it, he would definitely die. As such, Ningfan could not go up to check if there was a 9th floor in this tower. Would there be time crystals on the 9th floor that could greatly increase one's cultivation base? He had destroyed the 7th floor of the Silver Tower of the Lost World Palace. Now that he had obtained a golden tower of a higher level, he could enter the golden tower to cultivate whenever he wanted in the future. There was no need for him to go to the Punlai Immortal Island anymore. The Golden Pagoda slowed down time, while the Profounding World accelerated magic power. Magic power acceleration could be used all the way to the celestial realm, but time deceleration was extremely dangerous for celestials and had many drawbacks. An immortal's minor and major tribulations were calculated according to their skeletal age. Cultivating in the Profounding World would not increase one's bone age, but cultivating in the Lost World Tower would. To an immortal, cultivating in the 7th level of the Lost World Pagoda for 100 years would increase his skeletal age by 12,800 years. Once he left the Lost World Tower, he had no idea how many heavenly tribulations he would have to face. Therefore, there was a saying in the Four Heavens immortal realm, time has no meaning to immortals. If there comes a day when Ningfan could eliminate the drawbacks of the Profounding World and he could stay in the Profounding World for an unlimited amount of time, then the Profounding World would definitely be his first choice for seclusion. For now, going into seclusion for a short period of time and entering Yuanyao for a long period of time was a good choice. Ningfan was very satisfied with the Dark Golden Pagoda. He decided to keep it in the Yuanyao world for the time being. His gaze finally landed on the last item he had obtained. Ningfan engraved the devil scripture on the 3rd slate into the jade slip. This slate recorded the unique cultivation state of the ancient demons. In ancient times, ancient devils didn't cultivate magic, only blood. Their cultivation system was different from all the cultivation systems of the current era. The first step of cultivation was divided into 7 realms: vein opening, harmonious spirit, gold core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement and void fragmentation. The first step of the ancient devil realm was divided into 5 realms: 9th layer blood refining realm, bone talisman realm, jade blood realm, barbarian demon realm, and revered demon realm. The current body refinement realm was inherited from the ancient demon realm. The 9 levels of silver light were similar to the 9 levels of blood refining realm. The first 3 levels corresponded to the vein opening realm, the middle 3 levels corresponded to the harmonious spirit realm, and the upper 3 levels corresponded to the gold core realm. Like the silver bone realm, the bone seal realm corresponded to the nascent soul realm. Just like the jade life realm, the jade blood realm corresponded to the soul formation realm. Just like the golden body realm, the reckless demon realm corresponded to the void training realm. Just like the void fragmentation realm, the revered devil realm corresponded to the void fragmentation realm. This was the cultivation system of the ancient devil race. They did not cultivate any magic power at all. The ancient devil race cultivated blood. What corresponded to the magic power of the divine race was the devil blood essence chi of the ancient devil race. Powerful cultivators could move the stars and the moon with a trace of magic power. Powerful ancient devils could suppress mountains and rivers with a trace of their essence chi. The 3rd slate only recorded the cultivation system of the ancient devil race. At the end of the devil scripture, it mentioned that one could obtain the ancestral talisman blood refinement technique after collecting all 4 slates. That was the blood refinement technique of the ancient devil race. Ningfan kept the jade slip and remained silent for a while. He had never thought that he could step onto the path of cultivation of the ancient devil race after collecting all 4 slates. That was a completely different path of cultivation compared to the cultivators of the past. By cultivating his devil blood, Ningfan only needed to cultivate his physical body and it would be enough for him to prove his Tao and become invincible in the world. The ancient devil race's blood cultivation was completely different from the body refinement of cultivators. If there were still ancient devils in the current era, they would certainly be invincible among body refiners of the same level. If I collect all 4 slates, will I be able to step onto the ancient devil Tao? Ning Fan's mind raced. If he could become an ancient devil, he would be able to dominate the world with just his physical body. It was a great temptation. 1/3, to be continued. The Mist Horn clan was holding a grand auction. This clan was not as powerful as the Ghost Eye clan or as powerful as the Giant Devil clan. However, it was slightly stronger than the Six-Winged clan. There were 3 Void Refinement Realm experts in the clan. Ning Fan was walking in the deep ocean. Along the way, he heard about the great changes in the Ghost Eye clan. However, his expression remained unchanged. He felt slightly relaxed. As long as he obtains the 4th slate, the journey of the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean would come to an end. He recalled the words of the Pill Sovereign. The Pill Sovereign had once bought 2 Min Luo fruits in the Mist Horn clan. When he thought of Min Luo fruits, he could not help but think of the little girl who asked him for pill biscuits. Ming Kei, the little pill devil girl in the Dark Sparrow's grave, had left a deep impression on him. He wondered if the Min Luo fruits in this place had anything to do with her. Thinking of this, Ning Fan shook his head. He did not think that he would meet that little girl in the Mist Horn clan. That little pill devil should still be fooling around in the Dark Sparrow's grave. The deep ocean was silent. There was only the sound of ocean currents. Occasionally, a few rays of light would pass by him. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, his movement technique was so fast that no one could see him clearly. The Mist Horn clan also had a devil nation as its power, and its main city was Tai Chi City. Outside the city, Ning Fan captured a few sea beasts that had taken human form and searched their souls and memories to obtain some information about the Mist Horn clan. The Mist Horn clan had 3 Void Refinement Realm experts in total. Their clan leader was a Void Inquiry stage expert named Su Yan. She was an extremely beautiful mature woman. The other 2 were Void Glimpse stage experts. One of them was called Gui Jiao. He was once destroyed by Yu Lingkong with a ray of moonlight. The other one was called Xiamo. He led troops and guarded outside the clan all year round. It was said that he was not on good terms with the clan leader, but no one knew the details. Su Yan and Gui Jiao were guarding Tai Chi City this time. The reputation of these 2 Void Refinement Realm experts was enough to intimidate all the enemies. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. He had searched the souls of many sea beasts and even a few arrogant members of the Mist Horn clan. He had obtained a lot of information, but none of them was related to the Devil Concubine or the Slate. The information about the Devil Concubine and the Devil Statue Slate of the Mist Horn clan was very well hidden. Perhaps only a few Void Refinement Realm experts knew about them. The patriarch of the Mist Horn tribe, Su Yan, is a woman. With my mind-reading technique, I should be able to get some information from her directly. There's no need for me to collect any more information. With that in mind, he flew into Tai Chi City. No one noticed him entering Tai Chi City. Only the clan leader of the Mist Horn tribe, who was cultivating in seclusion, seemed to have sensed something. She opened her almond-shaped eyes and was slightly surprised. This feeling of soul connection. Who is it? No one knew that Su Yan actually had a mysterious soul connection with Ning Fan. No one knew that one of Su Yan's identities was the Mist Horn clan's patriarch, and the other was the Mist Horn demon concubine. Ning Fan snuck into Tai Chi City and secretly searched the entire Devil City. However, he could not find the whereabouts of the clan leader. He assumed that clan leader Su Yan was in seclusion in some hidden heavenly dwelling. The Mist Horn clan's medicine storehouse did not store any precious spiritual herbs. Rumor had it that the Prince of Lan Ling had barged into the Ghost Eye clan alone and plundered their devil statue slate, countless immortal jade and spiritual herbs. This incident had shocked many forces. For example, the Mist Horn clan had purposely hidden their precious treasures in many hidden heavenly dwelling spaces to prevent others from stealing them. As for the Mist Horn clan's most precious specialty spiritual herb, the Devil Horn Orchid, all of them had been transplanted into their secret realm. This gave Ning Fan a headache because he could not steal the spiritual herbs. It seemed like his dream of robbing the Mist Horn clan's storehouse was not going to come true. All he could do now was to spend money to buy things. As for getting information from Su Yan, he was not in a hurry either. After all, Su Yan would definitely show up after the auction begins. At that time, with Ning Fan's identity, he would have plenty of chances to get in touch with her. Even though Ning Fan entered the city in a low-profile manner, the news of him coming to the Mist Horn clan still spread like wildfire after he openly checked into a guest house. The Pill Refinement Master who ranked 8th in the Rain World and the half-disciple of the Pill Sovereign were extremely famous. Countless cultivators came to visit him and countless old monsters came to ask for pills. However, Ning Fan rejected all of them. There was still 1 month left before the auction begins. During this 1 month, Ning Fan did not come into contact with anyone. Instead, he entered the Xianxia world and used the Dark Golden Pagoda to cultivate for the first time. On the 7th floor of the Dark Golden Pagoda, time was slowed down to 1/128 of the outside world. 1 month in the outside world was equivalent to 10 years in the pagoda. After 10 years of seclusion, Ning Fan had concocted more than 10 revered devil pills in preparation for breaking through to the golden body refining realm. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be able to break through to the golden body refining realm after obtaining the 4th slate of the Mist Horn clan. Other than the revered devil pill, Ning Fan also had a peak grade 5th revolution pill recipe called the devil rearing pill. It was also a pill that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the golden body refining realm. Naturally, the more pills that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the golden body refining realm, the better it would be. With Ning Fan's current pill refinement mastery, it was enough for him to concoct the Nightmare Devil pill. 1 month later, Ning Fan left the Xianxia world. Under the invitation of an elder of the Mist Horn clan, he went to the VIP seat of the auction. It was a magnificent and huge palace that was divided into 4 floors. Gold Core Realm Juniors were only qualified to sit on the 1st floor. Those who could sit on the 4th floor were all Void Refinement Realm old monsters. Even though the auction of the Mist Horn clan this time was not as grand as the Giant Devil Pill ceremony, it still attracted 4 Void Refinement Realm experts from the 800 cultivation countries. Among the 4 Void Refinement Realm old monsters, 3 of them were at the Void Glimpse stage and 1 of them was at the Void Inquiry stage. When they realized that Ning Fan, who was at the Divine Transformation realm, was actually sitting on the same floor as the 4 of them, all of them wore a displeased expression. However, when the 4 of them heard about Ning Fan's identity from the elder of the Mist Horn clan, they no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, they were filled with respect and their words were filled with flattery. Hee. I didn't expect you to be the famous revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, Zhou Ming. Nice to meet you. I heard that revered Ming is a peak grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. TSK. A peak grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm. This identity is much more respectable than a void refinement realm cultivator. There is a rumor in the Rain World that revered Ming killed Shikuan and Mo Xiao consecutively with his Divine Transformation Realm cultivation base. Could it be true? Each of the old monsters sounded extremely polite. Since they were being polite, Ning Fan naturally would not be too cold to them. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, he closed his eyes and remained silent, waiting for the auction to begin. The old monsters were all people with good judgment. Seeing that Ning Fan did not want to talk much, they naturally would not disturb him. Ning Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed, was carefully thinking about the purpose of his trip. To buy 8 tufts of 40,000 years old devil-horned orchid in the auction and then find a chance to get close to Su Yan. Look, it's the Lord of Devouring Heaven Island of Sikong Island. She's here again. I wonder if we can still buy some Min Luo fruits from her this time. Whispers suddenly resounded among the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators on the 3rd floor. At first, Ning Fan was not interested in the discussions of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. However, when he heard about the Min Luo fruits, his mind suddenly moved and he opened his eyes to take a look. The 4 Void Refinement Realm experts beside him also opened their eyes and spread out their spirit sense with great interest. They wanted to see who the so-called Lord of Devouring Heaven Island was. She actually possessed the legendary Min Luo fruits. Following the direction of the discussions, an early Divine Transformation Realm young girl entered the 4th floor under the escort of more than 10 Divine Transformation Realm experts. Among the group of Divine Transformation Realm experts, other than an old man who followed the young girl willingly, the rest of them had traces of being planted with a restriction spell. It seemed like they were forced to follow the young girl. Although there were quite a number of Divine Transformation Realm experts in this group, the leader was just an early Divine Transformation Realm expert. The four Void Refinement Realm old monsters lost their interest to investigate further. Only Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. Surprise. It was really a surprise. Ning Fan had never thought that he would meet this young girl in such a place and in such a way. The young girl was wearing a small black coat. Her hair was tied into two buns that looked like buns. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. She looked very cute. Her bangs were neat. Her two small canine teeth were gnawing on an unknown 10,000 years old spiritual herb. She seemed to be enjoying it very much. It's not delicious. This 10,000 years old profound mango is really disgusting. It's called a profound mango, but it's not sweet at all. It's not as delicious as a mango at all. Grandpa Chew, let's take this seat. Yes, Mississippi. The old man who was addressed as Grandpa Chew was the only expert who was not planted with a restriction spell. He had a mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base. He respected and obeyed the young girl from the bottom of his heart. As for the other divine transformation realm servants, they seemed to have already gotten used to the young girl's behavior of eating the 10,000 years old spiritual herb raw. Looking at the young girl's small canine teeth, all of them felt a chill down their spine. Who told you that a profound mango is a mango? The profound light was a type of magical light divine ability. The profound mango was a spiritual fruit that could enhance the profound light divine ability. A profound mango isn't a mango. You don't have any common sense. Eating a 10,000 years old profound mango as a fruit was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Everyone cursed the young girl in their hearts, but no one dared to show any dissatisfaction towards her. They had suffered from the young girl before. They knew how powerful and violent this young girl was. All of them were captured by the young girl to be her servants. The young girl didn't have a striking appearance, but her small pink fists had the terrifying fist force of a late divine transformation realm expert. Many of the divine transformation realm cultivators looked at the young girl with different eyes. Some of them were happy to meet the young girl because they wanted to buy some Min Luo fruits from her. Some of them were fearful of the young girl because they were afraid that they would be captured by her and be taken as a servant. Ning Fan's eyes were extremely gentle when he looked at the young girl. He knew her. She was the little pill devil in the Dark Sparrow's grave. Is that Bright Sparrow? Why did she come here? Her chi has also become so much stronger. But what I'm concerned about is that her chi seems to have changed a little. The chi of the pill devil has weakened slightly while the chi of the immemorial Dark Sparrow has increased a lot. Is all of this related to that old man Chu? Ning Fan's eyes swept across old man Chu, who was standing beside Bright Sparrow. This old man cultivated the demon vein and had a trace of the Dark Sparrow's chi in his body. Just as he was contemplating whether he should immediately acknowledge Bright Sparrow or not, the sound of celestial music was heard from afar all of a sudden. A faint fragrance came from the auction stage at the center of the venue. Then, the figure of a beautiful woman in light yellow clothes emerged quietly. As soon as the beautiful woman appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of countless male cultivators. Her dress was plain and clean. She didn't have any makeup on her face. Her silky black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. There were two exquisite jade-colored horns on the top of her head, making her look like a dragon lady. Her appearance was about 25 or 26 years old. Her breasts were soft and plump. Her slender jade-like legs displayed a perfect arc through her dress. Have you seen enough? Her red lips moved. Her voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. However, it was bone-chilling and carried a heaven-shaking aura force. Even though it was just a sentence, it carried the aura force of a void inquiry stage-old monster. Countless experts who were sneaking glances at her sexy body felt their eyes hurt. None of them dared to take another look. She was the clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, Su Yan. Even though she had a peerless appearance, no one dared to take another look at her. After all, she was a rose with thorns on it. The moment she appeared, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Ning Fan's direction with a hint of disbelief. It's him. He is the person who is connected to my soul. At the same time, Ning Fan also looked at Su Yan with slight surprise. She is the Mist Horn Devil concubine. February 3rd, to be continued. Su Yan was also surprised for a moment before quickly putting away her shock and restoring her calm. She was different from Fen Qi, Feng Shuiyan, and Gu Shernyang. Her cultivation base was profound and her senses towards souls were much sharper. Despite being in such close contact with Ning Fan, she was actually able to tell that he was the one whose soul was connected to hers. However, she did not know why the soul connection would appear, so she did not think about the identity of the devil concubine. Even though she was full of doubts, she had no choice but to ask Ning Fan after the auction ends. Now, she still had another task, which was to preside over the Mist Horn auction. It is my great honor to have all of you attend our auction today. Before the auction begins, there are some rules that I have to explain. Firstly, the auction this time will last for 10 days. Within these 10 days, all of you are free to leave at any time. However, within the territory of my Mist Horn clan, none of you are allowed to fight or kill each other to steal the treasures. Anyone who causes trouble will be seen as challenging the dignity of my clan and will be personally suppressed by me. Hiss, countless old monsters sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the 4 Void Refinement Realm old monsters beside Ning Fan were somewhat moved. The organizers of many auctions would put up a rule that forbade private fights. This was to prevent people from being killed after they bought a valuable treasure. It was not unreasonable for the Mist Horn clan to propose such a rule. It was reasonable for the cultivators who came to participate in the auction to give the Mist Horn clan some face. However, it was their first time seeing the Mist Horn clan sending out Void Inquiry stage-old monsters to suppress the troublemakers. With clan head Su Yan personally taking action to maintain the peace and order of the Mist Horn clan, there probably wouldn't be anyone who would dare to kill someone and rob the Mist Horn clan's treasures. Probably, as if they had a telepathic connection, all the cultivators shifted their gaze towards Ning Fan on the 4th floor. Even though there was a formation light on the 4th floor that could block off detection, many people knew that Ning Fan was on the 4th floor. Currently, everyone in the Endless Sea knew that Ning Fan loved to kill people and seize their treasures the most. Ning Fan was strong enough to kill Shirkuan and Emo Xiao. If he really wants to kill them and seize their treasures, even Su Yan might not be able to stop him. Would he cause trouble? All the cultivators were curious. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead, feeling rather speechless. Is my reputation really so bad? Why are they all looking at me when I mention killing people and snatching their treasures? He raised his head and saw Su Yan's apricot eyes staring at him indifferently, as if she was waiting for his answer. Revered Ming, please guarantee that no one will kill or steal the treasures in this auction. Otherwise, I will not allow the auction to continue. Rest assured, clan leader Su. If no one dares to provoke me in this auction, I will not take the initiative to kill. Ning Fan shook his head speechlessly and gave Su Yan a guarantee. Thank you very much. Su Yan gave Ning Fan a faint smile. Her smile had a kind of demonic temperament. She had never shown a smile to any man. This smile of hers was a form of repayment to Ning Fan for agreeing to her request. After Bright Sparrow finished eating the 10,000-year-old black mango, she took out a 10,000-year-old purple duckweed fruit and munched on it with relish. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the 4th floor. Grandpa Chu, who is revered Ming? Why is his reputation so bad? If he doesn't promise not to kill anyone, the Mist Horn clan won't start the auction. Shu, miss, keep quiet. Revered Ming's status is venerated. He isn't someone we can discuss. Old Man Chu's complexion immediately changed when he heard Bright Sparrow's words. He immediately stopped her from speaking. Oh. I just feel that his voice is a little familiar. Maybe I know him. Miss must have heard wrongly. What kind of status does Revered Ming have? How can he be related to us? It's impossible for Miss to know such a person. At least, not now. Oh. By the way, Grandpa Chu, why isn't this 10,000-year-old purple duckweed fruit sweet at all? It's not an apple at all. The Divine Transformation Realm servants who were standing at the side were speechless. Who told you that a purple duckweed fruit is a purple apple? Purple duckweed is a kind of duckweed. What does it have to do with an apple? How can it be sweet? What a waste. What a waste. There are actually people in this world who eat a purple duckweed fruit like an apple. What a reckless waste of God's gift. Ning Fan could not help but chuckle. Ming Kei's silly words had entered his ears. Sure enough, this little pill devil is still the same as before. She really knows how to make me happy. Inwardly, he made up his mind to reunite with her after the auction ends. Now, he should get 8 tufts of devil-horned orchid from the auction first. Su Yan continued to explain a series of rules. Then, the auction began. The auction would last for 10 days. Towards the end, the items that were auctioned would be more precious. For 7 consecutive days, Ning Fan did not buy anything. It was only until the 8th day that some items caught his attention. Little Ming Ke, on the other hand, had been buying all kinds of spiritual herbs wantonly since the first day. She bought the spiritual herbs on the spot and ate them to her heart's content. Each of the old monsters who did not know her background looked at her as if they were looking at a monster. Unless it was a wild beast with a strong physical body or a jade-like body cultivator, how could an ordinary person eat a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb raw? Since Ming Ke could eat a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb raw, the strength of her physical body was probably even stronger than ordinary wild beasts. Many divine transformation realm old monsters were afraid of her. Moreover, her silly words had made Ning Fan laugh countless times. Grandpa Chu, why isn't this tanchi melon sweet? It's not a watermelon at all. Grandpa Chu, why isn't this musk pepper sweet? It's not a banana at all. Grandpa Chu, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. This little pill devil is still the same as before. She's still a little foodie. On the 8th day, Ning Fan bid for the first time. He spent 11 million immortal jade to buy a 6th revolution pill recipe. The starting price of the pill recipe was 10 million immortal jade. After Ning Fan increased the price, all the old monsters who wanted to bid for the pill recipe stopped bidding. On the 9th day, Ning Fan bid for the second time. He spent 41 million immortal jade to buy a type of heavenly cold chi. It was the heavenly cold chi which was ranked 10th. Just like the last time, as soon as he increased the price, everyone shut up obediently and no longer dared to bid for it. On the 10th day, all the most precious treasures appeared on the stage. Ning Fan pulled himself together and participated in the bidding extravagantly. He spent all of the 1 billion immortal jade that the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan gave him. He did not have the intention to save money for them at all. The 8 tufts of devil-horned orchid cost 400 million immortal jade in total. A completed low-grade 6th revolution pill cost 500 million immortal jade. It was called the Golden Body Pill. Its effect was to increase the chances of the Golden Body refining realm by 10%. Other than that, the Mist Horn clan also took out many fiend god cultivation methods and 1-star divine weapons for sale. However, Ning Fan was too lazy to spend money to buy them. Now that he had obtained the devil-horned orchid, the auction no longer had any meaning to him. He peeked at little Ming Ke mischievously. She had already bought countless spiritual herbs and spent about 700 to 800 million immortal jade. He did not know if she had stolen or robbed so many immortal jade. However, even with such a large amount of immortal jade, there would still come a time when she would spend them all. She was too extravagant in the beginning of the auction. Later on, she could barely afford to buy any precious spiritual herbs. She began to sell Minluo fruits to some of the old monsters around her. A single Minluo fruit could allow one to enter a dream for 50 years and increase one's mental state and cultivation level by 50 years. Each of them could be sold for more than 5 million immortal jade. She sold another 20 Minluo fruits and collected a total of 100 million immortal jade. This time, she finally learned her lesson and did not spend her money recklessly. Ning Fan cursed inwardly. He finally knew why the Mist Horn clan would have Minluo fruits. It turned out that this little girl did not have enough money to buy spiritual herbs and she used the Minluo fruits to exchange for them. This little foodie. The auction had already come to an end. The third last item to be auctioned was a tuft of 60,000 years old spiritual herb called the blue moon grass. It was a tuft of spiritual herb that was as blue as the moon. It was quietly growing on a piece of marble that was the color of the moon. The medicinal effect of the blue moon grass was to help one break through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm. Normally, it was used as the main ingredient for divine transformation realm pills. Under normal circumstances, the blue moon grass would only grow to 20,000 years old at most. However, this tuft of blue moon grass was 60,000 years old. It was enough to be used as the main ingredient for a 6th revolution pill. If a 60,000 years old blue moon grass is used to concoct a divine transformation realm pill, the chances of a cultivator breaking through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm would be much higher than under normal circumstances. Therefore, as soon as the 60,000 years old blue moon grass appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of many nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators. Due to its limited use, the starting price of the blue moon grass was only 10 million immortal jade. However, the price of the blue moon grass rose to 95 million immortal jade. Ning Fan was not too interested in this blue moon grass. Even though it was extremely old, he did not lack pills that could help him break through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm. He had already given Su Qiuling 7 to 8 types of divine transformation realm pills. All of them were enough for her to have a 100% success rate in breaking through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm. However, what surprised Ning Fan was that Ming Ke, who had finally learned to be obedient, suddenly stood up when she saw the blue moon grass and wanted to bid for it. "I bid 100 million immortal jade." As soon as her childish voice resounded, countless old monsters sighed and gave up bidding for it. No one would spend 100 million immortal jade just to buy a tuft of blue moon grass. 100 million immortal jade was enough to buy a lot of finished pills to increase their chances of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Ming Ke heaved a sigh of relief, as if she was afraid that someone would bid against her for this tuft of blue moon grass. The way she looked at the blue moon grass was not like how she would look at a fruit at all. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Could it be that this blue moon grass has some other mysterious abilities that I have yet to discover? Did this spiritual herb disguise itself? Or is its true form a more precious spiritual herb? Ning Fan secretly activated his human eye, but he did not find any disguise on the spiritual herb. However, after activating his human eye, he realized that the moonlight marble that the blue moon grass grew on was somewhat extraordinary. A wave of tyrannical moonlight energy lingered in the stone, unable to disperse. "This stone is a treasure." Just when Ning Fan realized this, an extremely gloomy voice from the 4th floor joined the bidding for the blue moon grass. 200 million immortal jade. Everyone was shocked. Who would actually bid 200 million immortal jade to buy a mere blue moon grass? 3/3, to be continued. The one who made the bid was a grey-robed cultivator with a sallow complexion. Ning Fan scanned him with his spirit sense and found out that he was at the peak divine transformation realm. His chi had a faint trace of moonlight power. Obviously, the cultivation method that this person cultivated was related to moonlight. The reason why this person was willing to bid for the blue moon grass at such a high price was definitely not because of the grass itself. He was probably interested in the moonlight marble where the grass grew. As Ning Fan guessed, this old monster's devil title was Devil Lord Scarlet Moon. He cultivated a fiend god cultivation method with the Scarlet Moon devil veins. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon did not have the intention to bid for the blue moon grass in the first place. However, the strange stone under the grass gave him a very special feeling. He could faintly feel that the stone contained the moon power inheritance of an expert. As long as he consumes this stone, the moonlight power in his devil veins would be greatly enhanced and his cultivation base would skyrocket. As for how much his cultivation base would skyrocket, it would depend on how much moonlight power there was in the stone. In Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's opinion, if he refines the stone and goes into seclusion for hundreds of years, he would at least have a high chance of breaking through to the void refinement realm in his lifetime. Therefore, he was determined to get the strange stone under the blue moon grass. It was impossible for him to give it to the little pill devil. Ming Quebec, seeing Devil Lord Scarlet Moon buying the blue moon grass at such a high price, many old monsters vaguely guessed that the strange stone under the grass was somewhat extraordinary. There were also a few old monsters who wanted to bid against Devil Lord Scarlet Moon. However, just as they raised their paddles, he glared at them coldly and they reluctantly gave up bidding. A half-step void refinement realm expert was the supreme being of the internal sea. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon had a peak divine transformation realm cultivation base and he was an expert who was unrivaled among those at the same level as him. Apart from the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, no one dared to offend him. Although Ming Ke brought a dozen of divine transformation realm servants with her, none of them were at the peak divine transformation realm. In his eyes, they were just a motley crew who were not worth mentioning at all. His gaze eventually landed on Ming Ke with a hint of coldness and threat. His aura force shook, causing Ming Ke's chi to stagnate and her primordial spirit to be injured. Her face immediately turned pale and a trace of sweet blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. This aura force was a warning to Ming Ke not to compete with him. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that he would not take an even more extreme revenge. Even though the Mist Horn clan had set a rule that forbade one from killing others and snatching their treasures during the auction, Red Moon still had plenty of ways to take revenge on Bright Sparrow once he left the Mist Horn clan. Seeing that Bright Sparrow seemed to have offended Demon Lord Scarlet Moon in order to bid for the Blue Moon Grass and was injured by him, the old man surnamed Chu was furious. However, he suppressed his anger and immediately transmitted a message to Bright Sparrow. "Miss, this old servant knows that you like to consume natural treasures. Since you are willing to bid for this Blue Moon Grass, it must be very valuable. But it's not worth it to offend an old monster like Devil Lord Scarlet Moon for a mere worldly possession. The human heart is sinister and this Devil Lord Scarlet Moon isn't a benevolent person. If you offend him, there will be endless troubles in the future." "Don't worry, Grandpa Chu. I understand." Bright Sparrow curled her lips. She knew that Grandpa Chu was right. Human beings were not as kind as she had imagined. It was not that there were no good people, but there were obviously more bad people in the endless sea. She could see how precious the Blue Moon Grass was. The Blue Moon Grass was secondary, but the moonlight marble underneath it was the truly precious item. It contained the power of an expert's moonlight inheritance. Even if it did not correspond to her cultivation technique, it could still increase her cultivation by a lot. But it was absolutely not worth becoming enemies with Devil Lord Scarlet Moon just for some moonlight inheritance. Besides, she didn't have any extra immortal jades to bid against Devil Lord Scarlet Moon. To Bright Sparrow, the Blue Moon Grass and the marble were just food. It was just a small matter that she couldn't buy them. However, being injured by Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's pressure was a great grievance. Bright Sparrow didn't like to be bullied by others. She had to swallow her anger, but she was no match for Devil Lord Scarlet Moon and couldn't fight back. If Grandpa Tree or Biscuit Brother were by her side, they would certainly not watch her being bullied. Grandpa Tree is still in the Dark Sparrow's grave. He definitely won't care about me. And where is Biscuit Brother? Bright Sparrow let out a faint sigh. Her sigh contained the melancholy of a young girl. She circulated her magic power and the paleness on her face faded a little. Her injuries were slightly stabilized, but her heart was still filled with anger. TSK, what rubbish Devil Lord Scarlet Moon. Isn't he just a peak spirit severing expert? Wait until I eat more medicinal treasures and break through to a higher cultivation base. Then, I'll teach you a good lesson and cripple your primordial spirit. I'll let you know how powerful I am. I don't want this Blue Moon Grass anymore." Bright Sparrow gently sat back on her seat. Old Man Chu's expression relaxed. Fortunately, he didn't cause any trouble. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon smiled coldly. Bright Sparrow was just an early spirit severing expert after all. As long as he made a move, it would be perfectly normal for an early spirit severing expert to be scared away from bidding against him. The reason why he injured Bright Sparrow was not just to threaten her. More importantly, he guessed that Bright Sparrow had already found out that the peculiar stone contained an extremely strong moon power inheritance. By injuring her, it was also a warning for her not to talk too much. If Bright Sparrow talked too much and the other Void Refinement Realm old monsters bid for this item, Devil Lord Scarlet Moon wouldn't be able to get his hands on it. "This Blue Moon Grass belongs to me now." He strode forward and was about to pay for the herb on the auction stage. All of a sudden, a cold voice was heard from behind him. It was the voice of a young man. 210 million. This voice was exceptionally clear in the silent auction venue. Obviously, someone was bidding against Devil Lord Scarlet Moon for the Blue Moon Grass. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and his eyes turned gloomy. He was so angry that he smiled. He really wanted to know who had the guts to compete against him for the Blue Moon Grass even though they knew that he, Devil Lord Scarlet Moon, was determined to get it. He turned his head coldly and prepared to teach the bidder a lesson. "Whoever dares to disrespect me will have to pay the price." However, as soon as he saw the direction of the bidder, his knees immediately went weak. He groaned incessantly and nearly fell to the ground out of fear. The bidder was a young man in white robes who was sitting on the 4th floor. As an old monster who had been roaming the endless sea for countless years, Devil Lord Scarlet Moon had heard of this young man's reputation countless times. It was impossible for him not to recognize him. Revered Ming. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon raised his head and met Ning Fan's cold eyes. It was just a gaze, but it was filled with killing intent that could not be erased. With just a gaze, Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's mind was in chaos. Layers of illusions appeared in front of his eyes. Each of them was a bloody ocean of slaughter. In that bloody ocean, Ning Fan killed countless Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm experts. All of his killing intent was like a sharp sword that pierced Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's primordial spirit in his dantian. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's entire body. The pain was as if his primordial spirit was being torn into two halves. Puff Devil Lord Scarlet Moon spurted out a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back in a daze before he managed to stabilize his body. His heart was filled with even more shock. He could not believe that his cultivation base, which was unrivaled below the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, could not withstand Ning Fan's ferocious gaze. It was as if Ning Fan could directly use his terrifying killing intent to tear Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's primordial spirit apart and bury him here. I want this blue moon grass. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon, do you want to compete with me? Ning Fan walked out of the 4th floor and landed on the 3rd floor beside Ming Quebec. His tone was indifferent. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon panicked. He immediately cupped his fists and said with a trembling voice, "If revered Ming wants the blue moon grass, how would I dare to compete with revered Ming?" "Is that so?" Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He released all of his aura force. All of a sudden, the weather within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, of the Mist Horn clan changed color. All of his aura force was like a huge mountain pressing down on Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's head. The bones in Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's knees gave off cracking sounds. With a loud thud, his knees were crushed and he knelt on the ground. His primordial spirit in his dantian was on the verge of collapsing. His cultivation base was on the verge of dropping to the Divine Transformation Realm in an instant. His blood splattered a few zhong * 33 m per zhong. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Ning Fan had actually nearly crippled Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's cultivation base with just his ferocious aura force. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon prostrated on the ground while coughing out blood continuously. He stared at Ning Fan in shock. He did not understand why Ning Fan attacked him at all. How did he offend Ning Fan? He raised his head and saw Ning Fan treating Ming K's injuries. Ning Fan did not even look at Devil Lord Scarlet Moon. He reached out his hand and held Ming K's small hand. Then, he transferred traces of Black Star healing power into her hand, instantly healing all of her injuries. Ming K was stunned. She stared at Ning Fan blankly and rubbed her eyes. She found it hard to believe. Isn't this white-robed young man in front of me my brother Biscuit? Why is he here? Besides, why is brother Biscuit's chi so strong? Why does everyone call him revered Ming? Chi was dumbfounded. He finally understood how he had offended Ning Fan. Ning Fan was treating Ming K's injuries. Even a fool could tell that Ning Fan certainly knew Ming K and their relationship was certainly not ordinary. Rumor has it that Ning Fan has always been a lover. Could this little girl Ming K also be one of his lovers? I really have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Any young lady he casually injured would be revered Ming's woman. I'm really courting death. Red Moon almost had the urge to curse. Why was he so unlucky? He knew that Ning Fan was cold-blooded and merciless. He had hurt Ning Fan's woman. There was no way Ning Fan would let him go. Biscuit brother, why are you? Ming K had a stomach full of questions that she wanted to ask Ning Fan. However, before she could open her mouth, Ning Fan had already gently pressed on her lips. Do not reveal my identity. Right now, my alias is Zhou Ming. Even though Ning Fan had stopped Ming K from speaking, the words Brother Biscuit had undoubtedly confirmed the guesses of countless old monsters. As expected, Bright Sparrow and Ning Fan know each other and their relationship is not ordinary. Each of the old monsters looked at Devil Lord Scarlet Moon with eyes that were either cold, sarcastic or sympathetic. It was a pity that Devil Lord Scarlet Moon had offended the great Devil Lord Ning's woman of all people. There was no need to watch anymore. He was dead for sure. Since Ning Fan had shown up, only a fool would bid against him for the blue moon grass. All the cultivators were waiting to watch a good show. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's cultivation base was almost crippled. However, they did not know if Ning Fan would ignore the Mist Horn clan's order of no killing and directly start a massacre in the auction. Su Yan frowned slightly. She did not expect that Ning Fan would cause an incident at the end of the auction. Even though she saw the whole story and it was Devil Lord Scarlet Moon who attacked first, as the clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, if Ning Fan really wants to kill Devil Lord Scarlet Moon in the Mist Horn clan, it would certainly damage the clan's reputation. Su Yan was not concerned about Devil Lord Scarlet Moon's life or death. However, she had already stated that killing is prohibited in the auction. If Devil Lord Scarlet Moon is killed by Ning Fan in the Mist Horn clan, it would certainly damage the clan's reputation. Fellow Daoist Zhou, you promised me that you won't kill anyone in my clan. She reminded him with a gentle voice. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. In other words, as long as Ning Fan does not kill Devil Lord Scarlet Moon, he could do whatever he wants to him. Don't worry, Miss Su. I always keep my words. I won't kill anyone in the Mist Horn clan. After hearing Ning Fan's guarantee, Su Yan felt relieved. Her impression of Ning Fan unconsciously improved a little. Scarlet Moon, I'll give you a chance. From today onwards, become her servant. I can spare your life for what happened today. Ning Fan pointed at Ming Quebec. His words left no room for refusal. All of a sudden, the entire place fell into dead silence. He indeed did not kill anyone, but he asked Devil Lord Scarlet Moon to become her servant. Since Ming Ke, the little pill devil, liked to take in divine transformation realm experts as her servants so much, he was also willing to make Devil Lord Scarlet Moon her servant. No matter what, Devil Lord Scarlet Moon was a formidable person. Under normal circumstances, he would not be willing to become anyone's servant. However, Ning Fan's words made Devil Lord Scarlet Moon lose his courage to reject him. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon was not a fool. Of course, he knew what would happen if he rejected Ning Fan's good intention. He smiled bitterly. Who asked him to be unlucky and hurt Ming Ke? Becoming her servant could be considered as his retribution. I won't dare to disobey revered Ming's order. He admitted his defeat. Being someone's servant was better than being dead. He allowed Ming Ke to plant a restriction on him. It was the immemorial Dark Sparrow's royal bloodline demon restriction. It could easily control his life and death. Ming Ke stared at Ning Fan. She was so surprised that she did not know what to say. Ever since she entered the Endless Sea, she only knew how to look for spiritual herbs to eat. She was a typical foodie who was indifferent to the rumors in the outside world. She did not know how infamous Ning Fan was at all. Her impression of Ning Fan was still the same as in the past. In her memory, Ning Fan seemed to be just at the harmonious spirit realm. In the past, Ning Fan, who was at the harmonious spirit realm, had become so strong that he could scare a peak divine transformation realm expert with just a sentence after just a few decades. It was really unbelievable. When she thought about how Ning Fan punished Devil Lord Scarlet Moon today just to help her vent her anger, she suddenly felt an inexplicable joy. Sure enough, Brother Biscuit treats me the best. Not only did he help me vent my anger, but he also helped me capture a peak divine transformation realm servant. Ming Ke looked at Devil Lord Scarlet Moon with a smile. From today onwards, she would teach this new servant a good lesson. Devil Lord Scarlet Moon felt a chill down his spine. He looked at Ming Ke's eyes and let out a hollow laugh. Inwardly, he was complaining incessantly. From today onwards, he was probably going to suffer a lot. Let's go. The auction is coming to an end. The items that will be auctioned next won't be able to impress me. Come with me. Tell me why you came to the Endless Sea. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across Old Man Chu. Immediately, Old Man Chu lowered his head and bowed respectfully. There was an extremely faint trace of the immemorial Dark Sparrow's chi in Old Man Chu's demon blood. It could not hide from Ning Fan's senses. Ning Fan guessed that there might be another reason why Ming Ke appeared in the Endless Sea. Out of concern for her, he had to find out the reason. When Ning Fan and the others left, Su Yan pondered for a while. Suddenly, she opened her red lips and sent a secret message. The secret message went into Ning Fan's ears. The others naturally did not know what Su Yan said. I have something that I don't understand and I want to ask fellow Daoist about it. If fellow Daoist is free, Su Yan will be waiting for you by the plain green lake 3 days later at midnight. Alright. Ning Fan also replied her using telepathy, which meant that he had agreed to Su Yan's invitation. He knew that Su Yan's purpose of inviting him was certainly not related to Moon Breeze. She must have sensed the soul connection between the two of them and wanted to ask about it. Anyway, Ning Fan was prepared to use the mind-reading technique to find out the whereabouts of the devil statue slate. It was fine for him to meet Su Yan 3 days later. The reason why he did not directly abduct Su Yan was firstly because of her identity as a devil concubine. Ning Fan had a connection with her soul and he had a trace of tolerance towards her that originated from his bloodline. Secondly, Ning Fan had yet to figure out the background of the Mist Horn clan. Only God knew if the Mist Horn clan had a powerful background like the 8 ancestors who were both immortal and undead like the giant devil clan. Using Su Yan as the starting point to obtain information and steal the devil statue slate of the Mist Horn clan was the safest choice. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to obtain the 4th slate 3 days later, January 2nd, to be continued. More than 10 divine transformation realm servants, including Old Man Chu and Devil Lord Scarlet Moon, were waiting respectfully outside the guest house where Ning Fan was temporarily staying. There was a sense isolation formation in the guest house. Ning Fan brought Bright Sparrow to sit in the guest house and asked her about her experiences over the past few years. After Ning Fan left Yu Country, this little girl also slipped out of the Dark Sparrow's grave and went to the Endless Sea alone. When she left Yu Country, she was just a peak gold core realm little pill devil. Today, she had already become an early divine transformation realm expert. According to Bright Sparrow's description, she did not cultivate at all along her journey. She only consumed countless spiritual herbs and pills and broke through to the divine transformation realm within a few decades. Such a monstrous cultivation physique made Ning Fan feel ashamed of his inferiority. Bright Sparrow was the combination of an immemorial dark sparrow and a pill devil. She was born with a keen sense towards heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. Along the way to the Endless Sea, she collected countless spiritual herbs and consumed all of them. Her identity as an immemorial dark sparrow gave her the bloodline of the royal bloodline, which gave her a cultivation speed that ordinary demons could not reach. Her identity as a pill devil gave her another special physique. The essence of a pill devil was a pill. As a pill devil, she could absorb the medicinal power of other pills to improve the grade of her pill devil body. Strictly speaking, the current Ming Ke could not be considered as a true early divine transformation realm cultivator. She was more like a low-grade 5th revolution pill. The grade of the pill was the cultivation base of the pill devil. The improvement of cultivation base was actually the continuous improvement of the pill. Back in the Dark Sparrow's grave, Bright Sparrow was already a low-grade 5th revolution pill devil. However, at that time, she had yet to absorb enough medicinal power from pills and spiritual herbs to completely activate the full power of a low-grade 5th revolution pill devil. As a standard little pill devil, she could absorb the medicinal power of any pill and improve her cultivation base. Even if it was a poisonous pill, as long as it did not kill her, she could still improve her cultivation base. This physique was really heaven-defying. As long as it was a pill, Bright Sparrow would not reject it regardless of the type. Whatever she ate, she would replenish herself. When others ate pills to heal their injuries, she could improve her magic power by consuming them. When others ate appearance-changing pills to disguise themselves, she could still improve her magic power by consuming them. When others poisoned her, she would absorb the pills to improve her magic power as long as the poison did not kill her. Any elixir could become a medium for her to raise her cultivation. In addition, she had the ability to search for treasures of heaven and earth. Along the way, she would always be able to find some precious elixirs. After consuming them, she would be able to increase her magic power. Her monstrous pill devil physique allowed her to eat everything in the world in just a few decades. She had completely adapted to the identity of a 5th revolution pill devil and her magic power had broken through to the early divine transformation realm. Ning Fan could imagine that as long as this little pill devil consumes enough pills, it would only be a matter of time before it breaks through to the void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm in the future. Of course, as Bright Sparrow's cultivation base increased, ordinary pills and spiritual herbs would no longer be able to help her advance. Right now, she was an early divine transformation realm cultivator, a low-grade 5th revolution pill devil. She could only continue to improve her cultivation by taking 10,000 years old spiritual herbs or pills that were above the 5th revolution. She was not an alchemist, so naturally, it was impossible for her to have a large number of 5th revolution pills to fill her stomach. She could only settle for the next best thing, which was to eat raw 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. The reason why he was selling the Minluo fruit was because this little glutton did not have the money to buy the 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. The pill devil physique is really a heaven-defying physique. As long as you are given enough 6th and 7th revolution pills, breaking through to the void fragmentation realm is just a matter of time. Ning Fan could not help but sigh. He did not have any special physique. If it wasn't because he had experienced countless dangers and seized countless opportunities, his cultivation speed would definitely not be as fast as little Bright Sparrow's. Ning Fan did not ask too many questions about the physique. What he was more concerned about was Bright Sparrow's purpose of coming to the Endless Sea. He was sure that Bright Sparrow did not come to the Endless Sea to look for him. She should have another important purpose. Speaking of which, why did you come to the Endless Sea? Who is that old man Chu? Ning Fan must find out the identity of old man Chu. If he is someone who harms Bright Sparrow, he naturally must get rid of him. Grandpa Chu is the high priest of the Xikong Demon Island in the Internal Sea. As I can eat a lot, Grandpa Chu appointed me as the heaven-devouring island lord of the Xikong Demon Island. Those divine transformation realm servants are all rogue cultivators that Grandpa Chu brought me to capture. All of them have been planted with demon seals. They must listen to my orders. Otherwise, I will teach them a lesson. While eating a tuft of 10,000 years old purple young ginseng raw, Bright Sparrow raised her small pink fist and looked at Ning Fan with a smile. Since Ning Fan had captured Devil Lord Scarlet Moon and made him her servant, she now had someone to train. She was very happy. In the past, the little pill devil who was as innocent as a piece of paper had been infected with the habits of devil cultivators in the Endless Sea. Xikong Demon Island. The high priest, Ning Fan, shook his head speechlessly. He did not think that old man Chu appointed Bright Sparrow as the island lord of an island just because she could eat a lot. He patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient book. Its name was Sea Country Records. He had conveniently stolen it from the Ghost Eye clan. It was an ancient book that recorded the local customs and practices of all the islands in the Endless Sea. The Ghost Eye clan was the overlord of the Endless Sea before the Thunder Sovereign. Thus, they naturally had information about all the islands in the Endless Sea. In the Sea Country Records, there was a total of 103,000 islands in the Endless Sea. They were divided into 6 levels. Xikong Demon Island was a 5th-level island with divine transformation realm cultivators guarding it. According to the book, all the cultivators on Xikong Demon Island were demon cultivators. There was a gigantic ancient statue that was worshipped on the island. It was said that the former master of Xikong Demon Island was a powerful cultivator who was the true spirit of the demon race, the immemorial Dark Sparrow. That powerful demon cultivator was called Xianxia. It was said that she was the princess of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan of a certain generation. She possessed terrifying ancestral demon blood. All the demon cultivators on Xikong Demon Island could be considered as the descendants of Xianxia's demon slaves. They had been waiting for the princess to return. There had always been a high priest on the island. There was no island lord because the princess was the only one who could be the island lord. After reading the information, Ning Fan frowned. Sure enough, there was a reason why little Bright Sparrow became the island lord of Xikong Demon Island foolishly. Xikong Demon Island never had an island lord. There was only one explanation for Bright Sparrow becoming the island lord of the island. That old man Chu had regarded her as Princess Xianxia. Do you know Xianxia? Ning Fan kept the records of the sea countries and asked indifferently. When his calm words fell into Bright Sparrow's ears, her small face immediately froze. She stopped chewing on the 10,000 years old spiritual herb and asked in surprise. Brother Biscuit, how do you know this name? It's really strange. Grandpa Chu told me that my name was Xianxia in my previous life. However, this is a secret. I can't tell anyone about it. Previous life? Ning Fan looked at Bright Sparrow with a strange expression. Does this little pill devil have a previous life and current life? He suddenly thought of the large dark sparrow's remains in the dark sparrow's grave. This little pill devil had absorbed the power of the remains to possess the royal grade bloodline of Bright Sparrow. Perhaps, the dark sparrow's remains were left behind by Xianxia. From this perspective, after Xianxia died, he channeled his power into the pill and turned it into a pill devil. In that case, this little pill devil could also be regarded as the reincarnation of Xianxia. Little Bright Sparrow had known about these secrets for quite some time. If Ning Fan did not ask about it, she would not have taken the initiative to tell him. You didn't tell me about Xianxia's secret because you don't trust me? Ning Fan looked at Bright Sparrow with a playful expression and asked. No, no. Of course not. Brother Biscuit is the most important person to me. How can I not trust you? Grandpa Chu said that the fewer people who know about this secret, the better. If I tell you, it will put you in danger. That's why I didn't dare to tell you. I'm afraid that I'll implicate you. But don't worry, brother. Grandpa Chu is my demon slave. He won't harm me. He's a trustworthy person. Bright Sparrow stuck out her tongue mischievously and looked at Ning Fan with a flattering expression. She explained in a flustered manner, afraid that Ning Fan would get angry. Ning Fan nodded, signaling her not to be nervous. Even though he did not know what kind of status Princess Xianxia had in the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan, he agreed with Old Man Chu's action of keeping this secret. For such a secret, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Whether Old Man Chu harbored evil intentions towards Bright Sparrow or not, Ning Fan would naturally be able to find out when he visits Xikong Island in the future. Ning Fan was also willing to believe that the cultivators of Xikong Demon Island were just a group of demon slaves who were waiting for the return of their master. They were Bright Sparrow's loyal servants without any disloyalty. This was the best-case scenario. However, if the people of Xikong Island harbored evil intentions towards Bright Sparrow, Ning Fan would not mind making them pay the price in blood. After learning about the cause and effect of Bright Sparrow's trip to the Endless Sea, Ning Fan remained silent for a while and sorted out his thoughts. Now that I've met Bright Sparrow by chance, I'll bring her along and take care of her in the future to prevent her from being harmed by others. Little Bright Sparrow was chewing on a tuft of 60,000 years old blue moon grass. It was the one that Ning Fan had just bought. Even though this blue moon grass was old, it could only be used to concoct divine transformation realm pills. To Ning Fan, it was useless. Thus, he just let Bright Sparrow eat it. What caught Ning Fan's attention was the moonlight marble that grew together with the blue moon grass. The palm-sized stone shone with a soul-stirring luster. This was no ordinary stone. Sealed within it was the moon power inheritance of a powerful being, and the energy contained within it was no small matter. This time, if it wasn't for Bright Sparrow who recognized the extraordinariness of the stone and bid 100 million for the blue moon grass, Ning Fan might not have noticed the profoundness of this stone and would certainly miss out on such a good item. With his eyesight, he could roughly estimate that the total amount of moonlight power inherited from the stone was equivalent to the magic power of a void-pierced stage-old monster. If a cultivator who practiced moonlight cultivation methods absorbs all the moon power in the stone and refines it into his own magic power, he could definitely obtain void-pierced stage magic power. If it was Bright Sparrow who swallowed this stone instead, she could absorb nearly 1% of the moon power with her abnormal pill devil physique even though she did not practice moonlight cultivation methods. It would be enough for her to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. If it is an ordinary cultivator like Ning Fan, he would not be able to obtain any benefits from the stone. After recognizing the usage of this stone, Ning Fan was almost certain about its usage. It would be a waste to let Bright Sparrow consume this stone. However, if it is given to Yu Ling Kong, the effect would certainly be extremely significant. Ning Fan activated his black flames and calcined the stone, extracting the moon power from it. Eventually, he extracted a fingernail-sized moonlight gem from the stone. The power contained in this tiny piece of moonlight gem was equivalent to the total magic power of an absolute void stage-old monster. After consuming the Void Inquiry pill, Yu Ling Kong's day of attaining the Void Inquiry stage was just around the corner. If she consumes this moonlight gem after that, would she have the chance to break through to the absolute void stage? Being able to obtain such a moonlight gem in this auction was really an unexpected gain. Bright Sparrow looked at the translucent moonlight gem and swallowed her saliva. She really wanted to eat this gem in one bite. Ning Fan looked at her charmingly naive look and gently flicked her forehead. Then, he said in a doting tone. This is only equivalent to the medicinal power of tens of fifth revolution pills. It's a little overkill. I have another use for this item. You can still break through to the mid-divine transformation realm after consuming these pills. Take them as compensation for me taking this moonlight gem. He patted his storage pouch and took out a few bottles of fifth revolution pills, passing them to Bright Sparrow. Even though they were separated by the jade bottles, Bright Sparrow could still smell the fragrance of the pills sealed in the bottles. Immediately, she showed a cute and greedy expression. Wow! So many pill biscuits. Are they all for me? Happiness came too suddenly. Bright Sparrow found it a little hard to believe. These pill biscuits are all for you. In the future, you will follow me. Don't run around anymore. I will often concoct pills for you to eat. Is that okay? Ning Fan played with the pill bottles and tried to seduce the little pill devil. All right. I will follow Brother Biscuit from now on. I will never run around anymore. However, Brother is wrong. These aren't pill biscuits. They should be pill biscuits. Ning Fan did not care what kind of biscuits they were. Be it black or white biscuits, as long as they could appease the little pill devil and stop her from running around, it was a good biscuit. The sky was already dark. He patted Bright Sparrow's little head and prepared to leave so that she could rest early. However, before he could walk out of the room, he was suddenly stopped by Bright Sparrow. Brother Biscuit, there's a bad biscuit inside. A bad biscuit? Ning Fan could guess that the bad biscuit Bright Sparrow was referring to was a spoiled pill. Following Bright Sparrow's finger, a slightly charred pill was quietly placed inside one of the jade bottles. Little Bright Sparrow did not even need to open the seal of the jade bottle to know the type and quality of the pill inside. Her sense of smell was really heaven-defying. That charred pill was the Xianxia pill that Mo Xiu failed to concoct during the third round of the pill ceremony. With a thought, Ning Fan kept it with him. When he took out the pill for Bright Sparrow this time, he accidentally mixed up the bottles of the defective pills and took out the Xianxia pill by mistake. This is a defective pill. You can't eat it. The main ingredient of the Xianxia pill is quite rare and its medicinal effect is even more mysterious. It can increase the strength of a pill refinement master's medicine soul. Unfortunately, Mo Xiu had concocted it into a defective pill. Otherwise, if I consume this pill, it would be greatly beneficial for me to attain the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. Ning Fan stretched out his hand, wanting to keep the pill bottle. However, Bright Sparrow's soft and smooth little hand held his big hand. Bright Sparrow's big, bright eyes flickered with a mysterious smile. Brother, do you really want to eat this biscuit? I have a way to turn this bad biscuit into a good biscuit. Turn it into a good biscuit? Really? Ning Fan could speculate that the so-called good biscuit was most likely referring to a perfectly intact pill. Does Bright Sparrow mean that she has a way to turn a defective pill into a perfect one? As long as one is a pill refinement master, there will always be times when they make mistakes and concoct a defective pill. The toxicity of a defective pill was greater than its medicinal effect. It was completely worthless. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there were some pill devils who possessed the ability to purify defective pills. They could purify a defective pill into a perfect one. However, pill devils were rare in the first place. It was said that there might not even be one pill devil in a million people who could purify a defective pill. If little Bright Sparrow could really purify a defective pill into a perfect one, it would really be heaven-defying. Of course it's true. Bright Sparrow puffed up her cheeks. She was very dissatisfied with Ning Fan's doubt. She opened the pill bottle and took out a charred defective pill. Then, she placed it on her soft palm. She raised her hand. Immediately, traces of clear silver starlight rose from the center of her palm. The starlight rose and formed a mysterious whirlpool, extracting the toxicity and flaws of the defective pill bit by bit. Under the entanglement of the starlight, the charred mark on the defective pill gradually disappeared. What replaced it was a smooth and round luster. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the charred pill turned into a perfect Xianxia pill. This is for you. Little Bright Sparrow handed the Xianxia pill to Ning Fan, waiting for his praise. Ning Fan looked at the Xianxia pill and clicked his tongue in admiration. This Xianxia pill was purified from a defective pill. Thus, its medicinal power was naturally weaker than a perfectly concocted Xianxia pill. It only had about 70% of its original medicinal power. Even so, the ability to purify a defective pill was still an eye-opener for Ning Fan. He had only heard about this ability in ancient books. It was his first time seeing it with his own eyes. Inwardly, he felt that this little pill devil's physique was a little heaven-defying. She had the royal great immemorial dark sparrow bloodline. If she had the chance, she might even break through to the ancestral grade and become the old ancestor of the Bright Sparrow clan. Not only did she have a strong physical body that was unrivaled at the same level as her, but she also mastered the ability to purify defective pills. This little foodie is really too heaven-defying. If this little foodie grows up, her future will be limitless, praise me. When little Bright Sparrow saw that Ning Fan did not praise her, she puffed up her cheeks to express her dissatisfaction. Good girl, Ning Fan patted Bright Sparrow's little head. She looked like she enjoyed it very much and revealed a sweet smile. She had decided to follow Ning Fan from now on and never leave him. Ning Fan did not hide the fact that he was about to break through to the 6th Revolution pill refinement realm from her. When she thought that Ning Fan was about to become a 6th Revolution biscuit refinement master, little Bright Sparrow revealed a greedy expression and kept swallowing her saliva. If she could eat the pill biscuits made by Ning Fan every day, it would certainly be the happiest thing in her life. February 2nd, to be continued. Little Ming K ate the 5th Revolution pills as if they were beans. She finally calmed down and stopped running around in the Mist Horn clan. As for Ning Fan, he went into the Profounding world for seclusion. He had bought the Azure Cold Chi from the auction and little Ming K had given him the Profounding Chi. The two types of heavenly cold chi were all assimilated into his body. In the past, Ning Fan longed for the Profounding Chi to improve his cultivation base. Now, however, the Profounding Chi had almost no effect on his cultivation base. Among the heavenly cold chi, the Profounding Chi was ranked 9th while the green cold chi was ranked 10th. Each of them increased Ning Fan's magic power by 1,000 units. However, to Ning Fan whose magic power was more than 650,000 units, it was naturally insignificant. However, with the integration of two types of cold air, the power of the flame was still quite considerable. Ning Fan had already gathered 11 types of heavenly frost cold chi. He only lacked the first cold chi, mending heaven heart. Ning Fan had already collected 10 types of earth vein demonic flames. He only lacked the 1st and 5th ranked demonic flames, the earth blazing flame and the North Pole flame. The earth vein demonic fire, ranked 5th, could probably be bought somewhere, but the cold chi and demonic fire, ranked 1st, were extremely rare. Although they were only rank 5 spiritual items, it was said that they were more powerful than most rank 6 spiritual items. For it to be ranked 1st, how could it be ordinary? The Arctic flame was fine, but whether or not he could find the heaven-repairing heart and the earth-blazing flame depended on his luck. The acquisition of heaven and earth treasures is related to luck. Obtaining the first heavenly frost and the first demonic fire all depended on one's luck. The path of cultivation requires a calm heart. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I don't, it's fate. Opportunities cannot be forced. The only thing that can be changed is one's own attitude. Ning Fan calmed himself down and his heart became as calm as still water. For 3 days in a row, he didn't do anything else. He just let his body shine with a golden light and circulated his mana, combing through every inch of his body. Once he obtained the 4th slate, he would be able to truly break through to the golden body realm. With enough pills, he could break through the bottleneck at any time. Everything was ready except for the devil chi of the last slate. The devil marks on his back emitted a scorching heat. Ning Fan speculated that if he could obtain the 4th slate and devour the 4th trace of devil chi, his devil marks would advance to the next level and the pattern of the mist horn would appear once again. 6 wings, Giant Devil Clan, Ghost Eye Clan and Mist Horn Clan. Ning Fan only asked Fan Chi to awaken the ability of the 6 wings to increase his speed. As for the other 3 devil pattern divine abilities, they were dispensable to him. If there was time, he could awaken the other devil concubines. If there was no opportunity, he could just ignore them for now. 3 days later, Ningfan suddenly stood up and left the profounding world. In the outside world, the night sky was drifting. Ningfan left the guest house and flew towards one of the forbidden grounds of the Misthorn clan. His speed was too exquisite, none of the Ghost Eye experts could detect his arrival. It was a heavily guarded forbidden area. Within the formation light, there was no one guarding it. It was a paradise with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Between the mountains and the mountains, there was a lake that occupied an area of over 1,000 acres. It was called Plain Azure Lake, and the spiritual energy there was overwhelming. It was an excellent holy land for cultivation. On Plain Azure Lake, the night was dim and a pleasure boat was drifting in the middle of the lake. A beautiful woman that was ethereal and graceful like a dragon sat on the pleasure boat. She sat leisurely by the jade table while holding a jade cup and drinking by herself, and her cheeks were flushed red as if she was drunk. There were 12 silver-scaled flood dragons resting in the lake. Each of them had a half-step void refinement realm cultivation base. They seemed to be the spiritual pets of the beautiful woman. As soon as they sensed Ningfan's arrival, the 12 silver-scaled flood dragons felt a wave of aura force that originated from their bloodline. All of them began to tremble. The beautiful woman was slightly surprised. She raised her eyes and looked at the sky. There, a white-robed young man came to her under the cover of the night. Fellow Taoist seems to have some kind of demon blood in your body. Moreover, the grade of your blood is quite high. These 12 flood dragons of mine are all wild beasts with true blood. They have never been afraid of anyone. However, they were subdued by fellow Taoist's aura force. Su Yan smiled enchantingly. Dong Ningfan landed on the bow of the pleasure boat. He just smiled at Su Yan's words and did not comment on it. Su Yan also did not ask about Ningfan's secrets. The purpose of her meeting with Ningfan today was definitely not to talk about demon blood. She gently waved her hand and scooped up a handful of lake water from the lake. She used her magic power to condense it into a jade cup and filled it with black wine. Then, she placed it on the opposite side of the jade table. Ningfan sat down with his legs crossed and held the cup of spiritual wine. However, he did not drink it immediately. After sniffing it gently, he found out that it was a type of spiritual wine of a high grade and it was not poisonous. Fellow Taoist is really a cautious person. Could it be that you are afraid that I will poison it? Su Yan pursed her lips into a smile. I'm just used to it. Ningfan did not say much. He drank the spiritual wine in one gulp. With just a sip, the level of his physical body improved a little. After a moment of surprise, he nodded his head in approval. He was very satisfied with this spiritual wine. So it's brewed using devil bone flowers. No wonder this wine has a dark color, but it tastes as sweet as honey when it enters the mouth. Moreover, it has the miraculous effect of improving one's body refinement level. The devil bone flowers that are used to brew this wine are at least 70,000 years old. This is really rare. Ordinary devil bone flowers will definitely wither before they reach 50,000 years of age. Only in a place where devil creatures are wreaking havoc would there be devil bone flowers that are more than 50,000 years old. Fellow Taoist, you have a good eye. This is the devil bone wine that I brewed myself. It is brewed using 70,000 years old devil bone flowers. Normally, devil bone flowers are unable to grow to 70,000 years old. However, the situation of our Misthorn clan is unique. We have a small kiliacosm that raises countless devil spirits. The devil energy in that small kiliacosm is very dense, and many magic herbs can grow to an extremely high age. Su Yan did not intend to conceal the existence of the small kiliacosm broken world. Many devil cultivators of the internal endless sea had heard of the Misthorn clan's small kiliacosm broken world. It was a sacred place where magic herbs grew. The demonic horn orchid was transplanted from the small kiliacosm broken world. In the rain world, only the Misthorn clan possessed this kind of magic herb. Mo Ling, without batting an eyelid, Ningfan activated his mind-reading technique to steal information from Su Yan's mind. As it turned out, there were no old ancestors in the Misthorn clan. There were only 3 void refinement realm experts, including Su Yan. However, in the Mist Horn clan's small kiliocosm, they reared a large number of devil spirits. These devil spirits were special living beings reared using the Devil Clan's secret technique, and they obeyed the orders of the Mist Horn clan's cultivators. When the Mist Horn clan was in danger, they could act as the last line of defense to protect the Mist Horn clan. In the Mist Horn broken world, there were at least 10 million devil spirits, and their cultivation was at least at the Gold Core realm. There were about 100,000 nascent soul fiend spirits. There were about 800 divine transformation realm devil spirits. There were 15 void refinement realm devil spirits and 7 of them were at the void inquiry stage. As soon as these devil spirits were born, they would form a contract with the leader of the Mist Horn clan and serve him as their master. The cultivation level of the devil spirits had always been the greatest secret of the Mist Horn clan. Only the leader of the clan knew about it. The outside world only knew that the Mist Horn broken world had devil spirits and was suitable for growing devil medicines. However, they did not know that the Mist Horn clan had reared 15 void refinement realm devil spirits. Ning Fan accidentally stole such a huge secret from Su Yan's mind. His expression did not change, but he was inwardly surprised. As expected, the Mist Horn clan was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Once someone dares to touch the Mist Horn clan, there would be 15 void refinement realm devil spirits to kill the intruder. Among the 15 void refinement realm devil spirits, 8 of them were at the void glimpse stage. However, the 7 void inquiry stage devil spirits were not to be underestimated. With Ning Fan's current strength, it was certainly impossible for him to resist the joint attack of 7 void inquiry stage experts. Not using force against the Mist Horn clan was indeed the right decision. Fellow Taoist Zhou, I have a question that I would like to ask you. I wonder if you can clear it up for me. Su Yan requested. There is no one else here. If Miss Su has something to say, why don't you speak your mind? Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you feel that there is a subtle connection between you and me? To be honest, I have already sensed your existence the moment you entered Tai Chi City. This is truly strange. I've never met fellow Taoist before this, so why do I have such a subtle connection with fellow Taoist? Miss, where do you think this connection comes from? Ning Fan did not answer her question but asked her a question instead. I don't know. Su Yan's cheeks turned slightly red but she hid it quietly. Actually, she had read through the ancient books of her clan. According to the records, there were some methods in the devil race that could allow 2 strangers to form a contract and sense each other's soul. The most common contract was the oath between the Tao companions of the devil race. Rumor has it that as long as a pair of Tao companions of the devil race falls in love with each other, they would make a blood oath and form a contract. Even after 7 generations, the 2 of them would still sense each other's soul and they would meet again one day. Su Yan naturally did not know that she was the Mist Horn devil concubine while Ning Fan was the bearer of Mo Luo's blood. She just thought that she had formed a contract with Ning Fan in her previous life and they used to be Tao companions for a lifetime. That was why she had this kind of connection. Even though she was the leader of a clan, she was still a woman after all. Naturally, she was too embarrassed to tell Ning Fan, whom she had just met for the second time, "Hey, listen to me. We were Tao companions in our previous lives. We were husband and wife. That's why we have this connection." Su Yan let out a sigh and gently shook her head. Even though she had married Ning Fan in her previous life, she had never thought of marrying him in this life. She did not want this connection between their souls. The reason why she came to Ning Fan this time was to cut off the connection between them. She was the leader of a clan. Her whereabouts must be kept a secret. She also had to choose the place where she usually goes into seclusion with extreme caution. Now that Ning Fan had a connection with her, he might be able to find out where she was hiding in seclusion just by using this connection. To a cultivator, it was not safe. For example, on the day when Ning Fan sneaked into the Mist Horn clan, Su Yan had already sensed Ning Fan's arrival. With this connection, Ning Fan's whereabouts would also be exposed. Su Yan put herself in his shoes. She felt that Ning Fan must also want to cut off the connection between them because no cultivator would be willing to let others know their whereabouts, right? Miss Su, do you want to cut off this connection between us? Ning Fan fiddled with the jade cup in his hand while looking at Su Yan with a playful expression. He had already seen through all of her thoughts with his mind-reading technique. Su Yan was slightly surprised, but she nodded without denying it. That's right. Fellow Daoist and I have just met by chance. This connection also came out of nowhere. It's better for both of us to cut off this connection, isn't it? If Miss Su insists on cutting off the connection between us, I certainly have no objection. However, I wonder if Miss Su has a way to cut off this connection. Could it be that you want to borrow the power of the devil statue slate? Ning Fan stealthily directed the topic to the slate. Su Yan was immediately stunned. Then, she pursed her lips and smiled. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. The devil statue slate of my Mist Horn clan doesn't have the ability to cut off this connection. It's just a slate that can't be deciphered. In my Mist Horn broken world, there's a place called the Devil Mist Pond. The devil chi in the pond is extremely strong. It's the place where every generation of the clan leader of the Mist Horn clan planted a contract with the devil spirit. Since the contract can be planted, it can naturally be erased as well. The connection between me and fellow Daoist is probably some kind of contract of the devil race that was planted in my previous life. Perhaps I can use the power of the Devil Mist Pond to erase this connection. When Su Yan heard that Ning Fan was willing to cut off the connection between them, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief. If Ning Fan refuses, she would not be able to threaten him to cut off the connection. While Su Yan was explaining, Ning Fan activated his yin yang locket and used the mind-reading technique to pry into all kinds of information in her mind. Since he mentioned the devil statue slate, Su Yan could not help but think about the information about it. According to the information, after the devil statue slate was born, it was sealed in the Mist Horn broken world by Su Yan. Coincidentally, it was also sealed in a concealed grand formation near the Devil Mist Pond. The Mist Horn broken world was the biggest forbidden area of the Mist Horn clan. Only the clan leaders of each generation could enter it as they wish with the token. Ning Fan was an outsider. Even if he had extraordinary means, he would not be able to enter the small kiliocosm of others. Su Yan wanted to bring Ning Fan into the Mist Horn broken world to erase the soul connection between them. This gave Ning Fan a chance to directly steal the devil statue slate. Once he obtains the fourth slate, Ning Fan could immediately go into seclusion and break through to the golden body refining realm. When Su Yan saw Ning Fan's thoughtful expression, she thought that he was worried about encountering danger in the Mist Horn broken world. She could understand that. The Mist Horn broken world was the forbidden area of the Mist Horn clan. Outsiders could not enter and exit it as they wish. There were also tens of millions of devil spirits inside the broken world. Moreover, there were also 15 Void Refinement Realm experts who obeyed Su Yan's orders. Once these devil spirits obey Su Yan's orders and attack Ning Fan, he would be in an unpredictable situation. Under such circumstances, even if Ning Fan was worried about his safety after entering the broken world, Su Yan also felt that it was normal. She took out an exquisite jade token and showed it to Ning Fan while explaining. This is my token as the leader of the Mist Horn clan. With this token, you can enter and leave the Mist Horn broken world at any time. Before entering the broken world, I will temporarily hand this token to you for safekeeping. If you feel that your safety cannot be guaranteed in the broken world, you can use this token to leave at any time. You don't need to worry about your safety anymore. Oh? Since Miss Su said so, I'm not worried about my safety anymore. May I ask Miss Su, when are we going to enter the broken world? If fellow Daoist is willing, why don't we enter the broken world tonight? Su Yan requested. All right. Ning Fan nodded his head, agreeing to Su Yan's request. The two of them put down their jade cups and stood up, intending to leave the pleasure boat. Ning Fan sent out a message transmitting flying sword to inform Ming Ke to wait for him at the Mist Horn clan and not to wander around. Ning Fan did not know how long it would take to erase the connection between them. However, it was necessary to inform Ming Quebec. Just as the message transmitting flying sword flew out, a cold and stern voice of a man suddenly resounded from outside the formation light of the plain green lake. Clan leader, isn't it a little inappropriate to let an outsider enter the broken world of our Mist Horn clan? A burly man in black armor tore open the grand formation and forcefully broke into the plain green lake. As soon as he arrived, he heard the last few sentences between Su Yan and Ning Fan. After knowing that the two of them had the intention to go to the broken world together, he immediately showed himself with the intention to stop them. This burly man's chi was restrained and vigorous. Void power was faintly flowing around his body. His chi was weak, but he had the aura force of a void inquiry stage expert. It was as if he had just broken through to the void inquiry stage not long ago. As soon as Su Yan saw the intruder, her pretty face turned cold. However, when she saw his cultivation base, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Xianxia, you have broken through to the void inquiry stage? The intruder was the third void refinement realm expert of the Misthorn clan. He was Xianxia, who had always been on bad terms with Su Yan. When this Xianxia was still at the void glimpse stage, he already dared to look down on Su Yan. Now that he had broken through to the void inquiry stage, his attitude became even more arrogant. He actually dared to tear apart the grand formation that Su Yan had set up and trespass into her forbidden area. You are not allowed to enter the broken world of my clan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xianxia stood in the sky, looking down at Ning Fan and said arrogantly. Being merciless? Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. He did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all. How dare you? Xianxia's eyes flashed with anger. The devil chi around his body seemed to be boiling. He pressed his finger down and the devil chi turned into a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall mountain which was shrouded in black chi, pressing down on Ning Fan's head. This giant mountain was a low-grade mortal void magic technique. However, when it was used by a void inquiry stage expert like Xianxia, its strength was comparable to a void inquiry stage attack. It was more than enough to suppress ordinary void glimpse stage experts. From Xianxia's point of view, even if this mountain could not hurt Ning Fan, it was enough to teach him a lesson and make him retreat. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would only raise his fist and throw a punch at the sky while facing the Devil Mountain. 3/4 of his body shone with golden light. His physical body had yet to attain the golden body refining realm. However, after devouring the devil chi from the 3 slates, the strength of his punch was already infinitely close to that of a second-level golden body refining realm attack. With just a single punch, Xianxia's half-baked Devil Mountain was directly shattered into countless pieces by Ning Fan. Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected that his full-powered attack would be so easily broken by Ning Fan. Ning Fan's strength seemed to be even stronger than the rumors. He could already tell that Ning Fan's strength was just as the rumors said. His strength was indeed unfathomable. However, it was precisely because of this that Xianxia was even more reluctant to let Ning Fan enter the Misthorn broken world, in case he destroyed the plan that he had been preparing for many years. He still wanted to attack Ning Fan, but Su Yan gently stood in front of him and said coldly. Xianxia, I'm the clan leader, but you dare to hurt my esteemed guest. Do you think that you can be on equal footing with me after attaining the void inquiry stage? Humph. Su Yan let out a soft snort. An unimaginable aura force suddenly shook Xianxia, causing her inner chi to churn and her chi to stagnate. Her eyes were filled with shock. Xianxia did not expect Su Yan's chi to be so strong. Even though she was also a void inquiry stage expert, she was not far away from attaining the void pierce stage. She was definitely not comparable to Xianxia, who had just attained the void inquiry stage. If Su Yan gets angry, she could forcefully suppress Xianxia here and teach him a lesson. Even though you are a void refinement realm expert of my clan, you are still under my jurisdiction. If you dare to offend me again, I will surely punish you severely without any mercy. You may leave now. Fellow Taoist Zhou is a trustworthy person. I'm the one who allowed him to enter the broken world. You can't stop him. Even though Su Yan was dissatisfied with Xianxia, he was also a member of the Misthorn clan. He was an indispensable combat force of the clan. As the clan leader, she could only punish him at most but not kill him. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Xianxia clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Then, he cupped his fists and left. Currently, he was still not Su Yan's opponent. Thus, he could not anger her in front of her. He could only wait until she enters the broken world again. Since Ning Fan insisted on entering the Misthorn broken world today, it's fine. I'll let Ning Fan and Su Yan die together. After Xianxia left, Su Yan smiled apologetically at Ning Fan. It's my fault for not being strict enough. Xianxia didn't offend fellow Taoist out of malice. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive him for my sake. Just now, when Xianmo was about to attack Ning Fan already had killing intent towards him. His aura force had yet to rise, but it already gave Su Yan an extremely dangerous feeling. Su Yan immediately realized that if Ning Fan gets angry, his strength would be even stronger than Xianmo. If the matter continues, Ning Fan would probably kill Xianmo on the spot, just like how he killed Shikuan and Mo Xiao. The reason why Su Yan punished Xianmo was actually to save him and prevent the matter from developing in a worse direction. Even if she was not on good terms with Xianmo, she was unwilling to see her clansmen get killed by Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist Zhou, don't worry. I will compensate fellow Daoist for Xianmo's offense. I will certainly satisfy you. Compensate? What kind of compensation? Ning Fan's brows loosened. He was extremely disgusted with Xianmo. If it wasn't for Su Yan, he would definitely not let him go. He had no choice. Xianmo was Su Yan's subordinate. If Ning Fan kills him, she would probably hate him for the rest of her life. Su Yan was also one of Ning Fan's devil concubines. He did not want her to hate him. After entering the broken world this time, I will look for some good devil herbs and brew devil wine for you to drink. It will be considered as compensation. I wonder if fellow Daoist is satisfied with this compensation? The wine brewed by a beauty adds fragrance to the red sleeves. I am somewhat looking forward to this compensation. Ning Fan smiled playfully while Su Yan's eyes were filled with slight displeasure. She was actually verbally teased by Ning Fan. With her identity, she could suppress countless old monsters with a wave of her hand. Who would dare to tease her? This Ning Fan was really too audacious. Asterisk swoosh asterisk Su Yan waved her palm gently. Traces of void power turned into black smoke, enveloping the two of them and bringing them a great distance away in an instant. It was a void teleportation technique that borrowed the power of the void. Only void inquiry stage-old monsters could use this technique. Its speed was much faster than the ordinary teleportation of divine transformation realm cultivators. The two of them arrived at an empty forbidden area of the Mist Horn clan. Su Yan took out the clan leader's token and gently waved it. A door of light appeared out of nowhere. Then, she handed the token to Ning Fan and gave him an enchanting smile. The token is in fellow Daoist's hand. You can enter the broken world without worry. Unless the broken world collapses, even I cannot detain fellow Daoist in the broken world. Ning Fan nodded his head and took the token. Then, he followed Su Yan into the door of light. At the next moment, the door closed. To be honest, even without the token, Ning Fan was not afraid of entering the broken world at all. First of all, Su Yan was a woman. If something happens to her, it would not be difficult for Ning Fan to capture her with his bewitching technique with his current strength. Secondly, Ning Fan was not afraid of the 15 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits inside the broken world. He might not be able to fight against 15 ferocious beasts head-on. However, with the heaven-deceiving cloak, he could turn invisible at will. With the wind mist finger, it was absolutely a piece of cake for him to tear a hole in the broken world. Most importantly, Ning Fan could see through Su Yan's true thoughts. She did not have the intention to harm him at all. After a ray of light, the two of them appeared in the Mist Horn broken world. It was a world of devil chi with dark clouds covering the sky and devil mountains stretching endlessly. Inside the broken world, there were 10,000 mountains and countless devil spirits resided there. This is the broken world of my clan, Su Yan explained with a faint smile. However, before she could finish her words, the entire Mist Horn broken world suddenly shook violently. Fissures tore through the earth and sky. Su Yan's face turned pale. She did not expect that this was actually the sign of the broken world. How could this be? That's right. How could Su Yan expect that the broken world would actually collapse just after she entered it with Ning Fan? Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. He also did not expect to encounter such an accident just after he entered the broken world. He activated the clan leader's token in his hand, but he could not leave the broken world. Even when he activated a wisp of wind mist, he could not tear a path to leave. He gave Su Yan a deep look. Su Yan immediately explained. Fellow Daoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand me. The collapse of the broken world has nothing to do with me. Really? This should just be an accident, I know. Ning Fan casually tossed the clan leader's token back to Su Yan. This token was already useless. However, the collapse of the broken world this time shouldn't be an accident. Miss Su, please take a look, Ning Fan casually pointed at the direction of the 100,000 mountains. Countless devil spirits soared into the sky and surrounded Ning Fan and Su Yan. Their auras were ferocious as if they were going to attack the two of them. A dark mass of tens of millions of devil spirits attacked without fear of death. In front of the group of devil spirits, there were 15 extremely strong auras. Each of them was at the Void Refinement Realm. Clan Leader Su, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're already here, there's no need for you to leave. Just leave your life here. The target of these devil spirits was not Ning Fan but Su Yan, 1/3, to be continued. Su Yan did not expect that the mist-horn broken world would actually collapse as soon as she entered it. Moreover, she was targeted by the killing intent of millions of devil spirits. Could it be that all the devil spirits had rebelled? She tried to activate the contract but she could not sense its existence. It seemed like the contract had been destroyed. If the contract was still there, she could execute all the rebelling devil spirits with a single thought. If the contract is destroyed, all the devil spirits would regain their freedom and would no longer listen to her orders. However, only the clan leader of the devil spirits in the mist-horn broken world could use the devil mist pawn to plant and destroy the contract. The devil spirits themselves could not violate the contract. Su Yan was not a fool. She immediately agreed with Ning Fan's deduction. The collapse of the broken world and the rebellion of the devil spirits were not an accident. Someone was plotting against her. After every devil spirit is born, they would sign a contract with the previous clan leader of the Misthorn clan. They must never violate the orders of the clan leader. These vile creatures can actually destroy the contract and rebel against me. The reason behind this is definitely not simple. All the contracts had been erased. At this critical moment, how could Su Yan not understand that a huge change had occurred in the broken world? The contracts of the devil spirits would not disappear for no reason. Who was the one who plotted against her? How did your demon spirit contract get erased? Su Yan asked with a cold expression. Her cold voice spread across 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. Hee. Who said that our contracts were destroyed? Our contracts just changed owners and we have a new owner. Now, the millions of devil spirits in the mist-horn broken world are no longer loyal to you. They are only loyal to another person. A person who can give us a future and freedom. A person who can bring glory to the Misthorn clan. More than 10 gloomy voices echoed from the distant sky. In that direction, 15 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits were approaching at an extremely fast speed. All of them locked their killing intent on Su Yan while sneering incessantly. As for Ning Fan, the 15 old monsters merely glanced at him indifferently. When they saw that he was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm junior, they no longer paid attention to him. After hearing that these devil spirits did not destroy the contract but transferred it to another member of the Misthorn clan, Su Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Could it be that the rebellion of the devil spirits this time was actually her clan members who plotted against her? Who is your new owner? It's Lord Xianxia. Since clan leader Su has come to the broken world, there's no need for you to leave. We're under General Xianxia's order to ensure that clan leader Su's life remains here. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He finally understood why Xianxia stopped him from entering the broken world. It turned out that he did not want him to interfere with the plan to kill Su Yan. Su Yan bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. She felt a chill in her heart. Although she had always been at odds with Xianxia, she still treated him as one of her own. She had always known that Xianxia was dissatisfied with her, but she had never expected that Xianxia would betray her, plot against her, and even dare to scheme against her life. Su Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with frost. She hated Xianxia's betrayal to the extreme. Xianxia? Humph. If I don't die and leave this broken world, I will make Xianxia pay the price. Haha, you'll need to be alive to leave this place. Boom. Boom. Boom, waves after waves of powerful Void Refinement Realm attacks came from all directions. The powerful waves of magic techniques tore the sky apart and blocked all of Su Yan's escape routes, leaving no gaps. Even though Su Yan had a Void Inquiry stage cultivation base and was close to breaking through to the Void Pierce stage, she was still no match for 15 Void Refinement Realm experts. Facing the attacks of 15 Void Refinement Realm experts, Su Yan showed no fear. She patted her storage pouch, preparing to take out her natal magic treasure to counterattack. However, she was shocked to find that all the magic treasures in her storage pouch were gone. When she was in seclusion before, she had given her storage pouch to a Void Glimpse stage elder, Gue Jiao, asking him to help her repair her magic treasures. After the auction, Gue Jiao had already returned the pouch to her. Now, Su Yan did not have any magic treasures with her. Naturally, it was Gue Jiao's doing. It seemed like Xianxia was not the only expert in the Mist Horn clan who rebelled this time. Gue Jiao was also involved. Without any magic treasures with her and being betrayed by her own people, Su Yan showed a helpless expression for the first time. She did not know if she could withstand the attacks of the 15 people today. Even if she could, what could she do? The broken world had already collapsed. She did not know if there was still an exit that led to the outside world. Even if there was, Su Yan would not be able to find the exit in such a short time. Even if she could withstand this attack, the 15 Void Refinement Realm experts would continue to attack her until she died, damn it. Su Yan gently opened her mouth and shot out a ray of purple light. It was a small purple copper shield with overwhelming spiritual chi. It was a mid-grade mortal void stage defensive magic treasure. It was strong enough to defend against a Void Inquiry stage attack. Before this, it was left in Su Yan's dantian to be nourished with magic power as it was not damaged. Now, it had become her last life-saving magic treasure. The small shield turned into a ray of purple light and spread out layers of purple light barriers in the sky. 15 Void Refinement Realm attacks landed on the light barriers, shattering them. The powerful collision turned into a hurricane that swept across the land of 100,000 li * 500 m per li. Crack 15 Void Refinement Realm attacks broke through the layers of defense of the small shield. In the end, they landed on the body of the shield, causing countless cracks to appear on it. Seeing that the small shield could not withstand the attacks, Su Yan gritted her teeth and detonated it with a pinch of her fingers. The self-destruction of a mid-grade mortal void stage magic treasure set off layers of fire waves. Finally, she managed to block the 15 attacks. However, Su Yan felt something sweet in her throat and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The backlash she received from the destruction of her small life shield was certainly not light. Her chi was stagnant due to her injuries. For a moment, she could only use less than 30% of her magic power. She no longer had the chance to escape. Knowing that it would be difficult for her to escape today, Su Yan's only regret was that she had implicated Ning Fan, who was an outsider. She smiled apologetically at Ning Fan. Her eyes were filled with the determination to die. As the leader of a clan, she was also considered a heroine. She was not afraid of death. Fellow Daoist Zhou, I'm sorry. This time I've implicated you. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you enter the broken world. Next, I will ignite my primordial spirit and do my best. I will certainly be able to hold them off for a while. Fellow Daoist, quickly take the token of the clan leader and escape. Perhaps you will have the chance to find an exit somewhere else in the broken world. If you activate the token, you might be able to escape. Su Yan stuffed the token of the clan leader into Ning Fan's chest. Then, she took light steps and shielded Ning Fan behind her, leaving him with only her back view. This back view was obviously delicate and weak. However, she had shouldered the fate of a clan countless times. Today, she was going to protect Ning Fan and help him escape. Ning Fan held the token. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Su Yan is a good woman. It's a pity that she will die here. All of a sudden, he took a big step forward and held her waist. Then, he teased her. Miss Su hasn't brewed the devil wine for me yet. You can't die here. How about I bring you away? *8 gigantic black fire wings suddenly appeared on Ning Fan's back. With a flap of the wings, he dashed towards a certain direction at a speed comparable to a Void Inquiry stage expert. All the devil spirit's attention was focused on Su Yan. No one paid attention to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's sudden burst of speed shocked everyone. Each of the old monsters looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. No one had expected that Ning Fan, who was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, would possess the speed of a void inquiry stage expert. What was even more unbelievable was that the speed of Ning Fan's 8 wings was slightly faster than the 7 void inquiry stage experts present. No one could actually catch up to him. Of course, the one who was the most surprised was Su Yan. She was not surprised by Ning Fan's strength. In her impression, Ning Fan should be a devil lord who would not do anything without benefits. He disliked causing trouble the most. She had clearly made a promise to give Ning Fan a chance to escape. However, a selfish person like Ning Fan actually did not run away. Instead, he dragged her along with him. This was simply illogical. Why? She seemed to be asking Ning Fan. At the same time, she was also asking herself. Her clan members had betrayed her, but Ning Fan, a stranger, did not abandon her. Why did all of this happen? You are my devil concubine. Your life and death is up to me. No one is allowed to kill you. Lead the way. Bring me to the devil mist pond. Devil concubine. How did you know? Su Yan did not understand how Ning Fan knew her identity as a devil concubine. She also did not understand how this identity was related to Ning Fan saving her. She had too many questions that she wanted to ask, but the current situation did not give her the chance to speak at all. Each of the Void Refinement Realm devil spirits revealed killing intent when they saw Ning Fan trying to take Su Yan away. Stop them. We can't let them go. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to General Xianxia. Kill. Kill them at all costs. As the leader of the Void Inquiry stage-old monsters gave the order, all the magic treasures and magic techniques of the low-grade devil spirits were directed at Ning Fan. The 15 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits did not attack. With Ning Fan's speed, he was as fast as a fly flying around randomly. It was very difficult for any of their attacks to hit him. The 15 of them worked together to open a barrier, sealing the space within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, to prevent Ning Fan from escaping using his speed. The barrier blocked Ning Fan's path of retreat. Countless low-grade devil spirits swarmed towards him from all directions like tidal waves. As soon as the low-grade devil spirits got close to Ning Fan, they self-destructed their physical bodies, trying to block Ning Fan's path without any regard for their own lives. Their fearless aura could move any cultivator. This was a crazy battle to the death. Even Su Yan was shocked by the devil spirit's decisiveness. However, Ning Fan had already gotten used to this kind of all-out slaughter. This was a battle to the death. Either you die or I die. There was no way he could be merciful. Ning Fan crazily spread out his spirit sense. His sword sense turned into countless thick inks that decorated the sky. Layers of black sword sense spread across the sky, scattering into tens of thousands of black sword lights. Just the residual waves of the sword chi were enough to kill countless low-grade devil spirits. Chi chi tens of thousands of low-grade devil spirits did not even have the chance to self-destruct. They were instantly killed by Ning Fan, turning into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ning Fan released his baleful chi without holding back. Blood and scarlet dyed the entire sky red. All the low-grade devil spirits within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, did not dare to attack Ning Fan at all. They were all paralyzed on the ground by Ning Fan's ferocious aura. Each of the divine transformation realm devil spirits blocked Ning Fan's path. To deal with these devil spirits, Ning Fan directly used his full speed. His physical body was like a cannonball, directly crashing into each of them. All the divine transformation realm devil spirits who blocked his path of retreat were smashed into minced meat. None of them survived. What? A mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator is actually this strong? The expressions of the 15 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits changed. They could already tell that even though Ning Fan had yet to reach the Void Refinement Realm, his strength was definitely not something that the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators could handle. Among the 15 of them, 5 of them stayed behind to maintain the barrier while the remaining 10 chased after Ning Fan. As long as the barrier is still there, no matter how fast Ning Fan is, he would not be able to escape. In their eyes, killing Ning Fan was only a matter of time. Young man, put down Su Yan and become my slave. Then, I can spare your life. A void refinement realm devil spirit went to the front of Ning Fan and blocked his path, looking at him with a cold smile. His name was Mugue. He was a void glimpse stage-old monster. His strength was strong and he was proud. Even though he knew that Ning Fan was strong, he did not think that Ning Fan could be a match for him. Mugue stood in front of Ning Fan alone. He did not realize how dangerous his action was at all. He controlled his magic treasure with his spirit sense. It was a devil weapon that looked like a cactus. There were countless needles on the weapon. Under Mugue's control, all the needles turned into brambles that were as thick as an arm. They grew and blocked all of Ning Fan's paths. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, acting like a senior expert. As long as Ning Fan puts down Suyen obediently, he could spare his life. Otherwise, he would definitely kill him. I'll give you half a breath to consider. Mugue threatened with a cold smile, as if he was certain that he could defeat Ning Fan. At the next moment, however, all of his smiles turned into astonishment. A towering shadow of a black dragon was thrown out from Ning Fan's single punch. All of a sudden, golden light shone around Ning Fan's body. When he threw a punch, heaven and earth trembled. Void technique, double dragon. Die. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He did not have the mood to talk nonsense with Mugue at all. Instead, he directly threw out the shadow of the black dragon. The unparalleled fist light landed on Mugue's Bramble's magic treasure, directly shattering this low-grade mortal void realm magic treasure into pieces. Mugue was terrified. He definitely could not withstand the power of that punch. Even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. Ning Fan's punch landed on his chest. As soon as the fist light dispersed, his entire physical body turned into a mist of blood. His tiny primordial spirit helplessly tried to escape. However, Ning Fan caught it and swallowed it whole, turning it into a trace of dense devil chi that flowed into his devil marks. All of the devil spirits were terrified at this moment. That punch of Ning Fan's was too powerful. Even the 7 Void Inquiry stage experts might not necessarily be able to withstand his attack without suffering any injuries. This young man is just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. However, he can kill a Void Glimpse stage expert with a single punch. This is impossible. That golden light is a phenomenon that only cultivators with the golden body refining realm can possess. Even though he hasn't truly broken through to the golden body refining realm, the power of his punch is almost not weaker than us Void Inquiry stage old monsters. Boom at the moment when those old monsters were hesitating, Ning Fan had already approached the barrier. A wisp of wind smoke circled around his finger. The purple golden wind smoke turned into a gigantic claw and tore at the barrier. All of the barriers were instantly destroyed and dispersed. What? He actually broke the barrier that we set up with our combined strength. This is absolutely impossible. The remaining 14 old monsters were once again shocked by this scene. Ning Fan's cultivation base was not high, but his means were too heaven-defying. They definitely could not underestimate him. Kill. The 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits simultaneously launched their strongest attacks. They were determined to kill Ning Fan and Su Yan. Moreover, in order to increase the speed of their magic techniques and ensure that they could hit Ning Fan, a few of them even paid the price of damaging their cultivation base to increase the power of their magic techniques. The combined power of 14 Void Refinement Realm attacks was enough to kill any Void Inquiry stage expert. Even a Void Pierce stage expert would be injured. Everyone thought that Ning Fan would die under this attack together with Su Yan. Right at this moment, lightning flashed around Ning Fan's body. He suddenly summoned the primordial lightning armor. With the golden armor covering his body and his white robe stained with blood, Ning Fan looked like a heavenly god. He turned around and looked at the 14 attacks with disdain. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Boom boom boom. The attacks landed on Ning Fan's back one after another. He forcefully withstood the attacks with his lightning armor. The 3rd grade golden armor was enough to withstand a Void Pierce stage attack. Countless cracks appeared on his lightning armor, but it did not break. Instead, it withstood the combined attacks of the 14 old monsters. The moment he left the barrier, he summoned the heaven-deceiving cloak and disappeared from the sight of those old monsters. Even with the strength of the 14 Void Refinement Realm old monsters, none of them could see through Ning Fan's concealment. All the devil spirits were dumbfounded. Ning Fan had managed to break through the encirclement of 10 million devil spirits all by himself without suffering any injuries. On the other hand, the devil spirits had lost a void glimpse stage-old monster. As soon as they thought of this, the eyes of all the Void Refinement Realm devil spirits turned red. Investigate. This man certainly hasn't left the broken world. Find out his whereabouts, and tear him into pieces. This man must not be left alive. Su Yan must die. February 3rd, to be continued. Countless devil spirits searched every inch of the 100,000 mountains, but they could not find Ning Fan's whereabouts at all. The only thing they could be sure of was that Ning Fan had not left the Mist Horn Broken World. The collapse of the Mist Horn Broken World was planned by Xianxia. All the spaces in the broken world had already collapsed. Only a few hidden places had void passageways that led to the outside world. These passageways were only known to the 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits called Xianxia, who had the highest cultivation base among them. Xianxia was responsible for destroying the broken world. When he destroyed this small kiliacosm, he secretly left a few passageways that led to the outside world. He did not want to be trapped in this broken world forever after killing Su Yan. If he had the chance, he still wanted to leave the broken world and get rid of his identity as a devil spirit. He wanted to be a Void Refinement Realm old monster in the outside world and no longer be a slave to anyone. The 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits were eager to kill Ning Fan to vent their anger. At the same time, they were shocked by Ning Fan's strength that could instantly kill a Void Glimpse stage expert. In the process of searching for Ning Fan, even Void Inquiry stage-old monsters did not dare to act alone as they were afraid that they would be killed by Ning Fan, who was hiding somewhere. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's heaven-deceiving cloak was too powerful. It was impossible for them to find him. Ning Fan, who was invisible, hugged Su Yan and flew towards the Devil Mist Pond. Of course, the reason why he was heading to the Devil Mist Pond now was not for the pond itself but for the fourth slate that was sealed near it. Now that they were trapped in the broken world and could not leave for the time being, Ning Fan might as well find the slate first and then look for a way to leave the broken world. As long as he finds the slate, he would certainly be able to attain the Golden Body Refining Realm. He believed that with the strength of his Golden Body Refining Realm, it would not be a problem for him to kill these devil spirits. By then, after killing all 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits and searching their souls and memories, he would most likely be able to find a way to leave. Unfortunately, after arriving at the Devil Mist Pond, Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense but could not find where the slate was hidden. He probably had to ask Su Yan about it. Su Yan did not know what Ning Fan was thinking. She just thought that Ning Fan was heading to the Devil Mist Pond in a hurry to cut off the connection between their minds. This made her rather speechless. Currently, millions of devil spirits were searching for her and Ning Fan, but Ning Fan still had the leisure to cut off the connection between their minds. Even though their original purpose of entering the broken world was to cut off the connection between their minds, Su Yan was saved by Ning Fan when she was in despair. Other than feeling sentimental, her thoughts changed a little. If it was the old Su Yan, she would not have liked to communicate with anyone. Today, however, she was no longer as repulsive to the telepathic connection between them as before. Under her guidance, Ning Fan arrived at a gigantic black lake in just half a day's time. The Black Lake covered an area of tens of thousands of hectares. It was the Demon Mist Pond that Su Yan had mentioned. Demonic chi rose from the pond and a black fog covered the sky. Su Yan needed to borrow the pure and vast demon chi in this place to form a contract with the other demon spirits as the patriarch. However, when they arrived at the Devil Mist Pool, Su Yan discovered to her surprise that the demon chi in the Devil Mist Pool had strangely decreased by a third. Beside the pool, there were traces left behind by a large-scale formation. The traces were still very fresh. When Su Yan looked at the formation, she found it vaguely familiar. It seemed to be an ancient formation that had been lost in the Misthorn clan. Its effect was to transfer the devil spirit contract. Within the formation, Shimo's dense chi was left behind. This formation was most likely set up by Xianxia. With the help of this formation, Xianxia transferred the contracts that Su Yan had signed with the other demon spirits to him. However, what Su Yan could not understand was how Xianxia entered the Mist Horn Broken World. Unless one possessed the Patriarch token, one would not be able to enter the Mist-Horn Broken World. How did Xianxia enter? The Patriarch token was clearly in my hands. Su Yan sighed softly. What was the point of investigating this matter now? What had already happened. Is there more than one Patriarch token in the Mist-Horn clan? Ning Fan suddenly asked. When the Patriarch of the Mist-Horn clan takes over the position of the Patriarch, they would go to the ancestral temple and kowtow to the statue of the ancestor to be granted the Patriarch token. Strictly speaking, every Patriarch has their own Patriarch token. Normally, the next Patriarch will only be elected when the Patriarch of each generation dies. Once the Patriarch dies, his identity Patriarch token will automatically be destroyed. In the history of our Mist-Horn clan, only the Patriarch token of the previous Patriarch is still preserved. He committed some grave mistakes and was stripped of his position as the Patriarch and imprisoned in the clan. Of course, it was just a nominal imprisonment. Other than being forbidden from leaving the clan, he could still obtain cultivation resources that were equivalent to his cultivation base. Once the clan needs his help, he would even make up for his mistakes by performing meritorious deeds. For example, the previous Patriarch personally went to the Six-Winged clan to participate in the fight for the Six-Winged Slate. His Patriarch token was not destroyed, but he claimed that it had been stolen by someone 1,000 years ago. Wait. You mean? When Su Yan answered Ning Fan's question, she suddenly understood the meaning behind his words. Ning Fan suspected that Xianxia had used the Patriarch token of the previous Patriarch to enter the Broken World. Perhaps it was the Patriarch token that was stolen by Xianxia. Or maybe it was given by the previous Patriarch. In short, Xianxia already had the intention to betray the clan 1,000 years ago. He had gotten his hands on this Patriarch token and sneaked into the Mist-Horn Broken World countless times to set up a huge trap. He had been patiently waiting until he broke through to the Void Inquiry stage before carrying out his plan of betrayal and killing Su Yan. Yes. It must be like that. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why Xianxia could enter the Broken World to set up a trap. Su Yan nodded her head. Most of her guesses were close to the truth. However, now that things had come to this stage, what could she do even if she knew the truth? During their escape, she had taken Ning Fan's medicine to stabilize her injuries and her qi had returned to normal. At this moment, she was nestling in Ning Fan's arms. Her plump breasts were pressed against Ning Fan's chest. Her soft and tender flesh was rubbing against his clothes. This posture made Su Yan feel uncomfortable. She left Ning Fan's embrace without leaving a trace and stared at the Devil Mist Pond with a complicated expression. Fellow Daoist Zhou, do you think that Su Yan's life is a failure? This subordinate has been plotting a rebellion since 1,000 years ago, but Su Yan never found out about it. Moreover, she even caused fellow Daoist Zhou and me to be trapped in the Broken World. Su Yan did not address herself as a concubine. Instead, she used her maiden name. Unknowingly, she became slightly closer to Ning Fan. Do you want me to comfort you? Ning Fan raised his eyelids and looked at Su Yan with a playful expression. I don't want to. Su Yan's cheeks turned slightly red. She did not dare to hope that Ning Fan would comfort her. After all, she was nobody to Ning Fan. The atmosphere was a little strange. Su Yan had to change the topic subtly. We've arrived at the Devil Mist Pond. Has fellow Daoist Zhou really decided to cut off the spiritual connection with me? Are you reluctant to do so? Ning Fan teased her again. No. I just want to confirm it. If fellow Daoist Zhou really decides to do so, I will immediately go and set up a grand formation. The secret formation of the Mist-Horn clan and the pure devil chi of the Devil Mist Pond should be enough to erase the spiritual connection between us. Su Yan rolled her eyes at Ning Fan grumpily. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with annoyance. Both of them carried an indescribable charm. Her bewitching aura could charm all living beings in the world, causing Ning Fan's heart to tremble. Su Yan was a mature and beautiful woman. Her words and actions were not as charming as Fan Qi, Wind Maiden, and Tea Maiden. However, Su Yan had a unique charm in her bones. Her eyes were as seductive as an enchantress. She was really a demoness. If it wasn't because their relationship was still shallow, Ning Fan really wanted to tease her by calling her Su Yao. Bewitching woman. Miss Su, you seem to have misunderstood me. I don't want to cut off the spiritual connection with you. You are my devil concubine. It's very normal for there to be some spiritual connection between a master and a devil concubine. Ning Fan's words made Su Yan's brows loosen. From the bottom of her heart, she was also a little reluctant to cut off the spiritual connection with Ning Fan. However, when she heard Ning Fan claiming to be her master, her almond-shaped eyes twitched. She was a little displeased. Su Yan is indeed the devil concubine of the Mist Horn clan. But since when did you become my master? Why don't I know about it? Are you teasing me again? I'm just stating the truth. You will understand in the future. Let's change the topic. The reason why I came to the Devil Mist Pond is actually to obtain the Devil statue slate that is sealed nearby. How do you know that the slate of my clan is sealed near the pond? Su Yan was a little surprised. This was a secret of the Mist Horn clan. How did Ning Fan know about it? I have my own methods. Let's make a deal. You let me have a look at the Devil statue slate and I will help you escape from this broken world and kill Xianxia. What do you think? A deal? Su Yan remained silent. Even though the Devil statue slate was precious, the Mist Horn clan could not decipher the scripture on it. Thus, it was useless to her. If she just wanted to let Ning Fan have a look at it, it did not seem like a big deal. She just needed to take a look at the slate in exchange for his help in getting her out of this broken world. It seemed like she would not lose anything. I promise you. However, I won't trouble fellow Daoist Zhou to deal with the rebellion in my clan. If we can leave this broken world, I, Su Yan, am confident that I can still handle a mere Xianxia if Xianxia, Gui Jiao and the previous clan leader all rebel. Can you really handle them? If the entire clan revolts, can you still handle them? Let's talk about it later. I will bring you to get the slate. Su Yan fell into silence. If all the Void Refinement Realm experts in her clan joined the rebellion, she really would not be able to handle 2 Void Inquiry stage experts and 1 Void Glimpse stage expert. However, she did not want to owe Ning Fan too much. She could not bring herself to ask Ning Fan for help. We'll talk about it later. Who knows if they can leave this broken world? The stone slab was sealed in a hidden ancient formation. That ancient formation was located 1 million li * 500 m per li, to the west of the Devil Mist Pond. The grade of the formation was quite high. It was set up by an ancient pill master of the Mist Horn clan. With Su Yan leading the way and opening the formation, Ning Fan effortlessly stood in front of the slate. You saved my life before. Even if you want to take the slate away, I can also help you hide it. Su Yan did not believe that Ning Fan would be satisfied just by looking at the slate. The Devil statue slate was a supreme treasure. No one could decipher its secrets. However, experts at the level of King Lan Ling were already fighting for it. It was normal for Ning Fan to want to take the slate away. Su Yan was a person who knew how to repay kindness. If Ning Fan really wants to take the slate away, she was willing to help him hide it. I really don't need to take it away. Ning Fan squatted down. He did not remove the seal on the slate. Instead, he placed his palm on the slate through the seal. His eyes lingered on the devil scripture on the slate. He memorized all the correct characters and the 4th trace of devil chi was also absorbed into the devil marks on his back. The devil scripture on the 4th slate had completed all the incantations, cultivation routes and secret techniques of the ancestral talisman blood refinement technique. The 4th trace of devil chi resonated with the other 3 traces of devil chi in Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan felt as if the devil marks on his back were burning up, burning away all the devil chi in his body. Each trace of devil chi was the cultivation base of the devil Dao that Ning Fan had cultivated. How could he simply waste it? He held Su Yan in his arms and turned into a ray of light that shot into the massive Devil Mist Pond. He gulped down the pure devil chi in the water, replacing the devil chi in his body to burn the devil marks. Gradually, the burning of the devil marks stopped and everything became quiet. At the next moment, a terrifying devil might spread out from Ning Fan's body. It rushed out of the Devil Mist Pond and swept across the entire small kiliacosm. In the sky above where Ning Fan was, the devil mist in the sky dispersed. The sky began to crack unstoppably. Strange black blood oozed out from the cracks. It was filled with dense devil chi. It was the strange phenomenon of devil blood dyeing the blue sky. It had only appeared when the 4 devil slates appeared. This strange phenomenon was triggered by Ning Fan's body. It carried his chi. Ning Fan knew that his devil marks were close to advancing to the next level. However, he did not expect that gathering 4 traces of devil chi would trigger the strange phenomenon of devil blood dyeing the blue sky. As soon as the strange phenomenon appeared, wherever Ning Fan went, the sky would split with blood. Even the heaven-deceiving cloak could not conceal the strange phenomenon. Even if he hid in the Xianxia world or the profounding world, he would not be able to conceal the strange phenomenon. Not only that, at this moment, Ning Fan only felt that his blood was burning and his chi was in a mess. He could not even display 1/10 of his strength. It was not the time for him to fight against others at all. In the mist-horn broken world, all the devil spirits saw the strange phenomenon of devil blood dyeing the blue sky. From the chi of the phenomenon, they could tell that it was Ning Fan who triggered it. All of the experts swarmed towards the devil mist pond. Even if Ning Fan turned invisible and hid himself, they would not be able to find his true body. However, they would know that he was hiding deep at the bottom of the pond. Devil blood dyeing the blue sky. Why did you trigger this phenomenon? What did you do to the devil statue slate? You. Su Yan had too many questions that she wanted to ask Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan's devil marks were currently on the verge of advancing to the next level. He was trying his best to suppress the devil chi in his body. Thus, he did not have the time to converse with Su Yan. In the distance, countless powerful chi that was filled with devil chi were approaching Ning Fan's direction. Among them, 14 traces of powerful void refinement realm chi were chasing after Ning Fan in a frenzy. Each of the void refinement realm devil spirits roared furiously and locked onto the devil mist pond with their spirit sense. Junior, even though I don't understand how you caused such a shocking phenomenon of the heavens and the earth, with this phenomenon here, I'll still be able to find your location even if you flee to the ends of the world, and I'll know your whereabouts. Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's charge at him together and kill him and Su Yan. Then, we will complete General Shimo's mission. A mere half-step void refinement realm junior dares to provoke us? He's just seeking his own death. Now, he can't even use 1/10 of his strength. It's the best time to kill him. Everyone, pay attention. This young man's speed is extraordinary and his invisibility is heaven-defying. His combat strength is also comparable to a void inquiry stage expert. If we want to capture him, we must first set up barriers that can break his invisibility and slow down his speed. Let's see what other methods he has to resist us by setting up 14 layers of barriers. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. The 14 void refinement realm devil spirits caught up to him very quickly. They tacitly set up 14 layers of barriers around the devil mist pond, blocking Ning Fan's escape route. Inside the barriers, Ning Fan's speed was greatly reduced and he could not summon his heaven-deceiving cloak. The 14 void refinement realm devil spirits looked at Ning Fan, whose combat strength had been greatly reduced as his abilities had lost their effectiveness, as if they were looking at a dead man. Tens of thousands of devil spirits surrounded Ning Fan like tidal waves. What should we do? Su Yan sighed softly. Now that Ning Fan had displayed the phenomenon, his strength was greatly reduced and he was surrounded by the enemies. The odds were against him. It doesn't matter. Follow me. Ning Fan wrapped his arm around Su Yan's slender waist and glanced at the devil spirits disdainfully. Then, he went into the Xianxia world. He did not hide or run away. He just wanted to advance his devil marks in the Xianxia world. Once his devil marks advanced to the next level, he would be able to defeat all the devil spirits. What? Why did he run away again? How is this possible? No. He didn't run away. Everyone, look. The location of the phenomenon he triggered did not change. He is still hiding here. He didn't conceal himself. He must have hidden in some heavenly dwelling space. Damn it. If he hides in a heavenly dwelling space, are we supposed to wait for him outside? Let's destroy his heavenly dwelling space together. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. The combined attacks of the 14 void refinement realm old monsters split the water of the devil mist pond into 2 halves. However, they did not notice that there was a heavenly dwelling at the bottom of the pond that had been destroyed. Even if Ning Fan really hides in a heavenly dwelling space, he should have been blasted out of it. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had hidden in a small kiliacosm which was of a higher level than a heavenly dwelling space. The joint attacks of the 14 old monsters could not blast him out. Damn it! He didn't hide in a heavenly dwelling space but a small kiliacosm. He actually has a small kiliacosm with him. I miscalculated. I didn't expect this brat to have a small kiliacosm. If he doesn't come out, we can only continue waiting here. The most despicable thing is that he even brought Su Yan into his small kiliacosm. If we can't enter his small kiliacosm and kill Su Yan, how are we going to report to General Xiamo? Shameless. How shameless. Hiding in a small kiliacosm when he can't defeat us is really too shameless. Each of the Void Refinement Realm devil spirits began to curse anxiously. Unfortunately, it seemed like the shameless one was not Ning Fan but these Void Refinement Realm old monsters. 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits led 10 million troops to besiege a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Was this not considered shameless? 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits only dared to attack Ning Fan when his strength was greatly reduced. Was this not considered shameless? 10 million devil spirits arrived one after another and surrounded the Devil Mist Pond. The 14 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits were helpless. They could only wait for Ning Fan to show himself. Perhaps Ning Fan would hide in the Xianxia world for the rest of his life. Perhaps they would never be able to wait for him to come out. However, they still had to wait. As long as Ning Fan comes out, they were confident that they could make him die a graveless death. We will just wait here. Also, inform General Xiamo that Su Yan is already dead. Xianxia ordered. What? Are we going to lie to General Xiamo? Su Yan is obviously not dead yet. What else can we do? Who wants Su Yan to enter his small kiliacosm? Who can kill her? Don't tell me you want to tell General Xiamo the truth and let him know that the 15 of us Void Refinement Realm devil spirits failed to kill 2 people and even lost one of them? But, don't worry. We will just wait here. I don't believe that Su Yan and her little lover won't come out for the rest of their lives. Xianxia's eyes turned grim. He ordered his men to build devil cities near the Devil Mist Pond. They were actually going to set up camp here. This group of old fools is really shameless. March 3rd, to be continued. A ray of light flashed and Ning Fan and Su Yan appeared in the Xianxia world. Ning Fan was trying his best to stabilize the devil chi in his body. Su Yan, on the other hand, was looking at the green coffin in front of her. She was slightly surprised. Medicine shop? Green coffin? Who was sleeping in this coffin? She wanted to ask him about it but he did not have the intention to answer her at all. He directly pulled her towards the dark golden pagoda in the distance. The reason why I brought you into this world is just to hide from her for a while. You are not allowed to disturb her slumber. Ning Fan's tone was flat but it left no room for refusal. Oh. Su Yan nodded, becoming more and more curious about the person sleeping in the coffin, but tactfully no longer asked. At the mention of the green coffin, Ning Fan's expression became serious. He no longer had the intention to tease her. Su Yan had the sixth sense of a woman. She could vaguely guess from Ning Fan's expression that the person in the coffin was a woman, and that woman was very important to Ning Fan. He cares so much about her. Is she his woman? Su Yan didn't even notice that when he was thinking about it, he looked a little envious of Mu Weiliang. The two of them directly entered the dark golden pagoda. At the moment they entered the pagoda, Ning Fan sealed the door of the pagoda to prevent Su Yan from running around in the Xianxia world and causing unnecessary trouble. This dark gold pagoda is a time cultivation magic treasure. At most, you can go up to the 4th floor and heal and cultivate at 1/16 of the time flow. Above the 5th floor, without my permission, you can't go up. Even if you go up, you won't be able to enjoy any time of cultivation. I want to go up to the 4th floor and above to solve the problem with my body. Once I've dealt with my physical problems, I'll take you out of this world. Wait for me here. As soon as he finished speaking, he left some pills for Su Yan and ascended to the 5th floor alone. A time cultivation magic treasure? I heard that some time ago, the Prince of Lanling had a conflict with the Ghost Eye clan. The Ghost Eye clan's slate and devil concubine were taken away, countless immortal jades and spirit herbs were lost, and one of the time cultivation pagoda of the Prince of Lanling was also lost. Could it be, this is the pagoda? Su Yan was greatly surprised. She guessed inwardly. Could it be that King Lanling and the Ghost Eye clan are fighting to the death because of Ning Fan? She had too many questions that she wanted to ask him. There were too many mysteries about him. The closer she got to him, the more she could not understand his true thoughts. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Now that she knew so many of Ning Fan's secrets, it would be very difficult for her to draw a clear line between them. According to the habits of devil cultivators, if someone found out about their secret, they would either search their soul and memories, kill them, plant a restriction on them and seal their mouth. I wonder how he is going to deal with me. Given the strength and means he displayed, he was able to escape from the hands of 15 Void Refinement Realm experts with ease. I am definitely not a match for him. Moreover, he has saved my life before. Even if he wants to plant a restriction on me and make me his slave, it would also be reasonable. He kept saying that I am his devil concubine and he is my master. In that case, he has long regarded me as one of his own, huh? It's just that I'm a dignified clan leader. Do I really have to become his devil concubine? I can't put down my face. Su Yan's thoughts became more and more complicated. She didn't like to be under others, but Ning Fan seemed to have become an exception. Too many things had happened today, causing her to feel uneasy. When she thought about how Ning Fan had triggered the heaven-shaking phenomenon and how unstable his physical condition was, she became a little worried about him again. Whether the rebellion is quelled or not, whether I can take my revenge or not, the Mist Horn clan can no longer make me willingly give up everything to protect it. When I gave up everything for the Mist Horn clan, it was my clansman who betrayed me. When I was on the verge of death, he was the one who saved me. If he can get through this calamity safely, what's the harm in me losing my face and becoming his devil concubine? I hope he'll be fine. On the 7th floor of the Dark Golden Pagoda, the flow of time in the outside world was 1/128 of the speed of time. Ning Fan's devil marks were on the verge of advancing to the next level. As the fourth trace of devil chi entered his body bit by bit, his devil marks began to undergo a qualitative change. A vast aura force was faintly discernible inside Ning Fan's body. Emo Luo's blood was boiling inside his dantian. I want to break through to the golden body refining realm. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. It was an aura force that would never turn back once he made up his mind. At the same time, in the Devil World, the strongest world in the 9 worlds, a grand meeting was being held in the Ghost Palace. There were 1 sovereign of the Rain World, 3 sovereigns of the Sword World and 9 sovereigns of the Devil World. In the Devil World, there were 9 great devil sovereigns and also 9 great devil palaces which were similar to the Rain Palace. However, the strength of each of the palaces was incomparable to the Rain Palace. The Ghost Palace was one of the palaces and the Ghost Sovereign was one of the 9 sovereigns of the Devil World. In the extreme ghost country where the Ghost Palace was located, a grand meeting was being held. All the outstanding geniuses of the Devil World were trying to awaken their ancient devil bloodline in the extreme ghost country. The host of the event was the Ghost Sovereign. However, the other 8 devil sovereigns all came to the Ghost Palace to attend the event, including Moksha Sovereign. Other than the 9 devil sovereigns, countless forces in the Devil World also sent their people to the event in an attempt to recruit outstanding devil cultivators. The purpose of this grand meeting was to find devil cultivators whose devil bloodline was at the remnant grade and above. The cultivation system of the ancient devil race had already declined a long time ago. Unlike the demon race, they did not have a strict clan system. Bloodlines were the hardest to maintain. However, in the long river of time, there would occasionally be a few outstanding individuals who accidentally awakened the remnant grade or even the true grade of the ancient devil bloodline. The ancient devil bloodline was the same as the demon bloodline. It was divided into 5 grades: human devil with mortal blood, profound devil with remnant blood, true devil with true blood, king devil with king blood and ancestral devil with ancestral blood. Strictly speaking, the bloodline of all devil cultivators who practiced devil cultivation techniques could be classified as a human devil. They were all of ordinary bloodline. Once some outstanding devil cultivators awakened the remnant-grade devil bloodline in this grand meeting, they would be recruited by the major forces. If someone awakened the true grade devil bloodline, they would be taken in as a disciple by the 9 great devil sovereigns and be taught the ultimate techniques of their lifetime. This was because the 9 great devil sovereigns were all true grade devil cultivators. Moksha sovereign's devil bloodline had the highest potential. He was the devil cultivator whose bloodline was closest to the royal bloodline in the lower world. Because of this, he was favored by many great devils in the upper world. In the demon race, the true grade might not be that rare. However, in the devil race which had lost their bloodline, every possessor of the true grade bloodline would become a famous figure in the future. In the devil world and the lower world, there would only be one remnant grade devil cultivator among 1,000,000 devil cultivators. And only one among 1,000,000 remnant grade devil cultivators would be lucky enough to advance to the true grade. In the upper world of the devil world, the 9 great ancient devil abyss, true grade devil cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. As for devil cultivators with royal bloodline, they would definitely become world-shaking devils after tens of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. To the devil world and the lower world, royal bloodline was an unattainable dream. To the 9 devil sovereigns, it was a great fortune to recruit a true grade disciple. Hence, it was worth it to nurture them with all their might. To recruit a remnant grade devil cultivator was also a wonderful thing as it could provide fresh blood for the various sovereigns. The blood codex is held once every 100 years. I wonder how many true grade devil cultivators will appear in this blood codex. I'm really looking forward to it. A devil sovereign with a ghostly aura said with an evil smile. He was the organizer of the blood codex, Ghost Sovereign. How many? Ghost Sovereign really likes to joke. The devil world and the lower world is not the devil abyss in the upper world. We don't have such a deep foundation. It's already very rare to have one true grade cultivator in 100 years. Another devil sovereign in blood armor shook his head disapprovingly. He was one of the 9 sovereigns, blood sovereign. Moksha sovereign kept his eyes closed and didn't say a word. The injuries he suffered in the past had already healed. With the help of the Nirvana devil veins, his cultivation base had improved a lot. He wasn't the strongest among the 9 sovereigns, but he was the one with the highest potential. He had his own pride. The young man who disobeyed him in 7 Apricot City in the past had already been forgotten by him. He felt that it was not worth mentioning. The only thing that was still fresh in his memory was that day when the young man was holding a sword sheath. It was just a trace of ancient sword chi, but it could actually injure him. That sword chi had a great origin. After Moksha Sovereign's investigation, he found out that it was the sword chi left behind by the sword ancestor of the sword world. The sword ancestor was a heaven-shaking figure. The power of the ancient sword chi he left behind was equivalent to a strike from Moksha Sovereign. When it fell into Ning Fan's hands, it displayed heaven-defying power. Moksha Sovereign found it hard to imagine why a harmonious spirit realm young man like Ning Fan would have such a precious protective sword chi. Who gave that sword chi to Ning Fan? It can't be given by the old devil. The old devil's storage pouch had long been lost in the upper world. He didn't bring any treasures from the upper world. Could it be given by the sword world? However, even the 3 sovereigns of the sword world would certainly regard this sword chi as a supreme treasure. It was impossible for them to give it away. This question had troubled Moksha Sovereign for countless years. The reason why he did not kill the old devil and Ning Fan on the spot was not only because he was ordered by the White Devil sect to let the old devil live, but also because he was afraid of the mastermind behind the sword sheath. Even in his dreams, Moksha Sovereign would never imagine that the sword sheath was given to Ning Fan by the little demoness of the Godly Void Pavilion on purpose. With the background of her Godly Void Pavilion, it was not too difficult for her to obtain such precious sword chi. Neither Moksha Sovereign nor Ning Fan knew that the little demoness had good intentions behind the sword sheath. She had already predicted that Moksha Sovereign would come after Ning Fan concocted the pill and the old devil recovered from his injuries. Thus, she used a trace of ancient sword chi and borrowed Ning Fan's hand to intimidate Moksha Sovereign. Moksha Sovereign had already forgotten what happened in the past. The current him only wanted to break through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm as soon as possible. He did not care about anything else, including the so-called blood ceremony. At the venue of the blood ceremony, there were 9 gigantic devil statues that were worshipped by countless devil cultivators. They were the statues of the 9 great devil ancestors that were passed down from generation to generation. They were used to awaken the ancient devil bloodline for devil cultivators. At a certain moment, the 9 devil statues suddenly shook slightly and temporarily lost the ability to awaken the devil bloodline. As for the vast sky above the extreme ghost country, the sky suddenly cracked and a thick black liquid flowed out from it. It looked like black blood. All of a sudden, countless devil cultivators were shocked. The entire blood ceremony was forced to stop. Countless gold core realm and nascent soul realm cultivators looked at the sky in confusion. Countless divine transformation realm and void refinement realm old monsters raised their heads to look at the sky, vaguely guessing what was happening. However, they were so shocked that they could not speak a word. The 9 great devil sovereigns suddenly stood up. Even Moksha sovereign widened his eyes and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky with disbelief. The blue sky is dyed with devil blood. Moksha sovereign could not help but be shocked. The phenomenon of the blue sky being dyed with devil blood rarely appeared. In the history of the devil race, every time such a phenomenon appeared, it must mean that something major had happened. When the phenomenon of the blue sky being dyed with devil blood appeared in front of the ancestral statues of the 9 great devil ancestors in the lower world, it had another meaning. This meaning was only known to the 9 sovereigns. In the 9 worlds of the lower world, there was a devil race with royal bloodline who was about to awaken their bloodline. Impossible. A mere lower world actually gave birth to a royal devil with royal bloodline. How is this possible? Blood Sovereign was shocked. Who is it? I must find this person and take him as my disciple. Ghost Sovereign was extremely excited. Everyone was guessing where and what kind of person was about to awaken the royal bloodline, whether he would succeed or fail. At this moment, in the strange phenomenon of the blue sky being dyed with devil blood, a huge shadow of a white-robed young man suddenly appeared. Only the back of the young man could be seen. His face could not be seen clearly. This figure made countless devil cultivators feel regretful. They could not figure out who this person was. However, this figure gave Moksha Sovereign an extremely strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Moksha Sovereign felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. He had cultivated the devil path for countless years and rarely had such a feeling of palpitation. He did not have the intention to find this person and take him as his disciple. In his heart, there was only a growing sense of uneasiness. This person. Who is he? I must have seen him somewhere before. Inadvertently, Moksha Sovereign's mind suddenly recalled a small matter. It was when he was punishing some ants in 7 Apricot City. Among those ants, there seemed to be a young man whose back was very similar to this white-robed young man. No, it can't be him. I won't even remember the name of that kind of ant, Moksha Sovereign sneered disdainfully. He sat back on his seat and closed his eyes to rest. That ant was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. If it wasn't for the ancient sword chi, Moksha Sovereign would not even bother to keep a trace of his memory. Those below the void fragmentation realm are all ants. That harmonious spirit junior will never be able to touch the corner of my clothes in his lifetime. He is not worth mentioning. Moreover, the appearance of this strange phenomenon only means that there might be a royal devil with royal bloodline in the 9 worlds. It doesn't mean that he will succeed. How rare are royal devils? How could they be born in the 9 worlds of the lower world? While Moksha Sovereign was talking to himself, the strange phenomenon of the blue sky being dyed with devil blood became more and more intense. It indicated that the devil cultivator who was breaking through to the royal bloodline was not far from success. Moksha Sovereign's eyes turned gloomy. He was the emperor with the number 1 bloodline in the lower world. If there was a devil cultivator who broke through to the royal bloodline in the lower world, didn't it mean that the person's bloodline had surpassed his? This person will never succeed. Moksha Sovereign's face turned ashen. He would not allow his position as the number 1 bloodline to be shaken. Boom. Under the blue sky, the strange phenomenon suddenly became more intense. All the black blood that came out from the blue sky converged into the white-robed shadow, causing the aura force of the white-robed young man to increase greatly. His devil aura was shocking. Countless devil cultivators felt a trace of deterrence from their bloodline from the shadow. Even the 9 emperors of the devil world felt that their bloodline was inferior. A ray of black light rushed out from the shadow of the white-robed young man. In an instant, the entire devil world was shaken. Above the sky, the sound of ancient devil scriptures chanting resounded. Countless devil cultivators exclaimed at this moment. Royal bloodline. This person has succeeded in breaking through to the royal bloodline. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Moksha Sovereign suddenly smashed the jade table and stood up in disbelief. A trace of unwillingness rose in his heart. There was actually someone in the lower world with a devil bloodline that surpassed his. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? This person is definitely not a devil cultivator in the lower world. He must be a devil from the upper world who came to the lower world to awaken his bloodline. Yes, it must be so. I will never believe that there is someone in the lower world with a devil bloodline that is above me. Ning Fan did not know how unwilling Moksha Sovereign was after the unusual phenomenon he caused spread to the devil world. At this moment, he was gradually refining the 4th trace of devil chi. His entire body was enveloped in golden light. He could attempt to break through to the golden body refining realm at any time. The devil marks on his back had completely advanced to the martial rank. It had 4 patterns which were giant devil, 6 wings, mist horn and ghost eye. Martial rank devil marks, Mo Luo devil marks. At the moment when his devil marks advanced to the martial rank, Ning Fan felt his bloodline burning. His devil bloodline had advanced to the 4th grade, King Devil bloodline. He did not know what kind of uproar he had caused when he attained the King Devil bloodline and became a King Devil bloodline. Ning Fan's mind was fully focused on breaking through to the golden body refining realm. He understood that Mo Luo devil marks alone were not enough. At the end of the day, devil marks and the art of engraving devil marks were just to imitate the ancient devil ancestral talismans. Nowadays, even if there were some devil cultivators who possessed remnant or true blood, none of them could be called ancient devils because they did not have devil talismans. As for ancestral talismans, they were the peak devil talismans that stood above all other devil talismans. Before I break through to the golden body refining realm, I must use the ancestral talisman blood refinement technique to cultivate Mo Luo devil marks into Mo Luo ancestral talisman. I will use the power of the ancestral talisman to refine Mo Luo's blood and use countless pills and heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures to build up my great Tao to the golden body refining realm. Moreover, this time, not only do I want to break through to the golden body refining realm, but I also want to use the power of the ancestral talisman to step onto the path of ancient devil cultivation and become an ancient devil. Since I, Ning Fan, am going to cultivate the devil path, I will become the strongest devil under the heavens. Before me, no devils can exist. After me, no devils can be born. If I want devils to be destroyed, the heavens must not exist. If I want devils to be born, the heavens must not exist. Refine. Ning Fan's hand seal suddenly changed. His mouth kept chanting the devil scripture on the 4 devil slates. All of a sudden, the 4 symbols devil marks on his back seemed to have come alive. They began to wriggle on Ning Fan's body. A round hole had already appeared on Ning Fan's chest. The wound was horrifying but no blood flowed out from it. That hole became bigger and bigger as if it was going to tear Ning Fan apart completely. An extremely thirsty and bloodthirsty feeling flowed out from Ning Fan's body, making his eyes turn blood red. Blood. I am an ancient devil. Only blood can fill up the hole in my physical body and retrieve the lost glory of the devil race. I want blood. Give me blood. Ning Fan's eyes turned blood red. The moment he uttered those words, the strange phenomenon of devil blood dyeing the blue sky became unprecedentedly intense. Countless amounts of black blood emerged from the sky and turned into devil chi, flowing into Ning Fan's body. It looked extremely strange. At the center of Ning Fan's right palm, a strange dark golden talisman formed a gigantic vortex. As it condensed bit by bit, it gave off energy waves that became stronger and stronger. The ancestral devil talisman, 1/2, to be continued. The demonic blood dyed the blue sky, tearing apart the heavens and plundering the blood of the heavens. The black blood turned into black chi and seeped into Ning Fan's body. The golden black devil talisman in his palm emitted rays of dazzling black light. The palm-sized devil talisman had black shadows of devil mountains dancing on it. The diagram of the devil talisman finally condensed into an ancient talisman with the diagram of a devil mountain, emitting an ancient aura. One of the 9 great ancestral symbols, the Mara ancestral symbol. With a thought, the ancestral talisman seeped into Ningfan's skin and went into his body. With a thought, he summoned the ancestral talisman again. The chanting of the devil scripture gradually stopped in Ningfan's ears. His eyes were blank as he stared at the devil talisman, which was still warm on his palm. Some incomplete memories gradually appeared in his sea of consciousness. They were the memories that he obtained from the heavenly blood. The 9 great demon ancestors possessed 9 great ancestral talismans, and they controlled the power of the 9 luminaries in the world. The Amo Luo ancestral talisman that he condensed was the Amo Luo ancestral talisman. It controlled the power of Earth. The power of Earth was known for its heaven-defying defense. If one used the Amo Luo ancestral talisman to refine demonic blood and cultivate demonic arts, the growth of one's physical defense would far surpass that of a body cultivator of the same level. This ancestral talisman was Ningfan's natal devil talisman. To the ancient demons, the devil sign was a prerequisite to cultivating the ancient demon body technique. The physical divine powers of the ancient demons were far more powerful than the physical divine powers of the current era. They were called devil martial arts. The execution of the devil martial body technique did not consume magic power, but the ancient devil bloodline essence chi. A truly powerful ancient devil could suppress mountains and rivers with just a wisp of his essence energy. Using essence chi to display the devil martial body technique, the power was terrifying. Ordinary demons couldn't cultivate essence chi. Only ancient demons with devil talismans could refine the medicinal power of natural treasures into essence chi and store it in their bodies. The divine race cultivated magical power, and cultivated the world outside their bodies. The devil race cultivated their bodies, cultivating the world inside their bodies. Ningfan took out a 4th revolution body sculpting pill. After consuming it, he activated his ancestral talisman to refine its medicinal power. All of the medicinal power turned into a trace of essence chi that resembled a black bloodline and flowed into his physical body. His body, which was not weak to begin with, became even stronger after absorbing a wisp of essence chi. The total energy of a single wisp of essence chi was equivalent to a cultivator's magic power for 60 years. After extracting a trace of essence chi, Ningfan could be said to have officially stepped onto the great Tao of ancient devil cultivation. 1 unit of essence chi instantly raised his ancient devil realm to the 4th level of blood refinement realm, which was equivalent to the harmonious spirit realm and the 4th level of silver light body refinement realm. Of course, the 4th level blood refining realm was definitely stronger than the 4th level silver light realm. Ningfan did not continue to increase his cultivation base. Instead, he wore a thoughtful expression. He was about to break through to the golden body refinement realm. The golden body refinement realm corresponded to the ancient devil's reckless devil realm. However, the reckless devil realm was much more powerful than the golden body refinement realm of the same level. In ancient times, the combat strength of a brute devil far exceeded that of a golden body cultivator. A gold body refinement realm cultivator could already put up a fight against a void refinement realm cultivator of the same level. Moreover, the strength of a reckless devil realm cultivator was definitely much higher than that of a void refinement realm cultivator of the same level. During the era of the ancient devils, countless reckless devils relied on the strength of their physical bodies to kill void refinement realm experts as if they were slaughtering dogs. Ningfan pondered for a moment. Breaking through to the golden body refining realm was definitely not as powerful as breaking through to the reckless devil realm. However, he still needed to break through to the golden body refining realm. After attaining the golden body refining realm, he would borrow the power of the ancestral talisman to transform all the power of the golden body refining realm into essence chi. Then, he would transform into an ancient devil at the same level as him. With that, his combat power would certainly increase tremendously. Before becoming a reckless devil, the first step was to break through to the golden body realm. In order to attain the golden body realm today, I have made a lot of preparations. Today, I must attain the golden body realm. First of all, I need to consume pills that can increase my success rate. After keeping the ancestral talisman into his body, Ningfan patted his storage pouch and took out many pills. There were revered devil pills, devil rearing pills and golden body 6 revolutions pills. All of them were pills that could increase the success rate of attaining the golden body realm. After consuming the pills one by one, as their medicinal power spread, Ningfan's body was covered in golden light once again. 100 golden orifices slowly emerged in his body to absorb the power of the golden light. The emergence of 100 golden orifices meant that Ningfan had completed the first step of attaining the golden body realm. The second step was to consume enough heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures to accumulate enough energy to fill all of his golden orifices. Then, he could attain the golden body realm in one go. Ningfan took out a jade bottle which contained a drop of sovereign beast core blood. That drop of blood was obtained from Shirkuan. It contained all the power of a sovereign beast's demon core. He crushed the jade bottle and consumed the sovereign beast core blood. A wave of ferocious desolate chi spread out from his body like a ferocious beast. The massive power of the sovereign beast core blood made Ningfan's physical body expand. Refine. Traces of the sovereign beast core blood's power were refined into the golden orifices in his body. Eventually, all of them were filled. The golden light around Ningfan's body became denser and denser. He could attain the golden body realm at any time. However, this was still not enough. For traces of devil chi, refine. For traces of power came out from the devil marks and went into his golden orifices. One by one, golden orifices began to form in Ningfan's body. As the number of golden orifices increased, Ningfan's physical body became stronger and stronger. The number of golden orifices in his body had reached 300. He had already broken through the standard of the second level of the golden body realm. At this moment, Ningfan suddenly opened his eyes. The bottleneck of the golden body realm that he had been suppressing for a long time was forcefully broken through at this moment. His entire body was covered in golden light, making him look like a golden man. His chi rose steadily and he broke through the first level of the golden body realm. Then, he broke through again and attained the second level of the golden body realm. The second level of the golden body realm allowed him to fight against a void inquiry stage expert with his physical body. After attaining the second level of the golden body realm, Ningfan did not have the intention to relax at all. Instead, his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. This time, he was not prepared to break through to the golden body realm. He wanted to transform the power of the golden body realm into the essence chi of an ancient devil. Ancestral talisman, appear. Ningfan changed his hand seal and countless strange devil runes immediately appeared on his pure golden body. Traces of golden light were transformed into black blood threads by the devil runes. They carried a dark golden luster and went into Ningfan's body. In the blink of an eye, the golden power within the golden aperture was completely transformed into dark golden flesh power. The number of essence chi in Ningfan's body was increasing at a slow speed. 1 armor, 2 armor, 5 armor. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ningfan had transformed 5 units of essence chi and broke through to the 7th level of the blood refinement realm, which was comparable to the gold core realm. 10 units, 20 units, 50 units. After 4 hours, Ningfan had transformed 50 units of essence chi and broke through to the bone talisman realm, which was comparable to the nascent soul realm. 100 units, 500 units, 10,000 units. After 1 month, Ningfan had transformed 10,000 units of essence chi and broke through to the jade blood realm, which was comparable to the divine transformation realm. 50,000 units, 100,000 units, 1 million units, 4 million units. 10 years had passed and Ningfan had transformed 4 million units of essence chi. All of the essence chi accumulated in his body was equivalent to the total power of the second level of the golden body realm. During the process of transforming his essence chi, Ningfan sat like a statue for 10 years. His body was covered with dust. His essence chi was clearly enough to break through to the mid-reckless devil realm. However, he still lacked a chance to break through to that legendary realm. His mind entered a vast and boundless void. In that void, there was a gigantic devil mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a wild wasteland continent that floated in the void. At the foot of the devil mountain, there was an ancient and dilapidated monument. 3 damaged ancient words were carved on it using Gutua runes. Devil Conferral Summit. On the devil mountain, there was a flight of bluestone stairs that led straight to the peak of the devil clouds. This place was the Devil Conferral Summit. It was the place where the ancient devils were sealed. Only the ancient devils who possessed the devil talisman could reach this place with a trace of their consciousness when they are breaking through to the reckless devil realm and complete the test here. The existence of this devil conferral summit was like a sea of clouds. The Sea of Clouds was the place where cultivators could carve their names at the divine transformation realm. As for the Devil Conferral Summit, it was the lost broken world where the reckless devil realm was conferred. I didn't expect that when I break through to the reckless devil realm, a trace of my consciousness would actually arrive at the legendary sacred ground of the ancient devils, the Devil Conferral Summit. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. He had read similar information from the devil scripture on the slate. When an ancient devil breaks through to the reckless devil realm, they must go to the Devil Conferral Summit to take the test. If they perform well in the test, they could even be rewarded by the Devil Conferral Summit. Some ancient devils obtained devil weapons on the Devil Conferral Summit. Some obtained devil cultivation techniques and devil martial arts, while some obtained devil pills and devil medicines. The Devil Conferral Summit was the place where the ancient devils were tested. It was also the place that was bestowed to them. No one knew who left it here. Ning Fan stood at the foot of the Devil Mountain. After a long time, he finally took his first step towards the mountain. As soon as he took his first step, 12 dark golden ancient devils suddenly descended from the sky, blocking his path. Halt your steps. If you want to go to the Devil Conferral Summit, you must first pass the 3 stages of Devil Conferral. This is the first stage of the test. Each of the 12 dark golden giants had an early reckless devil realm devil body cultivation base. They were not living beings. Instead, they were phantoms that were formed by magic techniques. It was unknown how long they had existed in this place. What is the test? Ning Fan raised his head, ignoring the powerful aura force of the 12 giants. Show us your devil blood. Devils whose bloodline is lower than the true devil bloodline get lost from the Devil Conferral Summit. Each of the 12 giants was an ancient devil with true bloodline. The devil might of 12 traces of true bloodline was comparable to the combined bloodline aura force of 12 moksha sovereigns. It was enough to kill any divine transformation realm cultivator. Facing such a powerful bloodline devil might, even one of the 9 sovereigns of the devil world would not be able to withstand it. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He was not afraid of the bloodline aura force of the 12 giants at all. He took a step forward. The aura force of a king devil with royal bloodline soared into the sky, causing the 12 giants to spurt out blood and fall back. They stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. It's actually a king devil with royal bloodline. Destroy. Ning Fan fully unleashed his devil might. The illusory devil might turned into 12 gigantic fists and landed on the chests of the giants, which were equally illusory. At the next moment, all 12 giants turned into pieces and dissipated. Ning Fan had passed the first stage of the Devil Conferral Summit. At the moment when Ning Fan passed the first stage, a ray of black light shot out from the Devil Mountain. It turned into an ancient black sandalwood box and landed on Ning Fan's palm. This black sandalwood box was Ning Fan's reward for passing the first stage of the Devil Conferral Summit. It was a reward from the Devil Mountain on the Devil Conferral Summit. Ning Fan opened the wooden box. Inside it was a piece of black crystal which was filled with dense devil chi. There was a magic technique inherited in the crystal. When Ning Fan touched the crystal with his finger, it immediately shattered. Then, an ancient voice resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, transmitting countless information to him. Ning Fan's expression changed. In an instant, he had learned a secret technique of the ancient devil race with the reward of the first stage. The ancient devil Tao, void teleportation. It's different from the divine race. The ancient devil race uses essence chi to teleport and not magic power. However, their speed is definitely not inferior to the divine race. He activated his essence chi and countless black strands of smoke coiled around his body. With a *chi* sound, he turned into smoke and disappeared. The smoke strands flew all the way to the peak of the Devil Mountain at an unbelievable speed. When they had flown to 1/3 of the mountain's height, a gigantic black palace appeared on the mountainside in front of them. Outside the palace, there were only 8 ancient devil giants who were guarding it. All of them were at the early reckless devil realm. However, the chi of each of these 8 giants was much stronger than the giants at the foot of the mountain. Outside the black palace, there was a devil stele with the words Devil Talisman Palace written on it. When the 8 giants saw Ning Fan ascending the Devil Conferral Summit, all of them shouted with thunderous voices. "Stop right there! In order to ascend the Devil Conferral Summit, you need to pass the 3 stages of the Devil Conferral Summit. This is the second stage of the test." "How do we test it?" "With your Devil Talisman, devour the remnant talismans in the Devil Talisman Palace. After devouring 8 remnant talismans, you can pass the second stage." Just as the 8 giants' voices fell, devil wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Ning Fan raised his palm and a black golden devil talisman emitted a vast devil might, stirring up the wind and clouds. As soon as the 8 giants saw Ning Fan's devil talisman, their expressions changed drastically. "A ancestral talisman. It's actually the Mo Luo ancestral talisman." 2 halves, to be continued. When the 8 giants saw Ning Fan holding the ancestral talisman, their eyes were filled with reverence. All of a sudden, they made way for him. As the guards of the Demon Conferral Peak, they had always been arrogant. However, they did not dare to show any disrespect towards an ancestral symbol wielder. "Please enter the palace to take the second test." "Yes." Ning Fan nodded his head indifferently. He pushed open the gates of the Devil Talisman Palace and walked into the palace. The palace was vast and boundless. It was pitch black, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. The moment Ning Fan entered the palace, the doors of the palace suddenly closed on their own. Countless dark red lights lit up in all directions. This was a huge copper palace made of black copper. Countless red copper palace lanterns stood on both sides of the copper palace. The lanterns were burning with lipid-like lamp oil, and the smell of blood was coming from the lamp oil. Inside the copper palace, there were a total of 108 high platforms with 108 thrones. On every throne, there was a statue of a giant that was more than 15,000 zhong tall. They wore black armor, and their chests were inlaid with damaged devil symbols. Each and every one of them was damaged beyond repair, yet they still contained a vast amount of essence qi. Ning Fan roughly estimated that if he devours a broken talisman, he would be able to increase his essence qi by at least 10,000 units. Ning Fan could see that as long as he revealed his intention to seize the remnant talisman, those giant stone statues sitting on the thrones would come to life and attack him. Each of the giants here was at least at the early stage Reckless Devil Realm. The second stage of the Demon Sealing stage required him to devour at least 8 remnant talismans, which meant that he had to kill at least 8 giants, which would increase his essence energy by at least 80,000 units. If he swallowed all 108 incomplete talismans, then he would be able to increase his vital essence by 1.08 million units, which was equivalent to the total vital essence of an early-stage reckless devil. The second test is both a test and a fortuitous opportunity. The Devil Conferral Summit was the sacred ground for rewarding and testing newly advanced reckless devils. If you want to obtain the highest devil bestowment, then you must bring out your strongest strength. Ning Fan took a step forward and his body shone with millions of rays of dark golden light. The power of his golden body had yet to completely transform into the power of the reckless devil, but he still retained his physical body of the second level of the golden body realm. Why would he be afraid of a group of early reckless devils? He walked straight to one of the thrones, intending to snatch the remnant talisman. Sensing Ning Fan's approach, countless stone chips peeled off from the giant statue's body. It suddenly stood up and emitted a heaven-shaking aura force. The giant took a step forward, and the entire copper palace began to shake. He waved his huge demonic palm, and the essence energy in his huge body soared into the sky, turning into layers of demonic clouds that covered the sky. His palm slammed down on Ning Fan's head. The 10,000 zhong * 3. 33 m per zhong, palm imprint pressed down, shattering the surrounding space. Its destructive power was far stronger than the full force attack of an ordinary void glimpse stage cultivator. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, First Seal. This was a type of devil martial body technique that was displayed by the giant. Even though it only had the first layer of palm imprint, its power was much stronger than a low-grade mortal void body technique. Ning Fan activated his right devil eye and observed all the essence qi flowing within the giant's body. Imitating the movements of a giant, Xianxia thrust his palm toward the sky as well. He had secretly learned the giant body art. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, First Seal. Boom, the two devil palm imprints collided with each other. The giant's palm imprint crumbled, but Ning Fan's palm imprint did not lose its momentum at all. All of a sudden, it pressed down on the giant's body, smashing it into countless stone fragments. After all, the giant was just an early reckless devil realm expert, while Ning Fan was a body cultivator at the second level of the golden body refining realm. An early reckless devil realm giant was definitely not a match for him. After Ning Fan killed the first giant, the remnant talisman embedded in the giant's body floated in front of him. Ning Fan raised his palm and activated the ancestral talisman in his palm. After devouring the remnant talisman, the essence chi in his body instantly increased by 10,000 units. Next, it's the second giant. Ning Fan took a step towards the second throne. However, this time, two giants stood up from the thrones at the same time and attacked Ning Fan at the same time. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, Second Seal. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, Third Seal. Two gigantic palm imprints were sent out by the giants and they pressed down on Ning Fan. The devil stars in Ning Fan's right eye flashed continuously. He thrust out both of his palms at the same time, secretly learning the palm imprints of the two giants. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, Second Seal and Third Seal. Asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk. Ning Fan was a dignified body refinement expert at the second level of the golden body refining realm. Why would he be afraid of two early reckless devil realm experts? His palm imprints directly shattered the two giants' palms. Moreover, the remaining force did not diminish and shattered the two giants into pieces. The two remnant talismans flew out and were devoured by Ning Fan. Another 20,000 units of essence chi were added to his body. Ning Fan did not continue to challenge the giants. Instead, he stared at the fourth throne in silence. In the first challenge, there was only one giant who came out to challenge him. The second challenge was against two giants. If Ning Fan's prediction was correct, there would be more giants who would come out to challenge him in the third challenge. Moreover, there would be more giants each time. Moreover, Ning Fan had a hunch that every reckless devil stone statue in this place was proficient in different palm imprints. If there were only one or two early reckless devil stone statues, Ning Fan would not be afraid. However, if a group of giants swarmed him at the same time, he would not underestimate them. Lightning armor, appear. With the protection of the primordial lightning armor, Ning Fan's defensive power increased tremendously. He circulated his lightning art to repair the slight damage on his lightning armor. With a complete set of lightning armor, he was like a golden god. It was enough to deal with all the changes in this place. He took a step towards the fourth throne. As he expected, this time, 4 giants stood up at the same time. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, 4th Seal. 5th Seal. 6th Seal. 7th Seal. 4 giants and 4 palm imprints attacked Ning Fan at the same time. Each of the palm imprints was powerful enough to severely injure a Void Glimpse stage expert. Even a Void Inquiry stage expert would be injured by the joint attack of 4 palm imprints. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. As expected, he was right. There would be more and more giants and the palm imprints of each of them would be different. Ning Fan did not take even half a step back. The devil star in his right eye flashed intensely and he learned the 4 palm imprints. He struck out both of his palms at the same time and delivered the 4th and 5th palm imprints to 2 of the giants, killing them. With the powerful defense of his lightning armor, he forcefully withstood the attacks of the other 2 giants. Asterisk boom asterisk. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ning Fan's golden armor remained undamaged. The joint attack of 2 palm imprints could not break the defense of his lightning armor. He raised his palms again and delivered the 6th and 7th palm imprints, killing the remaining 2 giants. He raised his hand and activated the power of the ancestral talismans, devouring the remnant talismans of the 4 giants. His essence chi increased by 40,000 units. His eyes scanned across the 8th throne and he vaguely guessed the pattern of the increase in the number of giants who would fight him. There would be 1 person challenging him once, 2 people challenging him twice, 4 people challenging him thrice and 8 people challenging him 4 times. I can still fight against 8 early reckless devil realm experts. Ning Fan turned into smoke with a single step and approached the 8th throne. What he used was the void teleportation technique. Stone chips fell from the 8 stone statues. The 8 giants suddenly stood up and attacked Ning Fan with their palm imprints. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm, 8th palm imprint. 9th palm imprint. 10th palm imprint. 15th palm imprint. There were so many palm imprints. Even Ning Fan's Mo Luo I could not learn all of them at once. Even though he had the lightning armor, he was unwilling to take on 8 palm imprints at the same time. The combined attack of these 8 palm imprints was not any weaker than King Yinglong's attack. Even if they could not break his lightning armor, they would at least cause some cracks on it. 8 black burning wings appear. 8 massive black fire wings suddenly appeared on Ning Fan's back. Originally, the speed of the 8 black burning wings was already comparable to a void inquiry stage expert. After Ning Fan mastered the void teleportation technique and integrated it into the black wings, his speed had surpassed the void inquiry stage and reached the void pierce stage. Chi **, a faint fiery light flashed and Ning Fan had already disappeared into the distance. He avoided 7 of the palm imprints and only got hit by 1 of them. His lightning armor easily neutralized the power of the palm imprint. During this confrontation, Ning Fan had learned another 4 types of palm imprints. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He dashed towards the 8th giant at an unimaginable speed and directly pressed his palm on the giant's head. As soon as he exerted his palm force, the powerful giant who had an early reckless Devil Realm cultivation base was directly shattered into pieces. Countless hollow space was shattered by the residual force of his palm force. The remaining 7 giants continued to launch attacks at Ning Fan with empty eyes. This time, Ning Fan activated his Devil Eye and learned the remaining 4 types of palm imprints one by one. He could already tell that the Execution Devil Palm was divided into countless palm imprints. Each of the palm imprints could be overlapped and fused together. The destructive power of a single palm imprint was equivalent to a low-grade mortal void body technique. If 15 palm imprints are fused together, its destructive power would be equivalent to a mid-grade mortal void body technique, which was much stronger than King Yinglong's moon-tearing dragon technique. Traces of enlightenment rose in Ning Fan's mind. He suddenly sent out a palm strike. The light of 15 layers of palm imprints rose above his palm. His essence chi rapidly flowed into his palm. Ancient Devil Dao, Execution Devil Palm. The destructive power of Ning Fan's palm strike was far beyond the palm imprints of ordinary giants. It was a combination of 15 layers of palm imprints. This palm strike was comparable to a mid-grade mortal void body technique. When it was displayed by Ning Fan, even ordinary void inquiry stage-old monsters would not be able to withstand it. This palm strike was the first time that it triggered a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. When Ning Fan sent out his palm imprints, the shadows of countless ancient devils appeared behind him. All of them kowtowed to Ning Fan at the same time. Countless devil roars shook heaven and earth. Boom **, the joint attack of the 7 giants was shattered by Ning Fan's palm strike. Countless hollow space was forcefully shattered. After the residual force of the palm strike broke the joint attack of the 7 giants, it continued to press down on the remaining 7 giants. 3 of them died under his palm strike while 4 of them were severely injured. Ning Fan did not show any mercy. He sent out another palm strike and instantly killed 4 giants. However, half of the essence chi in his body had been consumed. After devouring the remnant talismans of the 8 giants, Ning Fan looked inside his body and took a deep breath. This Execution Devil Palm was truly an extremely domineering devil martial technique. Not only was it powerful, but it also consumed a large amount of essence chi. This was just the combination of 15 palm imprints and it already consumed so much power. If I learn all of the palm imprints and combine them into one, what grade would this palm strike reach? It would probably exhaust all of my essence chi, wouldn't it? Ning Fan did not go to challenge the 16th throne. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the Copper Palace, consumed a devil pill and adjusted his essence chi. In the second stage of the devil sealing test, one would only need to obtain 8 remnant talismans to pass the test. Ning Fan had already obtained 15 remnant talismans. If he leaves the Devil Talisman Palace now, he would immediately pass the test. However, he did not plan to leave just like that. Instead, he tried to obtain more opportunities. Each remnant talisman was equivalent to 10,000 units of essence chi. Every time he killed a giant, he would be able to learn one more type of palm imprint. Ning Fan tried to kill all of the giants and obtain all the remnant talismans in order to learn the complete execution devil palm. If he succeeds in learning this devil palm, it would be the first devil martial technique that he learns. It would be even more powerful than the moon-tearing dragon technique. 3 days later, Ning Fan's essence chi recovered to its peak state. He suddenly rose to his feet and walked towards the 16th throne to face the 16 giants. Another 3 days passed. Ning Fan went through a fierce battle and adjusted his breathing again. Then, he walked towards the 32nd throne to face the 32nd giants. 5 days later, Ning Fan walked towards the 64th throne to face the last 45 giants. No one knew what kind of bloody battle Ning Fan had gone through. Another 4 days passed. Half a month had passed since Ning Fan entered the Devil Talisman Palace. Inside the Devil Talisman Palace, there were only 108 empty thrones and stone fragments scattered all over the ground. Ning Fan's face was pale. There were countless wounds on his body. Even his lightning armor had been shattered. Even though he had used all of his techniques, it was inevitable for him to sustain heavy injuries when fighting against so many giants. He used the heaven-deceiving cloak to conceal himself and the Black Star technique to heal his wounds. Time after time, he went invisible and launched sneak attacks, gradually killing all of the giants. Each of the giants only knew one type of palm imprint. They did not know how to see through the concealment technique. After Ning Fan went invisible, all of the giants returned to their thrones, giving Ning Fan a chance to recuperate. Only then did he manage to eliminate all of them. Currently, Ning Fan's body contained the power of 108 remnant talismans. The total amount of essence chi in his body had exceeded 5 million units. The standard for the early Void Refinement Realm magic power and the standard for the early Reckless Devil Realm magic power were both 1 million units. The standard for the mid-Void Refinement Realm and the mid-Reckless Devil Realm magic power were 3 million units. The standard for the late Reckless Devil Realm magic power was 10 million units while the standard for the peak Reckless Devil Realm magic power was 20 million units. 5 million units of essence chi was equivalent to half of the late Reckless Devil Realm magic power. Ning Fan had only slaughtered in the Devil Talisman Palace for half a month and his essence chi had increased by 1 million units. It was definitely a great harvest. One should know that even the blood wine that Ning Fan brewed with great effort could only increase his magic power by a few 100,000 units. The Devil Conferral Summit was indeed the holy land of ancient devils. In this place, as long as you perform well in the test, you would be able to obtain heaven-defying rewards. Other than the improvement of his ancient devil cultivation base, Ning Fan had also learned the complete execution palm imprint after killing the 108 giants. There were a total of 108 palm imprints. When all the palm imprints were superimposed, their destructive power was comparable to a high-grade mortal void devil martial technique. Moreover, since this body technique was a devil martial technique, its destructive power was naturally much stronger than body techniques. Moreover, it was not just a little bit stronger. An ordinary high-grade mortal void body technique was certainly not as powerful as a devil martial technique of the same level. Execution Devil Palm. This technique is extremely powerful. It's enough to instantly kill King Ying Long. However, with my essence chi which is over 5 million units, I can only use this palm technique once and all of my essence chi will be exhausted. The essence chi of an ancient devil can't be increased by using the soul extraction technique or a secret technique. If I don't have enough essence chi to use this palm technique multiple times, I can only keep this palm technique as my trump card and use it at a critical moment. Ning Fan shook his head with slight regret. If he had enough essence chi to use this technique, he would only need to use it 7 times in a row to instantly kill the 7 Void Inquiry stage devil spirits in the Mist Horn Broken World. If he only had the power of a single palm technique, he would not be able to use it easily. However, with his current strength, he could still use other techniques such as the Moon-Tearing Dragon technique. Thus, he was not afraid of any Void Inquiry stage devil spirits. I wonder what the reward for the second test will be. Ning Fan had obtained the Remnant Talisman and the Execution Devil Palm with his own strength. They were not considered as the reward for the second test. Before Ning Fan leaves the Devil Talisman Palace, there should be other rewards. With a thought in his mind, a ray of black light suddenly appeared in the Devil Talisman Palace and floated in front of Ning Fan. It was another black sandalwood box. Inside this wooden box was also a black crystal. Ning Fan sensed that the inheritance inside the crystal seemed to be some kind of devil martial cultivation method. Ning Fan was greatly surprised. He did not expect that the reward for the second test would be a devil martial cultivation method. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Compared to devil martial cultivation methods, he was more interested in obtaining some precious devil pills and devil medicines to improve his essence chi and cultivation base. In the first test, Ning Fan had obtained the void teleportation technique of the ancient devil race. It was quite useful. As for the second test, Ning Fan had already learned the execution devil palm. He did not lack devil martial cultivation methods for the time being. If he is given another type of devil martial cultivation method, it would seem a little useless. Forget it. Let's see what level of devil martial cultivation method it is. With my achievement of killing 108 giants, even if the reward is a devil martial cultivation method, it won't be too bad. When Ning Fan's finger touched the crystal, it broke into pieces. Then, an ancient voice resounded in his sea of consciousness. In the beginning, Ning Fan did not have much expectations for this devil martial cultivation method. However, after receiving the inheritance of this devil martial cultivation method, his eyes gradually revealed a hint of astonishment. The reward of the second test should not be underestimated. It was exactly what he wanted. The devil martial cultivation method of the ancient devil race, the killing technique. When fighting against an enemy, every time you kill someone, you can extract the blood essence from the victim's body to replenish your essence chi. The higher the cultivation base of the person you kill, the more essence chi you can replenish. In the ancient devil race, this technique is a great ability that is comparable to the soul extraction technique. Ning Fan could not help but be astonished. This technique was indeed too heaven-defying. The soul extraction technique could extract the souls of heaven and earth to increase the upper limit of magic power. The killing technique could recover essence chi in the process of killing. The more people you kill, the more essence chi you recover. Even in ancient times, not every member of the ancient devil race knew this ability. Today, it was unknown how many people still knew this secret technique. At least, Ning Fan was sure that there was no devil race that was proficient in this technique in the 9 worlds of the lower world. As for the 9 great ancient devil abysses in the upper world, perhaps there were some powerful devil races that knew this technique. Now that Ning Fan had learned this heaven-defying devil martial cultivation method, he did not need to worry about not having enough essence chi no matter how many enemies there are. As long as the ancient devil race was strong enough, no matter how many enemies there were, they would just be courting death. With the killing technique, Ning Fan did not need to worry about not having enough essence chi after using the execution devil palm. He just needed to kill people to replenish his essence chi. The reward of the second test was exactly what Ning Fan wanted. He calmly walked out of the Devil Talisman Palace. The 8 giants of the reckless devil clan who were standing outside the palace stared at Ning Fan as if they had seen a ghost. They knew everything that Ning Fan had done in the Devil Talisman Palace. They could not imagine that Ning Fan had actually obtained 108 remnant talismans and killed 108 giants with his own strength. Even if these 8 early reckless devil clan giants attacked him together, they would definitely not be a match for Ning Fan alone. What shocked them the most was that the reward that Ning Fan obtained was actually the killing technique. Each of them was extremely shocked and they cried out involuntarily. The killing technique is one of the 9 great forbidden techniques that the master strictly forbade from teaching to outsiders when he was still alive. He rarely bestowed it to the reckless devil clan. Why would he teach it to this young man today? Could it be that the master really appreciates this young man? Master? Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the 8 giants and fell into deep thought. The master that the 8 giants mentioned was most likely the senior expert who founded the Devil Conferral Summit. The era where the Devil Conferral Summit existed was even before the 9 great devil ancestors. That senior was probably someone who was even stronger than Great Emperor Imoluo. However, judging from the 2 words when he was still alive that the giants mentioned, that senior who possessed heaven-shaking means had already passed away and was no longer alive. Ning Fan could not help but feel a little disappointed. The 9 great devil ancestors had all been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. The senior of the devil race who founded the Devil Conferral Summit had also ceased to exist a long time ago. Most of the ancient devils had also gone extinct. No one knew how many years had it been since an ancient devil had entered the Devil Conferral Summit. The first step of cultivation was for longevity. The second step was for the truth of the Tao. However, what was after the truth of the Tao? All the pursuits would eventually turn into dust and disappear. All the false reputations would eventually cease to exist. Humans were strange living beings. They always pursued illusory things while neglecting the important things around them. Sure enough, instead of pursuing illusory things like longevity and the truth of the Tao on the path of cultivation, it would be better to seize the present and protect the peace and happiness of this moment. Ning Fan's eyes were calm. Throughout his path of cultivation, he did not seek longevity nor did he seek to dominate the world. All he wanted was to hold on to the warmth that flowed away from his palm. At this moment, his eyes carried a kind of carefreeness that came from the bottom of his heart. He was not bound by righteousness or evil, gods or devils. He was not bound by the truth of the Tao of longevity. Compared to countless powerful cultivators who only cared about personal gains, he was much more indifferent. He was closer to the great Tao of inaction. When the 8 giants saw Ning Fan's current gaze, all of them were stunned. The carefree temperament in his eyes was too similar to that of their former master. Their tone towards Ning Fan unconsciously became a little more respectful. Please continue to ascend to the summit and accept the third test. Ning Fan nodded his head. His figure turned into a wisp of smoke and continued to float to a higher place using the void teleportation technique. This time, there were no more giants blocking his way all the way to the summit of the clouds. Occasionally, the shadows of the giants who were on guard duty along the way became respectful when they saw Ning Fan's arrival. Obviously, they knew that Ning Fan possessed the royal bloodline and ancestral talisman. Moreover, he had killed 108 reckless devil giants in a row. At the highest point of the Devil Conferral Summit, there was a sea of blood with black mist floating in the void. Ning Fan stood above the sea of blood. This place was the highest point of the Devil Conferral Summit. It was also the place where the third test would take place. However, this time, there were no giants to explain the process of the test to Ning Fan. At the moment when Ning Fan arrived, the sea of blood suddenly churned with countless blood bubbles. A carp that was as black as ink suddenly leaped out of the sea of blood. With a shake of its body, it turned into a handsome man in black robes. I will be the host of the third test. I will fight against you with the same level of strength as you. If you win, you will pass the third test. If you lose, you only need to receive 3 attacks from me and you will pass the test. However, the reward for passing the test will be reduced by half. I believe you won't be willing to lose to me. The black-robed man's eyes were as deep as an abyss. His expression was cold like a piece of ice that would never melt for 10,000 years. He could see through Ning Fan's character with just a single glance. Ning Fan could clearly feel that this black-robed man had already died countless years ago. What he left behind was just a remnant of his will. However, just this remnant of his will was already so powerful that Ning Fan found it hard to breathe. The black-robed man deliberately sealed his cultivation base to the early reckless devil realm, as if he wanted to fight Ning Fan at the same level as him. After all, even though Ning Fan had the second level of the golden body refining realm, he had yet to completely transform into the ancient devil realm. Thus, he could not be considered as the true reckless devil realm yet. The fact that the black-robed man was fighting Ning Fan with his early reckless devil realm cultivation base could be considered as him having a slight advantage over Ning Fan. Even so, the aura of this black-robed man at the early reckless devil realm was already stronger than Prince Lan Ling's second primordial spirit. Prince Lan Ling was a genius like Yun Tianjue. His second primordial spirit at the Void Inquiry stage could kill ordinary Void Pierce stage experts. The aura force of this black-robed man at the early reckless devil realm was already comparable to Prince Lan Ling's second primordial spirit. His innate potential was naturally far beyond Prince Lan Ling's. In the era that he was still alive, this person was definitely a monstrous genius who rarely had a match at the same level as him. Senior, may I ask who you are? I'm the 7th Immortal Emperor under Immortal Emperor Zido. Mo Zhong, what? Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with astonishment. He used to be Zido's disciple in the illusory realm. He had heard Zido mention about his subordinates by chance. One of them was an immortal emperor named Mo Zhong. During Zidou's era, he was an immortal king that commanded 1 billion immortal emperors, and immortal emperor Mo Zhong was ranked 7th among the 1 billion immortal emperors. Ning Fan could vaguely guess that the master of this devil conferral summit was probably immortal emperor Mo Zhong. His gaze became even more solemn. He didn't expect that he would fight against immortal emperor Mo Zhong, who was at the same level as him. In the third stage of the demon sealing stage, many geniuses boasted that they were invincible at the same level. However, this invincibility was just a general term and not true invincibility. They could only say that they were superior to most cultivators at the same level. However, immortal emperor Mo Zhong was absolutely invincible within the same realm. Outside of a few rare existences, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Ning Fan really wanted to know if he could defeat Mo Zhong, who was at the same realm as him. If you don't dare to accept my challenge, then receive 3 moves from me and I will consider it as you passing the test. Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong was still as cold as ever. Why wouldn't I dare? Ning Fan took a step forward. His aura force rose sharply above the sea of blood. He was not afraid at all. To be able to fight against an ancient great emperor at the same level as him was something that could only be discovered by luck. If you want to fight, I will fight. 1/2, to be continued. Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's appearance gradually became younger. In the end, he completely turned into a handsome young man with a cold face. He was born in the ancient immortal domain. Since he was young, his clan provided him with countless cultivation resources. He stepped onto the path of cultivation from the moment he was born. Even when he became a reckless devil realm cultivator, he still maintained his youthful appearance. Compared to Ning Fan, who was just a cultivator, Mo Zhong had obviously started cultivating earlier and his starting point was higher. His cold eyes suddenly shone with 2 rays of light that were as dazzling as the sun. An unusual sense of pressure shot out from his eyes. It was like sunlight shining on the mortal world and also like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens. When I was at the early reckless devil realm, the divine weapon I used was a 2-star divine weapon, the Sad Devil Axe. Now that he was fighting against Ning Fan, it was impossible for immortal Emperor Mo Zhong to create a Sad Devil Axe at the last moment. He bent his finger and the turbid sea of blood under his feet suddenly became crystal clear. Countless reflections could be seen in it. As he willed it, the reflections of the sea of blood gradually turned into an ink painting in his memory. It was a painting in the water. It depicted the scenery of the ancient immortal domain. There was a young man in black robes who was fighting against someone with an axe. Mo Zhong looked like he was trying to fish out the moon from a mirror. He reached into the water and fished out the shadow of the axe from the painting. With a flick of his finger, the illusory shadow of the axe gradually became real. Eventually, it turned into a 2-star divine axe made of black metal. It was the Sad Devil Axe that Mo Zhong used when he was young. Turning illusion into reality. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. The technique that immortal Emperor Mo Zhong used to summon the Sad Devil Axe was the turning illusion into reality technique that only true immortals could achieve. Being able to witness an ancient great emperor using this technique with his own eyes was definitely a rare experience. It would be greatly beneficial for him to comprehend the word truth in the future. It's starting. Mo Zhong reminded Ning Fan. He suddenly took a step forward and his body turned into countless traces of smoke that dissipated. What he used was obviously the void teleportation technique. When Mo Zhong was still at the early reckless devil realm, he already displayed an extremely high talent in teleportation techniques. His speed was comparable to a void pierce stage expert. Ning Fan's back was filled with warning signs. He tried his best to activate his demon and devil eyes, but he could only catch a trace of Mo Zhong's shadow. Without hesitation, he summoned the 8 black burning wings and flapped them, turning into a ray of black flames and disappeared on the spot. At the moment when he disappeared, an axe light chopped down from behind him, chopping the air. The power of the axe split hundreds of thousands of miles of the blood sea in half. Countless voids were shattered by this axe. The strength of the axe was enough to kill a void inquiry stage expert instantly. Even the primordial lightning armor might not necessarily be able to withstand the force of the axe. Not bad. Mo Zhong appeared with his axe in hand and praised indifferently. Ning Fan also appeared 10,000 Zhong *3. 33 Emperor Zhong, away from Mo Zhong. his back was already drenched with cold sweat. Mo Zhong's attack was just too fast. If Ningfan's speed was just a little slower, he would have been severely injured by that axe strike. Ningfan did not dare to be careless. He touched his glabella and the Separation Slayer sword turned into a ray of starlight. Seeing that Ningfan also had a 2-star divine weapon, Mo Zhong nodded slightly and directly rushed towards Ningfan. Sad Devil's first axe, power. As he raised the axe, essence qi gathered on the bones of his arm, and all the strength in his body poured into the sad demon axe, instantly exploding out. Originally, the strength of a single axe strike was already enough to kill a Void Inquiry stage expert in an instant. Now that he displayed the axe of strength, he used his essence qi to erupt his maximum strength in an instant. The strength of his axe strike was comparable to that of a third level of the Golden Body Realm expert. Ningfan activated his devil eyes and saw through all of Mo Zhong's essence qi flow. It was an exquisite method of using essence qi. By gathering all of the essence qi in the weapon, it could instantly change the lethality of the weapon. He also raised his Separation Slayer sword horizontally. All of his essence qi flowed out from his golden orifices and gathered in the bones of his arm. The Separation Slayer sword, which was originally light, became heavy and heavy at this moment. The sword went against the sad devil axe. Asterisk boom asterisk. When the sword and the axe collided, Mo Zhong took half a step back. He was slightly surprised. Naturally, he was surprised because Ningfan's devil eyes were powerful enough to see through the flow of his essence qi and imitate his methods. Your devil eyes aren't bad, Mo Zhong said indifferently. Even though Mo Zhong had also learned a technique that was similar to the qi-stealing technique after becoming an immortal emperor, he definitely did not have this kind of technique when he was still a reckless devil. Ningfan was shaken by the axe force and was forced to take tens of steps back. Many parts of his arm were fractured. The instantaneous explosive force of Mo Zhong's axe was too terrifying. Even though Ningfan imitated Mo Zhong, he was still at a disadvantage. He naturally did not know that when Mo Zhong was still at the early reckless devil realm, he had already frightened countless Void Peer stage-old monsters with this axe. The battle intent in Ningfan's heart grew stronger. His eyes did not show any fear at all. He pointed at the sky and 99 black stars appeared. Starlight enveloped his body and his broken bones were instantly healed. He flapped his fire wings and approached Mo Zhong again. Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's expression changed slightly for the first time. He was not only moved by Ningfan's Black Star technique but also his aura force. Ningfan had obviously suffered a small loss, but he became braver and braver. He even dared to fight head-on with his strength. He was really bold. Strength. Ningfan raised his Separation Slayer sword. It was as heavy as a mountain. This time, when he activated his essence qi, his control of strength was even more exquisite. His strength was also greater. Mo Zhong raised his axe to split the sky. His black hair danced wildly in the wind as he faced the Separation Slayer sword. Asterisk boom asterisk. It was another collision of sword and axe. Mo Zhong took a step back while Ningfan took 20 steps back. Almost at the same time, when he was pushed back, Ningfan dashed towards him again and swung his sad devil axe. After being pushed back again and again, Ningfan's control of strength became more and more exquisite. After the last collision, both he and Mo Zhong took 3 steps back. Their strength was actually on par with each other. It was already difficult for Mo Zhong to win against Ningfan with his strength alone. Thus, he changed the flow of his essence qi and gathered it on his feet and one of his wrists. Second style of Sad Devil Axe. Speed. Asterisk qi asterisk. His speed suddenly increased. Before his afterimage disappeared, his axe had already reached the top of Ningfan's skull. Even using the word lightning to describe this axe strike was a little slow. No Void Inquiry stage cultivator could clearly see the trajectory of this axe strike. Even if Ningfan used his demon eye, devil eye, and human eye, he could only capture a trace of the axe shadow. However, it was enough for Ningfan to defend against it. Speed. With the control of strength that he had previously gained, Ningfan became even more skilled in using his essence qi. The Separation Slayer sword was already light in the first place. After using his essence qi to increase its speed, the sword light of his sword became slightly faster than Mo Zhong's axe shadow. Before Mo Zhong's axe could hit his skull, Ning Fan had already pointed his sword at his dantian and slightly pierced through his robes. Before Mo Zhong's axe hit his skull, Ning Fan was already able to crush his primordial spirit. "Your attack is really fast." Mo Zhong was slightly surprised. Even though it was common sense for an axe to be slower than a sword, he was still a little surprised that Ning Fan's attack was faster than his. His attack was forcefully stopped by Mo Zhong. He hurriedly retreated to avoid Ning Fan's sword light. He knew that he could not match Ning Fan's speed. The flow of his essence qi changed. This time, all of it was poured into the blade of the axe. Third style of Sad Devil Axe, Shadow. This time, Mo Zhong swung his axe across the sky. However, 48 million axe shadows appeared in the sky. Each of them was powerful enough to kill a Gold Core Realm cultivator. The combined destructive power of 48 million axe shadows could instantly kill a Void Inquiry stage cultivator. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's 3 axe strikes were not fancy at all. They were just the extreme use of strength, speed, and shadow which could be applied to any magic technique or devil martial arts. This was probably the realm where the Great Tao was the simplest. Ning Fan shook the sword light and a wave of solemn and murderous sword intent rose around him. Traces of sword shadows floated on the body of the Separation Slayer sword. It was the myriad sword style that Ning Fan had not used for a long time. Yun Tianjue could produce 100 million sword shadows with a casual swing of his sword. That might not be his limit. In the past, Ning Fan could only produce 10 million sword shadows even if he used all his strength. However, he had also defeated Elder Xianxia with a single sword attack. Facing Mo Zhong's 48 million axe shadows, just 10 million sword shadows were far from enough. Ning Fan recalled every single vein of the myriad sword style. When he saw Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong swinging his axe shadows, those veins became extremely clear. The Tao of the sword was not divided into righteous and evil paths. Be it magic power or essence qi, those who could control a sword could use sword techniques. Ning Fan's understanding of the myriad sword style suddenly took a different path. It was a Tao of the sword that was completely different from Yun Tianjue's. He poured all of his magic power into the sword. 10 million sword shadows appeared on the Separation Slayer sword. When he channeled all of his essence qi into the sword, another 40 million sword shadows appeared on the Separation Slayer sword. In terms of essence qi cultivation alone, Ning Fan might not be comparable to Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong, the ancestor of the Devil Tao who founded the Devil Conferral Summit. However, Ning Fan cultivated both Fiend God and Fiend God. His yin and yang complemented each other. The destructive power of his sword gave birth to 50 million sword shadows, which was even stronger than Mo Zhong's axe shadows. Myriad sword style, Shadow. Ning Fan thrust his sword at the sky. 50 million sword shadows clashed with 48 million axe shadows. In an instant, the outcome of the battle was already decided. All the axe shadows were shattered while Ning Fan still had 2 million sword shadows left. All of them slashed at Mo Zhong. 2 million sword shadows were certainly not enough to hurt Mo Zhong. However, it made his eyes turn solemn. The young Mo Zhong, who was proficient in 3 styles of axe techniques, also made 3 strikes at Ning Fan. The young Mo Zhong, who was proficient in 3 styles of axe techniques, also made 3 strikes at Ning Fan. His swift axe was directly weaker than Ning Fan's, but he did not show any signs of losing. However, his axe shadow was directly defeated by Ning Fan's myriad sword style. Even if it was just a small defeat, it also meant that the young Mo Zhong had suffered a loss in Ning Fan's hands. There were 1 billion worlds in the ancient immortal domain. In the world where Mo Zhong lived, he was an immortal emperor and the strongest expert. Among the immortal emperors of 1 billion worlds, he could still be ranked 7th. There were only a few people who could make him suffer a small loss. Those people were at least peak immortal emperors who were at the same level as him. Since Ning Fan was able to make Mo Zhong suffer a small loss, his innate potential had already surpassed countless ancient immortal emperors. You've won the battle of weapons. However, axe techniques aren't what I'm best at. Mo Zhong let go of the Sad Devil axe. The axe immediately turned into a flowing shadow and disappeared. It was originally an axe that was formed from a shadow. He raised his little finger and put it into his mouth. Mo Zhong bit off his little finger, but strangely, not a single drop of blood was left. In an instant, his little finger grew back. The flesh and blood of the broken little finger disappeared and turned into a finger bone. The finger bone shattered and turned into the shadows of countless soldiers. Ancient Devil Dao, turning broken bones into soldiers. Following Mo Zhong's command, the shattered finger bone turned into 6 million peak gold core realm devil shadow soldiers. In the past, Moksha Sovereign had also used the turning broken bones into soldiers. However, his technique was just an incomplete and lost ancient devil ability. How could it be as complete as Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's ability? Summoning 6 million gold core realm devil shadows with a single finger. This kind of ability was unimaginable. Moreover, this turning broken bones into soldiers was only used by the young Mo Zhong. If it was Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong, he would probably be able to summon hundreds of millions of void fragmentation realm devil shadows to aid him in conquering the world. This is the real turning broken bones into soldiers. It's definitely not the incomplete technique that Moksha Sovereign used. Ning Fan activated his devil eye and tried his best to learn this ancient devil ability. As the founder of the Devil Conferral Summit, Mo Zhong's status was far above the 9 ancestors of the devil race. The ancient devil ability that he used was probably the purest and most complete secret technique in the world. Ning Fan also bit off his little finger and shouted. Ancient Devil Dao, turning broken bones into soldiers. His little finger healed on its own in an instant. As for the broken finger bone, it turned into 6 million gold core realm devil soldiers that emitted intense devil chi. With a single technique, he summoned 6 million gold core realm devil soldiers. With these 6 million devil soldiers, Ning Fan could flatten a high-grade cultivation country effortlessly. Kill. The devil soldiers summoned by both parties engaged in a fierce battle. Once they died, they would immediately turn into ashes and disappear. In the battle of 6 million devil soldiers, Ning Fan and Mo Zhong ended up in a draw. Mo Zhong had already used this technique countless times. Even though he was only using his early reckless devil realm cultivation base, his proficiency in this technique could not be concealed. As for Ning Fan, other than witnessing the incomplete technique of turning broken bones into soldiers from Moksha Sovereign and Bone Sovereign, this was only his 3rd time seeing this technique. Even so, Ning Fan and Mo Zhong ended up in a draw. If he continues to study this technique, the destructive power of his technique would certainly be much stronger than the young Mo Zhong. The young Mo Zhong was well aware that if he was born in the same era as Ning Fan would certainly become one of his strongest opponents on his path of Dao proving. Be it the sad devil 3 axes or the turning broken bones into soldiers, they were not his strongest abilities. The young Mo Zhong's eyes shone with dazzling golden light like the sun once again. His eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. What's your name? Asking for Ning Fan's name was a form of respect. At this moment, he was going to use his full strength. Ning Fan. Ning Fan also kept his Separation Slayer sword. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Up until now, he had yet to gain the upper hand in any of his attacks except for the myriad sword style. Is this the strength of a young great emperor? You cultivate both divine and devil cultivation. You can use both magic power and essence chi at the same time. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the yin-yang devil veins that ancient chaos created. Being able to cultivate the yin-yang devil veins to such a level, your aptitude is quite extraordinary. However, you don't seem to have obtained the other inheritance of ancient chaos, which is invincible attack. It's a pity. I'm afraid it will be a little strenuous for you to fight me next. The young Mo Zhong's eyes suddenly shone with golden rays. The entire world turned dark, leaving only his eyes that shone brightly like the pure sun. The memories formed by the cold dew cannot withstand the light of dawn. The 9 rays of dawn in my eyes are the 9 Li clans. 9 Li clans incarnation technique. All of a sudden, the young Mo Zhong's physical body shattered and disappeared, turning into 9 rays of golden light that dispersed. The 9 rays of golden light turned into the shadows of 9 giant beasts. There were heavenly dragons, bone birds, tigers, leopards, and giant pythons. All of them were of different species. The only similarity between them was that each of them had 9 heads. The bodies of each of them were radiating golden light that was as dazzling as the sun. Each of them had a cultivation base of the mid-reckless devil realm. Each of them was as strong as King Ying Long. Most importantly, this giant beast did not have a physical body. These are incarnations. 9 incarnations. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. The young Emo Zhong could actually divide his body into 9 and cultivate 9 great incarnations. Incarnation was a void fragmentation realm divine ability. However, the young Emo Zhong had already comprehended this technique before attaining the void fragmentation realm. It was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the young Emo Zhong's understanding of the incarnation technique had not only reached the level of incarnation self-recovery but also the higher level of incarnation transformation. The young Emo Zhong was proficient in a total of 81 incarnation transformations. The strength of the incarnations of the ferocious beasts was even higher than the cultivation base of the true body. Ning Fan activated his devil eye. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. 2 halves, to be continued. Ning Fan seemed to have comprehended something. The word incarnation actually contained the essence of many changes. Some old monsters who were proficient in incarnation techniques could use the transformation technique to turn into a fly or a plant to hide themselves. There were also some old monsters who could transform into ferocious beasts and obtain strength that far exceeded their original bodies. Incarnation was actually a technique to transform one's physical body. Ning Fan turning his physical body into nothingness was also a kind of transformation. However, if he only knew this kind of transformation, he would not be able to defeat the young Emo Zhong's incarnation. He took a light breath and took a step forward, turning into his black robes. His black hair grew longer and danced in the wind. On the left side of his face, a demonic mark appeared. His expression was cold and emotionless. His eyes flashed with a trace of sword light. He could not learn any of the 9 incarnations of the young Emo Zhong. However, Ning Fan had already comprehended something. His incarnation itself actually possessed a kind of transformation. Incarnation that combines spirit sense and soul, huh? Moreover, it has reached the level where incarnations can heal themselves. However, if I'm not proficient in transformation techniques, my abilities will be slightly inferior. Annihilation. The 9 giant beasts let out an indifferent voice at the same time. At the next moment, they launched their strongest attacks. They either spat out flames or stirred up hurricanes. Each of their abilities was comparable to the desperate attack of a void inquiry stage cultivator. Ning Fan did not dodge them. He just closed his eyes. He had forgotten everything in his mind, including the sound of the wind. It was as if he was no longer himself and had become a sword. Today, I've comprehended the transformation technique of incarnation. This will be the first transformation of my incarnation. Sword body. Just as the 9 attacks were about to hit the golden body, black mist swirled around Ning Fan's physical body and he turned into an ancient black sword that hung high in the sky. The ancient sword shattered once again, turning into 9 black swords that flew towards the 9 ferocious beasts. As Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base improved, his spirit sense also improved along with it. It was on the verge of breaking through to the void inquiry stage. Even though the destructive power of the 9 black swords was slightly weaker than the 9 ferocious beasts, their aura force was much stronger. Because he had completely turned his body into a sword, he had given up on defense and transformation. All that was left was the ultimate attack. The 9 swords carried an aura force that seemed to want to perish together with the enemy. Boom! As their attacks collided, the 9 beasts were pierced by the sword aura, leaving countless wounds on them. One of the beasts was even directly killed. As for the 9 black swords that Ning Fan had transformed into, none of them were broken. However, 3 of them were filled with cracks. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose in this clash. The 9 swords and 8 beasts clashed once more. The shockwaves from the collision shook the blood sea below and caused the waves to surge into the sky. The vicious beasts fell one after another, and the black swords shattered one after another. Of the 9 vicious beasts, only 1 giant python remained. Of the 9 black swords, only 1 remained intact. The giant python that Emo Zhong had transformed into coiled around the sword, spitting out balls of venom in an attempt to corrode the black sword. Black Sword did not dodge or evade. He allowed the venom to corrode him and did not try to defend himself. All the essence she gathered on the tip of the sword. With a sudden slash, the giant python was cut in half. Puff, Emo Zhong withdrew his clones. His 9 clones had all been destroyed, and he had suffered heavy injuries. Ning Fan only had the incarnation of a broken sword left. He also withdrew from the transformation due to exhaustion. His chi seemed rather weak. Logically speaking, Mo Zhong's clone should be stronger than Ning Fan's. However, the clone that Ning Fan had transformed into was a sword that only attacked and did not defend. Under his desperate struggle, he managed to suppress Mo Zhong's aura force and killed all 9 of Mo Zhong's clones. Mo Zhong's black eyes turned solemn. When he was at the early reckless devil realm, he certainly did not have such a powerful aura force like Ning Fan's. Before attaining the void fragmentation realm, his path had been smooth without many obstacles. He did not have many opportunities to kill people. Thus, his aura force was not as strong as Ning Fan's. Ning Fan had been through a sea of blood for a long time. He had the ruthlessness to risk his life. Transforming into a giant sword that only attacked and did not defend was also in line with his style. Especially at the last moment, he was willing to suffer severe injuries just to kill the giant python. If his sword light is a little slower, he would be completely dissolved by the venom. This young man's ruthlessness is incomparable to mine in the past. However, the outcome of this battle has yet to be decided. Mo Zhong took a deep breath and lifted his finger. Traces of golden devil flames coiled around his finger, making it look like a golden thumb ring. He pointed his finger at Ning Fan. That thumb ring shot out and turned into a massive ring of flames, making it look like a giant's ring of fire. Layers of fire rings surrounded Ning Fan in the center. There were a total of 108 layers of fire rings. Each layer of fire rings was powerful enough to incinerate a void glimpse stage cultivator. 10 layers of fire rings could kill a void inquiry stage cultivator. 100 layers of fire rings could kill a void pierce stage cultivator. Mo Zhong changed his hand seal and his essence chi flowed into the flames. The power of the golden flames increased tremendously and all the fire rings began to converge towards the center. Void technique, flame ring technique. Ning Fan took a deep breath. This flame ring technique was a high-grade mortal void devil martial technique. Moreover, it was already somewhat extraordinary among the other high-grade mortal void techniques. With this flame ring technique, Mo Zhong could kill ordinary void pierce stage cultivators. If it is any other cultivator at the second level of the golden body realm, they would certainly not be able to withstand 108 layers of flame rings. However, Ning Fan was different. A vortex of flames rose from his palm. A massive suction force spread out from the vortex. His right eye was crazily imitating Mo Zhong's devil martial technique. Standing in the middle of the layers of golden flame rings, Ning Fan remained unscathed. As for the golden flames, they immediately began to tremble when Ning Fan glanced at them. The flames were trembling because in the eyes of the flames, the current Ning Fan was the Emperor of Flames. Ning Fan took a step forward and the layers of sea of flames suddenly split into 2 from the middle. The flame ring technique was broken on its own. Ning Fan activated the fire plucking technique to its limit and absorbed all of Mo Zhong's golden flames into the yin-yang locket with the power of the steel of sun and moon. This is the ancient chaos fire plucking technique. I didn't expect you to have the yin-yang locket. Mo Zhong recognized this technique and frowned deeply. At the next moment, Ning Fan activated the black devil flames. The 9 black dragons merged with the golden flames and he pointed a finger at Mo Zhong. His action was exactly the same as Mo Zhong's. Void technique, flame ring technique. Ning Fan returned the 108 layers of sea of flames to Mo Zhong. As for the other 108 layers of black flame rings, Ning Fan cast them on himself. Being surrounded by 216 layers of flame rings, Mo Zhong's eyes flashed with surprise. He bit the tip of his tongue hard and waved his palm to disperse several layers of the sea of flames. Then, he displayed some kind of defensive secret technique in an attempt to forcefully escape from the sea of flames. Ning Fan had already expected that Mo Zhong would not face the flame ring technique head-on. Instead, he would choose to retreat. He turned his palm and the layers of sea of flames suddenly turned into a gigantic flaming palm, slamming on Mo Zhong's back. Void technique, 3 flaming palms. The flaming palm came too suddenly and greatly exceeded Mo Zhong's expectation. As he was caught off guard, the flaming palm landed on his back, causing his injuries to worsen. He finally managed to escape from the sea of flames. Looking at Ning Fan, who was standing on top of the sea of flames, he felt a lingering fear. Even though he could tell that Ning Fan cultivated the yin-yang transformation, he did not expect that Ning Fan possessed the yin-yang locket. The yin-yang locket of ancient chaos was a rare emperor-grade treasure. The steel of sun and moon was sealed within it, and it could even restrain the scorching yang items in the world. In the past, ancient chaos had killed countless immortal emperors and experts with the steel of sun and moon. If Mo Zhong knew about the existence of the yin-yang locket, he certainly would not display the flame ring technique. However, he could not deny that even without the yin-yang locket, Ning Fan could still easily block his attack with the flame ring technique that he had secretly learned. Ning Fan's fire control technique was extremely exquisite. It was tempered through countless times of pill refinement. Thus, it was far beyond the young Mo Zhong's. Playing with fire with Ning Fan was an action that was asking for trouble. The young Mo Zhong circulated his essence qi to suppress his injuries. His body gradually emitted a trace of sovereign qi aura. A trace of sovereign qi began to appear on his fist. Each of his punches could shatter mountains and rivers. He took a step forward and drew out the invincible sovereign qi in his fist, displaying the execution devil palm. Ning Fan had already learned this palm technique in the second stage. However, he did not know that this technique could also be infused with sovereign qi. He also drew out a trace of sovereign qi from his body and displayed the execution devil palm. The two of them continuously displayed 108 layers of sovereign qi palm imprints and clashed against each other. The young Mo Zhong's physical body was not any weaker than Ning Fan's. However, after exchanging hundreds of blows, he still could not gain the upper hand. The young Mo Zhong casually released traces of essence qi, which turned into devil mountains and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained. He casually shattered countless devil mountains. As he took a step forward, two golden shadows of himself appeared behind his back and attacked Mo Zhong's back. The two golden shadows were just at the first level of the golden body realm. Thus, they could not attract Mo Zhong's attention. Thus, they were killed by Mo Zhong using his techniques. However, they successfully distracted Mo Zhong. At the same time, Ning Fan released his killing qi and devil might, which distracted Mo Zhong for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Ning Fan suddenly grabbed Mo Zhong's wrist. He released his essence qi and forcefully shattered Mo Zhong's wrist and arm bones, crippling one of his arms first. Without giving Mo Zhong any chance to heal his injuries, Ning Fan stretched out his 5 fingers and displayed the moon-tearing dragon technique. He tore down 5 rays of moonlight that were as heavy as Mount Tai from the sky and left 5 deep bloody wounds on Mo Zhong's chest. Asterisk puff asterisk the young Mo Zhong lost an arm and his chest and abdomen were struck. His injuries were severe and his essence qi was scattered. He stared at Ning Fan in shock. Seeing that Ning Fan did not give him any chance to catch his breath and directly dashed towards him, Mo Zhong gritted his teeth. The power of his intent realm spread out like waves. Seal of dawn light. It was a golden intent realm. It was as dazzling as the sun. Rays of light were spread out by Mo Zhong like waves, forming an ocean of light that engulfed Ning Fan within. Intent realm technique, huh? Ning Fan was slightly surprised, but he was not surprised. It was a wise move for Mo Zhong to display an intent realm technique to slow Ning Fan down and recover his essence qi when his essence qi was scattered. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, Mo Zhong's intent realm should be the dawn light intent realm, which was the ray of light at dawn. Immersed in the ocean of light, Ning Fan felt that he could not mobilize any of his magic power and essence qi at all. They were slowly being sealed by the ocean of light. The only thing he could mobilize was the power of his memory intent realm. Mo Zhong's dawn light intent realm was quite powerful. It was at least a first-grade devil intent. However, Ning Fan's intent realm was even more powerful. It was a second-step intent realm. Light could turn into darkness but memories could never be erased. A trace of black cold qi flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. Black snowflakes suddenly fell from the ocean of light in all directions. A trace of samsara power flashed across his eyes. A trace of memory and persistence flashed across his mind. It was the determination to freeze everything in ice. If samsara takes away Ning Fan's last trace of warmth, then why would Ning Fan hesitate to freeze samsara? Wind snow finger, frozen samsara. *ZZZ** pieces of the golden ocean of light were frozen one after another. All of a sudden, the entire ocean was frozen into a gigantic piece of black ice. As Ning Fan pointed his finger at the ocean of light that was frozen into ice, it suddenly shattered into countless pieces. When his intent realm technique was broken, Mo Zhong felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He took a few steps back and coughed out blood incessantly. He half knelt on the ground and looked at Ning Fan with a defeated expression. He lost, Junior, you passed the third test. To be continued, the young Mo Zhong was defeated by Ning Fan. Ning Fan defeated a young great emperor and passed the third stage of the devil conferral test with such a shocking result. If Ning Fan defeated the young Mo Zhong in ancient times, his name would certainly spread across the ancient immortal domain and he would become an existence respected by countless geniuses. Since ancient times, there were only a few who could defeat the young Mo Zhong at the same cultivation level. Ning Fan had done something that countless immortal emperors could not. The young Mo Zhong's body suddenly turned into a black carp and jumped back into the blood sea. Ning Fan really wanted to know what kind of reward he would get after passing the third stage. The sky above the blood sea was torn into two. From the crack in the sky, endless devil chi poured down and condensed into 3 black blood suns. Each of the black blood suns contained a strong devil blood chi. Devil chants from the devil scripture resounded in the void space. The 3 blood suns slowly turned into 3 drops of ancestral blood and fell from the sky like meteors, entering Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan's eyes widened. He did not expect that the reward for passing the third stage would be 3 drops of ancestral blood. Each drop of ancestral blood could improve the grade of his devil blood. Besides, each drop of ancestral blood contained 1 million units of essence chi. At the moment the ancestral blood entered his body, the essence chi in his body became restless. If he completely refines these 3 drops of ancestral blood, his essence chi would reach 8 million units. At this moment, the grade of his devil blood was advancing towards the ancestral grade. Since you won the battle against me, I will grant you a drop of ancestral blood. Since you are the descendant of ancient chaos, I will grant you another drop of ancestral blood. If I'm not wrong, the samsara power in your last move should be imparted to you by the immortal sovereign. Since you have gained the favor of the immortal sovereign, I will grant you the 3rd drop of ancestral blood. There will be a total of 3 drops. If you refine these ancestral blood, your devil blood will be ranked first in the ancient devil abyss except for the 9 great devil ancestors. Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's voice came from the blood sea. At the next moment, 10 rays of light shot out from the blood sea again. Each of them was a devil pill with surging devil chi. Ning Fan took the devil pills and looked at them carefully. Each of them was actually a low-grade 7th revolution pill. These 10 revered devil pills are pills for revered devils to stabilize their cultivation level. After you consume them, it will be more than enough to stabilize your reckless devil realm for a short period of time. Just as Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong finished speaking, another black radiance shot out from the blood sea. According to the immortal law of the Zido celestial domain, you can only be conferred the title of inferior grade strongman after breaking through to the reckless devil realm. You'll be ranked 9th among the 9 grades of immortal positions, and you'll enjoy the 9th grade of inferior grade immortal rewards. However, your results in the 3 stages of the devil conferral test are outstanding. You can make an exception and be conferred the title of a low-grade celestial guard. You'll be ranked 8th among the 9 grades of celestial positions and enjoy the incense offerings of an 8th grade celestial guard. I'll bestow upon you 3 protective talismans, 10,000 Tao crystals, 3 immortal void treasures, and a bottle of peak 6th revolution pills. The reward of 3 drops of ancestral blood was personal. The reward bestowed by the devil sealer was male. Rays of light shot out from the sea of blood one after another and were kept into his storage pouch. He didn't know the significance of being conferred the title of lower grade 8th rank immortal guardian, but he could guess that whether it was a 9th grade strongman or an 8th grade immortal guardian, it was the same as the old devil's deacon of the 4 seas, an official position of an immortal. Ning Fan stroked the token of an 8th rank immortal guard and kept it into his storage pouch. He did not pay too much attention to it. As for the other rewards, he paid more attention to them. Tao crystals were the currency of the 4 heavens. A Tao crystal was equivalent to 5 million immortal jade. 10,000 Tao crystals were equivalent to 50 billion immortal jade. It was a huge fortune. The 3 immortal void treasures were all magic treasures that were hard to come by. However, Ning Fan had never paid much attention to magic treasures. Besides, the 3 magic treasures were all at the immortal void grade. Only void fragmentation realm experts could use them. Thus, he could not use them for the time being. Each of the 3 protective talismans contained a void fragmentation realm attack. If he obtains the title of a 9th grade strongman, he would at most be rewarded with 3 void refinement realm attacks. However, Ning Fan was conferred the title of an 8th grade immortal guardian and was bestowed with 3 void fragmentation realm attacks. They were extremely useful items. With the attack of the Steel of Sun and Moon and the 3 protective talismans, Ning Fan could deliver 4 void fragmentation realm attacks in one go. Even if he faces 4 void pierce stage experts at the same time, he would not be afraid. He was quite satisfied with this series of rewards. Go. Refine the ancestral blood and break through to the reckless devil realm in one go. Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong's voice gradually faded. Ning Fan felt the world spinning. The scenery in front of him changed and his consciousness returned to his body. As for the rewards he obtained from the Devil Conferral Summit, all of them had appeared in his storage pouch. Including the test he obtained from the Devil Conferral Summit, Ning Fan had been in seclusion on the 7th floor of the Dark Golden Pagoda for 20 years. It was equivalent to 2 months in the outside world. The 3 additional drops of ancestral blood and the drop of Mo Luo's blood were being refined into his body bit by bit as the ancestral talismans activated on their own. Ning Fan did not say much. He continued to sit cross-legged with his eyes closed, refining the 4 drops of ancestral blood, which was equivalent to 4 million units of essence Qi. The royal grade bloodline of the King Devil realm was slowly approaching the level of ancestral blood. His 5 million units of essence Qi was slowly increasing towards 9 million units. After completing the Devil Conferral test, his ancient Devil Cultivation realm, which was originally stuck at the peak Jade Blood realm, broke through to the early Reckless Devil realm in one go and advanced towards the mid-Reckless Devil realm. Ning Fan consumed 10 revered devil pills. As the medicinal power spread throughout his body, his cultivation realm began to improve and stabilize. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. Another 10 long years passed in the Dark Golden Pagoda. 3 months had passed in the outside world. The 4 drops of ancestral blood had been completely refined by the ancestral talismans. 9 million units of essence Qi had accumulated in the 300 golden orifices in Ning Fan's body. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet. His essence Qi shook heaven and earth, emitting a vast aura force which was much stronger than ordinary mid-void refinement realm experts. The mid-reckless devil realm was comparable to a void inquiry stage expert. A mid-reckless devil realm expert was comparable to a void inquiry stage expert. In fact, it was much stronger than an ordinary void inquiry stage expert. With his mid-reckless devil realm cultivation realm, Ning Fan could go anywhere below the void fragmentation realm in the rain world. With 9 million units of essence Qi in his body, Ning Fan was already at the mid-reckless devil realm. Moreover, he was only 1 million units away from the late reckless devil realm. Essence Qi and magic power were fundamentally different. However, outsiders would not be able to tell the difference just by looking at their Qi. Unless it was an ancient devil who also cultivated essence Qi, no one would know that Ning Fan was at the mid-reckless devil realm. They would only think that he was at the mid-void refinement realm. As for his devil bloodline, it had also broken through to the ancestral grade. With 4 drops of ancestral blood in his body, no one below the 9 great devil ancestors had a better innate talent in devil cultivation than him. It's time to settle the score with those devil spirits. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with indifference. The 14 void refinement realm devil spirits in the mist-horn broken world were no longer worthy of his attention. He could kill 7 void glimpse stage devil spirits instantly. It would not take him too much effort to kill 7 void inquiry stage devil spirits. He flew down the 7th floor of the pagoda and arrived at the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, Su Yan had already healed all of her injuries. 3 months in the outside world was equivalent to 4 years in the 4th floor. During these 4 years, Su Yan had always been worried about Ning Fan. On that day, Ning Fan's devil blood acted up and his strength was greatly reduced. His appearance was too frightening. Su Yan was very worried that he would die in the pagoda just like that. When her clansmen betrayed her, Ning Fan saved her. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Su Yan only knew that she did not want to see Ning Fan die. When Ning Fan appeared on the 4th floor unscathed, Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. She quietly heaved a sigh of relief, but her expression was still indifferent. Are your injuries healed? How can your qi be so strong? This is the void inquiry stage. You have broken through to the void inquiry stage. How is this possible? Su Yan wore a shocked expression. She had never been so shocked in her entire life. She would not be mistaken. Ning Fan's qi was definitely at the void inquiry stage. When she heard that Xianxia had broken through to the void inquiry stage, she was also surprised, but she was not as shocked as she was now. It was because Xianxia was a peak void glimpse stage cultivator who could break through to the void inquiry stage at any time. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. His strength was indeed very strong and he was infamous. However, all the cultivators in the internal sea knew that he was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. It was Su Yan's first time encountering a half-step void refinement realm cultivator who broke through to the void inquiry stage in a single step. Devil concubine Su, how about I bring you away? Ning Fan did not explain. The matter regarding Reckless Devil was too important. It was not a wise move to tell Su Yan about it. All right. Su Yan nodded her head and did not reject Ning Fan's offer. She knew many of Ning Fan's secrets. Perhaps only by following him and becoming his devil concubine could she make him feel at ease. From today onwards, I am yours. The Mist Horn clan has nothing to do with me anymore. Su Yan's tone was resolute. Ning Fan gave Su Yan a deep look. Before he came to the Mist Horn clan, he had never thought that he would be able to abduct the leader of the clan. Today, the Mist Horn clan destroyed their own city wall and plotted to kill Su Yan. Ning Fan had gotten a devil concubine for free. Let's go. Just 14 void refinement realm devil spirits. How dare they chase after me? It's time to teach them a bloody lesson. Ning Fan hugged Su Yan and activated his Yuanyao Jade. The two of them instantly left the Yuanyao world and returned to the Mist Horn Broken World. In the Broken World, a group of foolish devil spirits were guarding the Devil Mist Pond. They had been guarding the pond for 3 months. 3 months had passed, but Ning Fan and Su Yan still had not left the Yuanyao world. The leader of the 14 Void Refinement Realm Devil Spirits, Xianxia, showed an extremely impatient expression. If it wasn't because he wanted to kill Su Yan, he would not have the patience to wait for them at the Devil Mist Pond. Lord Xianxia, if that brat and Su Yan don't come out for the rest of their lives, are we going to wait here forever? One of the Devil Spirit's subordinates asked. Wait. Let's continue waiting. Xianxia gritted his teeth and raised his head inadvertently. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the layers of tribulation clouds in the sky. After Ning Fan entered the Yuanyao world, the strange phenomenon of the blue sky being dyed with devil blood gradually turned into the tribulation clouds of the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia could guess that Ning Fan must have broken through to a certain cultivation level while cultivating in the Yuanyao world. That was why he triggered the heavenly tribulation. That brat is already at the half-step void refinement realm. Could he have broken through to the void refinement realm in the small Kiliacosm? However, so what if he has broken through to the void refinement realm? He is just broken through to the void refinement realm. He is just a void glimpse stage cultivator with an unstable cultivation base. There's nothing to be afraid of at all. As long as he dares to come out, he will certainly die. Xianxia muttered to himself. He wished that he could immediately tear Ning Fan into pieces. He did not want to continue waiting day and night like this. Just as his voice fell, the layers of tribulation clouds suddenly shattered. Then, an earth-shattering devil might spread out from the depths of the Devil Mist Pond. What happened? Why would such a powerful devil might appear in the Devil Mist Pond? Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. This devil might was too terrifying. Even a void inquiry stage devil spirit like him felt a little suffocated under this devil might. His devil blood almost went out of control. He could not imagine why such a terrifying devil might would appear in the Mist Horn Broken World. Even with his void inquiry stage cultivation base, he was still unable to withstand this devil might. The other void glimpse stage devil spirits' faces turned red under the devil might and their chi became chaotic. As for some divine transformation realm devil spirits, they directly prostrated themselves on the ground under the pressure of the devil might. They did not even have the right to stand up. As for those gold core realm and nascent soul realm devil spirits, they were directly knocked unconscious by the devil might. Many of them even bled from their 7 apertures and died. What kind of ferocious devil might was this? A trace of devil might could knock out tens of millions of gold core realm devil spirits. Xianxia and the other 13 void refinement realm devil spirits stared at the devil mist pond in disbelief. The pond that occupied an area of 10,000 hectares automatically parted, revealing a gap. A white-robed young man flew out of the devil mist pond while holding a devil-horned beautiful woman in his arms. The young man walked in the sky. Every step he took in the hollow space could shatter the hollow space again and again. That hair-raising devilish pressure was precisely emitted by the young man. As soon as Xianxia and the other 13 void refinement realm experts saw the young man's appearance, they became even more incredulous. That young man with terrifying devil might was none other than Ning Fan. He has broken through to the void inquiry stage. Impossible. This is impossible. Countless devil spirits let out exclamations of disbelief. There were even 3 void glimpse stage devil spirits who dashed towards Ning Fan directly and launched a sure kill attack to test his strength. Don't be rash. Xianxia shouted to stop him. However, it was already too late. The 3 void glimpse stage experts had already rushed to Ning Fan's side. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at the 3 void refinement realm experts. His eyes flashed with cold light. I'm here. You can all die now. Boom, with just a palm strike, the 108 layers of palm imprints of the execution devil palm covered the entire sky. The palm imprints landed on the bodies of the 3 void glimpse stage experts. Before the 3 of them could react, their devil armors were already shattered and their physical bodies were directly destroyed. Under that palm imprint, the 3 void glimpse stage experts died without being able to resist at all. That palm strike could instantly kill any devil spirits in this place, including void inquiry stage experts. Hiss, when the smoke and dust dispersed, Ning Fan caught the primordial spirits of the 3 void glimpse stage experts in his hand and swallowed them into his stomach. Then, he chewed and refined them one by one. All the devil spirits were horrified. Sounds of inhaling could be heard everywhere. Those were 3 void refinement realm old monsters. Ning Fan had actually killed 3 of them with a single palm strike of that level. Everyone realized that waiting outside the devil mist pond to kill Ning Fan was the worst decision they had ever made in their entire lives. What they had waited for was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered but a fiendish devil lord. Xiangui's heart was beating uncontrollably. His eyes that were looking at Ning Fan were filled with fear. Why? Why can a mere Su Yan hire such a powerful helper? I don't believe it. This isn't real. At the same time, the strange phenomenon of the devil world's devil blood dyeing the blue sky gradually faded away. The strange phenomenon that lasted for 3 months had shocked countless devils. A king devil with royal bloodline was born. All the devil sovereigns of the devil world wanted to find this person and recruit him even if they had to use all their strength. No one knew that Ning Fan had not only broken through to the royal bloodline but also attained the ancestral devil grade bloodline. They were destined not to know because the ancestral devil grade bloodline was so powerful that it was immeasurable. Even the statues of the 9 great devil ancestors could not measure it. If they knew that Ning Fan's devil blood was not the royal bloodline but the ancestral bloodline, they would certainly go crazy. The 8 sovereigns of the devil world began to sweep across the entire devil world in search of the person who had attained the royal bloodline. Of course, it was impossible for them to find him. Ning Fan broke through his bloodline in the rain world while they were searching for him in the devil world. It would be strange if they could find him. Only Moksha Sovereign did not go looking for Ning Fan. In his heart, he still could not get rid of the white-robed young man's back. He was familiar. He was too familiar. He was just like that stubborn young man in 7 Apricot City. However, it was absolutely impossible. The young man back then was just at the harmonious spirit realm. Only a few decades had passed. Even if the young man received enlightenment from Old Devil, it was impossible for him to attain the royal bloodline in just a few decades. Your Majesty, are you looking for me? In the Nirvana Palace of the Devil World, Moksha Sovereign sat on his throne. Unknowingly, a muscular man who was as skinny as a zombie had walked into his throne. The muscular man's bone age was less than 3,700 years old, but his cultivation base was already at the void inquiry stage. He was one of the 10 great devil generals under Moksha sovereign. I asked you to come here because I want you to kill someone in the rain world. Kill someone in the rain world? The muscular man asked in surprise. You don't want to go? Moksha sovereign frowned in displeasure. The muscular man immediately knelt on the ground and explained with fear and trepidation. Your Majesty, I will not dare to disobey your orders. However, if I want to enter the rain world, I must get the permission of the rain palace. Even if the rain palace agrees to let me enter the rain world, they won't allow me to kill anyone in the rain world. Once I kill anyone in the rain world, the rain palace will certainly hold your Majesty responsible according to the agreement of the 9 worlds. Don't worry. I will give you a sovereign execution token. With this token, you can kill anyone in the rain world. As long as you don't kill a second person and it doesn't violate the agreement, the rain palace won't blame you. Sovereign execution token. The muscular man's eyes widened. The sovereign execution token was a precious item. With this token, one could kill anyone in the lower worlds without any crime. Normally, the sovereign execution token was used to kill the traitors of the world. If anyone of the devil world escapes to the rain world or the other worlds, the devil sovereign of the devil world would send someone with the token to kill the traitor. The number of this token was limited. Normally, it would only be used to kill great traitors who were at the void refinement realm and above. Since Moksha sovereign used the sovereign execution token, the muscular man could guess that the person Moksha sovereign wanted to kill was at least a void refinement realm old monster. Moreover, Moksha sovereign attached great importance to this matter and personally asked about it. The person he wanted to kill would definitely not be simple. May I know who your Majesty wants me to kill? Kill him. There is a trace of his chi here. It was left behind by him when he injured me in the past. When you enter the rain world, directly seal this chi into the sovereign execution token. The person that the sovereign execution token wants to kill can be found even if he goes to the ends of the earth. When you find this person, kill him. Moksha sovereign casually flicked a black token to the muscular man and a trace of harmonious spirit chi. When the muscular man saw that the chi of the person he wanted to kill was only at the harmonious spirit realm, he was immediately puzzled. Your Majesty, the person you want me to kill is a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? He couldn't imagine that a harmonious spirit realm cultivator could injure Moksha sovereign. A harmonious spirit realm cultivator could make Moksha sovereign worry so much that he, one of the 10 great devil generals, would personally go and kill him? Do you have any questions? Moksha sovereign frowned. How would I dare? Your Majesty, rest assured. He's just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. There won't be any mistakes if I kill him. You're dismissed. Moksha sovereign dismissed the muscular man and closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. In the main hall, he was the only one left. After a long time, he muttered to himself. That King Devil Sovereign definitely isn't him. He is just an ant. He is the same as Han Yuanji. Both of them are trash and not worth mentioning. However, why do I feel so uneasy? To be continued. In order to make others look down on him, he had to constantly pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. A grand massacre was all that was needed to make people tremble in fear. 10 million gold core realm and nascent soul realm devil spirits were knocked unconscious by Ning Fan's devil might. Only the 800 divine transformation realm experts and 11 void refinement realm experts could remain conscious under Ning Fan's aura force. The 800 divine transformation realm devil spirits were so frightened by Ning Fan's display of killing 3 void refinement realm devil spirits in an instant that they could no longer maintain their composure. One by one, the divine transformation realm old monsters crawled up from the ground with difficulty, but they could not stop their bodies from trembling. Lord Qiangui, we are no match for this demon. What should we do? Why don't we retreat? Countless divine transformation realm devil spirits suggested to Qiangui and the other void refinement realm experts. All of the 10 void refinement realm experts fell into silence. Qiangui was the only one who gave Ning Fan a deep look. The fear in his eyes gradually disappeared. There's no need to retreat. I have the confidence to kill this kid. Qiangui's solemn bow of assurance was absolutely shocking. Just a moment ago, Qiangui was still afraid that Ning Fan was going to die. Now, however, he said that he had the confidence to kill Ning Fan. It was really hard to believe. None of the 800 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators thought that Qiangui was Ning Fan's match. However, after the other 10 Void Refinement Realm experts scanned Ning Fan with their spirit sense, all of them were like Qiangui. I see. The palm strike that this young man threw out just now instantly killed 3 Void Glimpse stage experts and consumed more than half of his magic power. With that kind of magic art, he can at most launch a second palm strike. It's impossible for him to launch a third palm strike. The magic power that these old monsters mentioned was naturally referring to Ning Fan's essence chi. The execution devil palm was indeed powerful. However, it also consumed a lot of essence chi. In the past, a single palm strike would deplete all of his essence chi. Now that his essence chi had almost doubled, reaching 9 million units, he could only launch 2 palm strikes at most. At this moment, almost everyone was certain that Ning Fan would exhaust all of his magic power after sending out another palm strike and he would be at the mercy of his enemies. If that's the case, as long as I force Ning Fan to use the second palm strike and exhaust his magic power. No matter how strong Ning Fan was, as long as his magical power was depleted, he would be at the mercy of others. 800 Semi-God Realm cultivators, listen to my command. Form the Tu Xuan formation. Kill this demon with all your might. At Qiangui's order, the 800 Semi-God Realm warriors turned into beams of light and formed a great formation. This formation had gathered all the magic power of the 800 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. The grade of the Grand Formation was actually at the high grade of Immortal Void Realm. It could even harm a Void Pierce stage expert. Qiangui sure had a good idea. He used the 800 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators to offset the force of Ning Fan's palm strike. After that, he used up all of Ning Fan's magic power. Fellow Taoist Zhou, no, Master, they want to use the Great Array to consume your magic power. Don't fall for their trick. Leave this Great Array to Su Yan. It's more important for Master to quickly recover his magic power. Su Yan gently walked away from Ning Fan's embrace. Her eyes were filled with determination. Since she was already Ning Fan's devil concubine, she naturally needed to help him block the rain of spears and arrows. She was willing to take the risk to deal with the Tide Revolution Grand Formation alone just so that Ning Fan could conserve his magic power and recover it. Save your strength for the Mist Horn Clan's traitors. I can handle this battle. Ning Fan pinched Su Yan's chin and took a step towards the Grand Formation. His eyes were as calm as still water. After activating the power of the Heart Formation, he could tell that the Tide Revolution Grand Formation used the 800 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators as the actual formation eyes. Other than that, there were another 6,400 illusory formation eyes. The traces of formation marks were like a complicated star map. The 800 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators were constantly changing their positions in the formation. They activated their magic power and moved like the stars on the star map. Traces of the power of the Big Dipper technique turned into countless meteors that fell towards Ning Fan. Each of them was 1000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang in size, and each of them had the destructive power of a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. If you use the palm strike you used just now to break the Grand Formation, you will certainly exhaust all of your magic power. If you don't want to waste your magic power, even if you manage to break the Grand Formation, you will certainly be severely injured and your combat power will be greatly reduced. So what if your devil might is strong? You will still be killed by me in the end. Qiangui's cold laughter resounded through the clouds. He intended to provoke Ning Fan and distract him so that he would be injured by the formation. Ning Fan did not even look at Qiangui. Facing the countless falling meteors, he just raised his palm and activated his essence chi. Immediately, heaven and earth trembled. 108 seals, execution devil palm. When he threw out a palm strike, layers of palm imprints spread towards the sky. Devil chi blotted out the sky, making it seem like there were 108 layers of devil heavens. The destructive power of this palm strike was on par with Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong when he was young. The destructive power of this palm strike had the terrifying devil chi that could kill 108 Void Glimpse stage giants, he was not a void inquiry stage cultivator but a mid-reckless devil realm cultivator. Boom. The stars that were formed by the 800 divine transformation realm cultivators were shattered by Ning Fan's palm strike. The blood of countless divine transformation realm cultivators dyed the vast sky red. The vault of heaven was shattered and the meteors were crushed. Fresh blood rained down on the 100,000 mountains like rain. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Xianxia and the other void refinement realm devil spirits were shocked. They had once again witnessed the terrifying destructive power of the execution devil palm. Then, all of their faces were filled with joy. One after another, they dashed towards Ning Fan fearlessly. They did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for the 800 divine transformation realm cultivators who had fallen. They only cared about one thing: Ning Fan had used up all of his magic power after delivering the second palm strike. Thus, he was no longer a threat to them. Arrogant brat! How dare you stop us from killing Su Yan? Today, I will let you know the consequences of being a busybody. Kill! Xianxia took the lead. He laughed out loud as he sped through the air. With every step he took, his body would grow 3,000 meters. After 6 steps, he had become a 6,000-meter tall giant. His body was huge while Ning Fan's body was tiny. He looked at Ning Fan disdainfully. He lifted his foot and stomped on Ning Fan's head with the strength to flatten mountains and rivers. He was certain that Ning Fan had exhausted all of his magic power. He was certain that Ning Fan had lost all of his combat power. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He opened his mouth and sucked in a mouthful of air as if he was swallowing the sun and the moon, swallowing the blood rain into his stomach. The blood of the primordial spirits of the 3 void glimpse stage experts and the blood rain of the 800 divine transformation realm experts turned into the vast essence chi in his body. In just an instant, Ning Fan's essence chi was fully restored. Apparently, he had used the life-killing technique to replenish his essence chi. Looking at Ning Fan, who was as calm as a deep pond, Xianxua's heart became more and more uneasy. His foot was like a gigantic mountain and he was above Ning Fan's head. However, when the foot was 3 zhang above Ning Fan's head, it could not step down no matter how hard it tried. Ning Fan's terrifying essence chi formed an invisible barrier which prevented Xianxua from breaking through it to launch his attacks. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly raised his head and met Xianxua's eyes. At this moment, a sense of impending death emerged in Xianxua's heart. He could clearly feel the abundant magical power within Ning Fan's body. No, that's impossible. You've clearly used up all your magic power. Why? Before Xianxua could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. Ning Fan grabbed the leg that was about to step on Xianxua and forcefully tore it from his body. Countless drops of black blood splattered across the sky from where Xianxua's leg was cut off. Who does he think he is? How dare he step on Ning Fan's head? Ning Fan exerted a palm force and the giant's broken leg exploded into blood mist. He did not give the single-legged giant any time to escape. His essence chi activated the black flames, turning them into 108 layers of flame rings that engulfed the single-legged giant along with the other 10 void refinement realm experts. High-grade mortal void realm, flame ring technique. In the past, he didn't have enough cultivation base to fully activate the power of the heavenly cold earth fire. Now that his cultivation base had improved tremendously, the heavenly cold earth fire had become a supreme killing weapon in his hands. The 108 layers of flame rain fell from the sky, taking away the lives of countless gold core realm and nascent soul realm experts who were unconscious on the ground. Through the continuous slaughter, Ning Fan's essence chi was continuously replenished. Xianxua, who was at the center of the 108 layers of flame rings, was filled with shock. Before he could beg for mercy, he had already turned into ashes. Even until his death, he could not understand why Ning Fan would actually replenish all his magic power after killing and devouring the blood of his enemies who had obviously used up all his magic power. Even until his death, he still could not understand that it was not magic power at all but essence chi. He had no idea that he was challenging a mid-reckless devil realm expert who could defeat the young great emperor. Xianxua's life had replenished Ning Fan's essence chi. The 10 void refinement realm experts were stunned by the sudden change in the situation. All of them were certain that Xianxua could kill Ning Fan. However, the situation was reversed in an instant and Xianxua was the one who was instantly killed. The 10 of them were trapped at the periphery of the Sea of Flames. Their screams began to resound. In an instant, 3 Void Glimpse stage experts and 4 Void Inquiry stage experts died in the Sea of Flames. Their lives had replenished Ning Fan's essence chi. 2 Void Inquiry stage experts and 1 Void Glimpse stage expert were lucky enough to escape from the Sea of Flames. Each of them was covered in dirt and grime. They were severely injured and panic-stricken like stray dogs. Almost as soon as they escaped from the Sea of Flames, they fled for their lives with all their might. The rain of fire was still falling. The end of the world was still descending. The 100,000 mountains were engulfed by the Sea of Flames. All the unconscious devil spirits on the ground were burned to death. Even the devil mist pond was evaporated. The broken mist horn broken world showed signs of collapsing again. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at the 3 remaining Void Refinement Realm experts and said to Su Yan, "You kill the Void Glimpse stage experts and I will kill the Void Inquiry stage experts. Remember to search their souls and memories after killing them and find the exit to leave the broken world." "Understood," Su Yan replied softly. Then, she used her teleportation technique and chased after that Void Glimpse stage devil spirit. Ning Fan's shocking mien shocked her. She obediently obeyed all of his orders. Ning Fan summoned his 8 black burning wings and chased after one of the Void Inquiry stage experts with a speed that was comparable to a Void Pierce stage expert. In just an instant, he appeared in front of that Void Inquiry stage devil spirit, blocking his way. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave and serve you faithfully for the rest of my life." That Void Inquiry stage devil spirit begged for mercy. "I don't need it." *Chi** Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into his incarnation in black robes. Then, his entire body turned into a ray of black sword light and slashed at an unbelievable speed, cutting that Void Inquiry stage expert in half from his waist. The sword light dispersed and Ning Fan appeared in black robes. He moved at lightning speed and caught a Void Inquiry stage primordial spirit in his hand. It was the primordial spirit of that Void Inquiry stage devil spirit. "Don't kill me. Please don't." "Noisy." Ning Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. He directly searched the primordial spirit's soul and memories, ignoring the miserable cries of the primordial spirit. After a long time, the primordial spirit gradually quietened down and turned into an idiot with empty eyes. Ning Fan's eyes frowned. There was actually no record of the exit to the broken world in the memories of this Void Inquiry stage old monster. According to what this old monster knew, the only person who knew about the exit was probably Xianxia. However, Xianxia had long been killed by Ning Fan and his primordial spirit no longer existed. Let's check the other person's memories and see if he also doesn't know about the exit of the broken world. Ning Fan swallowed the primordial spirit of the Void Inquiry stage devil spirit and chewed it. He did not feed it to his spiritual puppets. Instead, he consumed it himself. By using the ancient devil ancestral talisman to refine the primordial spirit of a Void Refinement Realm old monster, a Void Refinement Realm old monster could increase his essence chi by around 10,000 units. Killing these Void Refinement Realm devil spirits had increased his essence chi by at least 100,000 units. ****** In a flash, Ning Fan chased after a Void Inquiry stage devil spirit. Sensing that Ning Fan was chasing after him, that Void Inquiry stage devil spirit was nearly scared to death. He cursed while fleeing. "I am General Shimo's subordinate. If you dare to kill me, he will never let you go." "Shimo? I really want to see how he is going to chase after me." "Destroy." ***Boom** Ning Fan sent out a Samadhi fire palm. The palm imprint condensed from black flames incinerated the physical body of the Void Inquiry stage devil spirit. However, his primordial spirit was not incinerated. The primordial spirit of the Void Inquiry stage was horrified. He desperately tried to escape from the sea of black flames. He already had an instinctive fear towards the black flames. He would never forget the scene of killing 7 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits with just a single black flame. No. He no longer had eternal life. He no longer had a chance to live. Soul search. Ning Fan did not even give him a chance to curse and directly searched his soul and memories. After letting out a series of miserable shrieks, the Void Inquiry Stage Devil Spirit also turned into an idiot and was swallowed by Ning Fan. Ning Fan frowned again. This Void Inquiry Stage Devil Spirit also did not know about the exit of the broken world. It seemed like the only person who knew about the exit of the broken world was Qian Gui. Coincidentally, Qian Gui had already been killed by Ning Fan. He can't find the exit, huh? Ning Fan gently shook his head. He flapped his 8 wings and went to meet up with Su Yan. Su Yan was a Void Inquiry Stage cultivator. It was a piece of cake for her to kill a severely injured Void Glimpse Stage expert. She had already completed the task that Ning Fan gave her, which was to search the soul and memories of that Void Glimpse Stage devil. However, what disappointed her was that he did not know about the exit of the broken world. After the two of them met up, they exchanged what they had found. However, none of them had any information about the exit of the broken world. "Master, what should we do now? Can we still get out?" Su Yan's tone was calm. She had thought about it. Actually, it was not a bad thing even if they could not get out. She could live with Ning Fan in the Mist-Horn broken world forever. Perhaps one day when she was strong enough, she could break the broken world and travel through the void to leave this place. Even if they could not leave, it was also a good thing. As long as she is with Ning Fan, it doesn't matter even if they are trapped in this world. Of course we can. However, since we don't know the exit, we will have to use some methods if we want to get out. Destroy this broken world. What? Su Yan thought that she misheard him. Ning Fan actually wanted to destroy a small kiliacosm. Even if this small kiliacosm was a broken world, it was not something that a Void Inquiry Stage cultivator could destroy. Ancient Devil Dao, transforming bones into soldiers. Ning Fan bit off his little finger and summoned 6 million gold core realm devil soldiers. His little finger healed instantly, but Su Yan's face turned pale. This is the lost divine ability of the ancient fiend gods and devils. Transforming bones into soldiers. The bone-crushing divine soldiers could be used to create a clan by extracting a piece of bone from a fiend god. This was a great divine ability. Ning Fan had 6 million devil soldiers. Under his command, all of them rose into the sky and continued to attack a certain spot in the sky. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days later, the sky that was being attacked by the 6 million devil soldiers gradually showed signs of instability. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He dispersed the 6 million devil soldiers and held Su Yan in his arms. Then, they soared into the sky and directly crashed into the unstable space. Break! Ning Fan was at the mid-reckless devil realm. The strength of his physical body was far stronger than ordinary second-level golden body refinement realm cultivators. The force of the collision directly caused the entire world to shake. That weak spot of the world was even blasted open, creating a gap. "Look, we are out." Ning Fan's tone was filled with a teasing tone. Su Yan, on the other hand, was so shocked that she could not close her red lips. The two of them appeared in Taichi City. All of a sudden, their Void Inquiry Stage aura force swept across the area, startling countless cultivators in the city. "Xiamo, come here and accept your death." Ning Fan's tone was calm, but his words enraged countless members of the Mist-Horn clan. The broken world of the Mist-Horn clan had collapsed and the fate of their clan leader was unknown. Xiamo was already the new clan leader of the Mist-Horn clan. Now, someone dared to publicly insult their clan leader in the Mist-Horn clan. Even if they have Void Inquiry Stage aura force, the Mist-Horn clan would not forgive them. How audacious! How dare you cause trouble in my Mist-Horn clan? You're courting death. Countless members of the Mist-Horn clan rose into the sky. However, when they saw that the intruders were Ning Fan and Su Yan, all of them were stunned and did not know what to do. What happened? The former clan leader, Su Yan, is not dead. What happened? The one who challenged the dignity of the Mist-Horn clan was actually revered Ming of the Rain Palace, in Taichi City. Clan leader Xiamo, who was chatting happily with the two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Mist-Horn clan, suddenly wore a grim expression. How is this possible? Why are they still alive? Didn't Qian Gui say that Su Yan had already died in the broken world? Xiamo tried to activate the contracts in his body to contact Qian Gui and the others. However, he realized that all the contracts had failed. What exactly happened? Why can't I contact Xianxia and the others? Could it be that they are all dead? What kind of joke is this? In Taichi City, a bored little girl who was gnawing on a fifth revolution pill suddenly raised her bright eyes and revealed a joyful expression. Brother Biscuit is back. However, his chi has become so strong. It even gives me a very familiar feeling. A trace of vast demonic power flashed across the little girl's left eye. That trace of demonic chi was different from all the current demonic power. It was the demonic power of an ancient demon. It complemented Ningfan's ancient devil chi. Two halves, to be continued. In Taichi City, a storm was brewing. Ningfan's spirit sense scanned across countless devil cultivators of the Mist Horn clan coldly. Only when he reached a certain building in the Devil City did his expression become slightly calmer. Ming Ke obediently followed Ningfan's instructions and stayed in the house without leaving. She did not encounter any danger or trouble. If that was the case, Ningfan would have no qualms about settling the old scores with the Mist Horn clan. I don't like to talk nonsense. Xiamo, get over here and die. Ningfan's voice resounded across Taichi City once again. This time, countless members of the Mist Horn clan were filled with rage when they saw Ningfan provoking clan leader Xiamo for the second time. Ningfan actually had the guts to ask the dignified patriarch of the Mist Horn clan to come out and accept his death, even though Ningfan had a great reputation and his background in pill refinement was the best in the Rain world. Xiamo was the leader of the Mist Horn clan. He was a person with a high status in the entire Rain world. How could Ningfan possibly insult him? All of a sudden, many devil cultivators of the Mist Horn clan glared at Ningfan with unkind eyes and shouted angrily. Revered Ming, if you respect me, I will respect you tenfold. Xiamo is the patriarch of our Mist Horn clan. He has a revered status and is well known throughout the Rain world. He is not someone you can insult. It's true that your alchemy skills are unrivaled, but our Mist Horn clan is one of the most powerful forces in the entire Rain world. If you were to offend the Mist Horn clan, the consequences won't be something you can bear. Zhou Ming, you are just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator after all. You are not a true Void Refinement Realm old monster yet. You haven't even attained the Void Glimpse stage yet. How dare you insult clan leader Xiamo who is at the Void Inquiry stage? You simply don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that a mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator like you is qualified to challenge my clan leader? Each of the Mist Horn Devil cultivators automatically ignored Ningfan's terrifying aura force. However, no one believed that he could break through to the Void Inquiry stage in just a few months. Everyone knew that Ningfan was a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator who had the strength and courage to kill Shikuan and Mo Xiu consecutively. However, that was all. Mo Xiu was a Void Inquiry stage-old monster and he died in Ningfan's hands. However, when he died, he was severely injured and his cultivation base had dropped. This did not mean that Ningfan had the strength to kill a Void Inquiry stage expert. It could only be said that he was extremely courageous as he dared to kill the 9 palace lords of the Rain Palace. As for Shikuan, it was Ningfan who killed him. Besides, Shikuan's cultivation base was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. However, this battle could only prove that Ningfan had unrivaled combat power among Void Glimpse stage experts. It did not mean that he was a match for Void Inquiry stage-old monsters. In the eyes of the world, Ningfan might have the combat power to fight against a Void Inquiry stage expert. However, he would definitely lose more than win in a battle against them. At the end of the day, he was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. What made people fear him was his courage, pill refinement realm and background. They still could not truly associate Ningfan with a Void Inquiry stage-old monster. Xiamo, on the other hand, was already a true Void Inquiry stage expert. Ningfan, who was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator, had provoked Xiamo and threatened to ask him to come here and face his death. In the eyes of countless cultivators of the Mist Horn clan, this action was undoubtedly stupid. Everyone thought that this was an arrogant and egotistical act, an act of seeking one's own death. However, the devil cultivators of the Mist Horn clan could not understand why Su Yan did not die in the collapse of the Mist Horn broken world like the rumors said. Instead, she suddenly appeared beside Ningfan. Even if Su Yan did not die, as the former clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, her standpoint was different from Ning Fan's. Now that Ning Fan was provoking clan leader Xianxia, why didn't Su Yan stop him and protect the dignity of the Mist Horn clan? Could it be that Su Yan was dissatisfied after hearing that Xianxia had succeeded the position of clan leader and asked Ning Fan to come here to make things difficult for him? If that was the case, Su Yan's action was a little bad. Asking an outsider to deal with one of her own clan members for the sake of power and benefits was an extremely shameful act. Former clan leader, please take action and expel Zhou Ming to show the might of our Mist Horn clan. A few divine transformation realm-old monsters of the Mist Horn clan cupped their fists at Su Yan from a distance and made a request to Ning Fan. However, they did not show much respect to Su Yan. Instead, there was some dissatisfaction and blame in their eyes. Their dissatisfaction was because they suspected that Su Yan had colluded with outsiders to harm the Mist Horn clan. The words former clan leader were particularly harsh. They were reminding Su Yan that no matter what the reason for her disappearance was, it happened suddenly and Xianxia had already succeeded the position of clan leader. They hoped that Su Yan would consider the big picture and not collude with outsiders to harm the clan for the sake of power and benefits. Former clan leader. What a great title. Su Yan has always treated all of you with respect and never neglected you. Today, all of you are using words to insult Su Yan. What is the reason for this? Su Yan dared not accept the title of former clan leader. May I ask all of you elders, according to the rules of the Mist Horn clan, if I, Su Yan, am still alive after going missing, who should be the clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, Xianxia or me? All of you addressed Su Yan as former clan leader right from the start. It seems that all of you are certain that Xianxia is the current clan leader. All of you are so protective of Xianxia, but you have abandoned me. Could it be that Xianxia has given all of you some benefits? Or have I, Su Yan, offended all of you? Su Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. She had only left for 3.5 months and the Mist Horn clan had already changed hands. This was really fast. Her life plate was not kept in the clan. Naturally, no one knew whether she was dead or not. At most, they could only spread rumors that she had gone missing. According to the rules of the Mist Horn clan, if the clan leader was confirmed to be dead, the respected elders of the clan could elect the next clan leader. However, if the clan leader was not confirmed to be dead but just missing, the next clan leader could only be elected after she had been missing for at least 10 years. No one could confirm her death. She had only been missing for 3.5 months. According to the rules of the clan, they were not allowed to elect a new clan leader. However, Xianxia had violated the rules of the clan and became the clan leader. He even received the unanimous support of all the elders. Su Yan could not help but guess that Xianxia had already secretly contacted all the elders and changed the rules of the clan. That was why he was able to elect Xianxia as the clan leader when she was only missing for 3 months. In other words, all the elders of the Mist Horn clan had most likely been bribed by Xianxia and were loyal to him. These people might not have participated in the plan to kill Su Yan directly, but they were not kind people either. Su Yan naturally did not intend to be polite to them. Her words were backed by the rules of the clan. All the elders of the Mist Horn clan were speechless. Just as Su Yan had guessed, these elders had indeed received a lot of benefits from Xianxia. Besides, Xianxia had also presented the evidence of the collapse of the Mist Horn broken world. The Mist Horn broken world had collapsed and Su Yan's fate was unknown. Even if she was still alive, no one knew when she would be able to escape from the broken world. A country could not be without a leader. The Mist Horn clan must have someone to govern it, and the only candidates were the 3 Void Refinement Realm experts in the clan. Gui Jiao was just a Void Glimpse stage expert and was bribed by Xianxia naturally. He would not compete with Xianxia. Both the former clan leader and Xianxia were Void Inquiry stage experts. However, the former clan leader had made a grave mistake and was no longer qualified to be the clan leader. Besides, he was also bribed by Xianxia and would not compete with Xianxia for the position at all. Under such circumstances, Xianxia openly became the clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, fulfilling his wish of many years. It could be said that making Xianxia the clan leader was not in accordance with the rules of the clan. There were also rumors about Su Yan's disappearance in the clan. They speculated that her disappearance and the collapse of the broken world were all planned by Xianxia. However, Xianxia dealt with some of the people who spread the rumors and bribed a small number of people. Very soon, the rumors stopped spreading. The elders of the Mist Horn clan ignored the rules of the clan after receiving benefits. They did not investigate the reason behind the collapse of the broken world and directly accepted Xianxia as their leader. It was obvious that they wanted to renounce the darkness and join the light. When these thoughts were exposed by Su Yan, some of them felt ashamed while some of them flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, none of them were willing to come out and apologize to Su Yan. None of them addressed Su Yan as the clan leader anymore. Everyone in the clan had been subdued by Shimo's threats and promises. The Mist Horn clan no longer belonged to Su Yan. As you can see, I, Xianxia, am the true clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, Su Yan. I order you to kill Zhou Ming on the spot. If you dare to disobey my order, you will be charged with the crime of betraying the clan. I will mobilize the entire strength of the Mist Horn clan and mobilize all the devil spirits in the broken world to kill you, Su Yan. When all the elders were in the wrong, Xianxia appeared together with a few Void Refinement Realm experts. Other than Gui Jiao and the former clan leader of the Mist Horn clan, there were also a few unfamiliar faces among these Void Refinement Realm experts. Each of them seemed to be the helpers that Xianxia had found. His cold eyes swept past Su Yan with disdain. In his opinion, as long as he threatened her with 15 Void Refinement Realm devil spirits of the broken world, Su Yan would definitely be afraid. Devil spirits of the broken world? Are you talking about them? Ning Fan's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes focused on him. In his hand, there were 15 traces of death chi of primordial spirit. Each of them was left behind by a Void Refinement Realm old monster after their death. All of a sudden, countless cultivators of the Mist Horn clan were astonished. Especially Xianxia. At this moment, he recognized the source of those traces of chi. To be continued. Chapter 485 has been greatly changed from 2000 to 700. The mobile app does not show any changes. If you can see the scene where Ning Fan instantly killed the 3 bandit kings at the end of the previous chapter, it will be the correct chapter. Many years later, when some old monsters of the Internal Sea recall the number 1 devil lord of the Internal Sea, they could not help but think of a white-robed young man. That white-robed young man instantly killed 3 bandit kings with a single blow. A trace of his aura force knocked out millions of Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Ordinary people could not even stay conscious around him. In Taichi City of the Mist Horn clan, Ning Fan fully unleashed his devil might and knocked out countless experts. Just like what he promised Su Yan, he did not kill any low-level members of the clan. However, he did not hide his killing intent towards Xianxia at all. In Taichi City, there were still 3 Void Refinement Realm experts of the Mist Horn clan including Xianxia, Gui Jiao, and Yin Gong. There were also 22 Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Mist Horn clan including 6 elders. There were also 9 Divine Transformation Realm experts from the Internal Sea who were observing the battle and a group of Divine Transformation Realm servants brought by Little Ming Quebec. Each and every one of these remaining experts looked at Ning Fan with astonished expressions. Those Divine Transformation Realm experts, in particular, were extremely terrified. Zhou Ming, Su Yan is a member of our Mist Horn clan. Today is a private matter of our clan. Do you really want to interfere? Shimo's expression turned grim. His words were directly ignored by Ning Fan. Zhou Ming. If you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. If you continue to show killing intent towards me, my Mist Horn clan will not rest until you are dead. Xianxia continued to threaten him but Ning Fan still ignored him. Zhou Ming. Let me tell you. I have signed a contract with millions of devil spirits. If you provoke me again. Noisy. Ning Fan's patience had run out. His body turned into a trace of smoke in the void and approached Xianxia with terrifying devil might. As soon as they saw Ning Fan taking action, the 9 unrelated Divine Transformation Realm experts hurriedly left Taichi City. Little Ming K was also gnawing on a pill while stepping on a white cloud with a large group of servants. She left Taichi City and approached Su Yan. The 22 Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Mist Horn clan formed a formation and blocked Ning Fan's path. They attacked one after another, swearing to protect Xianxia with their lives. Ning Fan did not have the slightest intention to show them any mercy. Since these divine transformation realm cultivators dared to attack him, they should be prepared to die. Myriad sword style, shadow. Ning Fan's essence chi poured into the separation slayer and danced in the air. The originally light body of the sword suddenly produced countless sword shadows. He could slash 50 million shadows of swords with one slash, but he did not have to use his full strength to deal with 22 divinity transformation stage cultivators. He merely slashed out 10 million shadows of swords with one slash, which was 1/5 of his strength. Even so, the sword was divided into thousands of sword shadows. With one sweep of the sword aura, all 22 semi-god realm cultivators were drowned in the sword aura. Nothing was left of them. Su Yan sadly closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Her former clansman had died under Ning Fan's sword. In the end, she still could not completely calm her heart. However, ever since she was deposed by these clansmen, she no longer had anything to do with the Mist Horn tribe. The life and death of these divine transformation realm cultivators had nothing to do with her anymore. When she opened her eyes, she thought that all 22 of them had died. To her surprise, she discovered that none of the 22 soul formation cultivators had died. Although the sword light destroyed their physical bodies, it deliberately left their primordial spirits untouched. Their primordial spirits were strung together by the threads of magic power that Ning Fan condensed. Seeing that the 22 divine transformation realm cultivators could not even stop Ning Fan's footsteps, each of the divine transformation realm cultivators who were watching from the side were filled with fear. Seeing that Ning Fan captured 22 of them but did not kill them. Instead, he strung their primordial spirits with a thread and humiliated them to the extreme. The expressions of Xianxia and the other 2 void refinement realm experts became even uglier. Zhou Ming. Kill me if you have the guts. I swear that I will defend Lord Xianxia even if I have to die. One of the divine transformation realm elders shouted angrily. I don't believe a single word that Su Yan said to slander Lord Xianxia. Zhou Ming. Unless you can show us the evidence to prove that Lord Xianxia has plotted against Su Yan, what reason do you have to attack him? Another old man said hatefully. Kill me. I'm going to perish together with you. The curses of the divine transformation realm old monsters could not make Ning Fan show even the slightest bit of emotion. Killing all of you is too easy. I want to plant slave marks on all of you. From today onwards, your descendants will be my devil slaves forever. Break. Ning Fan only said one sentence, but it immediately made all the divine transformation realm elders' faces filled with fear. Slave marks were the restrictive ability of the ancient devils. It was a type of lost ability which was widely used by the devil race in ancient times. For example, Great Emperor Mo Luo used slave marks to control the 4 great slave clans, causing them to be unable to get rid of the fate of being slaves for generations to come. The method of planting slave marks had long been lost. The 4 great slave clans were still looking for ways to break the slave marks. They did not think that Ning Fan knew how to use slave marks at all. They only thought that Ning Fan was just trying to scare them. Ning Fan was too lazy to explain. He released a trace of ancestral talisman power from his palm and directly went into the 22 primordial spirits. In an instant, the Mo Luo slave marks in their bodies were wiped out one by one. At this moment, the worldview of the 22 primordial spirits crumbled. The slave marks that they had been suffering for their entire lives were actually wiped out by Ning Fan. The method to break the slave marks recorded on the slate was to use the power of ancestral talismans to erase the Mo Luo slave marks. Other than Ning Fan, no one else knew about it. The small faces of the 22 primordial spirits were filled with fear. They did not have the slightest hint of joy from breaking the slave marks. They had been struggling for their entire lives. Many of them were eager to break the Mo Luo slave marks. As long as the slave marks were not broken, all of their descendants would carry the devil marks on their bodies forever. They would forever be Mo Luo's slaves. They had used all of their methods, but they still could not erase the Mo Luo slave marks. However, they did not expect that Ning Fan could easily erase the slave marks as easily as turning his palm. This should have been a joyous occasion if Ning Fan did not plant another slave mark on them. After erasing the slave marks, Ning Fan activated the power of the ancestral talisman and used his essence chi to carve the devil marks on the bodies of the 22 primordial spirits. The slave marks were a type of restriction that was different from the demon restrictions of the demon race. It was more effective in controlling the devil race. Moreover, it could be passed down from generation to generation and would never be erased. Ah! Stop. No. The 22 small primordial spirits shrieked in pain. They struggled helplessly as Ning Fan planted the slave marks on them one by one. From this moment onwards, they no longer had the slightest intention to resist Ning Fan. Once they resist, the slave marks would activate. The slave marks were the same as Mo Luo's slave marks. They would be passed down for eternity, enslaving the person who was planted with the slave marks and all of their descendants. From now on, these 22 primordial spirits could only be Ning Fan's slaves. If they betray him, they would die. No. I don't want to be loyal to you. I want to be loyal to Lord Xiamo. Ah. One of the primordial spirits tried to resist the slave marks. However, the slave marks immediately activated. It was tortured by the irresistible pain and let out a piercing scream. After a few breaths, that primordial spirit was exhausted from screaming. He was already extremely weak. His eyes were filled with pain and fear. He wanted to commit suicide. However, he realized that as soon as he had such a thought, he would lose control of his body and he would not be able to commit suicide. Moreover, he would feel an even more intense pain which was worse than death. When the slave marks activate, the person who was planted with the slave marks would be in utter misery. He who was originally unyielding gradually surrendered. He knelt in the void and kept kowtowing to Ning Fan. Master, please spare my life. Please spare my life. This subordinate is willing to follow Master and kill Xiamo. Master, please stop the slave marks from activating. The faces of the other 21 primordial spirits turned pale. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of the slave marks. This was because once the slave marks are planted on them, their life and death would no longer be in their control. Moreover, their descendants would also not be able to escape the fate of becoming slaves. So this is the slave mark that the 4 great slave clans hate, huh? It's actually quite useful. Ning Fan continued to activate the power of the ancestral talisman. He divided a trace of the ancestral talisman's power into millions of portions and sprinkled them on Tai Chi City like a dark golden rain of light, entering all the unconscious devil cultivators of the Mist Horn tribe. When Su Yan saw this scene, she just let out a soft sigh and did not say anything. However, in the eyes of Xiamo and the other 2, it turned into uncontrollable shock and a trace of instinctive fear towards the slave marks. They did not understand why Ning Fan knew the method to plant slave marks. However, they understood that at the moment Ning Fan planted the slave marks on all the devil cultivators of the Mist Horn tribe, no one in the Mist Horn tribe was their subordinate or helper anymore. How dare you plant slave marks on the 22 divine transformation realm experts of my tribe? How dare you plant slave marks on millions of members of my tribe? Zhou Ming, how dare you? How dare you enslave my tribe? You deserve to die. How dare I? Not only do I want to enslave the Mist Horn tribe, but I also want to imprison the Mist Horn tribe in the tranquil ocean forever. Devour. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. The function of the ancestral talisman was not only to refine one's blood and plant slave marks. It could also deprive a slave of their cultivation base. The slave marks in the bodies of every member of the Mist Horn tribe contained a trace of Ning Fan's ancestral talisman power. At the moment Ning Fan activated the power of the ancestral talisman, the cultivation base of all the enslaved members of the Mist Horn tribe was rapidly devoured by the talisman power and transferred to Ning Fan's body. The devil cultivators who were originally at the Gold Core realm fell to the Harmonious Spirit realm. The nascent Soul realm devil cultivators fell to the Gold Core realm. As for the 22 divine transformation realm devil cultivators, they were terrified to find out that their cultivation bases had been devoured and plunged to the nascent Soul realm. The cultivation base of millions of cultivators was used to increase Ning Fan's essence chi, but the increase was less than 10,000 units. Each of the unconscious cultivators was awakened by the pain of their cultivation base being taken away. To their despair, they found out that all of them had been planted with slave marks and their cultivation base had been taken away. To a member of the devil race who loved battles and strived to become stronger, having their cultivation base taken away and becoming a slave was more painful than death. Ning Fan could not annihilate the Mist Horn tribe, but he must teach this devil race who betrayed Su Yan a lesson. That lesson was to make the Mist Horn tribe become one of Ning Fan's great slaves for generations to come. With my order, all devils who have been planted with slave marks will have their cultivation base taken away and be imprisoned here. None of you are allowed to leave Tai Chi City without permission. Otherwise, the slave marks will activate and you will suffer a fate worse than death. As soon as Ning Fan gave his order, his devil chi surged. Millions of members of the Mist Horn tribe felt that the slave marks in their bodies had been planted with Ning Fan's order. After Ning Fan gave his order, almost no one dared to leave Tai Chi City without permission. They would be imprisoned by the slave marks in Tai Chi City for eternity. At this moment, countless members of the Mist Horn tribe who were hostile to Ning Fan knelt down one after another. They had no choice but to obey. Each of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators was dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing such a domineering restriction that could control millions of people as slaves at the same time and take away their cultivation base. Such a method was just too terrifying. Next, it's your turn. Ning Fan's body emitted the power of the ancestral talisman. The bloodline power of the ancestral devil made Xianxia, Gui Jiao, and Yin Gong feel oppressed and terrified. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He clearly realized that the current Ning Fan was a little difficult to deal with. You guys stand guard at the side. I will meet him in the future. Xianxia no longer called himself the clan leader of the Mist Horn tribe. All the devils of his tribe had been enslaved by Ning Fan. He was already alone and his power had been lost. Even though Ning Fan had instantly killed 3 bandit kings and was proficient in the ability of the slave marks, Xianxia still did not think that he would lose to Ning Fan. He still remembered the exchange of blows between him and Ning Fan 3 months ago. At that time, Ning Fan was barely able to withstand his attack. Just like that day, Xianxia pointed out a finger and devil chi surged around his body. When he pressed his finger down, the devil chi turned into a 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall mountain and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. The suppressive force of this 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall mountain was a true void inquiry stage attack. Its destructive power should not be underestimated. Even the 3 bandit kings would not be able to withstand this attack unscathed. Facing the same attack, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. Before he attained the reckless devil realm, he could already withstand Xianxia's finger attack. Now, Ning Fan was already at the mid-reckless devil realm. His physical body had surpassed ordinary body cultivators at the 2nd level of the golden body realm. Even so, he still casually used a punch to block the devil mountain. However, the destructive power of this punch was no longer the same as before. Boom! Streams of collapsing vortexes spread out from Ning Fan's fist light, easily shattering the devil mountain. Moreover, the remaining force of the attack did not diminish at all. Just a casual punch from Ning Fan had the power to severely injure Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect that Ning Fan would become so strong in just 3 months. The powerful fist light made him feel suffocated. Without hesitation, he directly patted his storage pouch and took out 3 ancient jade slips. Then, he crushed them. Immediately, the 3 jade slips shattered one after another. Each of them had a void inquiry stage attack which collided with Ning Fan's fist light. Under the obstruction of the 3 void inquiry stage attacks, Xianxia managed to escape from the range of Ning Fan's fist light. 3 months ago, he could at least maintain a draw with Ning Fan. But 3 months later, he could not even withstand a casual punch from Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with dispiritedness and unwillingness. Xianxia ordered the 2 experts behind him. Gui Jiao, Yin Gong, the 2 of you go and delay him for a while. I will lift the seal on the void inquiry stage attack and help you from the side. Understood. Gui Jiao and Yin Gong knew that if they do not eliminate Ning Fan today, they would either die or be subdued by Ning Fan and become his slaves. Their cultivation base would be taken away and their lives would be worse than death. Even though they knew that Ning Fan was very strong, they had no choice but to fight him head-on. There was no way out. The 3 of them flew out at the same time, surrounding Ning Fan from 3 sides without leaving a single gap. Gui Jiao and Yin Gong used their own methods. They used their magic techniques and magic treasures to besiege Ning Fan. At the same time, they carefully kept a distance from Ning Fan as they were afraid that Ning Fan would launch a sudden attack and kill them instantly. They had to admit that Ning Fan's instant killing of the 3 bandit kings had already left a shadow in their hearts. After defeating Xianxia in an instant, this shadow expanded infinitely. The 2 of them were extremely afraid of Ning Fan. None of them dared to fight him in close combat. As for Xianxia, he patted his storage pouch and took out countless jade slips. He chose one of the ancient jade slips which had a vast and vicissitude ancient devil chi sealed within it. This is the protective jade slip left behind by the 9th generation ancestor of my Misthorn clan. By breaking this jade slip, you can activate the attack of our ancestor. I don't believe that you can withstand a Void Inquiry stage attack just because you are comparable to a Void Inquiry stage expert. The aura force of a peak Void Pierce stage attack was revealed from that jade slip, shocking all the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators who were watching the scene. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Xianxia's strength was not that great, but he was well prepared. In order to become the clan leader, he had obtained quite a number of good items to protect himself. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that each of the jade slips that Xianxia was holding was the power of an attack left behind by the ancestors of the Misthorn clan. After countless years, most of the power of those attacks had already lost most of its power. Even so, many of the magic techniques sealed in the jade slips were not to be underestimated. For example, the 9th generation ancestor jade slip that Xianxia was unsealing was the protective item left behind by the 9th generation old ancestor of the Misthorn clan. Rumor has it that the 9th generation old ancestor of the Misthorn clan was a true immortal realm ancient devil who was proficient in wind and wood element abilities. The protective attack that he left behind was originally a true immortal realm attack. However, as time passed, that true immortal realm attack only had Void Pierce stage power left behind. Even so, this magic technique attack was definitely not to be underestimated. What Ning Fan was more concerned about was that Xianxia still had a lot of such jade slips. Xianxia even had a few absolute void stage attacks and a void fragmentation realm attack. This Void Pierce stage jade slip gave Gui Jiao and Yin Gong some confidence, and they began to attack Ning Fan with all their might. The reason why the 2 of them were willing to submit to Xianxia was because they knew that he had many powerful offensive jade slips. Xianxia obtained these jade slips by chance from a secret place in the clan. With these jade slips, Xianxia did not think that he would lose to Ning Fan at all. Even though he did not understand how Ning Fan and Su Yan managed to escape from the pursuit of millions of devil spirits and get out of the Misthorn broken world, he did not understand why the contract between the millions of devil spirits and the 15 void refinement realm in the broken world could not be contacted. However, Xianxia believed that as long as he activates this Void Pierce stage jade slip, it would be more than enough to kill Ning Fan. As long as he is given 3 breaths to activate the jade slip, Ning Fan would certainly die. In Xianxia's eyes, it was still possible for Gui Jiao and Yin Gong to delay Ning Fan for 3 breaths by joining forces. Xianxia closed his eyes and used all his strength to unseal the jade slips. His ears were filled with the rumbling sounds of Gui Jiao and Yin Gong's magic techniques. Facing the attacks from the 2 of them, Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. He just raised his hand and clawed. 5 rays of moonlight fell from the sky and turned them into claw marks. His 5 fingers turned into a claw and tore 5 parts of the moonlight. Each part of the moonlight was gentle, but it carried terrifying destructive power. The moonlight that filled the sky gave off a vast aura force. It was the moon-tearing dragon technique. As soon as this technique was used, all of Gui Jiao and Yin Gong's attacks were broken one after another. This was something that Xianxia did not expect. All of the magic techniques and abilities of Gui Jiao, who was at the Void Glimpse stage, were destroyed by Ning Fan's claw. Even his physical body was directly killed by the moon claw. Only his primordial spirit was captured by Ning Fan. Slave marks were planted on him, depriving his cultivation base and enslaving his primordial spirit. So what if he was a Void Glimpse stage-old monster? In front of the ancestral devil Ning Fan, he was only fit to be a slave. And no. Gui Jiao wailed. A dignified Void Refinement Realm expert like him had actually become Ning Fan's slave. It was really worse than death. As for Yin Gong, who was at the Void Inquiry stage, his magic treasure was destroyed by Ning Fan. He could only withstand half of Ning Fan's claw while the other half directly destroyed his physical body. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape. It could not withstand the power of Ning Fan's claw at all. This moon-tearing dragon technique was displayed by Ning Fan, who was at the mid-reckless devil realm. Its destructive power was just too terrifying. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and saw Gong's primordial spirit dashing towards him while being bathed in blood. Behind Gong, Ning Fan was chasing after him at a leisurely pace. He looked calm and relaxed, as if killing Gui Jiao and severely injuring Gong in a single move was just a normal thing. Xianxia found it hard to believe. Even if Ning Fan is at the Void Inquiry stage, he should not be this strong. The three bandit kings could not stop Ning Fan for even a moment. Gui Jiao and Gong were also no match for him. The two of them did not manage to buy 3 breaths of time for Xianxia at all. They could not even delay him for half a breath. You are not an ordinary Void Inquiry stage cultivator. You have the strength of an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage expert. Just when Xianxia realized this, Ning Fan, who was chasing after Gong, suddenly grabbed his primordial spirit and planted a slave mark on him, depriving him of his cultivation base. Ning Fan increased his speed and instantly traveled across a vast distance. He appeared in front of Xianxia and punched him mercilessly. With just a single punch, Xianxia's devil armor was completely shattered. All of his devil bones were broken. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying by Ning Fan's punch. He coughed out blood incessantly and fell on the ground of Taichi City. Then, Ning Fan stepped on the soil as if he was stepping on a dead dog. Ning Fan did not give Xianxia any time to use his jade slip at all. Xianxia's broken body held the jade slip in his hand. He was too unwilling to accept his fate. However, he could not mobilize any of his magic power and was powerless to resist Ning Fan's strength. Don't kill me. I am willing to return the position of the clan leader to Su Yan. Save me, clan leader Su. I know my mistake. Xianxia looked at Ning Fan, who was approaching him step by step, and begged while coughing out blood. Su Yan's almond-shaped eyes were filled with coldness. She did not show any mercy at all. She just could not bear to see the ordinary members of her clan die, but she wanted to kill Xianxia as soon as possible. As for Ning Fan, it was impossible for him to care about Xianxia's pleading. He did not even plan to enslave Xianxia *bang* with a stomp of his foot. The strength of the mid-reckless devil realm directly crushed Xianxia's physical body into countless pieces of rotten flesh and blood. After capturing Xianxia's primordial spirit, Ning Fan did not say a word and directly ate him alive, killing him in his stomach. Standing in Taichi City, Ning Fan's devil chi was monstrous. His eyes were filled with the prestige of an ancestral devil as he scanned the entire city. From now on, the Mist Horn Devil clan will be my slave clan. I can decide your life and death with just a single thought. Those who touch the Mist Horn Devil clan will die. Many Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators in the Internal Sea also woke up. After hearing Ning Fan's devil command and looking at the millions of members of the Mist Horn clan who were bowing and kowtowing to Ning Fan, all the cultivators of the Internal Sea were stunned. Oh my god! What happened in Taichi City when they were unconscious? The dignified Mist Horn clan, one of the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean, was actually subdued by Ning Fan. If this matter is spread out, it would certainly shake the entire Endless Sea. No. It would certainly shake the entire Rain World. In the Rain World, other than Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters, who else could suppress the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean? Ning Fan was the second cultivator who succeeded in suppressing the Devil clan of the Hidden Ocean after the Thunder Sovereign. To be continued. The Mist Horn clan, one of the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean, was suppressed by Ning Fan. This matter shook the entire external Endless Sea overnight. Countless pieces of news spread to every corner of the world like snowflakes. In the Zhou clan, Hong Yi, who was recuperating in seclusion in a certain small kiliocosm, looked at the information in her hands, and a smile appeared in her blood-red eyes. Suppress the Mist Horn clan? Moreover, he's different from me. I've only suppressed him, but this kid has completely enslaved the Mist Horn tribe. He's not weak at all. If I nurture him carefully, he will become a great help in my counterattack against the Rain Palace. Guards! Hong Yi gave an order. Immediately, 3 Void Refinement Realm experts with vast chi entered the small kiliocosm. Among the 3 of them, one of them was the 3rd elder, Zhou Chen. As for the other 2, they looked rather unfamiliar. They should also be the Void Refinement Realm elders of the Zhou clan. Their chi was much stronger than the third elders. Lord Thunder Sovereign, what instructions do you have for us? The three of them knelt to Hong Yi in unison, and their expressions were extremely respectful. As for what they said, if it spreads out, the entire Rain world would be shaken. Moreover, the shock it would bring would definitely not be comparable to the shock Ning Fan experienced when he suppressed the Mist-Horn tribe. The red-robed man was actually the Thunder Sovereign, but wasn't the remnant soul of the Thunder Sovereign sealed in the Sovereign's tomb, neither dead nor alive, unable to leave? Why did she turn into a red dress and appear in the inner sea? If the Rain Palace knew that the Thunder Emperor had escaped from the Sovereign's tomb, wouldn't they be greatly shocked? Zhou Wei, Zhou Tong, Zhou Chen, there's a change in my plans. The time of my resurrection will be temporarily postponed. In the plan, the person who will help me return my essence soul will be changed. I will wait for another person to personally bring my soul back to life. What? The resurrection of His Excellency's soul essence is a huge matter, and there can't be the slightest mistake. It's most suitable for us to do it, so why do we have to replace him? There's no need to say more about this. I have my own plans. That kid is more suitable than you guys. After Hong Yi finished speaking, she closed her blood-red eyes and did not say anything else. The three elders looked at each other as if they had something to say, but in the end they did not dare to advise Hong Yi. They sighed and left. Now that the plan had changed, many things had to be rearranged. The three of them were going to be busy. Giant Demon Clan, inside the broken world. The Giant Devil Clan's 8 ancestors stared at the report in their hands in shock. This kid actually has the ability to enslave an entire race. This was simply inconceivable. We have spent our entire lives trying to break the slave mark, but he broke the Mist-Horn's slave mark in an instant and planted his own slave mark in it. This young man's means are actually so heaven-defying. Should we ask him to help us break the slave marks? A Void Inquiry stage-old ancestor asked in astonishment. The last time we saw him in the broken world, he was clearly just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. How did he break through to the Void Inquiry stage in just a few short months? Could it be that he has stored a large amount of magic power and suppressed it at the Divine Transformation Realm so that he can break through to the Void Refinement Realm in one go? The other old ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. The magic power of a Void Inquiry stage cultivator was at least 3 million units. Ordinary Divine Transformation Realm cultivators would not be able to suppress it at all, humph. So what if he broke through to the Void Inquiry stage? So what if he suppressed Xiamo, Yin Gong, Gui Jiao, and the others? Even if he has unrivaled strength among Void Inquiry stage experts, he will not be able to escape from the manipulation of us, the 8 ancestors of the Giant Devil clan. Among us, there are 2 Void Pierce stage experts. There was an insurmountable gap between the Void Pierce stage and the Void Inquiry stage. Only experts like Yin Tianjue and Prince Lan Ling could fight against a Void Pierce stage expert when they were still at the Void Inquiry stage. This young man is nothing to be afraid of. A gloomy Void Inquiry stage female voice resounded. She said that Ning Fan was worthless. However, there was a deep jealousy in her words. It was obvious that she was jealous of Ning Fan's strength and means. All right. Stop talking. King Julu's hoarse voice resounded. It carried a Void Pierce stage aura force, causing all the old ancestors to shut their mouths obediently. Even though this young man can break the slave mark, after 8 generations of hard work, we, the 8 ancestors, can also break the slave mark with our own means. We don't need to borrow the help of an outsider. Let's stick to our original plan. 10 years later, we will use the devil blood in Feng Shuiyan's body as a catalyst to break the slave mark of our clan. But old ancestor, since that Zhou Ming can easily break the slave mark, why do we still need to sacrifice Feng Shuiyan? We can just ask Zhou Ming to do it with a generous gift. After all, Feng Shuiyan is my granddaughter. I also can't bear to see her die. Old ancestor Zhu Yan raised an objection. Zhu Yan, are you questioning my order? King Zhu Lu's eyes turned grim. Zhu Yan did not dare to speak anymore. I don't dare to. But Feng Shuiyan, all right. This matter has been decided. Our plan is flawless. There's no need for us to borrow the help of an outsider. You should know that Zhou Ming is an outsider. Even though he has the method to break the slave mark, he also has the ability to plant the slave mark. If he plants a new slave mark on our clan when he breaks the slave mark, wouldn't we have to pledge our loyalty to him? Old ancestor is right. It's Zhu Yan's fault for not thinking things through. Zhu Yan could not refute and could only remain silent. It's good that you know. Everything will proceed according to plan. We just need to wait for that young man to concoct the sinful ocean pill for us. Hee. 10 years. I just need to wait for another 10 years. A hint of gloominess flashed across King Julu's eyes, but no one noticed it. The reason why he had painstakingly gone through 8 generations of suffering was not just to save the slave mark of the giant devil clan. He had his own purpose. For that purpose, he did not mind sacrificing the other 7 ancestors or the entire giant devil clan, let alone Feng Shuiyan. As long as the plan goes smoothly, not only can I revert to my ancestral form and cultivate the great Tao of ancient devils, I can even borrow a drop of imitation ancestral blood in Feng Shuiyan's body to obtain the devil bloodline that is at least at the true blood realm. No, I might even have the chance to obtain the royal bloodline and become the legendary King Devil. In the past, my foundation was damaged by the heavenly tribulation and I had no chance to break through to the void fragmentation realm. However, if I have the bloodline that is above the true blood realm, the day I break through to the revered devil realm is just around the corner. The revered devil realm is much stronger than the void fragmentation realm. In front of my ancient devil clan, any cultivator is just an ant. They are food. King Julu stroked an ancient jade box in his hand. His heart was filled with excitement. Inside the jade box was a low-grade 7th revolution pill, revered blood pill. The purpose of this pill was to consolidate the cultivation base of the revered devil realm. The value of a revered blood pill was immeasurable. If I didn't obtain this revered blood pill in the past, I would never have thought that I would have the chance to become a revered devil realm cultivator in this life. Hee. In the entire rain world, no, in the entire 9 worlds, is there anyone whose luck is as good as mine who has the chance to consume a 7th revolution revered blood pill of the ancient devil clan? The revered blood pill in King Julu's hand was just a defective item, but he already regarded it as a supreme treasure. However, he did not know that Ning Fan had obtained 10 of these revered blood pills when he reverted to his ancestral form. After he consumed all of them, his reckless devil realm was stabilized in a short period of time. His inferior luck was not worth mentioning at all compared to Ning Fan's. In the Rain Palace of the Middle State. The Rain Sovereign looked at the information in his hand and his expression changed. According to the information, Ning Fan had broken through to the void inquiry stage. However, how was that possible? A few months ago, Ning Fan was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. How could he possibly attain the void inquiry stage in just a few months? Could it be that this young man has obtained a great opportunity? Or perhaps, this young man is going to marry a peerless genius whose innate potential is not inferior to the Thunder Sovereign and Yun Tianjue. The Rain Sovereign's eyes were filled with uncertainty. He did not know if he would allow Ning Fan to continue cultivating like this. Would he give birth to another sovereign-level enemy? According to the information, King Lan Ling had yet to give Ning Fan some pointers. This made the Rain Sovereign dissatisfied. According to his personality, it was impossible for him to allow a devil cultivator who did not belong to the Rain Palace to grow without a limit. However, what gave him a headache was that the stronger Ning Fan was, the higher his chances of entering that place would be. The Rain Sovereign did not want Ning Fan to grow stronger. However, he also hoped that Ning Fan would become stronger and stronger until he could pass through the Sea of Immortal Flames and retrieve that item. He was really conflicted and had a huge headache. Besides, now that Ning Fan had broken through to the void inquiry stage, as the Rain Sovereign, should he fulfill his promise in the past and make Ning Fan the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace? The Rain Palace had many branches. Each of them was guarded by a void refinement realm Palace Lord. However, among these many branches, there were only 9 which were the strongest. They were known as the 9 Heaven Divine Palaces. They were named after the 9 heavens and each of them had a void fragmentation realm expert. The 9th Palace Lord had a respectable status. If it wasn't because Ning Fan was of great value to the Rain Sovereign, how would the Rain Sovereign let him go after he killed the dignified Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Show? Perhaps, making him the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace is also a good thing. When he comes to the middle state in the future, Jing Hong will be watching over him. With Jing Hong's methods, I can suppress this young man appropriately and suppress his momentum of soaring to the sky. If I tempt him appropriately, I might be able to make him my subordinate. If that's the case, there's no harm in making him the palace lord. With his innate potential, he will certainly be a great help to me once he attains the void fragmentation realm. However, I still want to see if he has the intention to become a sovereign and betray the Rain Palace. Will he leave the Rain Palace in the future and establish his own sect to become the second sovereign of the Rain world? Fine. I'll use the matter of the title to test if he has the intention to become a sovereign. When a cultivator of the Rain world breaks through to the void refinement realm, if he or she has outstanding innate potential, he or she would be bestowed a special title by the Rain Palace. Be it King Lam Ling, Marquis Yu Gui or King Ju Lu, all of them were titles bestowed upon cultivators who had attained the void refinement realm. The Rain Sovereign picked up his brush and wrote down 2 titles on a piece of paper in front of him. They were the 2 titles that he was going to bestow upon Ning Fan. One of them was King Ming, which was derived from Ning Fan's alias, Zhou Ming. The other was Marquis White Robe, which was derived from Ning Fan's graceful bearing when he wore white robes and slaughtered everyone in the world. The Rain Sovereign's eyes darkened. If Ning Fan chooses to be a king, it probably means that he has a strong desire to become a sovereign. If he chooses to be a marquis, he probably has some chances to recruit him. The Rain Sovereign would like to see what kind of title Ning Fan would choose. Lord Divine Sovereign, there is a void refinement realm devil cultivator who intends to enter the Rain world at the world passage of the devil world. He is one of the 10 great devil generals under Moksha Sovereign, Dao Yan. Dao Yan has come to the Rain world to kill someone. A subordinate entered the hall and reported. Dao Yan? One of the 10 great devil generals of Moksha Sovereign wants to enter my Rain world? Humph. In the past, Moksha Sovereign forced his way through the world passage and descended upon the Rain world. He treated my Rain world as nothing. Now, he even wants to send his subordinates into my Rain world to kill someone. Does he really think that my Rain world is the weakest in the 9 worlds and is easily bullied? Chase this person away. Don't allow him to enter our world. The Rain Sovereign's eyes turned slightly cold. This? The subordinate said awkwardly. Are you questioning my order? I don't dare to. However, that devil general Dao Yan has a sovereign execution token. Sovereign execution token. The Rain Sovereign frowned. The sovereign execution token was something that all the divine sovereigns of the 9 worlds possessed. It allowed them to enter other worlds to kill someone. Since this devil general Dao Yan came with the token, the Rain Sovereign had no choice but to let him kill someone in the Rain world. Fine. Go and send a message to open the world passage for Dao Yan. Let him choose a world to descend upon. He can't kill too many people. He can only kill one person. Understood. I will do it right away. In the void world passage, Devil General Dao Yan stood in the void with the token in his hand. After a long time, there was a commotion on the other side of the world passage. Groups of Rain world cultivators opened the world passage and allowed Dao Yan to enter. May I know which world Senior is going to descend upon? A divine transformation realm cultivator asked respectfully. Dao Yan did not speak. Instead, he took out a trace of harmonious spirit chi and sealed it into the sovereign execution token. Immediately, the sovereign execution token sensed the owner of the chi. Dao Yan said gloomily. The easternmost of the Rain world. The easternmost of the Rain world? Senior is going to descend upon the endless sea? The divine transformation realm cultivator of the Rain Palace was astonished. He had no idea who Dao Yan was going to kill in the endless sea. What puzzled him even more was the trace of harmonious spirit chi that was sealed into the sovereign execution token. He had seen the sovereign execution token before. Over the years, there were many experts from other worlds who came to kill traitors with the token. Every time they entered the worlds, those experts would seal the traitor's chi into the sovereign execution token to find the traitor's location. However, every traitor who was being hunted was at least at the void refinement realm. After all, the sovereign execution token was extremely precious. The opportunity to kill someone should not be wasted on an ant. This divine transformation realm cultivator of the Rain Palace could not understand why Moksha, sovereign of the devil world, would send a capable general to kill a harmonious spirit realm junior. However, he also understood that Moksha sovereign's matter was not something a mere divine transformation realm cultivator like him could ask. He did not say much and opened the cloud formation for Devil General Dao Yan. Dao Yan did not say anything else. He took a step into the cloud formation and his body disappeared without a trace. This cloud formation was a teleportation formation between worlds. It could teleport cultivators to any place in the rain world. However, the landing point could only be accurate to within 1 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li. If I attack, a mere harmonious spirit realm cultivator will definitely die. Devil General Dao Yan sneered. At the same time, Ning Fan, who was discussing with Su Yan and Ming Ke in the Mist Horn clan, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. When Devil General Dao Yan activated the Sovereign Execution token, Ning Fan clearly felt a trace of qi being locked onto him. In that sense, there was even undisguised killing intent. Master, what's wrong? Su Yan asked with concern. Ning Fan enslaved the Mist Horn clan, but he did not kill too many people. This made her very grateful and her attitude towards Ning Fan gradually became respectful. Someone wants to kill me. However, you don't have to worry. It's just a void inquiry stage cultivator and he is very far away from me. This person seems to have chased me all the way here without stopping at all. However, he definitely won't be able to reach me without a few months. However, there's one thing that I'm very concerned about. What Ning Fan was concerned about was that there were some other qi among the void inquiry stage qi. One of them gave Ning Fan a sense of familiarity. Aya. Who is so bold to kill Ming Ke's brother Biscuit? Ming Ke will never let him go. Since someone wants to harm Brother Biscuit, let's not go to Sikong Demon Island. Let's go and beat him up first, alright? The little pill devil raised her pink and tender fists, looking like she wanted to avenge Ning Fan. Go. Why shouldn't we go? We have to go to Sikong Demon Island after all. According to Priest Chu, you have yet to receive the power of inheritance from the Seetsong stone statue. Previously, he didn't dare to let you receive the inheritance because he was afraid that you wouldn't be able to withstand the power. However, now that I'm with you, you don't have to worry. I can protect you and let you receive Seetsong's inheritance safely. Ning Fan glanced at Old Man Chu from the corner of his eyes. Old Man Chu immediately lowered his head in fear. After suppressing the Mist Horn tribe, Ning Fan purposely looked for Old Man Chu and interrogated him. All he asked was about the secrets of Sikong Demon Island. At first, Old Man Chu refused to say anything. However, after Ning Fan slightly punished him, he spat out all of his secrets. He did not have any ill intentions towards Ming Quebec. He just wanted her to receive Seetsong's inheritance and return to her ancestral form to become the ancient demon Seetsong. Then, she would become their master again. After knowing this, Ning Fan let Old Man Chu go and no longer bullied him. Now, Old Man Chu was extremely afraid of Ning Fan. He still had lingering fear about the interrogation that day. Alright then. If Brother Biscuit can accompany me, I will go back to Seetsong Demon Island. From today onwards, I will eat wherever Brother Biscuit goes. The little pill devil held Ning Fan's arm. Her expression was adorable and she was trying her best to please him. She no longer wanted to leave Ning Fan's side. She wanted to eat all the pill biscuits in the world. After we go to Sikong Demon Island, we will go to Pill Island along the way. Then, we can return to the giant devil clan. With my current strength, there are some things that I can deal with. You guys rest early. We will depart tomorrow and head to Sikong Demon Island. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he floated away and returned to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed and patted his storage pouch. He took out a bag full of spoils of war and placed it on the bed. His eyes gradually turned solemn. Immortal jade, spiritual herbs, pills, pill recipes, magic treasures. None of them caught Ning Fan's attention. The only thing that caught Ning Fan's attention were the jade slips on the bed. Each of the jade slips contained a full force attack of Ancestor Lan Jiao. As time passed, the power of these attacks had greatly diminished. Otherwise, most of the jade slips would contain the attack power of a life immortal realm or a true immortal realm attack. As time went by, only around 20 jade slips still retained the destructive power of a void refinement realm attack and above. Among them, there were only 7 void inquiry stage attacks, 4 void pierce stage attacks, 3 absolute void stage attacks and 1 first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm attack. Looking at these jade slips, Ning Fan felt that it was a pity. If he could repair these jade slips and restore their former power, it would be terrifying. It's not really possible to repair them. However, these jade slips seem to have another use. Ning Fan's eyes lit up as if he thought of something. Ning Fan was unable to completely repair these jade slips. It was impossible for him to restore them to the level of a true immortal realm attack. However, there was a method that he could try. It would most likely restore some of the power of these jade slips. Each of these jade scrolls had been left behind by the Mist Horn clan's ancient devil ancestor. Each of the jade scrolls contained celestial technique attacks. Due to the dissipation of the devil chi, the power of these immortal techniques had been greatly reduced. If a certain amount of devil chi was replenished, these jade slips could recover a lot of their power. As for the source of the devil chi, there is one. Rogue devil. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He had obtained a rogue devil from Wei country but he had never used it. In the past, he had imagined that he could start trying to control the rogue devil once his cultivation base reaches the peak divine transformation realm. However, the risks involved were naturally extremely great. Ning Fan could not guarantee that he would not be devoured by the rogue devil. The higher his cultivation base was, the lower the risk of controlling the rogue devil. Therefore, he would never risk his life to use the rogue devil unless he was being chased by a void fragmentation realm expert. After that, when he was refining the heaven-deceiving cloak, the All-Heaven relic, which was a necessary item to control the loose demon, was accidentally swallowed by the cloak. After losing the All-Heaven relic, Ning Fan was even more uncertain about whether he could control the rogue devil. Fortunately, now that he had broken through to the mid-reckless devil realm, his cultivation base had improved tremendously. Besides, he had also mastered the method of planting slave marks. Thus, he could try to control the rogue devil again. If he really could not control the rogue devil, Ning Fan could only wait until his cultivation base was higher before trying again. However, borrowing the powerful demonic chi of the scattered devil to replenish the power of the jade slip was a wonderful thing. It would definitely succeed. Rogue devils, rogue immortals, and rogue demons are at least at the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If I had the All-Heaven relic, I'd have at least a 30% chance of success in controlling the rogue devil with my reckless devil cultivation base. However, without the relic, I'm not sure what my chances of success are. We have to be extremely cautious when it comes to subduing the rogue devils. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he activated the Yin-Yang locket and floated into the profounding world. Other living creatures could not enter the profounding world. Once it sensed a living creature, the power of the realm would suppress it, not allowing living creatures to enter. This could be exploited. He had tried several times to summon the female cultivator in his cauldron ring in the profounding world but to no avail. Currently, Ning Fan could not control the realm power of the profounding world at all. Otherwise, he would be able to let other living beings enter it. Currently, Ning Fan was the only one who could enter the profounding world. As for Luo Yu, she was an exception. For the same reason, no matter how powerful the loose devil's cultivation was, he would not be able to resist the power of the boundary realm. He would not be able to escape from the storage pouch and enter the profounding world. Even if he fails to subdue the rogue devil in the profounding world, he would not be in any danger with the help of the power that separates the worlds. In the profounding world, Ning Fan entered it with a flash of light. He floated in the Yin Chi of heaven and earth. In that vast and empty world, there was only a straw hut floating and a giant monument hanging high above. Perhaps one day, when my cultivation base reaches a certain level, I will be able to control the world power of the profounding world at will and allow others to enter this world. As for letting little Yu Er leave the profounding world, perhaps I will only be able to do it after I attain the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan scanned the thatched cottage with his spirit sense. When he saw that Luo Yu was still in a deep sleep, his eyes flashed and he shook his head with a smile. Luo Yu's primordial spirit had already recovered to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, it was showing signs of advancing to the second heavenly layer. The injuries accumulated from using the secret technique that day had all recovered, but she still hadn't woken up. Before this, Ningfan only thought that she had yet to fully recover from her injuries. Now that Ningfan's cultivation base had improved tremendously, he could tell that the reason why Luo Yu did not wake up had nothing to do with her injuries. Instead, her body was sleeping on its own. She was trying to use the remaining medicinal power of the dark golden bamboo leaves to break through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in one go. Only then would she truly wake up. In other words, Luo Yu would not wake up unless her cultivation base recovers to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. There are still 4 dark golden bamboo leaves. If I can obtain 20 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs and use them to harmonize the bamboo leaves, I will certainly be able to wake little Yu Er up and restore her second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm strength. At that time, she will be an expert at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. With her by my side, I won't be afraid even if a void fragmentation realm expert of the rain world attacks me. *Chi** in a flash, Ningfan flew far away from the thatched cottage and subdued the rogue devil 10 million li * 500 m per li, away from the cottage. Even though the rogue devil would not escape from the storage pouch, there would certainly be great fluctuations when it is subdued. If he gets too close to it, he might disturb Luo Yu's sleep. Standing amidst the heavy yin qi of heaven and earth, Ningfan took a deep breath. He shook his cauldron ring and took out the storage pouch that contained the rogue devil. The surface of the storage pouch was engraved with layers upon layers of swastika. Even through the layers of seals, Ningfan could still feel the monstrous devil qi inside the storage pouch. Ningfan's eyes flashed with determination. He slightly opened the pouch to reveal a small opening. Immediately, monstrous devil qi gushed out from the pouch like a flood. At the same time, an excited and wild laughter resounded across heaven and earth. In the midst of the laughter, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the gap of the storage pouch, trying to get out of the pouch and enter the profounding world. Haha! The storage pouch is finally open. I can finally escape. This black shadow was the rogue devil that the Wei ancestor raised. His laughter was mixed with the terrifying aura force of the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It drowned Ningfan like a flood. Ningfan's eyes widened. He immediately activated his ancestral talisman and ancestral blood to resist the devil might of the rogue devil. This was his first time experiencing the devil might of a rogue devil. It was the aura force of a 9th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. If he did not have the ancestral blood and ancestral talisman, he would certainly be intimidated by its might. *rumble*. The rogue devil tried to get out of the storage pouch. However, his head bumped into an invisible barrier at the entrance of the pouch, producing a deafening sound. The rogue devil let out a cry of pain. He was greatly shocked. To his horror, he realized that even if the pouch was opened, he still could not escape from it. This is the boundary barrier of the realm. Besides, judging from its strength, it's a dimensional barrier that can only be formed in a medium-sized world. As long as the realm lord does not allow it, the boundary barrier will prevent all living beings from entering the inner world. Damn it! This is impossible. Why am I kept in this medium-sized world? Who is the realm lord of this medium-sized world? Get out here right now. Hurry up and remove the barrier and let me out of this world. Otherwise, once I escape from this storage pouch, I will certainly bathe this medium-sized world in blood. Noisy. When the rogue devil was making a ruckus, Ningfan suddenly released the might force of his ancestral blood and suppressed the storage pouch. The might force of the 4 drops of ancestral blood was extremely vast. Even if the rogue devil was at the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, as long as he was still a member of the devil race, he would feel the humbleness and fear of his bloodline. In front of the might force of the bloodline, the rogue devil's expression changed dramatically. Ancestral devil? How is this possible? Even though he had been trapped in the storage pouch for countless years, the rogue devil knew that there were only 9 great ancestral devils left in the future and all of them had been suppressed. He could not imagine that there was a living ancestral devil right outside the storage pouch. However, after observing it carefully, he realized that even though the ancestral devil bloodline outside the storage pouch was strong, its cultivation base seemed to be very weak. Its chi was only at the void refinement realm. He could not understand why a void refinement realm devil race member would possess ancestral grade devil blood. Then, he realized that the chi of this ancestral devil was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It's you. You're that little cultivator in the past. Humph. It seems like you're quite fortunate to have broken through to the void refinement realm and cultivated the ancestral blood. However, in my eyes, you're still just an ant. Since you can stay in this medium-sized world, you must know the Realm Lord. Quickly call the Realm Lord here and remove the boundary barrier to let me out. Otherwise. Humph. The rogue devil suddenly recalled that the chi of this ancestral devil clearly belonged to Ning Fan, who had obtained the storage pouch in the past. However, what the rogue devil could not understand was that it had only been several tens of years since the last time he met Ning Fan. What was more, he did not expect was that Ning Fan was the Realm Lord of this medium-sized world. He thought that the Realm Lord was someone else. Several tens of years ago, Ning Fan was just at the harmonious spirit chi realm. In just a few tens of years, he had already attained the void refinement realm and even cultivated the ancestral grade devil blood. To the rogue devils, this was unavoidably rather shocking. However, this rogue devil was arrogant by nature. His cultivation base was terrifying and he was not afraid of Ning Fan at all. His tone was incomparably arrogant, as if he was the king of heaven. It seems that you still remember my aura. Furthermore, your personality still annoys me. I need to teach you a lesson. Talisman, appear. Ning Fan did not have the intention to catch up with the rogue devil. He directly waved his hand and summoned his ancestral talisman. He activated the power of the talisman to produce slave marks and sent them into his storage pouch. Every slave mark had the power to enslave a soul formation realm fiend, and all of them were planted on the scattered devils. Immediately, the scattered devils' blood-curdling screams rang through the air. He was furious to the extreme, and there was even a trace of fear. How dare you enslave me? You're courting death. Ah. When the slave marks entered one's body, the pain was no small matter. Even a rogue devil would not be able to endure it. However, after each slave mark was inserted into the rogue devil's body, it would not be able to subdue the devil due to the lack of power of the slave marks. Ning Fan frowned. Without stopping, he continued to plant slave marks on the rogue devil for 2 hours straight. As for the rogue devil, its screams also lasted for 2 hours. In the end, it screamed until it was hoarse from the pain. Even so, it still could not be subdued by Ning Fan. However, it was obvious that it was somewhat afraid of Ning Fan. His words also changed from cursing to begging for mercy and negotiating with Ning Fan. Little cultivator. Quickly stop. Let's talk this out. These slave marks are really killing me. Little cultivator. Even though I'm not willing to be your slave, as long as you are willing to let me go, I can promise to help you a few times and eliminate a few strong enemies for you. What do you think? Little cultivator, the rogue devil kept trying to bewitch Ning Fan with words. However, Ning Fan did not believe any of it. If he could not subdue the rogue devil, he would definitely not let it out of his storage pouch. This devil was arrogant and bloodthirsty. Once it escapes, it would not keep its promise at all. Perhaps, it would swallow Ning Fan whole and then go to destroy the rain world. Ning Fan's eyes became darker and darker. He kept sending out slave marks, but none of them could subdue the rogue devil. He shook his head and sighed. It seems like I can't subdue this devil with my mid-reckless devil realm cultivation base. Ning Fan stopped using the ancestral talisman and stopped planting slave marks on the rogue devil. His cultivation base was not strong enough to control the rogue devil with the slave marks. Thus, it would be futile for him to plant slave marks on it. Since the slave marks could not be used for now and the All-Heaven relic was already destroyed, Ning Fan's mind raced. There were only 2 ways to subdue the rogue devil. The first was to increase his cultivation base. When his cultivation base was higher, he would try to subdue the rogue devil. The second was to refine a slave treasure and use it to subdue the rogue devil. Slave treasures were an ancient magic treasure that was used to subdue demons and devils. However, it had been lost for a long time. Today, only a few Buddhist sects knew the method to refine it. In ancient times, many cultivators of the Buddhist sects were good at refining slave treasures which were specifically used to subdue ancient demons and devils. After unifying the Mist Horn clan, Ningfan took away all the devil scriptures of the Mist Horn clan. Among them, he found an ancient scripture which recorded the method to refine a certain kind of slave treasure. That slave treasure was called Devil Subduing Hoop. The method to refine it was left behind by the progenitor of the Mist Horn clan. According to rumors, there was once a great expert of the Buddhist sects who tried to subdue the progenitor of the Mist Horn clan with the Devil Subduing Hoop. However, he was killed by the latter instead. The method to refine the Devil Subduing Hoop was obtained by the progenitor of the Mist Horn clan. The Devil Subduing Hoop was also divided into different grades. The higher the grade of the hoop, the rarer the spiritual ores needed to refine it. Unfortunately, Ningfan could not even gather enough spiritual ores to refine the Devil Subduing Hoop of the lowest grade. Many of the spiritual ores in the hoop had already gone extinct in the rain world. Otherwise, if he could refine the Devil Subduing Hoop, he would just need to put the golden hoop on the rogue devil. Then, no matter how powerful the rogue devil was, it would never be able to escape from Ningfan's control. Whether or not I can refine the Devil Subduing Hoop to subdue the rogue devil depends on my luck. I can't force it. The only thing I can hope for is to continuously improve my strength and use my own methods to enslave the rogue devil for my own use. Let's put this matter aside for now. I'll first borrow the devil chi of the rogue devil to replenish the power of the jade slips. Talisman, devour. Ningfan patted his storage pouch and took out 15 jade slips. Each of them contained the remnant power of one of the past old ancestors of the Mist Horn clan. When he activated the ancestral talisman, it formed a vortex that devoured devil chi. It continuously extracted devil chi from his storage pouch and channeled it into the jade slips. Inside the storage pouch, the rogue devil heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ningfan stop planting the slave marks. However, his heart was filled with resentment towards Ningfan. A mere void refinement realm insignificant cultivator actually dares to subdue me with slave marks. How audacious of you! Humph. Don't give me a chance to escape from your storage pouch. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Just as the rogue devil's eyes flashed with ferocious light, he suddenly realized that the devil chi in his body was being extracted by someone irresistibly. Wisps of devil chi were being drawn out of his storage pouch. Along with the loss of his devil chi, the rogue devil's cultivation base was also declining bit by bit. This time, the rogue devil was really frightened. He finally realized that it was Ningfan who was extracting his devil chi and crippling his cultivation base. Under normal circumstances, Ningfan would not be able to extract the devil chi of a rogue devil expert no matter what. However, the rogue devil was sealed and Ningfan had the ancestral talisman. Hence, he could extract the devil chi of this rogue devil. By extracting the devil chi to replenish the power of the jade slips, if Ningfan could not control the rogue devil directly, he would just use the rogue devil as nourishment for the recovery of the jade slips. In just a few breaths, Ningfan had already extracted a large amount of devil chi and increased the power of the 15 jade slips. All of the 14 void refinement realm attack jade slips had reached the standard of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm attack. As for the attack at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, it had leaped to the power of the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. As for the poor rogue devil, his cultivation base was extracted by Ningfan, causing his cultivation base to fall from the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to the 8th heavenly layer. For the first time, the rogue devil realized that Ningfan, who looked kind and gentle, was actually so ruthless. He extracted his devil chi and crippled his cultivation base. Gritting his teeth, the rogue devil made a series of hand seals and spurted out blood continuously. He used the blood seals to lock his devil chi and prevented it from being extracted. However, the backlash he suffered was definitely not light. You're ruthless. The rogue devil gnashed his teeth. He hated and feared Ningfan's methods. One moment, he planted slave marks on him, causing him unbearable pain. The next moment, he extracted his devil chi and crippled his cultivation base. He no longer dared to scold Ningfan. At least, he did not dare to do so openly in case he angered Ningfan and provoked him to use other extreme methods on him. What a pity. I didn't expect you to know how to seal your own devil chi. you're indeed a rogue devil. At first, I wanted to extract your cultivation base to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in one go and then try to subdue you. Now, it seems like this idea is impossible to realize. To Ning Fan, the rogue devil was just a tool to deal with Moksha Sovereign. Moksha Sovereign was at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. As long as the rogue devil's cultivation base was higher than Moksha Sovereign's, it would be enough. The lower the cultivation base, the easier it would be to control. If he can cripple the rogue devil's cultivation base to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in one go, the difficulty of subduing the rogue devil would certainly be greatly reduced. Or if he could extract all of the rogue devil's devil chi and increase the destructive power of the jade slips to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, it would certainly be able to severely injure Moksha Sovereign. Unfortunately, the rogue devil had sealed his own devil chi. Hence, it would be difficult to realize these ideas. Fortunately, after absorbing the devil chi of the rogue devil, the power of the 15 jade slips had greatly increased. Excluding the steel of sun and moon, Ning Fan already had 17 first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm attacks to protect himself. He even had a 2nd heavenly layer void fragmentation realm attack which was enough to severely injure a 1st heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster. With so many trump cards, Ning Fan could protect himself even if he faces a 1st heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. Slightly crippling the rogue devil's cultivation base which he could not subdue in exchange for so many trump cards was just too worthwhile. He resealed the storage pouch and kept it into his cauldron ring. The surroundings returned to silence. I might stay on Sikong Demon Island for a while but it won't be for too long. I can go to the Pill Island on my way back. I wonder if I can break through to the 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm with the help of the Soul Washing Pond. With my current trump cards, it will be a piece of cake for me to kill the 8 ancestors when I return to the Giant Devil clan. With me around, Feng Shuiyan will certainly be fine. After that, I can go home. Even though only a few decades had passed in the outside world, his bone age had already reached 500 years. He had already spent 500 years cultivating in various ways. Thus, he began to miss the scenery of Yu country a little. He had promised old ancestor Dong Su that he would help him break through to the void refinement realm in the Sovereign Tomb. There were still 10 years before the Sovereign Tomb would open. He still had some blood wine which would take around 10 years to brew. He had promised Hong Yi a small favor. However, he would have to wait at least 10 years before Hong Yi would come to him for help. Within these 10 years, there was no need for him to stay in the Endless Sea. He could go back to Yu country to have a look first. To cultivators, returning to their hometown was a luxury. Once they embark on the path of cultivation, it was hard to predict when they would return. Thinking of the beauties in his hometown, Ning Fan let out a relieved smile. If he returns to Yu country this time, he could probably change back to his real name. He had already become so strong that he no longer needed to conceal his identity. There was also no need for him to deceive the world to gain a reputation. He was neither a vile person nor a gentleman. However, he would most likely have no regrets along the way. *************************** Ning Fan took out a stalk of bell orchid. It was the stalk that he prepared to give to Ji-He. A gentle breeze blew and the bell orchid emitted a clear and melodious sound of wind chimes, making Ning Fan's eyes blur. Before daybreak, he did not cultivate like he usually did. Instead, he just closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the wind chimes. The immortal jade, spiritual herbs, devil scriptures, and many other treasures of the Mist Horn clan were all taken away by Ning Fan. The members of the Mist Horn clan were suppressed by the slave marks. They would never be able to leave Tai Chi Devil City. Even the 2 Void Refinement Realm experts, Gui Jiao and Yin Gong, had their cultivation bases crippled. They were imprisoned in the clan and were never allowed to leave until their lifespans came to an end. The 4 great devil clans that were once prominent in the past had declined overnight and became Ning Fan's slaves. This matter shocked the entire world. Su Yan did not have any objection to such a punishment. She just brought along the 12 silver-scaled horned dragons and left the Mist Horn village with Ning Fan. On this day, a dazzling silver wooden boat suddenly emerged from the depths of the tranquil sea. It soared into the sky and flew into the clouds. This wooden boat was a rare traveling treasure of ancient cultivators. It was pulled by 12 horned dragons and its speed was infinitely close to the void-pierced stage. This was naturally Xianxia's doing. As the former Mist Horn clan's clan leader, it wasn't strange for her to obtain a top-grade escape artifact. Ning Fan stood at the bow of the silver boat with Xianxia and little Ming Ke standing behind him. As for the group of Divine Transformation Realm cultivators who followed Ming Ke, they were in charge of steering the boat. When the 12 half-step Void Refinement Realm silver-scaled horned dragons were flying, their auras were extremely great. All the cultivators along the way could sense the powerful aura of the silver ship from afar. They didn't dare to approach it for fear of angering the powerhouse on the ship. Only a few old monsters recognized the origin of the silver boat and guessed that Xianxia and Ning Fan would be on it. They wanted to catch up to the silver boat and pay their respects to Ning Fan, but they could not catch up to the boat at all. Ning Fan had no intention to pay attention to the cultivators along the way. He kept his eyes closed and listened to the sounds of the wind. In his mind, he was planning the next step of his cultivation. The cultivation of an ancient devil in the middle reckless devil realm was equivalent to the second golden body realm. However, it was far stronger than the second golden body realm. It was almost on par with the third golden body realm. Even though his physical body had broken through to the reckless devil realm, his magic power was still at the half-step void refinement realm. In the end, he still needed to truly break through to the void refinement realm. Moreover, after breaking through to the void refinement realm, he still needed to make plans to advance step by step towards the void fragmentation realm. It had been 40 years since he left Yu country. Only he himself knew how difficult it was for him to reach this stage in just 40 years. When one's cultivation base had reached this level, the difficulty of advancing to the void fragmentation realm was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the lower 9 worlds, only void fragmentation realm experts were the existences that truly stood at the peak. All those below the void fragmentation realm were ants. To him, breaking through to the void fragmentation realm was still a little out of his reach. Pills, Dao fruits, and cauldrons. If I want to break through to the void fragmentation realm, all 3 of them are indispensable. It's been a long time since I caught a human cauldron for cultivation. With my current cultivation realm, I need to at least catch a void refinement realm human cauldron to cultivate. Unfortunately, the rain world is huge and there are only a few void refinement realm female cultivators. It's not enough for me to cultivate at all. Ning Fan opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. He shook his head and remained silent. To Ning Fan, Xianxia was an excellent human cauldron. Be it her cultivation level or appearance, she was the best choice. However, it was impossible for Ning Fan to pluck her because she was his devil concubine. Sensing Ning Fan's gaze, Xianxia smiled and gracefully stroked the hair on her temples. There is lust in Master's eyes. Do you want me to serve you? That moment of desire to pluck the furnace did not escape Xianxia's wise eyes. Not at the moment. Ning Fan chuckled and shook his head. Even though he had a good impression of Xianxia, it was not the love between a man and a woman. Moreover, he had never treated her as a human cauldron. Thus, he naturally would not have a relationship with her recklessly. Boom, above the clouds in the distance, a loud cracking sound suddenly resounded. Pieces of the void were forcefully torn apart by someone. At the place where the void was torn apart, 3 void inquiry stage experts' powerful magic power fluctuations could be felt from the battle. It was enough to make any divine transformation realm cultivator tremble in fear. Immediately, all the divine transformation realm cultivators on the silver boat became nervous. Ming Ke also stopped chewing on her pills with a solemn expression. As for Xianxia, she immediately took out her magic treasure and stood in front of Ning Fan with full vigilance. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He spread out his spirit sense and found 3 void inquiry stage-old monsters tearing apart the void 100,000 li * 500 m per li, in front of him. One of them was chasing after the other 2. At first, when Ning Fan sensed the magic power fluctuations from their battle, he even thought that they were related to the people who locked their killing intent on them. However, after taking a closer look, Ning Fan realized that the 3 void inquiry stage-old monsters had nothing to do with the locking of their killing intent. The 2 void inquiry stage-old monsters were both dressed in green robes. They originally had white hair and a youthful complexion, but now, they looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were riddled with wounds and their chi was weak. They were desperately running away in a panicked manner. The one who was chasing after the two green-robed old men was a red-haired lady with heavy gloomy chi. Her skin was pale but her lips were as red as blood. Her eyes were bewitching but cruel. That red-haired lady was the same as the two old men. Both of them were at the void inquiry stage. However, her strength was almost at the unrivaled void inquiry stage. The two old men were far from being comparable to her. In addition, the two old men were severely injured. If there were no accidents, it would only be a matter of time before the red-haired lady caught up to them and killed them. The two old men definitely would not be able to defeat her. Ning Fan withdrew his expression and gave the order to turn the bow of the silver boat around. He had no intention of getting involved in this battle. The two green-robed old men were originally fighting against the red-haired lady in the void. However, they were not her match and nearly died in her hands. They had no choice but to tear apart the void and flee in a panic. However, they suddenly saw Ning Fan and the others at this place. As soon as they saw Ning Fan and Su Yan, the two void inquiry stage experts on the silver boat, they felt as if they had seen a life-saving straw. Thus, they naturally wanted to ask for help. Even though the two of them did not know Ning Fan, they knew a little about Su Yan, who was a void refinement realm expert of the rain world. They knew how strong she was. The two of them desperately dodged the red-haired lady's attacks and hurriedly boarded the silver boat. Then, they panted heavily and asked Su Yan for help. "Are you Fairy Su of the Misthorn clan? The two elders of Lingnan are in trouble and I happen to meet you here. I hope that Fairy Su and this fellow Taoist can lend us a hand. We will certainly reward you handsomely after this matter is over." The two old men did not know Ning Fan's strength. However, they reckoned that if they have Su Yan's help, it should not be a problem for them to deal with the red-haired lady. The two elders of Lingnan? Su Yan was slightly stunned. She seemed to have heard of the two old men's names before. However, judging from their expressions, she was not familiar with them. Ning Fan, on the other hand, frowned. After the two elders of Lingnan fled to the silver boat, the red-haired lady who was chasing after them also locked her killing intent on the silver boat. She began to attack the boat with all her might, forcing the silver boat to stop. "Those who protect the two of them will die." The red-haired lady's killing intent was thick. Obviously, the red-haired lady had already regarded Ning Fan and the others as the accomplices of the two elders of Lingnan. Thus, she decided to kill them all as well. The red-haired lady held a gigantic sickle in the shape of a blood moon. Each of her blood-red slashes at the silver boat was comparable to an attack from an unrivaled void inquiry stage expert. It was enough to severely injure an ordinary void glimpse stage expert. Su Yan strode forward gracefully as she raised her white hand, and a violet copper dragon horn appeared. It emitted rays of violet and red light that dispersed the slashes of the red-haired woman, and she seemed to be on par with the red-haired woman. Even though Ning Fan did not have the intention to save the two elders of Lingnan, the red-haired lady's action of attacking the silver boat made Ning Fan's eyes turn cold. He was just worrying about not having enough human cauldrons to capture. Since this red-haired lady attacked him indiscriminately, he did not mind keeping a void refinement realm human cauldron. "Yan Er, step back. Let me handle this." "Why did you call me Yan Er?" Su Yan's cheeks turned slightly red. Her almond-shaped eyes moved slightly but she secretly hid her redness and stepped back obediently. Ning Fan, on the other hand, leaped into the sky from the silver boat and dashed towards the red-haired lady's slashes. This scene greatly exceeded the expectations of the two elders of Lingnan. The two Lingnan elders were rogue cultivators in the rain world. They had been out searching for ancient cultivators' remains all year round, searching for all kinds of opportunities. They rarely paid attention to the rumors in the outside world. Thus, they naturally did not know that Ning Fan's reputation had risen among the void refinement realm cultivators of the rain world. Even though they could tell that Ning Fan had the chi of a void inquiry stage expert, they also noticed that he had just broken through to the void inquiry stage not long ago. His foundation was rather shallow. Therefore, the two of them did not think that Ning Fan was that strong. They also did not think that Ning Fan could fight against the red-haired lady. In their minds, the only one who could compete with the red-haired woman was the Mist Horn tribe's patriarch, Su Yan. Of course, the two of them didn't even know that Su Yan had left the Mist Horn tribe. Seeing that Su Yan and the red-haired woman were evenly matched, the two heaved a sigh of relief. They were about to help Su Yan fight back against the red-haired woman. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ning Fan asked Su Yan to retreat with just a sentence and fought the red-haired lady alone. In the eyes of the two elders of Ling Nan, this was undoubtedly an extremely stupid move. Fellow Daoist, this red-haired lady is extremely strong. She is almost unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts. She is definitely not someone you can fight against. Before the two of them could finish their words, they suddenly froze on the spot, dumbfounded. They saw Ning Fan facing the red-haired lady's scythe attacks with ease compared to Su Yan. Just by raising his palm, he could use the strength of his physical body to crush the slashes of the Blood Moon. Just by waving his fist, he could deliver an attack that was comparable to an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage expert, causing the red-haired lady to be in a difficult situation. Judging from this strength, Ning Fan was obviously not weaker than Su Yan. He definitely had the strength of an unrivaled expert among Void Inquiry stage experts. The two elders of Ling Nan no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. Both of them realized that they had greatly underestimated Ning Fan's strength. However, the two of them did not understand. If Ning Fan had the strength of an unrivaled expert among Void Inquiry stage experts, he would certainly have become famous in the Rain World a long time ago. Even if the two of them did not care about the affairs of the Rain World, they should have more or less heard of Ning Fan's name. Why did he look so unfamiliar to them? How dare you stop me from killing someone? Are you tired of living? The red-haired lady was enraged. She realized that her attacks could not do anything to Ning Fan at all. Instead, she was being suppressed by Ning Fan. In her rage, layers of blood-red baleful qi suddenly appeared around the lady's body. The baleful qi seeped into her red hair. All of a sudden, her elegant and soft long hair seemed to have come alive, turning into long blood-red snakes. Each of them opened their bloody mouths and spat out blood-red flames at Ning Fan. 100,000 strands of her hair were equivalent to 100,000 blood-red snakes. The lady's tone was cold. She performed a hand seal and 100,000 streams of blood-red fiery rain shot out from her hair. The 100,000 fiery rain contained the lady's determination to kill Ning Fan. Her killing intent was terrifying. Killing secret technique, snake hair technique. The combined attack of 100,000 fiery rain was already infinitely close to a void pierce stage attack. Even if the two elders of Ling Nan were at their peak, they would not be able to withstand this attack. Both of them turned pale with fright when they saw the fiery snake hair. Ning Fan, however, remained calm and unruffled in the face of these fiery snakes. He gently raised his palm and a vortex that could devour flames rose from the center of his palm, absorbing all of the fiery snakes. Fire plucking technique. That powerful attack that was comparable to a void pierce stage attack was easily broken by Ning Fan just like that. How is this possible? This fellow Daoist actually withstood these fiery snakes so easily. Even a void pierce stage old monster might not be able to do it so easily, right? Indestructible fire body. It must be the indestructible fire body. This fellow Daoist's way of restraining the fiery snakes is like the Emperor of Flames. It must be because he has the legendary indestructible fire body. While the two of them were exclaiming in surprise, the red-haired lady was utterly shocked. She did not expect that her strongest secret technique would be broken by Ning Fan so easily. She waved her blood moon scythe and was about to use other magic techniques to attack Ning Fan. At the next moment, she saw Ning Fan suddenly summoning his 8 black burning wings. With a flap of his wings, he approached her at a speed that was comparable to a void pierce stage expert. Then, he pointed his plucking finger at her breasts. His attack was too fast. It was so fast that the red-haired lady had no time to defend herself. She could only let her breasts be penetrated. Her cold eyes wished that she could cut him into 1,000 pieces. However, as soon as her breasts were touched by Ning Fan, traces of finger force immediately spread to her entire body, making it difficult for her to mobilize her magic power. Her entire body began to feel numb and soft. Her delicate body began to heat up. She was obviously affected by Ning Fan's bewitching technique. How dare you? How dare you? Her face turned red in an extremely short period of time. She was panting heavily. She could not even speak clearly. This bewitching technique was too overbearing. It was the first time in her life that the red-haired lady saw someone who could subdue a void inquiry stage female cultivator with a single finger. Before she could resist, her body had already fallen into Ningfan's arms. Ningfan continuously pointed his plucking finger at her and all of her magic power was completely sealed. So what if you have a bewitching technique? Secret killing technique, killing sense technique. Waves of faint red spirit sense power rushed out of the lady's sea of consciousness. Each of them was covered with killing intent and turned into blood-red spirit sense blades. All of a sudden, they slashed at the top of Ningfan's head. At the same time, they also slashed at everyone on the silver boat. This faint red spirit sense was extremely similar to sword sense. If someone could pry into the lady's sea of consciousness, they would certainly realize that her sea of consciousness had already been completely cultivated into the form of killing intent. It was her killing sense and killing sense. The fact that this lady could cultivate her killing sense really surprised Ningfan. When she used her killing sense to attack Ming Ke and Su Yan, Ningfan was a little angry. When the lady released her killing sense, Ningfan also released a sword sense and stood in front of everyone, clashing with her killing sense time and time again. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. After every clash of spirit sense, the lady would let out a muffled groan. In the end, all of her killing sense was shattered by Ningfan's sword sense. She stared at Ningfan in disbelief. She still wanted to use her trump card to kill Ningfan. This time, however, Ningfan did not give her the chance to attack again. He directly pointed his finger at the top of her head, causing her to faint. Then, he tied her up with a magic treasure rope and tossed her into his cauldron ring. It had been a long time since he caught a human cauldron. However, his current technique was not rusty at all. He might not be willing to pluck Su Yan, but he did not have the slightest bit of pity for a ruthless lady who wanted to take his life as soon as she appeared. This was a human cauldron that delivered itself to his doorstep. The only thing that Ningfan was concerned about was the background and identity of this red-haired lady. The trump cards that she had seemed to have a powerful background. From the moment Ningfan made his move to capturing the red-haired lady alive, it had only been 10 breaths or so. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The two elders of Lingnan were completely stunned. It was hard for them to imagine that the red-haired lady who made them run for their lives was actually captured by Ningfan so easily. Tell me this lady's identity and the reason why she chased after the two of you. If the two of you hide anything from me, don't blame me for being merciless. Ningfan's eyes turned cold and glanced at the two elders. Immediately, their souls trembled. They did not dare to look at Ningfan's eyes directly. They also did not dare to hide anything from Ningfan. Ningfan's strength was too terrifying. If he could even capture the red-haired lady alive, it would not be difficult for him to kill the two elders. It's a long story. It's all our fault. When we were searching for an ancient cultivator's ruin, we accidentally found a realm passageway that was filled with dense killing chi. That's how this calamity was triggered. The two elders smiled apologetically at Ningfan and told him what happened. To be continued. The two elders of Lingnan did not dare to hide anything from Ningfan's questions at all. All they could do was to tell him the whole story. It turned out that it was purely an accident that the red-haired female cultivator had chased after the two Lingnan elders. The two of them were void inquiry stage-old monsters. They had been searching for the remains of ancient cultivators all year round. This time, when they were searching for the remains of an ancient cultivator, they accidentally discovered a world passage that was filled with dense killing chi. It was unknown where that world passage led to, but it seemed to lead to some broken lesser kiliacosm. It wasn't strange for an ancient cultivator ruin to appear in a hidden plane. Many ancient cultivators loved to hide their treasures in a hidden plane. Naturally, the two elders of Southridge wanted to explore it. However, only after the two of them entered did they realize that this small kiliacosm was really special. It was filled with a killing intent that made even void refinement realm old monsters feel nauseous. Unless one was a devil lord that cultivated the Tao of slaughter, no one would be able to remain calm in this place at all. In the depths of the broken world, there were also many ferocious and obscure void refinement realm chi. They were probably the living beings that were left behind in this broken world. When the two of them entered the broken world, they had already given them a warning. If you are not a citizen of this world, leave immediately, or die. His tone was extremely rude, but there were many experts in the depths of the broken world, causing the two of them to be fearful. The two of them did not dare to venture deep into the broken world. They only searched around the periphery. There were no treasures in the periphery, not even any spirit herbs. There were only endless blood-colored weeds, a species that the two of them had never seen before. The two elders of Lingnan did not dare to venture deep into the broken world, but they were not willing to return empty-handed. After some consideration, he casually plucked some blood-red weeds to study in the future before leaving. Unexpectedly, his action of plucking the weeds alarmed the Void Refinement Realm experts in the broken world. Immediately, the red-haired female cultivator took the lead and chased after them. Behind the red-haired female cultivator, there were more than 10 Void Refinement Realm cultivators and hundreds of Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. All of them were female cultivators. These female cultivators were as beautiful as flowers and full of vitality, but they all had ruthless expressions on their faces. The two elders of Lingnan were shocked half to death. They never imagined that there would be so many experts hidden in a broken world. What was worse was that both of them could sense a void fragmentation realm chi gradually awakening in the depths of the broken world. That void fragmentation realm expert gave out an order that was as cold as ice, as if the end of the world had arrived. All blood slaves, listen up. Capture the medicine thieves for me and kill them without mercy. At this moment, the Lingnan elders almost had the urge to vomit blood. They had only casually plucked a handful of weeds, and they had become drug thieves? Why would he be hunted down by so many experts? A void fragmentation realm old monster gave the order to kill without mercy? If they really stole some peerless elixir, they could accept being hunted down. However, the two elders of Lingnan were very sure that the weeds they picked had no medicinal value. They were definitely weeds and not some kind of spiritual medicine. Injustice, this is really too injustice. The two Lingnan elders understood that it was impossible to reason with them now. They also understood that if this group of experts caught up to them, the two of them would have no chance of survival. They had to escape immediately. The two of them did not dare to stay in this world any longer. They immediately escaped from the broken world with all their might. Then, they attacked together and destroyed the world passage of the broken world. Apart from the red-haired woman, the other experts from the broken world were all blocked at the other end of the tunnel. They did not have the time to chase after the Demon King. Although the red-haired woman was the only one who chased after the Lingnan elders, she almost killed them all by herself. In the beginning, the two elders looked down on the red-haired woman when they saw that she was just a void inquiry stage cultivator and she was alone. Both of them were void inquiry stage experts as well. They thought that if it were 2 against 1, they would have a great chance of winning. However, they did not expect that the red-haired woman's techniques were so shocking. Her cultivation base was almost at the unrivaled level among void inquiry stage experts. She was not someone that the two elders of Lingnan could resist at all. The red-haired woman used some kind of secret killing technique and injured the two elders of Lingnan with ease. Then, she began a series of attacks to kill them. The two elders of Lingnan who were severely injured desperately tried to escape. In the end, they tore the hollow space apart and met Ning Fan and the others by chance. Only then were they saved. This was what the two elders of Lingnan knew. Now that they had survived the disaster, they still had a sad expression on their faces when they told the story. I didn't expect that there would actually be a void fragmentation realm living being in the broken world of an ancient cultivator's remains. You two are considered quite lucky to be able to escape from an old monster of that level. Ning Fan said indifferently. Lucky? Sigh. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist who saved us, we would definitely have died in the hands of that evil woman. What kind of luck is that? Hee, I haven't asked for fellow Taoist's name yet. Fellow Taoist has unrivaled strength among void inquiry stage experts, but we have never heard of your name before. Could it be that fellow Taoist isn't someone from the Rain World? The two elders of Lingnan were still very curious about Ning Fan's identity. With his strength, it was impossible for him to be unknown among the void refinement realm cultivators of the Rain World. Zhou Ming, a rogue cultivator of the Rain World. Oh, it's fellow Taoist Zhou. Nice to meet you. Fellow Taoist saved our lives. Please accept this token of gratitude." The two elders of Lingnan each consumed a healing pill to slightly suppress their injuries. Then, they took out 5 jade boxes that were exquisitely sealed. Each of the boxes contained a tuft of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. These 5 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs were their token of gratitude. 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Su Yan's eyes were filled with passion. Little Ming Ke, on the other hand, was drooling with greed. She wished that she could immediately eat the 5 tufts of spiritual herbs. 100,000 years old spiritual herbs were required to concoct 7th revolution pills. They were extremely precious even to void fragmentation realm old monsters. The two elders of Lingnan took out 5 tufts of spiritual herbs to repay Ning Fan's kindness. "We lost our storage pouches during our escape. We only have these 5 jade boxes with us. We want to give them to fellow Daoist as a token of gratitude for saving our lives. If fellow Daoist isn't satisfied with these gifts, you can come to the Holy Mystic Pavilion in the Middle State in the future. Even though we are rogue cultivators, we also have some forces and businesses. The Holy Mystic Pavilion is one of them. There is no lack of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures stored in it. If fellow Daoist comes to the Middle State, you can take whatever you want from the pavilion until you're satisfied. We will definitely not stop you." The two elders of Lingnan gave Ning Fan the 5 jade boxes and promised to give him some treasures. They did not seem to feel any pain at all. Even though 100,000 years old spiritual herbs were precious, they were not worth mentioning compared to their lives. Ning Fan gave the two of them a deep look and kept the jade box. He did not have the intention to decline their offer. Ning Fan could tell that the reason why the two elders of Lingnan took out such a valuable gift to repay him was because they were grateful but also afraid of him. They were grateful to him for saving their lives, but at the same time, they were afraid of his formidable strength. The reason why the two elders of Lingnan befriended Ning Fan with such a valuable gift was also because they were afraid that Ning Fan would kill them while they were severely injured. "By the way, do you still have the weeds that you plucked from the broken world with you?" Ning Fan asked again. "Fortunately, I still have them. I didn't lose them. Can I take a look at them? It's just a mere weed. Why do you have to treat me like an outsider? You can just take them. Since this weed could attract so many experts to chase after it, even if it's not a spiritual herb, it might have some special uses. With fellow Daoist's eyesight, you might be able to see through the origin of this weed." Even though the two elders of Lingnan were certain that this weed was not a spiritual herb, they also suspected that it had some uses. However, since Ning Fan was interested in this weed, they were naturally willing to give it to him. Each of them took out a handful of blood-red weeds and passed them to Ning Fan. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping that Ning Fan could recognize the origin of this weed. The two of them stared at Ning Fan's face. However, Ning Fan took the weed and studied it for a long time without any expression on his face. After a long time, he only indifferently told the two elders of Lingnan, "I don't know about this weed." "Is that so? Since even fellow Daoist doesn't know about this weed, I suppose it's useless." The two elders of Lingnan seemed to believe Ning Fan's words. They no longer mentioned the blood-red weed again. They also did not ask how Ning Fan would deal with the red-haired female cultivator. After chatting with Ning Fan and Su Yan for a while, they wanted to leave. They were in a hurry to find a place to go into seclusion to heal their injuries. Ning Fan did not try to stop them. He allowed them to leave without stopping them. However, before they left, he asked about the location of the ancient cultivator's remains. According to them, the ancient cultivator's remains had already been destroyed by the shockwaves from their battle. Since then, it had collapsed, leaving nothing behind. If Ning Fan wanted to find the remains and enter the broken world that was filled with killing qi, it would be impossible. The two elders of Lingnan tried their best to invite Ning Fan, hoping that he would visit the Holy Jade Pavilion in the Middle State when he is free in the future. After that, the two of them bid farewell and left. After the two of them left, Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. He patted his storage pouch and took out 2 bunches of blood-red weed. Then, he dismissed everyone except Su Yan and Ming Quebec. Could it be that Master has figured out the origin of this weed? Su Yan guessed after seeing Ning Fan dismiss everyone. This weed isn't a medicine, baby. It doesn't taste good, but it's definitely not simple. Ming Ke asserted with her sharp senses towards heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures. That's right. I have indeed figured out the origin of this weed. I also know that it's not simple. This weed's name is blood burial weed. It's considered a rare item even in ancient times. It's not a spiritual herb and it doesn't have any medicinal power. However, it's an indispensable item in the cultivation of some ancient Tao of slaughter cultivation methods. If I'm not mistaken, the female cultivators in the broken world that the two elders of Ling Nan entered were using this weed to cultivate their Tao of slaughter cultivation methods. It's not simple. The red-haired female cultivator whom I captured and the experts in the broken world might have a great background. Ning Fan kept the blood burial weed and continued. The ruins of that ancient cultivator have already collapsed. There's no way to investigate it anymore. The passage to the world passage has also been destroyed by the two elders of Ling Nan. Thus, we can no longer enter that broken world. Perhaps that red-haired female's background isn't simple. However, her companions won't know that she has been captured by me. Thus, they won't be able to leave the broken world. In that case, there won't be any future troubles if I capture this female. This female cultivator would become Ning Fan's first void refinement realm cauldron. She would never be able to escape this fate. There were about 3 days left until they reached Sikong Demon Island. Ning Fan even planned to use the mind-reading technique to interrogate this female cultivator after resting for a while. He wanted to see if he could learn some secrets from her. However, he did not have the time to rest. Not long after the two elders of Ling Nan left, a ray of traveling light which was enshrouded in devil chi dashed towards them at high speed from the horizon. This time, the person who arrived was still a void inquiry stage expert. The devil chi behind him condensed into a black devil cloud which blotted out the sky and the sea. Ning Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. The void inquiry stage old monster who arrived this time was the enemy who locked his killing intent on him just now. This person is very strong. His strength is even stronger than the red-haired female. However, I have never seen his chi before. He is definitely not someone from the rain world. Su Yan's pretty face turned grim. He's the person who locked his killing intent on me just now. So, he isn't a cultivator from the rain world. Interesting. I didn't expect another cultivator from another world to come after the two elders of Ling Nan left. I really want to know why this person has killing intent on me. Yan Er, you protect the silver boat. I will go and meet him. Ning Fan took a step forward and stood in the sky, coldly staring at the direction of the enemy who was approaching him. In that direction, a devil general who was as skinny as a zombie was holding a sovereign execution token in his hand. He stepped on the sky and dashed towards him at full speed. That person was originally very far away from Ning Fan. According to Ning Fan's estimation, he would need at least a few months to catch up to him. However, that person managed to catch up to him in just 1 day. Obviously, he had used some kind of long-distance teleportation technique. Ning Fan really wanted to know why a cultivator from another world would go through so much trouble to hunt him down. There was an aura on that person that Ning Fan hated. That person got closer and closer. When he was 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, he stopped and coldly glanced at Ning Fan. He did not even bother to look at him carefully at all. Are you the person whom Lord Moksha Sovereign ordered me to kill? I, Dao Yan, was ordered to kill you. You are just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. You don't have the right to dirty my hands at all. Kill yourself now and you can avoid being humiliated. Devil General Dao Yan clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. His eyes were filled with disdain. From his point of view, he was a dignified void inquiry stage expert and one of the 10 great devil generals of Nirvana Palace, while Ning Fan was just a mere harmonious spirit realm cultivator. In his opinion, he only needed to unleash his aura force to suppress Ning Fan to death. However, he was too lazy to even release his aura force. Clearly, he looked down on Ning Fan. Moksha Sovereign. Ning Fan's eyes glinted with cold light. He knew why the devil general in front of him wanted to kill him the moment he heard his name. This person was sent by Moksha Sovereign to kill him. This person can be killed, Boom a wave of aura force that could collapse the heavens and the earth spread out from Ning Fan's body. Under this aura force, Dao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He was shocked beyond words. What kind of powerful aura force was this? It was countless times stronger than Dao Yan's aura force. Besides, there was also a wave of aura force that originated from his bloodline, causing the circulation of Dao Yan's devil qi and magic power to stagnate. Under this aura force, Ning Fan only took a step forward, but his aura force gushed towards Dao Yan with a force that could topple mountains and fill the seas. Dao Yan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He could not resist Ning Fan's aura force at all and hurriedly took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with astonishment once again. He was one of the 10 great devil generals, but he actually could not resist Ning Fan's aura force at all. You are not a harmonious spirit realm expert. Dao Yan had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Ning Fan, whom he had underestimated, seemed to be a little scary. Harmonious spirit, Ning Fan did not answer Dao Yan's question. He just kept repeating the 2 words harmonious spirit realm as if he was reminiscing the past. Although it had only been 40+ years since he became a harmonious spirit cultivator, his bone age was already close to 500. It had been nearly 500 years since he broke through to the harmonious spirit realm. The assassin sent by Moksha Emperor only thought that Ning Fan was still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. It turned out that in Moksha Sovereign's eyes, Ning Fan was only worthy to be a harmonious spirit cultivator after 40 years of changes. I seem to have been underestimated by Han Yetian. The Han Yetian that Ning Fan mentioned was the name of Moksha Emperor. How dare you? The name of Moksha Sovereign isn't something an ant like you can call him directly. So what if you are not a harmonious spirit? So what if his aura was shocking? This general has nothing to fear. 3 devil stars flashed in Dao Yan's right eye one after another. For a moment, his aura force skyrocketed by several times, faintly resisting Ning Fan's aura force. Obviously, one of the 3 devil stars had a divine ability that could increase Dao Yan's pressure by several times. The moment he blocked Ning Fan's aura force, Dao Yan sneered. He took a step forward and turned into a 6,000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, tall black-armored giant in the sky. The giant took out an item, which transformed into a black spear that was 4,800 meters long. Holding it in his hand, it became his weapon. This black spear was a 1-star divine weapon, but it didn't seem to be as simple as an immemorial divine weapon. The giant's indifferent gaze swept across the area. He caught a glimpse of the silver boat behind Ning Fan and also saw Su Yan and the others. However, he did not pay any attention to them even though Su Yan was a void inquiry stage cultivator. Ning Fan sniffed the air from afar. After the giant took out the black spear, the surrounding air immediately gave off a putrid smell. There was also a slight fishy smell like rotten meat and dead fish. On the black spear, there was a black poisonous glow. These rays of poisonous light gave Ning Fan a rather dangerous feeling, as if they could corrode everything. Once hit by this black spear, no matter what it was, it would be corroded. I am one of the 10 great devil generals under Moksha Sovereign. I wield the immortal decaying spear to kill my enemies. Among the void inquiry stage experts, not even 1 out of 10 can withstand a single strike from me. As for you, you won't be able to receive this general's spear. Chi, the giant's voice was like thunder. He raised his hand and pierced down with his spear. It was like a black bolt of lightning, and it immediately set off countless black winds that swept through the sky. Wherever the gusts of black wind passed, even space itself would be corroded into countless holes. As for the strength of that black spear, it was also extremely powerful. It was enough to kill a void glimpse stage cultivator instantly. In addition to the corrosive power on the black spear, there was really less than 1 in 10 void inquiry stage experts who could withstand it. With just a glance at the black wind, Ning Fan could tell that the spear was extraordinary. However, it was only extraordinary. It was far from enough to hurt him. Traces of essence chi flowed through Ning Fan's entire body. All of a sudden, he summoned the 8 black burning wings. His entire body was engulfed in scorching black flames. With a flap of his wings, he flew towards the incoming gigantic spear. The gigantic spear was 4,800 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang long, which was countless times larger than Ning Fan. Traces of black wind blew past Ning Fan's white robes, leaving behind traces of corrosion on them. Ning Fan's aura force shook and dispersed the layers of black wind. His body then glowed with dark golden light. His aura force that was comparable to the second level of the golden body refining realm was also released. Golden body second realm. Demon General Dao Yan was slightly surprised. As the dark golden light enveloped his body, Ning Fan retracted his wings fearlessly and stood in front of the tip of the gigantic spear. Then, he raised one of his hands and pressed it against the tip of the spear with all his might. Asterisk boom asterisk This scene looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. Amidst the loud collision sound, the sharp tip of the spear only slightly pierced through the golden light on Ning Fan's palm. Then, it no longer had the strength to pierce through it. It could not hurt Ning Fan at all, but its attack was stopped by Ning Fan's palm force. As for the corrosive power on the gigantic spear, it was dispersed by Ning Fan's aura force before it could even get close to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's palm force landed on the tip of the spear without holding back at all. With just a single palm strike, a crack was actually left on the black spear, which was a dignified one-star divine weapon. After that palm strike, Ning Fan sent out tens of palm strikes at the gigantic spear in an instant. All of them hit the gigantic spear mercilessly. The powerful rebounding force passed through the gigantic spear to the giant's palm, making his palm go numb. He nearly lost his grip on the black spear. As for the gigantic spear itself, more and more cracks appeared on it. Eventually, it shattered into pieces in midair. A dignified one-star divine weapon was destroyed by Ning Fan just like that. This young man can actually destroy the immortal decaying spear. What a strong strength. Could it be that the strength of his physical body is already comparable to the third level of the golden body realm? Dao Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He knew that he did not have the strength to destroy the immortal decaying spear. At their level, even a one-star divine weapon was not indestructible. Dao Yan could only blame himself for underestimating Ning Fan's strength for losing a divine weapon. The price he had to pay for underestimating Ning Fan was losing a precious treasure. Dao Yan no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. His giant body began to display his abilities in the sky. Corrosive Devil True Body, appear. All of a sudden, black wind blew on Dao Yan's giant body. In front of his chest, the black wind condensed into a rotting armor made of black skeletons. Both of his hands were holding a gigantic fishing net magic treasure which was also glowing with corrosive light. This Dao Yan was a cultivator of the corrosive devil veins. Just like the country lord of Shirlu country, he had also cultivated the true body of the devil veins. He could use magic techniques and abilities to imitate the devil weapons of the ancient fiend gods. That skeleton armor had terrifying defensive power. It was enough to block any void inquiry stage attack. Its toughness was not much weaker than the primordial lightning armor. That fishing net magic treasure gave Ning Fan a deep sense of danger. It was as if it could imprison anyone who falls into the net. Thus, he did not dare to underestimate it. Are these fishing net and skeleton armor the ancient devil weapons that the ancient devil who created the corrosive devil veins relied on to become famous? Without hesitation, Ning Fan summoned his primordial lightning armor to protect himself. This was a battle against the devil body of an ancient fiend god. Of course, he could not underestimate his enemy. At the moment when Ning Fan summoned his primordial lightning armor, Dao Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, a hint of jealousy flashed across his face. Obviously, he noticed that Ning Fan's lightning armor was slightly stronger than his skeleton armor. I corroded my own primordial spirit and paid a huge price to refine my devil armor. Only then did I manage to cultivate this skeletal devil armor after a narrow escape from death. The devil armor that I spent so much effort to cultivate is actually weaker than this young man's lightning armor. This is absolutely impossible. I can't accept this. If I'm not mistaken, this young man should be cultivating the primordial lightning armor of the Rain World's Thunder Sovereign. The Thunder Sovereign is a void fragmentation realm sovereign being who is even more terrifying than Moksha Sovereign. Moreover, it is said that the primordial lightning armor is extremely difficult to cultivate. The only person who could successfully cultivate this technique in the Rain World is the Thunder Sovereign, who is already dead. Since this young man managed to cultivate the lightning armor, could it be that his innate talent is comparable to the Thunder Sovereign? Humph. No matter what, I came here under the order of Moksha Sovereign to kill this young man. I must not let him live. Dao Yan's killing intent surged. He raised his hand and took out his fishing net magic treasure and shouted. This net is a heavenly net. The heavenly net is broad but it never escapes. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape from the shackles of the heavenly net. Only death awaits you. As soon as the giant spread the fishing net, it suddenly disappeared in the sky. It was extremely strange. At the next moment, above Ning Fan's head, under his feet and even in all directions of the sky, crisscrossing grids appeared strangely. Those grids were the traces of the great momentum of the sky being corroded. That technique was obviously the ability to corrode the great momentum of heaven and earth and turn it into a fishing net. From Ning Fan's point of view, all directions were completely surrounded by the heavenly net. There was no way for him to escape. It was as if the entire sky had become Dao Yan's magic treasure. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's eyes widened slightly. He realized that he could no longer move even half a step. There were obviously no ropes binding his body. However, he felt as if the great momentum of heaven and earth had turned into densely packed grids and ropes that restrained him to the point where he could not move at all. It was so oppressive that he found it hard to breathe. The heavenly net, huh? Even though it's not as profound as the heaven sealing technique, it's still quite extraordinary. I suppose the ancient devil who created the corrosive devil veins was certainly not a nameless figure in the ancient times. However, this net can't stop me. Burn! Balls of black devil flames suddenly spread out from Ning Fan's body, burning his surroundings. The fishing net that was formed by the great momentum of heaven and earth gave off sizzling sounds under the burning of the devil flames. It gave off a foul stench. Then, it was completely incinerated by Ning Fan's flames. The remaining demonic flames formed circular rings of fire that surrounded Dao Yan. Flame ring technique. Dao Yan's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that his fishing net would be incinerated. Looking at the devil flames that were rushing towards him and the circles of fire rings and walls that were sealing him, Dao Yan felt his scalp go numb. This black devil flame gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Its grade was definitely extremely high. However, what was strange was that Dao Yan could not recognize the type of flame. Naturally, Dao Yan did not know that this flame was formed by combining countless spiritual flames. The heavenly frost and earth flames were almost all gathered. The destructive power of the flames was extremely terrifying. After forming 108 layers of flame rings, the sea of flames immediately engulfed Dao Yan. Within the sea of black flames, Dao Yan's muffled groans could be heard. He hurriedly got out of his giant form and forced his way out of the sea of flames by relying on the strength of his skeletal devil armor. When he finally got out of the sea of flames, his face was already pale and his expression was filled with fear. His skeletal devil armor was burnt to a crisp and his entire body seemed to be heavily injured. He was really frightened by Ning Fan's devil flames. If it wasn't for his skeletal devil armor, he would certainly have died in the sea of flames. What a domineering flame! What kind of flame is this? You don't need to know. Ning Fan's urging voice suddenly crossed the layers of flames and approached Dao Yan step by step. His speed was not fast. However, when he used the 8 black burning wings to perform void teleportation, his speed was far beyond Dao Yan's imagination. It was comparable to a void pierce stage expert. Dao Yan's heart was pounding. He was already a little afraid of Ning Fan. He quickly distanced himself from Ning Fan, not daring to let him get close to him. Unfortunately, his speed was slower than Ning Fan's. After a few moves, Ning Fan was already 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from him. When they were 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away, Ning Fan suddenly raised his palm. All of his essence qi turned into a whistling gale and gathered at the center of his palm. Then, he raised his palm and slammed it down. The vast essence qi condensed into a gigantic palm imprint that seemed like it could cover the entire sky. The execution devil palm, the first palm imprint, *boom**. When the palm imprint fell, Dao Yan did not dare to receive it with his physical body. Instead, he took out a mortal void treasure in an attempt to block the palm imprint. However, that treasure was directly shattered by the palm imprint. Then, Ning Fan continuously sent out the second and third layers of palm imprints. In an instant, the number of palm imprints had increased to 108. Not good. Facing the 108 layers of the execution devil palm, how would Dao Yan dare to receive it? He was not confident that his skeletal devil armor could withstand the palm imprint. Dao Yan wanted to flee, but he saw Ning Fan pointing his finger at him. Countless red lines spread out from his body, binding him tightly and fixing him in midair. The heaven sealing technique. What kind of sealing technique is this? It's even more powerful than the heavenly net. Dao Yan's heart was filled with fear. He could no longer evade the attack. At the next moment, he was engulfed by the 108 layers of palm imprints. Countless hollow spaces were shattered by the palm imprints. Amidst the deafening sound of the void collapsing, miserable shrieks could be heard intermittently. Of course, they came from Dao Yan. Even with the skeletal devil armor, Dao Yan could not completely neutralize the power of the devil palms. Moreover, after receiving 40 to 50 layers of palm imprints, his devil armor, which was scorched black by the devil flames, was directly shattered into pieces. Dao Yan, who had lost his devil armor, was immediately severely injured by the palm imprints. After receiving 100 layers of palm imprints, Dao Yan's physical body shattered with a bang. He was turned into ashes by the execution devil palm, leaving only a tiny primordial spirit which was swaying under the power of the palm imprints. By the time all 108 layers of palm imprints had gone through, Dao Yan's primordial spirit was already riddled with injuries. Almost at the same time, when the palm imprints stopped, Dao Yan finally broke free from the heaven sealing technique and forcefully teleported away. Moksha Sovereign's order and the glory of the 10 great devil generals were all thrown to the back of his mind. At this moment, Dao Yan deeply realized that he was definitely not Ning Fan's match. Staying in this place would only result in death. Seal. Without giving Dao Yan any chance to escape, Ning Fan pointed his finger again and fixed Dao Yan's primordial spirit in place. In a flash, Ning Fan caught Dao Yan's primordial spirit. It was Dao Yan's first time being captured by someone. He was already panicking. How dare you destroy my physical body? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 10 great devil generals under Moksha Sovereign. If you kill me... Shut up. Soul search. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Without showing any mercy, he performed the soul-searching technique on Dao Yan. From Dao Yan's memories, Ning Fan learned a lot of information, including the abnormal phenomenon of the royal bloodline in the devil world. From Dao Yan's memories, he also saw the back of the devil race member who awakened the royal bloodline. It was obviously him. Ning Fan frowned deeply. He did not expect that awakening his devil bloodline and returning to his ancestral devil state would actually cause such a huge commotion. Apparently, the reason why Moksha Sovereign sent his men to hunt him down was because he suspected that he had become a royal devil with the royal bloodline. I didn't expect that returning to my ancestral devil state would actually cause such a huge commotion in the devil world. Looking at Dao Yan's primordial spirit, which had already turned into an idiot, Ning Fan hesitated for a moment. Then, he swallowed Dao Yan without sparing him. Moksha Sovereign sent Dao Yan to kill Ning Fan. Even if Ning Fan did not kill Dao Yan, it was impossible for him to let Dao Yan go back. Since Dao Yan had not returned for a long time, Moksha Sovereign would eventually know that Dao Yan had failed his mission. Since that was the case, it was meaningless to keep Dao Yan alive. On the silver boat not far away, except for Su Yan and little Ming Ke, everyone else was stunned. Revered Ming is really too strong. Not only did he capture that red-haired female cultivator, he even killed a black-armored devil general. Could he be a void pierce stage expert? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? That black-armored devil general seemed to have mentioned Moksha Sovereign. Could it be that this devil general is a subordinate of Moksha Sovereign in the devil world? Didn't revered Ming offend Moksha Sovereign by killing this devil general? Exclamations of surprise woke Ning Fan up from his thoughts. Before dealing with Dao Yan's primordial spirit and pondering about the hidden danger of his devil bloodline, it seemed like it was necessary to erase the divine transformation realm memories of his followers. In the devil world, Moksha Sovereign, who was sitting on his throne, had his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. Suddenly, he opened his eyes slightly and revealed a shocked expression. Then, he took out a string of black prayer beads from his robes. There were 10 beads in total. 9 of them were glowing faintly while the 10th bead was already dim. Dao Yan, is dead? Dao Yan's death was beyond Moksha Sovereign's expectation. He had never thought that one of the 10 great devil generals would fail to kill a harmonious spirit junior. Moksha Sovereign did not think that the person who killed Dao Yan would be Ning Fan. In his opinion, Dao Yan's means were not weak. The person who could kill Dao Yan in the Rain World must at least be a Void Peer stage cultivator. As for the Void Peer stage cultivators of the Rain World, each and every one of them would be more or less loyal to the Rain Palace. The Rain World was unique. It was ruled by only one sovereign and one palace. Unless one broke through to the Void Fragmentation realm, no one would be able to disregard the Rain Sovereign's orders. Was it the Rain Emperor's doing? The last time I descended upon the Rain World, I had already offended the Rain Sovereign. So, he secretly sent someone to eliminate Dao Yan to show off his might to me? Humph. Yun Zhongshuan, how dare you kill my men? Yun Zhongshuan was the name of the current Rain Emperor. Moksha Sovereign was almost certain that the one who dared to kill Dao Yan in the Rain World must be the Rain Palace. It was not that he did not suspect Ning Fan. It was just that Moksha Sovereign did not believe that a harmonious spirit realm junior could attain the Void Inquiry stage in just 40 years and possess the strength to kill Dao Yan. This was an extremely absurd thing. According to Moksha Sovereign's deduction, 40 years was not even enough for Ning Fan to eliminate his heart devil and form his gold core. It can't be that ant. It must be the Rain Palace. Yun Zhongshuan, I will remember this debt. Moksha Sovereign kept the sense beads and closed his eyes once again. He sat silently in the main hall, concealing his anger without leaving a trace. If Moksha Sovereign finds out that Ning Fan was the one who killed Dao Yan, he would probably send one or two of his subordinates to continue pursuing Ning Fan. Unfortunately, he never thought that Ning Fan had such an outstanding cultivation base. Since he had already vented his anger on the Rain Palace, it was naturally impossible for him to recklessly send his subordinates into the Rain World. How to get there? If one of them went, the Rain Emperor would assassinate one of them. Was he supposed to send the subordinates that he had painstakingly cultivated to the Rain Realm to die? However, the uneasiness in the depths of Moksha Sovereign's heart grew stronger and stronger. That ant, is he really a harmonious spirit? Moksha Sovereign suddenly opened his eyes, unable to vent the uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, he sneered and closed his eyes. This emperor doesn't believe it. What Ning Fan did not know was that his action of killing Dao Yan had already caused Moksha Sovereign to vent his anger on the Rain Palace, and he no longer dared to send anyone into the Rain World recklessly. He returned to the silver boat and instructed Su Yan to continue sailing towards Sikong Demon Island. He returned to the cabin and entered the Yuanya world. He started to adjust his energy and organize his gains from the two battles. The first reward was killing one of Moksha Sovereign's capable subordinates. To Ning Fan, this had a special meaning. The reason why he had killed Dao Yan was not only out of hatred, but also after some consideration. If he didn't kill Dao Yan, there was no way he would let him go either. At the very most, he would capture Dao Yan's primordial spirit and imprison it in his storage pouch. Since Dao Yan had yet to return after so long, Moksha Sovereign must have also found out that Dao Yan had gone missing. Instead, he might send more people to investigate Dao Yan's whereabouts or assassinate him. If Dao Yan dies, Moksha Sovereign might still go after Ning Fan. However, he might also become suspicious and fearful of Dao Yan and not dare to send his subordinates into the Rain World recklessly. In reality, there was not much difference between the two outcomes. To Ning Fan, it was impossible for him to avoid confronting Moksha Sovereign since the day he became his enemy. The way to resolve the enmity between him and Moksha Sovereign wasn't to run away, but to become stronger. Strong enough to kill Moksha Sovereign once and for all, killing Dao Yan was a wake-up call to Ning Fan. He could not be satisfied with the current situation. He must improve his cultivation base and obtain the power to fight against Moksha Sovereign. My magic power is still at the half-step void refinement realm. If I have enough pills to provide me with magic power, I am confident that I can directly advance to the Void Inquiry stage after a long period of seclusion. After all, I had passed the Void Inquiry stage hurdle by luck when I was still in the Star Palace. Now, what I lack to break through to the Void Inquiry stage is not the comprehension of the void but magic power. As for my ancient devil cultivation base, the reason why I could smoothly advance to the mid-reckless devil realm in one go is also because I had broken through the void inquiry stage hurdle that day. Unfortunately, be it breaking through to the void pure stage in magic power or breaking through to the late reckless devil realm in my ancient devil cultivation base, none of them are easy for me. In the end, if I want to break through to the late void refinement realm or the late reckless devil realm, I need to at least comprehend the void to the void pure stage. However, this is a little difficult. The pills that can improve the cultivation base of the void inquiry stage and void pure stage are all mid-grade 6th revolution and above. Even if I break through to the 6th revolution pill master, I will only be a low-grade 6th revolution pill master. It is impossible for me to concoct a mid-grade 6th revolution pill master in a short period of time. As for the Dao fruit, in order to raise the cultivation base of the void inquiry stage and void pure stage, one must consume at least a void refinement realm Dao fruit. The number of void refinement realm experts in the Rain world can be counted on one's fingers. Even if I kill all of them, I will only obtain 1 or 2 void refinement realm Dao fruits at most. It's impossible to raise your cultivation with Dao fruits. The only thing I can rely on is the method of plucking human cauldrons. After all, plucking a void refinement realm human cauldron was much easier than killing 100 void refinement realm cultivators to obtain a void refinement realm Dao fruit. As for the origin of the furnace, in the Xianxia world, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the 4th floor of the dark golden pagoda. With a flick of his cauldron ring, he took out an unconscious red-haired lady and casually threw her on the cold ground beside him. Coincidentally, he managed to capture a void refinement realm cauldron. This was the second biggest gain of the day. Other than the red-haired lady herself, Ning Fan had also learned another important information from the conversation between the 2 Ling Nan elders. Back then, in the broken world that Ling Nan and Ling Nan had entered, a large number of experts resided, and these experts were all female cultivators. Each of these women was full of primordial yin energy. Among them, there was no lack of divine transformation realm and void refinement realm cultivators. What was more frightening was that there was actually at least 1 void fragmentation realm female cultivator among them. Every single one of these women possessed an extremely heavy killing intent, and they were like mad devils that killed indiscriminately. None of them were good people. There is a small kiliocosm broken world filled with blood burial grass. There are many female cultivators who cultivate the slaughter Dao, and they can all be captured as cauldrons. However, I don't know how many experts there are, whether it's dangerous to enter the broken world, how to enter the broken world, and what is the background of these women. If I don't figure out these things, it's impossible for me to go to that place to catch the cauldron. Ning Fan glanced at the red-haired lady from the corner of his eyes. If he wants to know everything, it would be faster to interrogate this lady. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind swept the unconscious woman into his arms. He pointed his finger at the center of the woman's eyebrows, and the woman immediately let out a groan and woke up. However, as soon as she woke up and saw that she was lying in Ning Fan's arms, her eyes immediately flashed with killing intent. She opened her mouth and spat out a blood-red thunderbolt at Ning Fan's head, intending to destroy his sea of consciousness. "I'm going to kill you." The lady's tone was cold and emotionless. Ning Fan gently tilted his head and dodged the blood-red thunderbolt. Once again, he pointed his finger at the lady's breasts and channeled the power of his yin-plucking finger into her body, causing her body to go limp and lose all of her magic power. However, she did not fall unconscious. Ning Fan was never a soft-hearted person. In other words, fate did not give him the chance to be soft-hearted. He was gentle to many women he liked, but it did not mean that he would be soft-hearted to his enemies. This red-haired lady wanted to kill Ning Fan without any reason. As long as Ning Fan's techniques were weak, he would die in her hands. Ning Fan had a clear conscience and it was impossible for him to be polite to her. "Who are you and where did you come from? If you have the guts, just kill me. Why do you need to talk so much? The palace lord will naturally avenge me. Don't even think about getting information from me. Even if you search my soul and memory, you definitely won't be able to pry into the memories in my sea of consciousness because my sea of consciousness has turned into the form of killing chi." The lady was rather strong-willed. She was stronger than many men. She stared at Ning Fan coldly as if she was indifferent to life and death. She did not even blink her eyes. However, this lady did not know that even though she did not answer Ning Fan's question directly, Ning Fan had already read her mind using the mind-reading technique. This lady's name was rather strange. In the place where she lived, she was called number 431. She actually used the serial number as her name. The small kiliocosm that she lived in was called the Blood Slave Garden. It was a garden where an ancient cultivator lived millions of years ago. Currently, there was a total of 1 void fragmentation realm, 500 void refinement realm cultivators and tens of thousands of divine transformation realm cultivators in the broken world. All of them were women. There were no men nor any nascent soul realm or gold core realm cultivators. When Ning Fan received this information, he frowned slightly. After just asking the red-haired lady the first question, the doubts in his heart did not decrease but increased instead. Whether it was the lady's serial number or the name of the Broken World Garden, all of them made Ning Fan doubtful. What puzzled Ning Fan the most was that there were no cultivators below the divine transformation realm in this blood slave garden, let alone male cultivators. This blood slave garden had been abandoned for at least hundreds of thousands of years. The owner of this world had already passed away a long time ago. The female cultivators who lived in this world today were all living beings that were born in the later generations. Generally speaking, in order to continue life, a male and a female would have to mate with each other no matter what. However, there were no men in this world. Why could it continue living for millions of years? Could it be that all the men in this world had died recently? However, it did not seem like it. Generally speaking, other than a few special forbidden areas, there would be more low-level cultivators than high-level cultivators in any place. The greater the base number of low-level cultivators, the more high-level cultivators would be produced. There were no gold core realm or nascent soul realm cultivators in the blood slave garden, but there were divine transformation realm, void refinement realm and even void fragmentation realm cultivators. This was just too abnormal. Could it be that all the low-level cultivators in this broken world had died in recent years? This seemed rather unlikely. Why are you called number 431? This is my name since I was born. It's none of your business. The lady was very stubborn. Who was the original owner of the blood slave garden? You don't deserve to know. The lady was still as stubborn as before. Why are there no male cultivators or low-level cultivators in the blood slave garden? Humph. The lady directly ignored Ning Fan. Who is the palace lord that you mentioned just now? Could it be the void fragmentation realm female cultivator in the blood slave garden? Pa. Do you think the palace lord is someone you can ask questions about? When she answered the last question, the lady directly spat a mouthful of saliva at Ning Fan. Of course, Ning Fan easily dodged it and did not mind it at all. Ning Fan did not care about the lady's vengeful actions. His expression was solemn. He had found out some incredible information from the lady's mind. Why was the broken world called the blood slave garden? Why were there no male cultivators or low-level cultivators in it? Why was it filled with blood burial grass? Ning Fan knew all of them. He carefully sized up the lady in his arms. Originally, he already felt that this lady's killing intent was a little too heavy. Now, he finally knew the reason. So you are a flower devil? Ning Fan said with a sharp gaze. What? How did you know? The lady immediately revealed a shocked expression. The so-called flower devil was a devil creature that was cultivated from special flowers and plants using special methods. Just like cultivating pill devils, there were also powerful cultivators in ancient times who cultivated special devil creatures for special purposes. This red-haired lady whose name was number 431 was the flower devil that was successfully formed from a blood burial grass in the blood slave garden. Of course, it was extremely difficult for a flower devil to take form. It was not as easy as a pill devil. That broken world called the blood slave garden must have a heaven-shaking grand formation that could accelerate the growth of the blood burial grass into a flower devil. The flower devils that the grand formation needed were at least at the divine transformation realm. Therefore, it skipped the vein opening, harmonious spirit, gold core, and nascent soul realms to directly produce flower devils that were above the divine transformation realm. The blood burial grass was of the Yin attribute. The grand formation was also set to stimulate the Yin attribute. Therefore, the flower devils that were produced were only female. The blood burial grass was a grass of slaughter. Therefore, the female cultivators that were born from it were filled with killing intent. Their killing intent was intense, and they were like crazy devils. In the memories of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor, the cultivation of devil creatures was mentioned. It also mentioned a few words about flower devils. It mentioned that the cultivation of any devil creature must be done step by step from the vein opening realm. Otherwise, it would leave a huge flaw in the devil creature. For example, the little pill devil Ming K was raised from a pill step by a true immortal. Without skipping the steps, she directly attained a profound cultivation base. As for these flower devils, they already possessed a divine transformation realm cultivation base as soon as they were born. Their flaws were huge. Ning Fan did not answer the red-haired lady's question. Instead, he directly held her wrist and spread out his spirit sense to enter her body. After doing so, he immediately discovered that this red-haired lady's lifespan was extremely short. An ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator could live for 4,000 to 5,000 years, while a void refinement realm cultivator could live for more than 10,000 years. However, she could only live for 500 years. Her lifespan was only 1/20th of an ordinary cultivator's. Besides, after leaving the blood slave garden, the red-haired lady aged faster and her lifespan decreased exponentially. This was also one of the drawbacks of a flower devil being produced at a faster speed. There was only one way to save this flower devil, and that was to use a special method to destroy her cultivation base so that she could cultivate again. Of course, there were many ways to destroy her cultivation base. One of them was to pluck her. Ning Fan's gaze towards the red-haired lady was devoid of pity. He was just pondering. The information he obtained from the lady's mind was far more than that. As he expected, the so-called palace lord was the only female cultivator in the blood slave garden. Just like the red-haired lady, she was also a flower devil that was produced by the blood burial grass. However, what was beyond Ning Fan's expectation was that the former master of the blood slave garden had a terrifying background. Fu Linglong, an elder of the Slaughter Palace 6. 4 million years ago, Ning Fan had never expected that this broken world would actually be related to the famous Slaughter Palace. The so-called Slaughter Palace was a force of the four heavens, but it was not one of the four major forces. The Lost World Palace of the Northern Heaven, the Godly Void Pavilion of the Eastern Heaven, the Purple Prefecture Academy of the Southern Heaven and the Kunlun Jade Pool of the Western Heaven did not include the Slaughter Palace. The Slaughter Palace was extremely unique. It only recruited one disciple every 1,000 years. However, each of its disciples would certainly become a peerless assassin who could run amok in the four heavens after being nurtured by the Slaughter Palace. They could kill immortals like ants. As for the palace lord of the Slaughter Palace, his cultivation base was even more unfathomable. As an elder of the Slaughter Palace, Fu Linglong's identity was even more special. The origin of this blood slave garden could not be said to be insignificant. Mo Xianxia shuddered. He had made a mistake. The red-haired lady should not have appeared in the profounding world. I'll deal with her in the Xianxia world instead. Error in the previous chapter. The profounding world has been changed to the Xianxia world. The slaughter hall was not to be trifled with. They were not on the same level as Moksha Sovereign and White Devil Sect. Luckily, Fu Linglong had already passed away a long time ago. The blood slave garden had also lost its master. Even if Ning Fan invades the blood slave garden and captures all the female cultivators to be his human cauldrons, he should not offend the Slaughter Palace. Ning Fan did not need to ask what kind of special purpose Fu Linglong had in raising these flower devils. To Ning Fan, each of the flower devils was an incomparably high-quality human cauldron. The problem was that the world passage leading to the blood slave garden had already been destroyed by the two elders of Lingnan. Even the remains of the ancient cultivators were destroyed during the battle. Ning Fan did not know how to enter the blood slave garden. Even the red-haired woman was at a loss. She did not know how to return to the blood slave garden. Moreover, with his current strength, he was not confident that he could capture a void fragmentation realm cauldron. Even an absolute void realm cauldron would be a little tricky. It seems like even if I want to go to the blood slave garden to capture human cauldrons, I'll have to wait until my cultivation base improves before going there. Currently, I can't capture void fragmentation realm flower devils at all. If I go there rashly, I might be attacked by those flower devils and be killed in the blood slave garden. The most important thing right now is to attend to the matter at hand and head to Kong Demon Island to help Bright Sparrow obtain the inheritance. Just as Ning Fan was deep in thought, the red-haired lady suddenly trembled in his arms. Her beautiful face turned pale as if she was enduring some kind of extreme pain. Ah! The woman screamed again and again. Her condition was extremely abnormal. Ning Fan, of course, would not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He just acted like an onlooker and coldly observed the abnormal condition of the lady's body. The reason why this woman was in so much pain was because she had been away from the blood slave garden for too long. Her lifespan had increased exponentially, and she was on the verge of death. If these flower devils lived in the blood slave garden, they would only have 1/20th of the lifespan of an ordinary cultivator. If he ran out of the blood slave garden and lost the protection of the formation, his lifespan would decrease by several thousand times, and he would soon die of old age. This was the heavenly Tao. If someone wanted to take a shortcut to obtain power beyond their realm, they would have to pay the price. The only way to break it was to disperse one's cultivation. The red-haired woman was in so much pain that her pupils dilated. There was no sense of beauty, only terror. Ning Fan, on the other hand, did not mind it at all. He began to undress each other. What? What are you going to do to me? The woman was terrified. Ever since she became a flower devil, she had never come into contact with a man, let alone been stripped naked by a man. I'm going to pluck you. Ning Fan did not say anything else and directly pressed down on her. How dare you? The woman was enraged, but she was powerless to resist. With a tearing sound, the red-haired woman felt her body being pierced. Then, she felt the sensitive parts of her body being caressed and rubbed by Ning Fan. Gradually, she felt less painful and her lower body began to become slippery. Traces of her cultivation base were constantly flowing into Ning Fan's body through the point where they were connected. She was enraged as she realized that Ning Fan was really plucking her. However, at the next moment, she realized that as her cultivation base fell bit by bit, the pain of losing her lifespan was also decreasing bit by bit. Even though the red-haired lady was brimming with killing chi, she also realized that Ning Fan's action of plucking her could, from another perspective, completely eliminate the hidden danger of her lifespan and save her life. She was originally a blood burial grass that had turned into a devil, so she didn't have much of a concept of chastity. She knew that if she did not get plucked by Ning Fan, she would certainly not be able to live long after leaving the blood slave garden. When she thought about how she could at least survive if she was plucked by Ning Fan, she no longer struggled. Instead, she began to cater to Ning Fan's actions. Her hostility towards Ning Fan did not decrease. However, she also knew what was good and bad for him. Thus, she no longer shouted at him to kill him. 2 hours later, the red-haired lady's cultivation base fell to the vein-opening realm after being plucked. Her cultivation base was almost completely wasted. Unable to bear the weakness of losing her cultivation base, she fell into a coma. However, the hidden danger of losing her lifespan was completely eradicated. As long as she starts to cultivate again from the vein-opening realm, she would no longer have any problems. As for Ning Fan's magic power, it had also improved tremendously after plucking the red-haired lady. His magic power had reached 700,000 units, which was an increase of nearly 50,000 units. It was almost equivalent to the medicinal effect of a void refinement realm Dao fruit. Sure enough, plucking cauldrons is much easier than searching for Dao fruits. After Ning Fan tidied himself up, he put on his clothes and glanced at the unconscious red-haired lady. Since this lady wanted to kill him, he would pluck her with a clear conscience. As for the process of plucking her and saving her life, it could be considered as giving her an advantage for the time being. He shook his cauldron ring and kept the naked lady into it. Then, he spoke to a certain space within the ring. Bing Ling and Yu Ling, keep a good eye on this lady. Even though she is just at the vein-opening realm, she will be of great use in the future. Yes. Bing Ling and Yu Ling, who were diligently cultivating inside the cauldron ring, immediately answered respectfully. Ning Fan sat down cross-legged on the ground again. With the help of plucking, the essence chi that he had consumed in the 2 consecutive battles was fully replenished. Moreover, he also noticed that after plucking the red-haired lady, his sword sense underwent a slight change. A small part of his sword sense turned blood red. That blood red color was the result of being tainted with killing intent. After Ning Fan inspected his body, he found that the killing intent did not have any side effects. Instead, it increased the power of his sword sense. Thus, he did not pursue the matter further. He did not immediately leave the Xianxia world. Instead, he extinguished the green lamps in the dark golden pagoda. In the darkness, he seemed to have fallen into a battle of Dao heart. When he was young, he carried a blood feud. However, he was weak. Thus, he could only rely on the yin-yang transformation to pluck women and walk on the path of evil. Now that his cultivation base had reached this stage, be it his pill refinement mastery or his cultivation base, it was already sufficient for him to cultivate normally. There was no need for him to take the risk of being condemned by the world and become a devil lord of dual cultivation. However, once he steps onto the path of evil, how could he turn back so easily? Two paths seemed to appear in his mind. One of them was black while the other was white. The white path led to the boundless righteous path while the black path led to the thorny path of evil. He sighed softly and shattered the righteous path and the evil path, merging the black and white paths into one. Then, he opened his eyes again. I am neither righteous nor evil. However, if it's to protect them, I can be righteous or evil. Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet and turned into a ray of light, flying out of the pagoda and the Xianxia world. After returning to the silver boat, the first thing Ning Fan did was to use the power of his memory intent realm to selectively erase the memories of all the divine transformation realm cultivators for one day. Ning Fan also erased the memories of Old Man Chu. Ordinary methods of searching one's soul and erasing memories would cause great damage to a cultivator's sea of consciousness. However, Ning Fan could use his memory intent realm to reduce the damage. All the divine transformation realm cultivators who had their memories erased fell into a short coma. When they woke up, they felt extreme pain in a certain part of their bodies. However, they could not remember anything at all. Of course, what hurt them was not their anus but their sea of consciousness. Weren't we piloting the silver boat? Why did we fall into a coma? One of the divine transformation realm slaves asked. Something seemed to have happened but I can't remember it. Another divine transformation realm slave said with a strange tone. Just like that, their memories of one day were erased by Ning Fan. They no longer remembered that Ning Fan captured the female cultivator and killed the devil general. Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Erasing everyone's memories was just for the sake of safety. He could not let the world know that he killed Dao Yan for the time being. Holding a sovereign execution token in his hand, Ning Fan's eyes were like cold lightning. Then, he kept the token. He had already used this token once and it was no longer useful. Its only purpose was to remind Ning Fan that he must not slack off. There was still a great enemy waiting for him to fight. Why did you offend such a powerful figure? Su Yan's face was filled with worry. Moksha Sovereign, the sovereign execution token, the 10 great devil generals. She had extraordinary experience. She understood the significance of Moksha Sovereign using the sovereign execution token to kill Ning Fan. Moksha Sovereign regarded Ning Fan as a hidden danger. Besides, from what that devil general Dao Yan said, Su Yan could speculate. The reason why Dao Yan chased after Ning Fan with Ning Fan's harmonious spirit realm chi must be because Ning Fan was just at the harmonious spirit realm when he offended Moksha Sovereign. Su Yan found it hard to imagine how a harmonious spirit realm young man would have the courage to disobey a void fragmentation realm sovereign expert and even become the target of this sovereign expert. She had also heard that Moksha Sovereign forcefully descended upon the Rain world 40 years ago. However, he managed to escape unscathed, causing the Rain world to lose a lot of face. Thinking about it carefully, could it be that Ning Fan had offended Moksha Sovereign when he descended upon the Rain world that time? Su Yan felt a little depressed for a moment. She realized that her understanding of Ning Fan was really very one-sided. She could vaguely guess that the reason why Ning Fan was so outstanding was because of the tremendous pressure he faced. Even though my cultivation base is just at the void inquiry stage and I'm just an ant in the eyes of a void fragmentation realm expert, I will help you. No matter what, I will never go back on my word. Su Yan made a promise to Ning Fan as if she was making an oath. That day, Ning Fan was not afraid of millions of devil spirits when he saved her from the mist-horn broken world. Today, Su Yan was also willing to accompany Ning Fan to fight against that Moksha sovereign. Brother Biscuit, Bright Sparrow will also help you. Bright Sparrow raised her pink fist with an angry expression on her face. It's too hateful. It's simply intolerable. There's actually someone who wants to kill Brother Biscuit. So what if that person is a Void Fragmentation Realm sovereign expert? So what? So what? It seems like I can't defeat him. Little Ming Ke realized a very serious problem. Her cultivation base was too low. She had just broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm. She couldn't even help Ning Fan with a small matter. Even if I can't defeat that Void Fragmentation Realm sovereign expert, Grandpa Tree can certainly defeat him. Ming Ke finally became spirited. She thought of Grandpa Tree who had the power of the Dark Sparrow's grave. That's right. Even if she can't defeat Moksha Sovereign, there's still Ming Luo Treant who can help her. Ming Luo Treant is a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. He should be able to help her, right? Thank you. Ning Fan smiled at the two girls. His heart felt a little warm. Even though the two girls knew that Ning Fan had offended Moksha Sovereign, their expressions were still as if they were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Even someone as cold as Ning Fan would feel touched by their actions. Besides, after Ming Ke mentioned it, Ning Fan finally remembered that the Ming Luo Treant in the Dark Sparrow's grave could indeed be recruited as a helper to fight against Moksha Sovereign together. After all, the Treant was a Void Fragmentation Realm old monster. It would certainly be of great use during the Battle of 100 Years. Moreover, the Treant already had a good impression of Ning Fan. In addition to the relationship between Ning Fan and Little Ming Ke, it would not be difficult for him to recruit the Treant as a helper. It's time to look for some Void Fragmentation Realm experts to help me. I can't possibly fight against Moksha Sovereign's countless subordinates alone. Void Refinement Realm devil generals like Dao Yen are not the only subordinates of Moksha Sovereign. Since he could be conferred the title of Sovereign, his status should be on the same level as the Reign Sovereign. I'm afraid there will be many Void Fragmentation Realm experts among his subordinates. If I want to fight against Moksha Sovereign, I need to find enough Void Fragmentation Realm experts to help me. Brother Biscuit, Ming Ke wants to eat your medicine baby. Ming Ke suddenly begged him with a soft voice. What medicine baby? Ning Fan was stunned. It's the 100,000 years old medicine baby that the two old men gave you. Ming Ke still did not forget to covet 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. I'm sorry. I need these spiritual herbs to save someone. Otherwise, I would definitely give them to you. Ning Fan said apologetically. Oh. Then I won't eat them. Ming Ke was a little upset. However, she swallowed her saliva obediently and no longer mentioned the 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Brother Biscuit needed those medicinal herbs. Naturally, she would not eat them secretly. Ning Fan needed 100,000 years old spiritual herbs for Luoyu to consume. He still had 4 pieces of dark lightning bamboo leaves which required 20 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to harmonize them. Even with the addition of these 5 tufts, he was still lacking a lot. He quietly entered the profounding world and entered the thatched cottage. Ning Fan used 5 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs to harmonize a piece of dark lightning bamboo leaf and fed it to Luoyu. After consuming this piece of bamboo leaf, Luoyu was even closer to breaking through to the second heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. However, she was still lacking a little. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. If he wants her to wake up again, he would need to find more 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. If Luoyu wakes up, Ning Fan would have the first Void Fragmentation Realm expert to protect him. Moreover, this Void Fragmentation Realm expert was at the second heavenly layer. Even though 100,000 years old spiritual herbs were precious, if Ning Fan attains the 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm and calls for help, there would probably be many old monsters who would come to him with spiritual herbs. After traveling for another 6 to 7 days, the silver boat finally approached Sikong Demon Island. During these 7 days, Ning Fan began to repair his immemorial divine weapons. He added spirit seals where he needed them. His fire wings had also been imbued with a lot of speed spirit seals, which slightly increased his speed. To the current Ning Fan, going into seclusion to circulate one's spiritual qi had almost no effect on increasing his magic power. During his free time, he no longer concentrated on cultivating. Instead, he tidied up his cultivation methods and magic techniques and made some progress. Xikong Demon Island was a floating island. It floated 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, above the surface of the sea with great power. The surface of the island was shaped like an umbrella. There was also a gigantic stone pillar that connected the bottom of the island to the bottom of the ocean. Looking from afar, the Xikong Demon Island looked like a gigantic Ganoderma. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings was not weak. Obviously, the spiritual veins of this place were quite good. Even when looking from afar, Ning Fan could still see a gigantic stone statue standing at the center of the island. It was a statue of a lady. Due to the passage of time, the statue had been severely weathered. Her facial features were no longer recognizable. However, judging from the statue's posture, she must be a peerless beauty compared to the lady herself. Under the statue, countless demon cultivators were kneeling and kowtowing piously while chanting an ancient and profound demon scripture. Perhaps it was an illusion, but when the silver boat arrived at the sky above Xikong Demon Island, the eyes of the statue seemed to flicker. Ning Fan pondered for a moment. Then, he spread his spirit sense into the island, trying to infiltrate the statue to investigate. However, his spirit sense was blocked by an unknown force. He could not help but feel slightly surprised. The force that blocked his spirit sense was actually the power of Joss flames. After countless years of devout worship by the cultivators of the Demon Island, the statue had accumulated quite a lot of Joss flames. The Joss flames were the best nourishment for improving one's cultivation base. However, other than the statue itself, no one could devour the Joss flames' power. Ning Fan's mind raced. Xizong's inheritance that Ming Ke accepted must be related to the Joss flames' power. However, there was a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. The gaze of the statue seemed to have flashed, which made him unable to get rid of it. The silver boat was being pulled by 12 silver-scaled horned dragons. Its momentum was tremendous. When the silver boat arrived above the demon island, all the demon cultivators on the island were shocked by its momentum. What? Someone is actually using 12 half-step void refinement realm flying dragons to pull the boat. Could it be that the one sitting on the boat is a void refinement realm old monster? A nascent soul realm old man exclaimed. He had never seen a void refinement realm old monster in his entire life. I've seen this silver boat before. It's the silver boat of the former clan leader of the Misthorn clan, Xuyan. A half-step divine transformation realm cultivator who was rather experienced said in astonishment. Obviously, he recognized the origin of the silver boat. What? Xuyan? After the half-step divine transformation realm cultivator said that, all the cultivators on the island were in a state of panic. They were not afraid of Xuyan. Instead, they were afraid of the person who came with her. Now, everyone in the internal sea knew that Ning Fan had flattened the Misthorn clan and taken away their clan leader, Xuyan. If Xuyan was here, it meant that Ning Fan, the great malefic star, was also here. And no. Could it be that revered Ming has come to our demon island to massacre the entire island? How are we going to resist him? It's a pity that the island lord and the great priest aren't in our hands. Otherwise, we might be able to fight against that revered Ming with the help of our master's Joss flames. Are you kidding me? That revered Ming can even suppress a colossal clan like the Misthorn clan. How can some lowly Joss flames be a match for him? It's over. We're dead for sure. No. Perhaps we will suffer a fate worse than death and be taken as demon slaves by that revered Ming. Each of the demon cultivators was panic-stricken and sighed. After realizing Ning Fan's arrival, the entire demon island was in a state of chaos. Xuyan giggled while Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. His notoriety was getting bigger and bigger. Wherever he goes, there would be chaos. What's with all the noise? It's me who has returned. Ming Ke stomped her foot on the ground. A 5-marked immortal cloud rose beneath her feet and she flew down from the silver boat. At the same time, a trace of mysterious bloodline aura force spread out from her body, causing all the demon cultivators on the scene to tremble. Immediately, they quietened down. Even Ning Fan, a member of the Fu Li demon clan, felt his bloodline tremble slightly due to Ming Kei's aura force. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He activated his Fu Li ancestral blood and suppressed the trembling of his bloodline. His heart was slightly surprised. The grade of his demon bloodline was definitely higher than Ming Kei's. However, Ming Kei's demon bloodline was a little special. It caused Ning Fan's demon bloodline to tremble due to his carelessness. Ancient demon, huh? Ning Fan himself had cultivated to the ancient devil realm. As soon as he made a judgment, he could already guess that little Ming Kei seemed to have cultivated to the ancient demon realm. When he thought about it carefully, he had an inexplicable good impression towards her when he first met her. Now that he thought about it, it was highly likely that Ning Fan's thin-winged demon bloodline was suppressed by Ming Kei's ancient demon bloodline at that time. That was why he was so concerned about her. To be continued. The ancient devils cultivated their bodies, the ancient demons cultivated their thoughts, and the ancient gods cultivated their techniques. Ning Fan could guess that the cultivation level of an ancient demon must be closely related to the strength of one's spirit sense. However, he did not know the specific name of the cultivation level. Each of the demon cultivators of Xikong Island flew into the sky and looked at Ning Fan, who was standing at the bow of the silver boat from afar. They did not even dare to breathe loudly in fear. He looked at Bright Sparrow with an abnormally respectful gaze. In particular, one of the dark-skinned youths looked at Bright Sparrow with reverence and respect from the bottom of his heart. The youth's bone age was less than 15 and his cultivation level was only at the 10th level of the vein-opening realm. However, because he was a winged demon, he had wings on his back and was able to fly. He came to welcome Bright Sparrow. However, he was flying at the back of the group. Obviously, it was due to his low status that he was not qualified to worship Bright Sparrow at such a close distance. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across the tens of thousands of demon cultivators on the demon island. When his eyes landed on the young man, he paid attention to him for a moment. This young man gave Ning Fan a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Welcome back, Island Lord, High Priestess. May I know why Island Master is traveling with revered Ming and the others? A few older experts of the demon island walked out from the crowd and asked Bright Sparrow cautiously. Ning Fan's notoriety was too great. They would not feel at ease if they did not find out his purpose for coming here. Revered Ming is this island lord's elder brother. He is a 5th revolution biscuit refinement master. Out of respect for this island lord, he will definitely not harm a single blade of grass or tree of Xikong Island. You don't have to be so afraid of him. Ming Kei's words were clearly heard by countless demon cultivators on the demon islands. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan was not an enemy but Ming Kei's elder brother, all the cultivators of the demon island felt relieved. All of them felt extremely relieved. So it turns out that revered Ming is the elder brother of the island lord, a friend and not an enemy. Hee, that's good, that's good. Yes, that's good. If Ning Fan is Xikong Island's enemy and not a friend, he might just massacre everyone on the island. There certainly would not be a single survivor on the island. Who was Ning Fan? He was a ruthless being who could even suppress the devil clan of the Hidden Ocean. A mere Xikong demon island naturally would not dare to provoke him. Each of the cultivators of the demon island heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the way they looked at Ning Fan became even more respectful. Seeing how respectful the cultivators of the demon island were to Ning Fan, Ming Kei nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, she turned to Old Man Chu behind her and instructed him. Grandpa Chu, I'll give you 10 days to prepare everything needed for the ancestral sacrifice. 10 days later, this island master will use the ancestral sacrifice ceremony to officially accept the power of inheritance. There must be no mistakes. Her tone was young, but her words were quite dignified. 10 days? Yes. Old Man Chu didn't dare to be negligent and immediately ordered people to prepare the sacrificial items. When all the demon cultivators on the demon island heard that Bright Sparrow was about to receive Xikong's inheritance, they immediately cheered and danced. Letting Bright Sparrow accept Xikong's inheritance was the hope of all the demon cultivators on the demon island. In the past, Old Man Shu didn't dare to let Bright Sparrow accept the inheritance because her cultivation was still weak. He was worried that she wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the inheritance. However, now that Ming Ke had Ning Fan to protect her, the success rate of her receiving the inheritance was naturally extremely high. There were many safety issues that she did not need to worry about. Only the dark-skinned youth immediately stopped Ming Ke loudly when he heard that she wanted to accept Sikong's inheritance. No. You cannot accept the inheritance. How dare you? You are just a demon slave who is responsible for guarding the princess statue. How dare you be rude to the island master? Do you know what punishment you deserve? As soon as they heard the arrogant words of the youth, many Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm experts immediately reprimanded him sternly. All right. A group of old men are bullying a young man. Don't you feel ashamed? All of you, disperse now. This island master wants some peace and quiet. As soon as Bright Sparrow gave her order, no one dared to reprimand the dark-skinned youth anymore. The group of cultivators on the Demon Island dispersed one after another. Even the group of Divine Transformation Realm slaves that she had captured began to get busy, preparing for the ancestral sacrifice ceremony that would take place 10 days later. When the dark-skinned youth saw that he had escaped a calamity, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. He looked at Bright Sparrow gratefully and gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to tell her something. However, Bright Sparrow did not pay any attention to this youth at all. Her eyes were only focused on Ning Fan. Thus, she naturally ignored his expression. After dismissing all the old men, Bright Sparrow happily held Ning Fan's hand and led Su Yan to tour the Sikong Demon Island. Brother Biscuit, can you accompany Bright Sparrow to play on the island for a few days? Bright Sparrow pleaded with a soft voice. Her expression was naive and innocent. None of the dignified aura that she had when she gave orders to the demon cultivators in the past could be seen. In the past, Bright Sparrow was just a naive little pill devil. Now, after going through the trials of life and death in the endless sea, she already knew how to read people's minds. Moreover, after becoming the island lord of Sikong Demon Island, she accumulated the dignity of an island lord. At the same time, she also developed a two-faced personality. However, no matter what, she would always be the naive and lively pill devil in front of Ning Fan. She would never change. Alright. Ning Fan naturally would not reject Bright Sparrow's request. However, before he left, he gave the dark-skinned youth a meaningful look and sent him some instructions using his secret voice transmission. When the youth heard Ning Fan's instructions, his expression immediately changed. He was a little scared, but he quickly nodded his head, not daring to reject Ning Fan's order. As for Ning Fan, he spent 2 consecutive days on the Sikong Demon Island with Bright Sparrow and Su Yan. During these 2 days, Ning Fan asked Bright Sparrow many questions related to the ancient demon realm without holding back. However, he did not get any satisfactory answers. There was nothing he could do about it. Bright Sparrow was completely clueless about things like ancient demons and ancient devils. She did not know any information at all. Even though there was a small amount of ancient demon power in her body, she had no idea where this power came from. However, Ming Ke told Ning Fan that she had once dreamed of a power similar to that of an ancient demon. The obtaining of this power seemed to be closely related to the ancestral sacrifice of each major demon race. One needed to obtain some kind of demon blood imprint through the ancestral sacrifice in order to truly obtain this power. However, Ning Fan did not know the details. As a matter of fact, even though Bright Sparrow's body had some ancient demon power, she did not have that special demon blood imprint. Thus, she could not be considered as a true ancient demon. The ancestral sacrifice was different from the ordinary sacrificial ritual of the demon race. It could only be carried out with the help of a special item left behind by an ancestral demon. This time, Bright Sparrow needed to carry out the ancestral sacrifice in order to obtain Sitsong's inherited power. As for the item left behind by the ancestral demon, it was the gigantic statue of a goddess. Even though Ning Fan did not manage to figure out the name of the ancient demon realm and the cultivation method, he more or less understood some things. In order to obtain the Fuli demon blood and become an ancient demon, he would need at least one item left behind by the ancestors of the Fuli race. Besides, through the ancestral sacrifice ceremony, he could obtain a special power similar to the ancestral talisman of the devil race. Only then could he become a true ancient demon. Unfortunately, the Fuli race had been extinct for a long time. Perhaps there were no longer any items left behind by the ancestors of the Fuli race in this world. Even if Ning Fan figured out the method to become an ancient demon, he would not be able to cultivate into an ancient demon. After understanding this, Ning Fan no longer asked any more questions about ancient demons. He simply accompanied Bright Sparrow to play for 2 days. 2 days later, under the strong request of Old Man Chu, Bright Sparrow began to enter seclusion to cultivate so that she could obtain the inheritance in her best condition. The place where she cultivated in seclusion was a quiet and cold pond. It had the miraculous effect of refining her demon power. Ning Fan was naturally worried about Bright Sparrow soaking in the pond alone. Thus, he asked Su Yan to accompany her in the bath and take care of her while she was at it. As for Ning Fan, he returned to the guest house on the Demon Island. He was also preparing for the ancient demon inheritance ceremony that would take place 8 days later. The guest house that he was staying in was not far from the quiet pond where Bright Sparrow and Su Yan were in seclusion. If anything happens to the 2 ladies, Ning Fan could come to their aid at any time. It was a guest house that was built by hollowing out a gigantic tree. It was surrounded by demon-spotted bamboos, which were unique to Sekong Island. They emitted a refreshing fragrance of bamboo leaves. In the bamboo forest outside the guest house, a dark-skinned young man was standing respectfully. He had been waiting for Ning Fan outside the guest house for 2 days. He was the young man who dissuaded Bright Sparrow from accepting the inheritance that day. When Ning Fan arrived at the guest house, the young man's body immediately trembled. His expression was a little fearful. Obviously, he was afraid of Ning Fan. Greetings to revered Ming. The young man knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed to Ning Fan a few times. Ning Fan casually flicked his sleeve. A gust of wind was generated from his sleeve and he helped the young man to his feet. 2 days ago, Ning Fan told the young man to wait for him at the guest house because he had something to ask him personally. As soon as the young man heard that Ning Fan had something to ask him, how would he dare to be negligent? Even though his cultivation base was low, he had lived in the eternal endless sea after all. He had heard many rumors about Ning Fan's cold-bloodedness in killing people. Thus, he was afraid of Ning Fan to the core. Originally, he was one of the demon slaves who guarded the princess statue. Thus, he was not allowed to leave his post without permission. However, when some deacons and elders heard that Ning Fan wanted to see him, they immediately relieved him of all his duties and ordered him to wait for Ning Fan at the guest house. They did not assign him any other tasks anymore. There were even a few elders of the Demon Island who told the young man that if Ning Fan asks him any questions, he must tell him everything he knows. Even if Ning Fan asks him about the secrets of the Demon Island, he must not hide anything from him. The young man's heart was filled with anxiety. He did not know what Ning Fan wanted to ask him by summoning him here. When he thought that he was facing a great devil lord whose name shook the entire rain world, he became even more nervous. His legs even began to tremble a little. Don't be nervous. I have something to ask you. You just need to answer me truthfully. If you answer me truthfully, I won't harm your life. Instead, I will give you some pills. Pills? Yes. Senior, please ask me anything you want. I will certainly tell you everything I know. As soon as he heard that there would be pills as a reward, the young man's eyes immediately burned with passion. His fear towards Ning Fan also lessened a little. With the young man's lowly identity as a demon slave, Ning Fan could just directly search his soul and memories if he wanted to know something. There was no need for him to ask unnecessary questions. No one would care about a mere demon slave no matter what kind of harm he suffers. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. For example, there were always demon slaves who mysteriously disappeared recently but no one seriously investigated them. If it were other devil cultivators who wanted to know something, perhaps they would directly search the young man's soul and memories. However, Ning Fan was not that cruel. Moreover, he even promised to give the young man a reward for answering his questions. This made the young man excited and he could not help but feel that Ning Fan was not as cold-blooded and heartless as the rumors in the outside world said. What's your name? What position do you hold on Sikong Demon Island? My name is Lin Yu. I'm one of the demon slaves who guard the princess statue. Lin Yu said respectfully. Why did you stop Ming Ke from carrying out the ancestral sacrifice inheritance that day? And Ning Fan paused for a moment and his expression suddenly turned fierce. Where did you get the beast tooth pendant on your neck? Ning Fan paid some attention to the young man that day. Now that he was inspecting him from a close distance, he realized that there was an extremely weak trace of ancient demon power in the young man's body. This power came from the beast tooth pendant on the young man's neck. I found this beast tooth by accident. I made it into a pendant on my own. I didn't steal it. Please believe me, Senior. As for the reason why I stopped Island Lord from accepting the inheritance, it was because. When the young man saw Ning Fan's fierce eyes, he immediately became afraid. Because of what? It's because I was guarding the princess statue one night. However, I saw some unclean things below the statue. It seemed to be some kind of demon creature. It devoured a few demon slaves and entered the statue in a flash. The beast tooth pendant on the pendant was picked up at that time. It was left behind by that demon creature. I believe that there must be a demon living inside the statue now. If Island Lord accepts the inheritance recklessly, you might be in danger. The young man's voice was trembling but his expression was sincere. There was no hint of pretense. Demon creature? Ning Fan furrowed his brows. How could there be a demon living in a perfectly fine statue? The statue was filled with endless power of joss flames. Even Ning Fan's spirit sense could not penetrate into the statue. What kind of demon was so powerful that it could actually enter the statue? Recalling the day when he entered the demon island, Ning Fan noticed that the eyes of the statue flickered strangely. Then, he thought that the demon would leave behind a beast tooth that contained ancient demon power. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that there is an ancient demon living inside the statue? Ning Fan's eyes swept across the beast tooth pendant of the young man and felt a trace of void-pierced stage chi from it. If there is really an ancient demon inside the statue, it must be a void-pierced stage ancient demon. Here is a bottle of second revolution pills. It can help you break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a bottle of pills. He threw it to the young man and asked him to leave. As soon as the young man saw the pills in the bottle, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. After thanking Ning Fan profusely, he left. Ning Fan, on the other hand, went to the princess statue to investigate for a long time. However, he still could not penetrate the statue with his spirit sense. He could not find out anything about the ancient demon, but he could really sense the residual chi of a void-pierced stage expert in the statue. That chi was extremely faint. Ordinary people would not be able to sense it. Only high-revolution pill masters with sharp senses like Ning Fan could sense it. That chi contained an extremely faint ancient demon chi. There really is an ancient demon inside the statue. This ancient demon is hiding inside the statue. Outsiders can't enter the statue. Unless I destroy the statue, I won't be able to force him out. Ming Ke still needs the power of inheritance from the statue. Thus, I naturally can't destroy the statue. In that case, if this ancient demon doesn't show up on his own, I won't be able to meet him. I wonder if this ancient demon will cause any changes when Ming Ke receives the inheritance 8 days later. An ancient demon at the void-pierced stage can't be underestimated. If he doesn't have the intention to harm Ming Ke, I won't bother to attack him. However, if he dares to cause any trouble, he will certainly die. Inside the statue, a demonic beast in the form of a white tiger was hiding and cultivating under a ball of pure white joss flame power. The demonic beast's body emitted a void-pierced stage aura force. It seemed to be taking a nap. Its mouth was stained with the blood and fur of a living human. Damn it. There seem to be 2 experts on the demon island. Their chi is not much weaker than mine. Fortunately, they haven't discovered my existence yet. However, it seems like I can't leave the statue and eat living humans easily. The 2 experts were obviously referring to Ning Fan and Su Yan. Even though this white tiger was strong, it seemed to be rather timid. Its cultivation level was obviously higher than Su Yan and Ning Fan's, but it seemed to be extremely afraid of him. It seems like the primogeniture ceremony is about to officially begin. Even though I can hide inside the statue and borrow the Joss flame power to cultivate, I can't directly devour the Joss flame power. These Joss flames are all for the master of the statue. Normally, only the master of the statue can absorb the Joss flame power. But the white tiger suddenly chuckled coldly. The one who is going to receive the Joss flame inheritance this time is the island lord of this demon island. He's just a divine transformation realm junior and is extremely easy to deal with. After this junior absorbs the Joss flame inheritance from the statue, I will eat him again and indirectly obtain the Joss flame power. The inheritance will begin 8 days later. At that time I will make my move on that junior. Ning Fan did not stay in the guest house. Instead, he stood under the statue for 8 days straight. He was Ning Fan, whose name shook the entire internal endless sea. None of the cultivators on the island dared to question what he wanted to do or where he wanted to stand. No one knew that Ning Fan was waiting for the ancient demon to show up under the statue. Ning Fan was not bothered by the fact that the ancient demon did not show up. After all, Ming Ke was the one who received the inheritance and he was responsible for protecting her. If that ancient demon dares to destroy the inheritance, he would not mind making that ancient demon pay the price. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. A massive ancestral sacrificial grand formation and countless altars and ancient statues had been set up under the princess statue. There were also many shrines with many divine tablets on them. Countless demon cultivators knelt down and chanted unknown ancient scriptures. They burned incense and prayed, offering sacrifices to the ancient statues. Demons are humans who stand on top of heaven and earth. Humans are demons who trap heaven and earth. In ancient times, there was a human sovereign who became a demon on the spot. Heaven and earth were scriptures that could be chanted for thousands of generations. Ning Fan participated in the ancestral sacrificial demon ceremony as an outsider. As he listened to the group of cultivators chanting the ancient demon scriptures, his heart gradually calmed down. Each of the ancient statues was a statue of a divine bird. Each of these divine birds had 9 feathers on their tails and each of their feathers had strange patterns. The feathers were like ice needles. Even though they were just statues, their feathers were enshrouded in cold nether chi that could not be erased. This divine bird was the immemorial dark sparrow. All of the dark sparrow statues surrounded the gigantic goddess statue like stars surrounding the moon, as if the goddess was the king of all dark sparrows. Princess Sitsong. Sitsong must have been the king of the immemorial dark sparrow clan when she was alive. Ning Fan looked at the grand sacrificial ceremony and pondered. After an unknown period of time, the chanting in the surroundings suddenly became quiet. As for Ming Ke and Su Yan, they were walking towards the ancestral sacrificial grand formation under the escort of a group of oracles. Su Yan was naturally following Ning Fan's order to accompany Ming Quebec. She was still dressed in plain clothes, but it was difficult to conceal her mature beauty. Her enchanting appearance made countless demon cultivators swallow their saliva, but they did not dare to profane her. What a joke! Now, everyone in the internal sea knew that Su Yan had followed Ning Fan. Who would dare to profane Ning Fan's woman? As for Ming Ke, she was dressed up especially grandly today. She was no longer dressed like a little girl. Instead, she was dressed like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She wore a gorgeous dress woven from silk and a feather cloak embroidered with ice needles. She also wore a delicate golden crown on her head, making her look like a petite queen. Today, Ming Ke wasn't as noisy as she used to be. Her small face was calm and dignified. Greetings, Island Lord. When Bright Sparrow's group approached, all the demon cultivators who were chanting scriptures on the demon island cowed out in unison. Their voices shook the heavens. Ming Ke, on the other hand, nodded indifferently and said, "Dispense with the formalities." Then, she walked into the ancestral sacrificial formation step by step. In front of any demon cultivators, he always had a cold and indifferent look on his face. Only when he approached Ning Fan did he mischievously blink his eyes. "Brother Biscuit, after I successfully inherit the inheritance today, my strength will certainly increase tremendously. Then, I will be able to help you deal with that Moksha sovereign." "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it." Ning Fan shook his head with a faint smile. The power of incense was the power produced by devotees' sincere worship. The power of incense in the princess statue was not weak. It was accumulated after countless generations of demon cultivators of the island kowed out thousands of times. If this power is passed to Ming Ke, it would certainly improve her strength by a lot. It would allow her to break through from the mid-divine transformation realm to the late divine transformation realm or even the peak divine transformation realm. However, it probably wouldn't be enough for her to break through to the void refinement realm. Even if Ming Ke obtains the complete inheritance, she would still not be a match for Moksha Sovereign. However, she always remembered to help Ning Fan. Ning Fan was still very grateful for her kindness. Don't worry. With me around, no one can stop you from receiving the inheritance. Ning Fan patted Ming Ke's head and said lovingly. Brother Biscuit is the best. Ming Ke suddenly stood on her tiptoes and mischievously gave Ning Fan a peck on his cheek. Then, she put on a dignified expression again and walked towards the highest altar below the statue under the escort of a few priests. Everyone including Su Yan stayed at the bottom of the highest altar. Ming Ke was the only one who went up the altar. A copper pond that was several zhang * 33 m per zhang, large was chiseled on the altar. The pond was filled with dark red demon blood. Ming Ke did not take off her shoes, socks or clothes. She directly stepped into the blood pond and immersed her entire body in it. At this moment, all the demon cultivators on the island became nervous. Old Man Chu, on the other side of the high platform, presided over the ceremony. The ancestral sacrificial ceremony begins now. Chant the demon scripture and offer the demon sacrifice. Countless demon cultivators knelt on the ground and began chanting the ancient demon scripture again. Some of the demon cultivators carried various kinds of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures, rare and strange beasts, and placed them in front of the statues. Some of them even killed the strange beasts and smeared the statues with their blood. Countless dark blue bonfires suddenly lit up in the wooden fences in all directions. Heaven and earth suddenly became gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. Many of the priests began to control the ancestral sacrificial grand formation under the command of Old Man Chu. All of a sudden, the dark sparrow statues shattered one after another. Each of them emitted a ray of misty light which was absorbed into the princess statue at the center. An ancient and desolate chi gradually rose from the gigantic princess statue, affecting everyone's emotions. A vast amount of incense flame power shot out from the princess statue and reached the sky, turning into a gigantic shadow of an immemorial dark sparrow. That gigantic immemorial dark sparrow descended from the 9 heavens with an indelible majesty. Each of its 9 tail feathers was flashing with a misty white light. At this moment, Old Man Chu became increasingly nervous. He took the formation plate from the priests and personally activated the grand formation. As the grand formation was activated, one of the 9 tail feathers of the dark sparrow's shadow suddenly dimmed. That lost white light turned into a ray of flowing light. Like the Milky Way falling from the sky, it entered the blood pool and entered Bright Sparrow's body. It seemed like the power of inheritance had been divided into 9 rays and each of them was stored on the 9 tail feathers of the dark sparrow's shadow. The white light that entered Bright Sparrow's body only contained 1/9 of the power of inheritance. All of a sudden, the magic power in Bright Sparrow's body increased by several tens of thousands of units. Her aura force rose sharply. In the vast sky, layers of fiery red tribulation clouds emerged as if the heavenly tribulation of flames was about to descend. The power of the fire tribulation was extremely strong. It was almost comparable to the power of the heavenly tribulation of breaking through to the void refinement realm. Not good. There are a total of 9 rays of power of inheritance. This is only the first ray of power of inheritance, but it has already attracted such a strong power of heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid this fire tribulation can even incinerate a half-step void refinement realm old monster to death. Old Man Chu exclaimed in panic. He immediately looked at Ning Fan and Su Yan with eyes full of pleading for help. Each of the cultivators of the Demon Island stared at the heavenly tribulation and felt their scalps go numb. Even a void refinement realm old monster would not be able to withstand a heavenly tribulation of this level. These cultivators of the Demon Island certainly could not withstand a heavenly tribulation of this level. This was the reason why they did not dare to carelessly give the inheritance to Bright Sparrow. Yen you guard Bright Sparrow. I will resist the heavenly tribulation. Ning Fan told Su Yan. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky. In just an instant, he had crossed an immeasurable distance and appeared below the fiery clouds. He did not even look at the fiery clouds. Instead, he raised his palm to the sky and activated the fire-plucking technique. The center of his palm seemed to have formed a fiery vortex that could never be filled. It sucked all the fiery clouds into the vortex and guided them into the steel of sun and moon. The fire tribulation, which was powerful enough to kill a half-step void refinement realm expert, was easily eliminated by Ning Fan. Each of the cultivators of the Demon Island sucked in a cold breath. Even though they had heard of Ning Fan's reputation, none of them had ever seen him in action. Continue the ancestral sacrifice. Ning Fan looked down at Old Man Chu and ordered. Yes. Continue the ancestral sacrifice. Seeing that Ning Fan easily withstood the heavenly tribulation, Old Man Chu heaved a sigh of relief and continued to activate the formation disc. In just 1 hour, the second, third and fourth rays of white light shot down from the feathers of the Dark Sparrow's shadow one after another and went into Little Bright Sparrow's body. Little Bright Sparrow's chi increased tremendously. She had already broken through to the late divine transformation realm. In just 1 hour, she had advanced from the mid-divine transformation realm to the late divine transformation realm. It really made many demon cultivators envious. For the 3 consecutive fire tribulations, Ning Fan was the one who destroyed the tribulation clouds on behalf of Bright Sparrow to break through to the late divine transformation realm. From the 5th ray of white light onwards, the power of the heavenly tribulation increased drastically. It was almost enough to severely injure a void glimpse stage cultivator. From the 7th ray of white light onwards, the heavenly tribulation could even severely injure a void inquiry stage cultivator. When it reached the 9th ray of heavenly tribulation, the chi of the fiery clouds became even more terrifying. Even a void pierce stage old monster would be severely injured by this heavenly tribulation. However, no matter how strong these heavenly tribulations were, as long as they were still fire tribulations, they would not be able to withstand Ning Fan's fire-plucking technique. All of the fiery clouds were wiped away by Ning Fan with a raise of his hand, and the flames were kept inside the steel of sun and moon. Ning Fan's strength had shocked the cultivators of the Demon Island time and time again. Even Su Yan did not expect that Ning Fan could easily eliminate the heavenly tribulation which severely injured a void pierce stage expert. The 9 inheritances were all accepted by Bright Sparrow. Her magic power was almost close to 1 million units, and she was only a step away from breaking through to the void refinement realm. Each of the 9 heavenly tribulations was more terrifying than the last. However, Ning Fan destroyed all of the tribulation clouds with a raise of his hand. Inside the princess statue, the white tiger ancient demon who harbored evil intentions witnessed Ning Fan's strength from beginning to end. He was already extremely timid in the first place. When he first saw Ning Fan's void inquiry stage chi, he was already scared to death. Today, when he saw Ning Fan easily destroy the heavenly tribulation of the void pierce stage, he became even more afraid of him. Despite being a dignified void pierce stage ancient demon, he was actually trembling and prostrating inside the statue. His eyes were filled with fear. The white tiger ancient demon knew that he would definitely not be able to withstand a heavenly tribulation of that level. However, Ning Fan could easily eliminate the heavenly tribulation. According to the white tiger's thought process, Ning Fan was definitely stronger than him. Moreover, Ning Fan was much stronger than him. What should I do? What should I do? This person is so strong. I'm certainly not his match. As long as this person is here, I won't be able to do anything to that pill devil at all. That pill devil has the bloodline of the Dark Sparrow. She herself is an extremely delicious delicacy. Moreover, she has absorbed all of the Joss flame power. If I can devour her, not only can my cultivation base improve, but I can also get rid of the broken soul body and cultivate a true demon body of flesh and blood. The white tiger ancient demon really wanted to eat Bright Sparrow, but he was extremely afraid of Ning Fan's strength. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly remembered that he still had a treasure with him. As long as he has this treasure, there was no need for him to be afraid of Ning Fan. That's right. How could I forget about this treasure? This is a treasure that I risked my life to steal from my master. If it wasn't for this treasure, I would have died a long time ago. How could I still be alive today? Hee. I remember my master once told me that this treasure is called the Spirit Bone Jade Token. It was made from the spirit bone that my master left behind after his death. The white tiger ancient demon transformed into a burly man in white robes with the head of a tiger and the body of a human. He was holding a crystal clear and warm jade token in his hand. The jade token was engraved with circles of patterns that looked like the growth rings of a tree. There were many holes on the edge of the jade token. Each of the holes was connected with a thin string which was connected to a beast tooth. The beast tooth on one of the holes was missing, but the white tiger ancient demon did not care about it. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that the warm jade token was actually not a piece of jade. Instead, it was a piece of bone that had the texture of jade. This bone was the bone of an ancient demon. To be precise, the reason why the white tiger ancient demon was fortunate enough to become an ancient demon was because of this piece of spirit bone jade token. This treasure contained an unfathomable mighty force. It was not emitted by the spirit bone itself. Instead, it was emitted by the circles of patterns on the spirit bone. I remember my master once said that the circles of patterns on the spirit bone are called spirit wheels. They are the divine abilities of ancient demons and are extremely similar to the devil talismans of ancient devils. The white tiger ancient demon stared at the jade token. His initial fear towards Ning Fan immediately vanished by 90%. As long as I have this treasure, I don't need to be afraid of anyone. Humph. I must eat that little pill devil. The white tiger mustered up his courage and turned into a ray of white light, shooting out from the princess statue. Even though he had become more confident, he was still a little afraid of Ning Fan after all. He did not dare to have a direct confrontation with him. Thus, his traveling light directly flew towards Ming Ke, stirring up countless demonic winds. He was prepared to capture her and find a good place to eat her. The appearance of this white tiger ancient demon was out of all the cultivator's expectations. His powerful void pure stage aura force attracted layers of void power, turning them into void waves in the vast sky. His aura force was terrifying. Only void pure stage cultivators could step on the void sea and maintain an inextinguishable magic power above the surface of the sea. Su Yan's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected that there would be a void pure stage old monster causing trouble in the inheritance. Moreover, the chi of this void pure stage old monster was extremely unfamiliar. It seemed to be a powerful demon cultivator who was definitely not a cultivator of the rain world. As for the cultivators of the demon island, they were all shocked by this sudden change. They did not have time to react at all. Ming Ke was about to be captured by the white tiger ancient demon. I got her. The white tiger ancient demon was overjoyed. His traveling light was unimaginably fast. He was only 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Ming Ke's sacrificial altar. He only needed to reach the sacrificial altar in an instant, capture Ming Ke and escape without a trace. At this critical moment, black flames suddenly flashed in front of him. The figure of a white-robed young man appeared. It was none other than Ning Fan, who was already prepared for it. Ning Fan spread his 8 black burning wings and appeared all of a sudden, coldly blocking the path of the white tiger ancient demon. Releasing his essence chi, he raised his hand and made a palm strike. In an instant, he pressed 108 layers of execution palm imprints on the top of the white tiger ancient demon's skull. Oh my god! This is the execution devil palm. I've seen this palm imprint before. According to the records in my master's jade slip, it's the technique that made a young great emperor famous in ancient times. Oh my god! Who exactly is this white-robed young man? He actually knows the abilities and magic techniques of an ancient great emperor. This is just too terrifying. The white tiger ancient demon was immediately at a loss. To be honest, if he goes all out, he would most likely be able to withstand Ning Fan's execution devil palm. After all, his cultivation base was higher than Ning Fan's. However, the ancient demon was a coward in the first place. He was extremely afraid of Ning Fan. Now that he had recognized the origin of Ning Fan's devil palm, he became even less confident and fearful. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with Ning Fan. The ancient demon was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. He could not imagine that there was still someone who knew how to use the abilities of an ancient great emperor in the current world. Luckily, he finally remembered the spirit bone jade pendant in his hand. Before the devil palm reached his head, he suddenly took out the jade pendant and poured his demonic power into it. Circles of strange patterns on the surface of the jade pendant flickered violently, emitting rays of mysterious halos. When the halos collided with the execution devil palm, the powerful collision shattered the hollow space and sent countless sacrificial altars flying. Due to Ning Fan's protection, the sacrificial altar where Ming Ke was at was not affected by the shockwaves. She was still sitting in the blood pool with her eyes closed. She seemed to be absorbing the power of inheritance. Her brows were tightly knitted together as if she was enduring some kind of pain. The powerful shockwaves did not wake Ming Ke up, but it shocked countless demon cultivators on the island. It was the shockwaves of a battle between Void Refinement Realm experts. These demon cultivators on the island might not have seen a Void Refinement Realm battle in their entire lives. When the White Tiger ancient demon saw that he had actually withstood Ning Fan's palm attack, he found it unbelievable. Gradually, he became more confident. Even though he was a coward, he was not stupid. Just now, he activated the power of the Spirit Bone Jade Pendant in a hurry and only displayed 30 to 40% of its power. Even so, he easily withstood Ning Fan's sure kill attack. From the looks of it, Ning Fan did not seem to be as scary as he had imagined. You are not my match. Quickly scram and I can spare your life. I will definitely eat this little pill devil. The White Tiger said arrogantly. Noisy. It was impossible for Ning Fan to let the ancient demon capture Ming Quebec. However, what made Ning Fan slightly surprised was that this ancient demon could see through Ming Ke's identity. What Ning Fan was more concerned about was the Spirit Bone Jade Pendant that the ancient demon was holding. That jade pendant had just activated several halos which easily blocked Ning Fan's execution devil palm. That halos were somewhat unusual. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could even see that there was an extremely faint ancient demon chi on the Spirit Bone Jade Pendant. He could also see that the ancient demon chi of this White Tiger was not pure. Moreover, he had used up almost 1/3 of his demon power to activate the Jade Pendant just now. This halos of the Jade Pendant are a little troublesome. However, this White Tiger certainly can't use this treasure too many times. When the White Tiger saw Ning Fan's cautious expression, he thought that Ning Fan was afraid of him. Inwardly, he felt extremely proud. Indeed. As long as I have Master's treasure, I will be invincible. Unfortunately, every time I activate this magic treasure, I will consume too much of my demon power. Unless I have no other choice, I can't rely on this jade pendant too much. It seems like this white-robed young man isn't that scary. Perhaps I don't need to use this jade pendant to deal with him. The White Tiger kept the jade pendant and took out an umbrella-shaped magic treasure which reeked of blood chi. Then, he threw it at Ning Fan. Since you insist on getting in my way, I will eat you as well. World-opening umbrella. The blood umbrella soared into the sky and suddenly spread open. Countless rays of light shone, sucking Ning Fan and the White Tiger into the world inside the umbrella. It was a small kiliocosm where a sea of blood surged. The sea of blood was boundless. The reason why the White Tiger kept Ning Fan inside the world was just to kill him inside. A small kiliocosm cosmos treasure? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. Not only did this White Tiger possess a strange jade pendant, but he also had a small kiliocosm cosmos treasure with him. This was rather unusual. Countless blood mists suddenly emerged from the sea of blood beneath his feet and rushed towards Ning Fan. Being inside the blood mists, Ning Fan immediately felt that his magic power was greatly restricted. Traces of his magic power were sealed by the blood mists. This blood umbrella was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Not only could it capture the enemy into a small kiliocosm, but it could also use the sea of blood to seal the enemy's magic power and cultivation base. Even a void fragmentation realm old monster might not necessarily have such a mysterious magic treasure. Ning Fan did not dare to be careless. He patted his storage pouch without hesitation and took out a lustrous blood sword. Then, he slashed at the blood mists in front of him. Immediately, the layers of blood mists were split apart by Ning Fan's sword as if they had met their nemesis. When the White Tiger saw that his attack was successful and he managed to capture Ning Fan into the umbrella world, he was secretly feeling proud of himself. This blood umbrella is one of my master's magic treasures after all. Even if it is not as powerful as the spirit bone jade pendant, it is still extraordinary. However, when he saw Ning Fan split the blood mists apart with the blood sword, his face was immediately filled with fear because he had once again recognized the origin of the blood sword that Ning Fan was holding. A blood sword made from the bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. A heavenly demon. That's an existence comparable to a true immortal realm expert. You're really a madman. You actually used the bone of a heavenly demon to craft a magic treasure weapon. The white tiger, who was initially full of confidence, lost his confidence once again. He was unprecedentedly afraid of Ning Fan. In his opinion, Ning Fan was just too terrifying. His master was just a true immortal realm expert, but Ning Fan used the bone of a heavenly demon to craft a magic treasure. Ning Fan was definitely a madman. I don't want to fight with you anymore. I want to run away. The situation is urgent. The white tiger's speech became somewhat incoherent. He wanted to escape from the umbrella world and seal Ning Fan inside. However, how could Ning Fan give him the chance to escape? You want to leave? Ning Fan did not give the white tiger any chance to escape. The blood sword had already descended from the sky. The sword light was shocking and it split the sea in half. To be continued. The white tiger's cultivation base was definitely higher than Ning Fan's. If he confronts Ning Fan head-on, he might not necessarily lose. However, he was a coward by nature. When he saw the powerful origin of Ning Fan's blood dragon demon sword, his heart was filled with fear. While he was fleeing, he suddenly turned his head to take a look when he sensed the sound of something piercing through the air behind him. When he turned his head, he was almost scared to death. That sword light was too powerful. It could even split the sea of blood in half. A sword that could split the sea was definitely not to be underestimated. While he was fleeing, he raised his blood umbrella. The umbrella gave off layers of faint red halos which were quite similar to the halos of the spirit bone jade pendant. Upon closer inspection, there were also some strange circular patterns on the blood umbrella. This blood umbrella is also engraved with the spirit wheel. It's an incredible magic treasure, the ancient demon muttered to himself. Immediately, the sea of blood behind him surged and turned into layers of blood-red walls, trying to block the sword light. Each layer of the walls formed by the sea of blood was extremely sturdy. Even if they receive a void glimpse stage attack, they might not break. However, the blood dragon demon sword was born to be the nemesis of the sea of blood. The sword light it emitted easily broke all the walls and approached the ancient demon's back. With a chi sound, the sword light suddenly accelerated and slashed at the ancient demon's back. At this moment, faint green halos suddenly appeared from the ancient demon's sleeves. It seemed to be protecting his body. The white tiger let out a muffled groan. He was hit by the sword light and immediately fell into the sea of blood like a kite with a broken string. After a short while, the white tiger regained his vigor and turned into a ray of traveling light, rushing out of the sea of blood. He glared at Ning Fan furiously. Even though his chi was in a mess, he did not seem to suffer any serious injuries. You scared me to death. I thought I would die under the heavenly demon blood dragon sword. Luckily, I have the jade pendant to protect me. Master's magic treasure is indeed powerful. Brat, you have really angered me. I'm not going to run anymore. I'm going to fight you to the death. The blood dragon demon sword only had its first seal removed. It was equivalent to a low-grade mortal void treasure. In terms of power, it was not enough to kill a void-pierce stage ancient demon with a single strike. Moreover, at the critical moment, the spirit bone jade pendant in Gu Yao's sleeve suddenly emitted a faint cyan ring of light. As if it was protecting its owner, it counteracted most of the blood sword's sword light. Thus, although Gu Yao was struck by the sword light, he was not seriously injured. The white tiger ancient Fae was indeed frightened by the blood dragon demon sword. The heaven Fae dragon bone was too famous, and he happened to be knowledgeable enough to recognize the origins of the blood sword. However, when the white tiger saw that he was not killed by Ning Fan's sword, he immediately realized that the power of the blood sword in Ning Fan's hand was not fully activated. When he thought about the fact that he still had the spirit bone jade pendant to protect him, the white tiger regained his confidence. His fear towards Ning Fan lessened and he looked like he wanted to fight Ning Fan to the death. Ning Fan held the blood-red sword in his hand and frowned slightly. After a few exchanges, he'd already discerned that even though the white tiger's cultivation realm was high, it was extremely timid and had an extremely poor disposition. Moreover, it lacked experience in battles, so its combat strength wasn't high. However, the treasures on the ancient Fae were not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for the spirit bone jade pendant automatically protecting its owner and saving Gu Yao's life, Ning Fan was absolutely confident that he could severely injure Gu Yao with a single sword attack. "I'm going to fight you to the death." While the white tiger was clamoring, he took out his third magic treasure. It was a small hand furnace made of gold. Its grade was quite extraordinary. The gold seemed to be some kind of rare immortal ore. Even Ning Fan could not identify the type of immortal ore at first glance. The hand furnace was filled with a lot of black charcoal. As soon as the golden hand furnace came into contact with the wind, the charcoal immediately ignited with golden flames. In the past, he had stolen 3 magic treasures from his master. Other than the jade pendant and the blood umbrella, this golden hand furnace was the only one left. The white tiger raised his hand and activated the golden hand furnace. It grew in the wind and grew to 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang in size. Then, it pressed down on Ning Fan's head, as if it wanted to suck Ning Fan into the Dao hand furnace and burn him alive with its flames. The golden flames did not belong to any kind of flame. They were just the flames emitted by the charcoal. Even so, they were much stronger than many 6th-grade spiritual flames. The surface of the golden hand furnace was engraved with circles of circular patterns. It seemed to have the ability to increase the power of the flames. By using the golden hand furnace to ignite the flames, the power of the flames would greatly increase. Even a void-pierced stage-old monster would lose a layer of skin if they were caught in the flames. "Golden hand furnace, burn him to death!" The white tiger roared fiercely. The golden flames immediately turned into layers of faint golden halos, burning at Ning Fan. Even though the golden hand furnace was extraordinary and the golden flames were powerful, Ning Fan was not afraid of them. The steel of sun and moon could restrain all flames in the world. He only needed to display the fire-plucking technique and he would be able to easily destroy the furnace magic treasure. The only thing that caught his attention was that be it the jade pendant, the blood umbrella or this hand furnace, all of them could emit strange halos. It was Ning Fan's first time encountering such an attack. Fire-plucking technique. His mind was racing but his actions were not slow at all. Ning Fan pointed a finger at the sky and displayed the fire-plucking technique with all his might. Black flames rose from his fingertip and suddenly turned into a gigantic fire vortex, incinerating all the golden fire halos that were raining down on him. Then, Ning Fan flapped his 8 wings and soared into the sky, facing the gigantic golden cauldron that was falling from above him. Boom *, the falling momentum of the 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall golden cauldron was extremely great. However, it was stopped by Ning Fan's palm strike. Ning Fan touched his glabella and took out the white lightning whip that he had not used for a long time. He whipped the golden cauldron with blood lightning bolts. Even though the current white lightning whip could damage the primordial spirit of his enemies without using it, its destructive power would of course be much stronger with the help of a medium. Bang 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 every time Ning Fan whipped the golden cauldron, a blood lightning bolt would explode in the ancient demon's dantian. It was the ability to whip magic treasures and damage the primordial spirit. This kind of method scared the slightly more confident Gu Yao half to death. This was because the cowardly him had once again recognized the origin of this divine ability. Injuring the primordial spirit by whipping magic treasures? I've heard of this technique before. It was recorded in Master's Jade Slip. It's a technique of an immortal emperor who wields lightning in ancient times. It uses the power of lightning to injure the enemy's primordial spirit. Even though there are many people who cultivate this technique, there are only a few who can cultivate blood lightning. Even Master can't cultivate blood lightning. But you actually managed to cultivate blood lightning? This is too scary. This is really too scary. 1 whip. 10 lashes. 100 lashes. All of a sudden, Ning Fan whipped the white tiger 100 times, attracting countless heavenly lightning bolts. After 100 lashes, the white tiger was already severely injured. He hurriedly used some kind of secret technique to protect his dantian to slightly block the blood lightning attacks of the white lightning whip. As for Ning Fan, he took the opportunity to activate his wind mist finger and pointed it at the golden cauldron, erasing the spirit sense imprint on it. The ancient demon let out a muffled groan. His sea of consciousness was in pain as he lost control of the golden cauldron. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and the golden cauldron immediately shrunk. He kept it into his sleeve and forcefully snatched it away. This treasure no longer belonged to the ancient demon but Ning Fan. When Ning Fan touched the circular patterns on the cauldron, a strange feeling rose in his heart. His Fuli demon blood trembled. This circular pattern is definitely not simple. How dare you steal my magic treasure? I'm going to fight you to the death. This time I'm really going to fight you. The ancient demon gnashed his teeth in anger. Ning Fan did not care about the ancient demon's threat. He had already seen through the ancient demon completely. This white tiger only had void pierce stage cultivation base, but he was just an embroidered pillow that looked impressive but was actually useless. His mind was weak and his combat power was low. His combat power could not even be compared to some void inquiry stage cultivators. The only things on this weak ancient demon that were worth Ning Fan's attention were the 3 magic treasures. This demon is nothing to worry about. However, his magic treasures are a little tricky to deal with. I have no choice but to use my trump card. Ning Fan's expression changed. He no longer wanted to hold back. The ancient demon had the jade pendant to protect him. Even the execution devil palm could not hurt him. Besides, the execution devil palm was already Ning Fan's strongest attack. Ning Fan decided to directly suppress the ancient demon with the steel of sun and moon. The white tiger's heart was filled with rage after Ning Fan snatched his magic treasures. For a moment, he completely forgot about his fear towards Ning Fan and wanted to fight him to the death. He took out the spirit bone jade pendant and poured all of his demon power into it. The surface of the jade pendant immediately glowed with a faint green light. The rings on the jade pendant lit up one after another. An extraordinary aura force rose from the ancient demon's body. Previously, the ancient demon used 1/3 of his demon power to activate 30 to 40% of the jade pendant's power to block Ning Fan's strongest attack, the execution devil palm. This time, he poured all of his remaining demon power into the jade pendant, activating almost 70% of the jade pendant's power. The faint green light ring emitted from 70% of the jade pendant's power was already infinitely close to the power of an absolute void stage attack. However, the ancient demon was still not satisfied. He stomped his feet and shattered the void beneath his feet. In the shattered void, rays of pitch-black void power gathered to form a black ocean that flowed under his feet. It was the void ocean. It was a technique that only void pierce stage cultivators could use. Standing on the void ocean, one's magic power would never run out unless the void ocean is destroyed. The ancient demon also poured the power of the void ocean into the jade pendant. Only after the void ocean shrunk by 1/3 could the jade pendant's power be fully activated. When the spirit bone jade pendant was activated to its full power, it was equivalent to an absolute void stage attack. The attack of the jade pendant was also infused with the power of the great momentum of heaven and earth. It was enough to hurt any void pierce stage old monsters and instantly kill any void inquiry stage experts. My attack has already reached the power of an absolute void stage attack. This young man definitely won't be able to withstand an absolute void stage attack. He will certainly die. The white tiger made up his mind and raised the jade pendant. Immediately, the jade pendant shone with dazzling green light. It was as dazzling as a faint green sun. The jade pendant emitted countless circular halos. All of them were faint green in color. They spread out like ripples of water at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the halos passed by, the hollow space would shatter and heaven and earth would wrinkle. Ning Fan seemed to have an illusion that the sky had become a calm lake and the halos were the ripples of the lake. They were the wrinkles of heaven and earth while he was a mayfly floating on the surface of the water. He could be swept to the bottom of the lake by the ripples at any time. What kind of power is this halos? How can it change the great momentum of heaven and earth so casually? Ning Fan did not think too much about it. He activated the yin-yang locket and raised his hand. Black flames shot out from his finger and drew the lines of the steel of sun and moon in the sky like ink and brush. In an instant, the black flames condensed into a 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall fire steel. Ning Fan lifted the fire steel with one hand and lifted it above his head. Then, he hurled it at the white tiger. The white tiger used all of his strength to unleash an absolute void stage attack, thinking that he would definitely win against Ning Fan. As soon as he saw the 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall fire steel, he was stunned at first. Then, his face turned pale with fright and his entire body began to tremble. A void fragmentation realm attack. The power of this attack is comparable to the attack of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. Impossible. I can only barely unleash an absolute void stage attack after using all of my strength. How can you unleash a void fragmentation realm attack so easily? The white tiger was once again frightened by Ning Fan's technique. The layers of green halos released by the spirit bone jade pendant clashed against the 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall fire steel. However, it could not shake off the fire steel's attack. The 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall fire steel that Ning Fan threw out carried the power of a void fragmentation realm attack. How could those halos withstand it? After each explosion, the fire steel would break through one of the halos and get closer to the white tiger. When the fire steel had broken through hundreds of halos, it was already hovering above the white tiger's head. Then, it suddenly smashed down with an aura force that could destroy everything. Not good. The white tiger screamed and tried to escape. However, the steel of sun and moon fell at an even faster speed. It was as if it had teleported across an immeasurable distance in an instant and crashed into his body. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream immediately resounded across the entire umbrella world. The 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall fire steel then dispersed into a boundless sea of black flames, burning 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. In the sea of flames, a pure white and illusory remnant soul of the white tiger was holding a jade pendant and a blood umbrella while avoiding the black flames in fear. Even though he had a void pure stage cultivation base and possessed 3 unique treasures, he could not withstand a void fragmentation realm attack. He could only die with regret. Fortunately, a trace of his remnant soul managed to escape. Terrifying. This is simply too terrifying. This young man can actually unleash a void fragmentation realm attack. He's too heaven-defying. Luckily, I'm smart and hid the last trace of my remnant soul in the jade pendant at the critical moment. Otherwise, my remnant soul wouldn't be destroyed by that void fragmentation realm attack. Smart? Ning Fan's urging voice suddenly resounded in the sea of flames and appeared behind the white tiger's soul. With a raise of his hand, the demon's soul, the jade pendant and the blood umbrella all went into his hand. If you're really smart, you shouldn't have provoked me. Soul-searching technique. Without showing any mercy, Ning Fan used the soul-searching technique on the white tiger's tiny demon soul. The white tiger's strength was not worth mentioning. However, the 3 magic treasures he possessed were extraordinary. Moreover, this ancient demon's knowledge was also profound. Ning Fan really wanted to see what kind of background this white tiger had. The white tiger's remnant soul shrieked continuously. Eventually, it stopped wailing and turned into an idiot. As the soul-searching technique continued, Ning Fan's expression became uglier and uglier. The master of this white tiger is actually the true immortal realm expert who schemed against Bright Sparrow, the sect master of the Pill sect in the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He did not expect that person to be the one who schemed against Bright Sparrow. This was slightly different from what Ning Fan had guessed in the past, but it was basically the same. The sect master of the Pill sect was a 9th Revolution pill refinement master. He wanted to raise a pill devil to concoct an ancestral pill that surpassed the 9th Revolution. To be continued. The ancient demon's memories were incomplete. From his incomplete memories, Ning Fan learned about his identity. He was the white tiger boy who guarded the pill cauldron of the sect master of the Pill sect. Ning Fan also understood why this white tiger was as timid as a mouse. He had to admit that this white tiger's life was really full of ups and downs. In the past, when the sect master of the Pill sect secretly descended to the lower world, he was determined to nurture a pill devil with all his might. He wanted the Pill Devil to continuously advance and eventually break through to the ancestral Pill realm, which was above the 9 revolutions realm. When he descended to the lower world, he brought a few cauldrons with him. The White Tiger Boy was one of them. He didn't expect that White Tiger Boy would steal 3 of his treasures while he was busy designing the Pill Devil, and escape on his own. In the past, the White Tiger Boy was just a late Gold Core realm cultivator. His cultivation base was not high. Even though he had supreme treasures, he could not control them as he wished. Moreover, he had been guarding the cauldrons for his master all his life. He did not have any battle experience at all. Thus, his low combat power was imaginable. A few years after the White Tiger Boy stole the 3 treasures, he died in the hands of a Gold Core realm cultivator from the lower world. The 3 treasures were also taken away by that Gold Core realm cultivator. That Gold Core realm cultivator was only at the mid-Gold Core realm, which was a small cultivation realm lower than the White Tiger Boy. That incident made the White Tiger Boy bear a grudge. Even though he knew that Ning Fan's cultivation base was lower than his, he was still very afraid of him when he met Ning Fan this time. Fortunately, the Spirit Bone Jade Pendant was extraordinary. The White Tiger Boy hid a trace of his remnant soul inside it, and it was not discovered by that Gold Core realm cultivator from the lower world. In the beginning, the White Tiger Boy was bold and daring. Otherwise, he would not dare to steal his master's magic treasures. However, after he died once, he became extremely timid. His remnant soul hid in the jade pendant and did not dare to come out for countless years. That jade pendant was really extraordinary. It actually had the effect of deceiving heaven's secrets. When it was attached to a remnant soul, it could actually ensure that the remnant soul would not be destroyed and its lifespan would not end. The White Tiger's remnant soul hid in the jade pendant and focused on healing itself. Unknowingly, the jade pendant transformed his remnant soul and he managed to cultivate a trace of ancient demon power. His cultivation base also broke through to the nascent soul realm in one go. This was great. No matter what, the White Tiger of the nascent soul realm would not lose to a junior of the lower realm in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. He was full of confidence and flew out of the jade pendant. He killed the Golden Core cultivator from the lower realm and washed his sect and family in blood. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. At this time, countless years had passed since the alchemy sect's sect master descended to the lower realm. The birth of the Pill Devil had already been arranged successfully, and the Pill sect master had already returned to the upper realm. Staying in the rain world, White Tiger felt like he was a bird that could fly freely in the vast sky. He thought that with the 3 supreme treasures of his master, he would be able to make a name for himself in the lower realm. He would not be the same as when he was in the upper realm, where he could only be a servant looking after the furnace. With his nascent soul cultivation base, it was more than enough for him to bully some harmonious spirit and gold core cultivators. He had made a name for himself in a low-ranked cultivation country and lived a carefree life. Unexpectedly, the unlucky White Tiger had somehow provoked a demonic cultivator who was half a step away from the nascent soul realm. Although the White Tiger ancient demon was a nascent soul cultivator, he was only at the early nascent soul stage and his combat power was low. Unfortunately, the demonic cultivator's combat strength was extremely high. After a battle, the demonic cultivator killed the White Tiger who was a realm higher than him and took away the 3 treasures. Fortunately, the White Tiger hid his remnant soul in the jade pendant again and escaped the calamity. However, he became even more timid. The taste of being killed by someone who was a realm higher than him was really bitter. The White Tiger hid his remnant soul in the jade pendant for an unknown number of years. His remnant soul was transformed by the jade pendant again. The ancient demon power in his body became denser and his cultivation base broke through to the spirit-severing realm after 1,000 years. At this time, the demonic cultivator had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, but he was only an intermediate nascent soul realm cultivator. No matter how heaven-defying an intermediate nascent soul realm cultivator was, he would not be able to defeat a spirit-severing realm cultivator. The White Tiger regained his confidence. He flew out of the jade pendant and killed the demonic cultivator, washing his sect in blood. However, the White Tiger began to learn to keep a low profile. He was a spirit-severing realm cultivator, but he chose to cultivate in a mid-ranked cultivation country and bullied nascent soul and gold core cultivators. He did not dare to go to a high-ranked cultivation country because there were spirit-severing realm old monsters there. In the beginning, he became unusually timid. Even though he was a spirit-severing realm cultivator, he did not even dare to offend a peak nascent soul cultivator as he was afraid that there would be another heaven-defying cultivator who would kill him. Unfortunately, fate made a fool of him. He once again offended a heaven-defying cultivator. That cultivator killed him and took his treasures away. That cultivator even brought the 3 treasures to the endless sea. I was killed by someone who is a realm higher than me again. The white tiger hid a trace of his remnant soul again and escaped the calamity. However, he let out a sorrowful and indignant cry from the jade pendant. Aggrieved. This is really too aggrieved. While feeling aggrieved, the white tiger became even more timid. After an unknown number of years, the white tiger who was hiding in the jade pendant continued to be transformed by the ancient demon in the jade pendant. Gradually, his cultivation base reached the void refinement realm. He flew out of the jade pendant again and was extremely proud of himself. He was ready to kill that cultivator to take revenge. Unfortunately, it took him tens of thousands of years to break through to the void refinement realm. That cultivator had already died of old age. Damn. There's no way for me to take revenge now. The white tiger who was wandering in the internal endless sea came across the statues of Seekong Demon Island by chance. He realized that there was quite a lot of Joss flame power inside the statues. Thus, he could hide there and cultivate. He had learned his lesson. This time, he was prepared to cultivate to the void fragmentation realm in one go before roaming around in the rain world. He refused to believe that he would still be killed by someone who is a higher realm than him when he has the strength of a void fragmentation realm cultivator. The white tiger had followed the sect master of the pill sect for many years. He knew a lot of information about the pill devil. After staying on the Seekong Demon Island for many years, the white tiger had continuously broken through to the void inquiry stage and void pierce stage. However, he still could not completely refine the Joss flame power. At this time, Ming Ke arrived at the Seekong Demon Island. Thus, the white tiger began to think about devouring her along with the Joss flame when she receives the inheritance. Perhaps, he could break through to the absolute void stage in one go. The pill devil was cultivated by his master with all his efforts. Devouring the pill devil without permission was no different from offending the sect master of the pill sect. However, the white tiger had already stolen his master's 3 treasures in the past. Since he had already betrayed his master, he was not afraid of betraying his master one more time. The experiences of this white tiger are really bumpy. However, every time he was on the verge of death, he would encounter great luck and escape from the calamity. Unfortunately, he met me and offended me. Now, he can't escape death. After Ning Fan finished searching the white tiger's memories, he devoured his remnant soul. Then, he took out the jade pendant, the paper umbrella and the handheld stove. He carefully checked each of them to make sure that the white tiger did not hide any remnant soul in them. Only then did he feel relieved. This time, the white tiger ancient Fae was really dead. Ning Fan did not immediately leave the world within the umbrella. Instead, he carefully studied the 3 magic treasures. From the white tiger's memories, he found out the identity of his master, the origin of the 3 magic treasures and the experiences of the white tiger in his life. However, he still had not figured out the specific divisions and cultivation methods of the ancient demon realms. He had no other choice. The white tiger was transformed into an ancient demon by the jade pendant without knowing it. How could he know the divisions of the ancient demon realms? Fortunately, the white tiger still knew some information about them. Inside the jade pendant, there were faint green circular demon marks. Each of them was like a human's fingerprint or a tree's growth rings. The paper umbrella had faint red circular patterns while the handheld stove had faint golden circular patterns. From the white tiger's memories, Ming Fan understood. These circular demon marks were called spirit wheels. Ancient devils have devil talismans and they use them to refine their blood. The strongest devil talisman is the ancestral talisman. Ancient demons have spirit wheels and they use them to gather spirit. The strongest spirit wheel is called the ancestral wheel. Ning Fan caressed the patterns of the spirit wheels on the 3 treasures. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. It was an expression that he would only show when he was deep in thought. In order to systematically cultivate the ancient demon realm, the first step was to return to the ancestral state and condense a spirit wheel that belonged to him. The devil talisman could refine one's blood and increase the realm of one's physical body, allowing the body refinement potential of an ancient devil to be 100 times higher than that of other races. The spirit wheel, on the other hand, could gather spirit and increase the realm of one's spirit sense. Similarly, the cultivation potential of an ancient demon would be 100 times higher than that of other races. As for Ning Fan, if he wants to condense a spirit wheel, he would at least need to find a relic of the old ancestor of the Fuli tribe and use it to perform an ancestral sacrifice. Only then would he be able to condense a spirit wheel. In reality, he did not really care about cultivating the ancient demon path. However, he really wanted to condense a spirit wheel. If he has a spirit wheel, his spirit sense cultivation potential would be 100 times higher than that of ordinary cultivators. The strength of one's spirit sense was not only closely related to one's combat power but also closely related to pill refinement and weapon refinement. If he can condense a spirit wheel and improve his spirit sense, it would naturally be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, the Fuli tribe has already been annihilated a long time ago. The people of the world have not even heard of the name of Fuli. I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for me to find a relic of the Fuli tribe's ancestor and perform an ancestral sacrifice. This is... Ning Fan's eyes suddenly stopped at the spirit bone jade pendant. He had a new discovery. The jade pendant, the paper umbrella and the handheld stove all had patterns of spirit wheels. However, the latter two had traces of engravings on them. They were not naturally formed. The spirit wheels on the jade pendant, on the other hand, were naturally there. They were obtained through cultivation. This jade pendant was originally carved from the remains of an ancient demon. That bone already had the spirit wheels of that ancient demon. When Ning Fan's spirit sense slightly entered the jade pendant, he was shocked to find that a trace of his spirit sense was actually wrapped by the power of the spirit wheels. However, that trace of spirit sense was not damaged at all. Under the nourishment of the spirit wheels, it was growing bit by bit. Gradually, the strand of divine sense grew longer and stronger. Ning Fan's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder that ancient demon could continuously improve his cultivation base with the help of this jade pendant. It turns out that this jade pendant can actually improve the cultivation base of his spirit sense. The cultivation base of the demon race was closely related to spirit sense. With the help of the jade pendant, White Tiger's cultivation base naturally advanced rapidly from the gold core realm to the void refinement realm. Ning Fan sent his spirit sense into the paper umbrella and the handheld stove. Even though the two treasures also had spirit wheels, they were man-made. Thus, they could not help Ning Fan's spirit sense increase. Apparently, only the spirit wheels on the jade pendant could improve his spirit sense. What would happen if I devour the power of the spirit wheels on the jade pendant? Ning Fan suddenly had a bold idea. Every ancient demon race had their own spirit wheels. Ning Fan had the Fuli demon blood. If he wants to condense a spirit wheel, it would naturally be the Fuli spirit wheel. Even though this jade pendant was made from the remains of an ancient demon, Ning Fan did not know what kind of demon race it belonged to. Even if he devours the spirit wheels of this demon, it might not be suitable for him to use. However, Ning Fan still wanted to devour the spirit wheels on the jade pendant to see if it could help improve the cultivation base of his spirit sense. He took a light breath and stroked the jade pendant with his fingers. He traced the patterns of the spirit wheels on the jade pendant and extracted the power from the spirit wheels into his body bit by bit. That inconspicuous spirit wheel actually contained unimaginable power. As the power was extracted, the light on the jade pendant became dimmer and dimmer. As for Ning Fan, after absorbing the power of the spirit wheels in the jade pendant, his spirit sense improved by leaps and bounds. His spirit sense was originally at the void glimpse stage. However, after absorbing the power of the spirit wheels, it actually showed signs of breaking through to the void inquiry stage. As for the spirit wheels, there were some incomplete fragments which seemed to be the memories hidden in the remains of the ancient demon. In those fragments, there were records of the jade pendant changing owners several times. In those fragments, there was a green-robed elderly man who descended to the rain world with a group of children. That green-robed elderly man was holding a blood-red umbrella with a jade pendant hanging from his waist and a hand furnace in his hand. He should be the sect master of the pill sect. In those fragments, there were also the memories of the owner of the bone when he was young. In those memories, there was an ancient demon expert who was passing down cultivation techniques to many low-grade ancient demons. When those fragments flashed through his memories, Ningfan hurriedly activated the power of his memory intent realm, trying to read through those memories in detail. His eyes were tightly shut and he gradually fell into a deep sleep. His mind sank into the memories of the ancient demon and fell into the illusions of the past, trying to pry into the great Tao of spirit wheels. It was a strange dream. It was a memory of the owner of the jade pendant when he was still alive. In the dream, Ningfan was on a small continent that floated above the galaxy. On the continent, there was a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall white jade platform. On the jade platform, a white-haired elderly man who was draped in a tiger fur coat was sitting upright. His eyes were shining with bright demonic light. He was passing down cultivation techniques from the platform. Below the jade platform, there were millions of ancient demons listening to him. Ningfan was sitting below the jade platform. He was an inconspicuous person among the millions of ancient demons. The place where he was sitting should be where the owner of the spirit bones sat in the past. Each of the ancient demons beside Ningfan had powerful qi. Even the weakest among them was at the peak divine transformation realm. Obviously, one needed to be qualified to listen to the white-haired elderly man's Tao lecture. May I ask, monarch, what is a demon? An expert whose qi was at the second step of the divine transformation realm stood up respectfully and bowed to the jade platform. Demons are humans who stand on top of heaven and earth. Humans are demons who are trapped by the laws of heaven and earth. In the ancient times, there were human sovereigns who became demons on the spot. Heaven and earth were the scriptures. Once they recited it for thousands of generations, they would start a new era in the ancient times. There were also demon sovereigns who reincarnated as humans. They established the cataclysm of 3 lifetimes and finally attained immortality. The white-haired elderly man's voice was dignified and he spoke with assurance. His words spread to every corner of the jade platform, making many ancient demons fall into silence. May I ask, monarch, what is a spirit? Another ancient demon whose qi was comparable to Shikong stood up respectfully and bowed to the jade platform before asking. When heaven and earth have no spirit, demons will gain spirit. When heaven and earth return to their spirit, the spirit of demons will be extinguished. The white-haired elderly man's indifferent words made countless ancient demons sink into contemplation. May I ask, monarch, what is a spirit wheel? Ningfan suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at the white jade platform. Spirit wheel? The white-haired elderly man suddenly raised his head and looked at Ningfan. He was a little surprised as if he did not expect Ningfan to ask a question. As for some ancient demons whose cultivation bases were comparable to void fragmentation realm, life immortal realm or even true immortal realm, they were a little displeased. According to the rules of the monarch, only immortals who had attained the second step of the divine transformation realm could ask the monarch for guidance. Even void fragmentation realm old monsters did not have the right to ask the monarch a question in such a grand occasion. Ningfan's question was obviously against the rules. Immediately, a few immortals glared at Ningfan coldly. Their eyes were filled with hostility and warning. Ningfan did not show any sign of fear in the face of these seniors' warnings. His expression was still as calm as an ancient well. He only looked at the white-haired elderly man with eyes filled with curiosity. The white-haired elderly man, however, waved his hand, signaling the crowd not to reprimand Ningfan. Then, he looked at Ningfan and gently nodded his head. According to his rules, juniors were not qualified to ask questions. However, Ningfan's fearless expression made the white-haired elderly man feel somewhat satisfied. Thus, he made an exception and began to answer Ningfan's question. Demons should stand on top of heaven and earth. If you have fear in your heart, you will never be able to cultivate the demon Tao. You have no fear in your heart and you are a good candidate for demon cultivation. The white-haired elderly man praised Ningfan. Immediately, countless ancient demon experts looked at Ningfan in disbelief. Their gazes were filled with surprise, envy, and jealousy. They were surprised because the monarch who had always been indifferent and never praised anyone would actually praise a junior. They were envious because Ningfan was able to gain the monarch's favor. Perhaps he was going to have a great fortune soon. You asked me what is a spirit wheel. This is a spirit wheel. The white-haired elderly man pointed his finger. Circles of dazzling white light spread out from his finger like ripples on water. As the light faded, circles of white light that looked like annual rings coiled around the elderly man's finger. They were his spirit wheel. The elderly man pointed at the sky. With the power of his spirit wheel, he could summon the wind and rain. He could extract the power of heaven and turn it into his own spirit sense and demon power. The elderly man pointed at the ground. With the power of his spirit wheel, he could move mountains and fill seas. He could extract the power of the earth and turn it into his own spirit sense and demon power. When the elderly man pointed at the area below the jade platform, the demon blood of millions of ancient demons boiled. They felt that they had lost control of their demon power and all of them were under the control of the elderly man. Ning Fan also felt the power of his spirit wheel. He felt that the elderly man could deprive him of all his power with just a glance. With the help of his spirit wheel, the elderly man could even deprive other cultivators of their demon power and turn it into his own, if the blood of an ancient devil was used to strengthen one's body and cultivate one's inner world. Then, the spirit of an ancient demon was used to borrow the power of heaven and earth, using the spear of others to break the shield of others. At this moment, the white-haired elderly man who was sitting on the jade platform gave off a kind of aura force that could control heaven and earth. This piece of heaven and earth was under the control of the elderly man. Obtaining the spirit and turning it into a spirit wheel. The elderly man added. The eyes of countless ancient demons lit up. Some of them even exclaimed. Is this the ancestor wheel of the monarch? What a strong power. It can even deprive us of the power of the spirit wheel. The white-haired elderly man cleared his throat. Immediately, all the discussions below the jade platform quietened down. Then, he continued. Will is the great secret of heaven and earth. It is the pinnacle of the Tao. Trees have growth rings, humans have finger rings and heaven has Tao wheels. Demons use their spirits as their wheels and they control the cycle of reincarnation with their wheels. Everything in the world cannot escape from the cycle of reincarnation. If you understand it, you can understand the truth and obtain the wheel. If you don't, you will never be able to escape the cycle of reincarnation. The white-haired elderly man continued to impart his Tao. All the ancient demons wore blank expressions. Ning Fan was the only one who seemed to have comprehended something but he could not comprehend it. When the dream ended, Ning Fan opened his eyes blankly. The words of the white-haired elderly man were profound and unfathomable. It was far from what Ning Fan could comprehend with his current strength. Turning the spirit into a wheel and using the wheel to control the cycle of reincarnation, Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. He shook his head and stopped thinking about the information about the ancient demons. Even though he could not cultivate to the ancient demon realm for the time being, he had absorbed the power of the spirit wheel of the spirit bone on the jade pendant. His spirit sense had skyrocketed and he was just a step away from attaining the void inquiry stage. As for when his spirit sense would achieve a breakthrough, all he needed was an opportunity. Among the 3 magic treasures he obtained from the white tiger, other than the jade pendant which had its power greatly reduced after Ning Fan devoured its spirit wheel, the other 2 magic treasures were still in perfect condition. Putting aside the golden hand furnace, the blood umbrella was a small kiliocosm treasure that could not be obtained by anyone. Ning Fan now had another world inside the umbrella. It's time to go. Ning Fan held the blood umbrella in his hand and gently activated the spirit wheel on it. He immediately got out of the umbrella's world and returned to the sky above the demon island. Each of the cultivators on the demon island only saw Ning Fan and the white tiger entering the small kiliocosm together. They knew that the 2 of them were having a great battle inside the world but they could not tell who would emerge victorious. Now that Ning Fan appeared in front of them unscathed and he even had the white tiger's blood umbrella magic treasure, it naturally meant that Ning Fan had won. Immediately, countless people on the demon island exclaimed in surprise. What? Revered Ming is actually so strong? He actually managed to kill a void pure stage demon with just his void inquiry stage cultivation base? Oh my god! A void pure stage old monster is a peak expert in the rain world. He actually lost as well. This is really unbelievable. Without a doubt, if the news of the battle on the demon island spreads out, Ning Fan's reputation would increase tremendously. Unfortunately, this matter would be kept a secret by Ning Fan this time and it would not be spread out. Ning Fan landed below the altar and nodded at Su Yan, who was filled with worry, telling her to be at ease. Then, he shifted his gaze to Ming Ke, who was frowning deeply. Other than the improvement of her cultivation base, the biggest benefit she got from the inheritance was that she had gained a large amount of Sitsong's memories when he was alive. She was trying her best to digest these memories. She probably still needed a lot of time. During this period of time, she naturally needed Ning Fan's protection. Before Ming Ke wakes up, it's best to erase the memories of the cultivators on the Demon Island. The White Tiger exposed Ming Ke's identity as a pill devil with just a few words. Besides, it was also related to the pill sect. Ning Fan did not want the world to know about Ming Ke's identity as a pill devil in order to avoid more troubles. Erase. He raised his hand and a black snowstorm fell from the sky. He activated his memory power with all his might. All the cultivators on the Demon Island who were immersed in the snowstorm fell into a daze and lost consciousness. Many of their memories were erased by Ning Fan one after another. When these cultivators wake up, they would probably feel intense pain in their sea of consciousness again. However, this was not what Ning Fan was concerned about. As time passed by, Ming Ke's body suddenly emitted a strange pill fragrance. That pill fragrance vaguely reached the grade of a low-grade 6th revolution pill. At this moment, Ming Ke suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were alternating between a frosty noble and indifferent look and a pure and innocent look from time to time. At the same time, the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan in the heavenly demon world suddenly descended into chaos. In the ancestral temple where the ancestors of the Dark Sparrow clan were worshipped, one of the ancestral statues suddenly shone brightly. Ancestor Sitsong. What exactly happened? Why is there such a strange phenomenon? To be continued. Sikong Demon Island fell into a strange atmosphere. Each and every one of the cultivators on the island had their memories erased by Ning Fan. All of them fell into a coma. Even the high priest was not spared. The little girl Ming Ke absorbed Sitsong's mixed memories bit by bit, trying her best not to let her personality be erased. Her expression became more dignified and indifferent. It was even more noble and cold than Su Yan, who was once the clan leader of the Misthorn clan. That was the dignity that belonged to Princess Sitsong. Along with the mixed memories, Ming Ke digested them one by one. As her stomach growled, Ming Ke finally opened her eyes. Her eyes were still a little blurry as if she had just woken up from a long dream. However, they suddenly turned cold. Ning Fan was actually a little nervous. Even if he were to face thousands of soldiers and horses, he would not blink his eyes. However, when he saw Ming Ke's cold and somewhat unfamiliar eyes, his heart tightened. It was very easy to change one's personality when another set of memories suddenly appeared in one's head. That cold and arrogant gaze definitely did not belong to Ming Quebec. It belonged to Princess Sitsong. Ming Ke was Sitsong's reincarnation. Could it be that her personality had changed greatly after receiving her inheritance? Just as Ning Fan wanted to ask about her condition, he saw her jump out of the blood pond and run down the altar with a sad face. Then, she ran to Ning Fan pitifully. The coldness in her eyes had already disappeared. What replaced it was the same cute expression as before. Hungry. Brother Biscuit, I'm hungry. The little girl who was wearing a golden crown wore a dejected expression. In order to receive the inheritance, she had used up all of her strength. Now, she was so hungry that she could eat 100 pieces of pill biscuits. When Ning Fan heard that Ming Ke's tone was still the same as before, he did not ask any more questions. She was still herself. She was still so gluttonous. Ning Fan, of course, would not let Ming Ke go hungry. He took out many 5th revolution pills and gave them to her like beans. No matter what kind of medicine they were, all of them would turn into energy to improve her cultivation base in her stomach. After finishing 3 bottles of 5th revolution pills, Ming Ke let out a cute burp and giggled. I'm full. Su Yan was speechless. Ming Ke was probably the only person in the rain world who could eat 5th revolution pills like beans. Ordinary cultivators could not digest the medicinal power of so many pills at all. Besides, Ning Fan was probably the only one who would be willing to give a 5th revolution pill to Bright Sparrow so casually. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Bright Sparrow finally noticed that all the demon cultivators on the island had been defeated. She was slightly surprised. However, when she found out that it was Ning Fan's doing, she no longer cared about it. As long as Ning Fan is willing, she would not have any objection even if he wants to sink Sikong Demon Island. Then, she told Ning Fan everything about the inherited memories that she had obtained. Princess Sitsong was born in ancient times and was once the princess of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan. Later on, due to a disagreement with an elder in the clan, she left the Dark Sparrow clan and died mysteriously. As for why he died, there was no memory left behind. As for all the information regarding ancient fae and spirits, none of it had been passed down. It was a great pity. From Sitsong's memories, Bright Sparrow had obtained many demonic techniques and demonic arts of the Dark Sparrow race. She had also obtained many cultivation insights left behind by Sitsong when he was alive. At this moment, Ming Ke possessed the physique of a pill devil. She also possessed a king-level demonic blood and had inherited Sitsong's cultivation experience. Her future would be extraordinary. He wouldn't dare to say anything above the 4 heavens, but below the 4 heavens, no one's cultivation speed could compare to Bright Sparrow's. Even if it was Ning Fan, he wouldn't be able to match Bright Sparrow's cultivation speed if he were to stay in the sect and cultivate methodically. Of course, Ning Fan's cultivation was carried out in battles. The strength that was honed through life and death situations was not something that Ming Ke could compare with. In just half a day's time, Ming Ke had already broken through from the mid-divine transformation realm to the half-step void refinement realm with the help of the power of the inheritance. If this matter were to spread out, countless old monsters would be envious of her. Ning Fan recalled his own path of cultivation. From the mid-divine transformation realm to the half-step void refinement realm, it could be said that there were endless battles and he had put in a lot of effort. As for Ming Ke, she managed to break through to the half-step void refinement realm so easily. If this little girl is given a good cultivation environment, her future will be limitless. Ning Fan pondered. Bright Sparrow had just received the inheritance and was exhausted. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, she went to sleep. Su Yan accompanied Bright Sparrow to rest. Since Bright Sparrow's cultivation base had yet to stabilize, she had to protect her a little. As for Ning Fan, he used a magic technique to wake up the cultivators of the Demon Island one by one. If they were allowed to remain unconscious like this, no one knew how long they would remain unconscious for. When the cultivators of the Demon Island woke up, all of them had lost their memories. All of them found it strange. Many of them remembered that the Island Lord had successfully obtained the 9 inheritances. However, they could not remember what happened after that. Anyone with a discerning eye could guess that the one who erased their memories was Ning Fan. On this Sikong Demon Island, Ning Fan was the only one who had the ability to erase the memories of cultivators as he wished. Old Man Chu and the other priests vaguely guessed that something must have happened after the inheritance ended. That was why Ning Fan erased everyone's memories to prevent them from knowing the truth. At that moment, no one dared to ask what exactly happened after that. No one asked why their memories were erased. Night fell. The entire Sikong Demon Island was decorated with lanterns and colored banners to celebrate the success of the Island Lord's inheritance. Ming Ke, of course, did not attend the celebration. She was still sleeping. She was really too tired. Su Yan, who was guarding her, also did not attend the celebration. Under the princess statue, the cultivators of the Demon Island covered the sky and sat on the ground. They held a grand banquet. They slaughtered countless animals as sacrifices and offered countless spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. They built countless tall wooden racks and lit bonfires. Under the night sky, rows of beautiful female cultivators of the Demon Island danced gracefully. Many of them were trying to please Ning Fan. I heard that revered Ming cultivates a dual cultivation devil technique. My Sikong Demon Island might not have anything else, but we do have many beautiful female demons. If revered Ming takes a liking to any of them, you can marry them as your concubines. It's their honor. Old Man Chu burst into laughter. Many experts of the Demon Island repeatedly toasted Ning Fan. You must be joking, Priest Chu. Ning Fan took a sip of the spiritual wine and shook his head with a faint smile. The female cultivators of Sikong Demon Island were all Ming Ke's loyal servants. Ning Fan would not go to the extent of capturing human cauldrons here. This wine was a unique demon wine of Xikong Demon Island. It was called Missing Sparrow. It tasted slightly spicy when it entered the throat. However, when it entered the stomach, it would become dense and warm, gradually filling one's stomach with longing. The Missing Sparrow wine had been passed down for countless generations on the Demon Island. That sparrow was the immemorial Dark Sparrow. This wine contained the longing of generations of cultivators of the Demon Island for Xianxia. Ning Fan was immersed in this atmosphere. His heart suddenly calmed down and he drank a mouthful of the Missing Sparrow wine. Cultivators have no home, but Xikong Island is Ming Kei's other home. They were a group of loyal servants. Xianxia had been dead for countless years. Xikong Demon Island had also been passed down for countless generations. The immemorial Dark Sparrow clan had long forgotten that there was still a small force in the lower world which once belonged to the Dark Sparrow clan. However, these cultivators of the Demon Island were still waiting for Xianxia's return with unwavering loyalty. Even though the members of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan had forgotten Xianxia's name, the cultivators of the Demon Island were still waiting for their master's return. Even if time had erased their memories, the only thing that remained unchanged was the longing that was passed down from generation to generation. All of their longing was engraved on the statues, brewed in the spiritual wine and integrated into their kowtows. They were sincerely waiting for their master's return. That kind of waiting had nothing to do with life and death. Whether Xianxia was still alive or not, they would continue to wait. Cultivators had no home. Sects, forces, and clans could not be considered as a cultivator's home because in these places, cultivators still had to spare no effort in scheming against each other. They could never avoid conflicts. Sects, forces, and clans are not a cultivator's home. Just like how the Great Void sect is not Sucho's home, just like how the Giant Devil clan is not Shuiyan's home, and just like how this place is not my home. Only a place that can make one's heart feel at peace is the home of a weapon cultivator. Miss Sparrow, Miss Sparrow. The cultivators of the Demon Island miss Dark Sparrow Princess, but I also miss Sinister Sparrow, You Country, and 7 Apricot City. To me, 7 Apricot City is my home, Gusu City is my home, and the 9 divisions of the Lu clan are also my home. It turns out that I also have a home. Home. Ning Fan's eyes became a little hazy from being drunk. He carried the wine alone and walked into the dense bamboo forest of the Demon Island. The sea of bamboo was boundless. The towering bamboo forest seemed to be able to cover the night sky, but it could not cover Ning Fan's nostalgic eyes. He was not drunk from the wine but his heart. If his heart was drunk, he would also be drunk. In his hazy state, he seemed to see his younger self who cultivated painstakingly in order to break through to the Gold Core realm. In his hazy state, he seemed to see his past when he was a mortal and the past when he was in Hai Ning of Wu country. He seemed to see his past and his next life. He seemed to see Ninggu being framed. He seemed to see the old hair on the temples of the old devil. His heart felt a little sour. He seemed to see the struggle of the sea of blood. He felt a little tired after killing so many people. He seemed to see the butterflies in his previous life rushing towards immortal Emperor Zhongqing with unwillingness and determination. He could not stop. He could not stop. Even though his cultivation base had reached this level, he still could not enjoy a moment of peace. He still had a long way to go on this path. In the life of a cultivator, I have experienced countless slaughters and the wind and rain. Life and death are up to the heavens. I am only drunk today. Ning Fan muttered to himself. When the night wind blew, accompanied by the fragrance of bamboo leaves, he gradually felt dizzy and tired. It was already late at night. He glanced sideways and suddenly saw Su Yan at the end of the bamboo forest. She was leaning against a bamboo and looking at him quietly. Is this the real you? You look so tired. Su Yan's eyes were filled with pity. It turned out that Ning Fan, who had a shocking devil reputation, was just an ordinary person. It turned out that behind the glory, there was also loneliness and desolation. I am me. Ning Fan slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep under a gigantic bamboo. With Su Yan around, he could probably rest for a while. The drunkenness lasted for a day and a night. When Ning Fan woke up, he found himself lying in the guest house. Su Yan and Ming Kei were waiting for him in the room. Su Yan did not mention anything about the drunkenness. She just behaved as usual. Ming Ke, on the other hand, was chattering non-stop. She found it unbelievable. She did not believe that an expert like Ning Fan would also get drunk. After staying for a few days, Ning Fan left some pills, magic treasures and cultivation notes for the demon cultivators of Xikong Demon Island. Since this demon island was so loyal to Ming Ke, he naturally had to take care of them. Ming Ke, on the other hand, left all the divine transformation realm slaves she captured in the internal sea to Xikong Demon Island. She also left many cultivation methods of the Dark Sparrow clan which greatly improved the overall strength of the demon island. Since Ning Fan was going to leave Xikong Island, Ming Ke naturally had to go with him. Even though the cultivators of the demon island were reluctant to let her leave, they could not stop her from leaving. Fortunately, the cultivators all knew how strong Ning Fan was. They understood that the island lord would not be in any danger if she stayed by his side. Su Yan summoned the silver boat with a horned dragon while Ning Fan sent a message transmitting flying sword in the direction of the Pill Island. Ming Ke was happily eating the 5th revolution pills that Ning Fan had given her. The three of them then boarded the boat. The 12 silver-scaled flood dragons roared loudly and pulled the silver boat, disappearing into the sky in an instant. At this moment, all the cultivators on the demon island knelt in front of the silver boat. Some of the older demon cultivators looked at Ming Ke who had gone far away with tears flowing down their cheeks. They felt extremely sad. Some young and beautiful female cultivators were reminiscing about a white-robed young man and sighed. Among the crowd, a dark-skinned young man raised his head and looked at the direction where Ning Fan had left. His eyes were filled with passion and he clenched his fists tightly. One day, I will be like revered Ming and become a void refinement realm cultivator whose name shakes the world. The demon slave, Lin Yu, made up his mind. The silver boat flew all the way to the Pill Island. Before Ning Fan left the demon island, he sent a message transmitting flying sword in the direction of the Pill Island. Of course, it was to inform his chief disciple, Yang Gu, that he was going to the Pill Island to borrow the soul washing pond. Ning Fan was a foreign elder of the Pill Island and he had done a great favor for the island. Previously, if it wasn't for Ning Fan taking care of the Pill Island, they might not have been able to bring back that void inquiry pill. With such a favor, no one would naturally stop Ning Fan from borrowing the soul washing pond. The reason why he had informed them in advance was because he was worried that there would be a lot of matters to take care of when borrowing the soul washing pond. Thus, he asked the cultivators of the Pill Island to prepare in advance. As soon as she heard that they were going to the Pill Island, the one who was the most excited was naturally Ming Quebec. In her dictionary, the Pill Island was better known as the Biscuit Island than the Pill Island. It was a dreamy paradise that was like a candy house. As long as she arrives at the Pill Island, she would be able to eat her fill. She must hurry to the Pill Island. She could not wait any longer. With the speed of the silver boat, it only took them 4 days to travel from Xikong Island to the Pill Island. When they were only a few million li * 500 m per li away from the Pill Island, Ming Ke could already see the silhouette of an island in the distance where the sea and the sky connected. It was the Pill Island. She immediately swallowed her saliva and leaped off the silver boat. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white wings made of ice needles appeared on her back. Then, she flew towards the Pill Island at a speed faster than the silver boat. Her action slightly surprised Su Yan and Ning Fan. The speed of the silver boat that was being pulled by 12 silver-scaled horned dragons was already infinitely close to the void pier stage. However, Ming Ke's speed was even faster than the silver boat. It undoubtedly meant that this little girl's speed had already reached the void pier stage. Her speed was not much slower than Ning Fan's 8 black burning wings. Those wings. Are they the demon wings of the Dark Sparrow clan? Ning Fan looked at Ming Ke's back and muttered to himself. However, he did not stop her. Ming Ke's cultivation base was already at the half-step void refinement realm. Her speed was even more heaven-defying. After obtaining Xitsong's inheritance, her combat power would probably be extraordinary. Perhaps she could even beat up an ordinary void glimpse stage-old monster. Since she wants to go to the Pill Island first, I'll just let her go. After all, her safety will not be a problem. Besides, even though Ming Ke was innocent, she was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Even if she wants to eat all the pills on the pill island, she would not openly snatch them. At most, she would just want to get to the pill island as soon as possible and be excited about it. Ming Kei's traveling light was extremely fast. After a few flashes, they could no longer see her. Following the direction of Ming Kei's traveling light, the silver boat gradually approached the pill island. Before they even got close to the pill island, Ning Fan could already feel the collision of vast magic power coming from the island. Looking from afar, a young lady wearing a golden crown was confronting a black-robed old man who was wearing a rigid expression. Ming Kei was a half-step void refinement realm expert. That old man was actually also a half-step void refinement realm expert. Ming Kei's techniques were not weak, but that old man also had some capabilities. Soul transforming dragon technique. The old man patted the top of his head. A wave of black medicine soul power turned into a gigantic black dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Ming Quebec. This gigantic black dragon had the strength comparable to a void glimpse stage expert. Possessing a black medicine soul meant that this old man was a 6th revolution pill refinement master. As for transforming one's medicine soul into a dragon, it was a kind of profound medicine soul attack technique. The old man's strength was a little strong, but Ming Kei was even stronger. She performed a hand seal, and a trace of spirit sense that was as cold as ice spread out from her sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the area was frozen. Ice sense. This ability was actually the ice-cold spirit sense that was released after one's sea of consciousness had turned into the form of ice. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. After Ming Kei received Sitsung's inheritance, she had gained a lot of incredible abilities. First was her void pierce stage speed. Now, she had her ice-cold spirit sense. I wonder how many more trump cards this little girl has. As soon as the ice sense dispersed, the black dragon immediately shuddered. Its eyes widened in shock and it wanted to retreat without any hesitation. When the old man saw that the black dragon was no match for the ice sense, he hurriedly withdrew the power of his medicine soul and used it to protect his body. Then, he jumped out of the battle and waved his hand. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. Where did you come from, little girl? How could you be so powerful? I'm not a match for you. You've admitted defeat? Bright Sparrow smiled complacently and withdrew her ice perception. She didn't hurt the old man and continued, since you've admitted defeat, you'll have to follow our agreement and let me enter the Biscuit Island. Biscuit Island. Cough cough cough. This name is really new. Alright, you can enter the Pill Island now. However, there will be a guest visiting my Pill Island in the next few days. That person is very powerful. Even if you enter the island, you must not provoke him, lest you attract trouble. The old man nodded helplessly. He was no match for Bright Sparrow, so he had no choice but to agree to her request to enter the island. TSK, what kind of guest is this? Can he be more powerful than my brother Biscuit? Bright Sparrow curled her lips. She did not know that the guest the old man was referring to was her brother Biscuit. However, this meant that the sparrow had summoned its demon wings and was traveling at an extremely fast speed. It did not take long before it arrived at the Pill Island. She did not restrain her aura force. Her half-step void refinement realm aura force had shocked countless cultivators. Many of them were guessing when a half-step void refinement realm expert like her had appeared in the internal sea. The cultivators of the Pill Island were preparing for the opening of the soul-cleansing pond. They were afraid that Ming Kei might be their enemy, so they naturally did not dare to let her enter the island. This old man had come forward to dissuade Bright Sparrow from entering the island. Both of them agreed to have a competition. Unless Bright Sparrow wins, she is not allowed to enter the island. Now that Bright Sparrow had won, she could naturally enter the Pill Island whenever she wants. Only after the old man and Bright Sparrow had reached an agreement did he notice that another silver boat was approaching the Pill Island. The person standing on this silver boat was none other than Ning Fan, who was about to borrow the soul washing pond. Brother Biscuit. This old man has already been beaten into submission by me. We can now enter the Biscuit Island whenever we want. Bright Sparrow happily returned to the silver boat and rubbed her small face against Ning Fan's chest. Many cultivators of the Pill Island, including the old man, were surprised. They were so surprised that they forgot to welcome Ning Fan into the island. They were somewhat confused about the situation. That young lady with a golden crown who was clamoring to enter the Pill Island just now was actually Ning Fan's younger sister. In that case, the competition between the old man and Bright Sparrow just now was just a misunderstanding. The old man moved slightly closer to Ning Fan and looked at him. He could feel the qi that Ning Fan was faintly emitting. It was actually not something that he could resist. His eyes immediately widened in surprise. Then, he cupped his fists and said politely, "Are you venerated Ming? Are you venerated Pill?" Ning Fan did not answer the old man's question but asked him a question instead. The corner of his lips curled upwards. He had already seen through the old man's identity. This old man was none other than the island lord of the Pill Island, a 6th Revolution Pill refinement master who had just returned from traveling around the world. Venerated Pill. To be continued. The old man was none other than the master of Pill Island, Venerated Pill. The elderly man did not find it strange that Ning Fan had seen through his identity. The number of 6th Revolution Pill refinement masters in Rain World could be counted with one's fingers. After he revealed his 6th Revolution medicine soul, it was not strange for them to guess his identity. Even though Venerated Pill had just returned from his travels, he had heard of Ning Fan's name in many places in the Rain World. Now that he saw Ning Fan in person, Venerated Pill finally felt that seeing him for himself was better than hearing about him 100 times. As a 6th Revolution Pill master, Venerated Dan could be considered as a famous figure in the Rain World. Even though he had yet to break through to the Void Refinement Realm, his status was more respected than many Void Refinement Realm experts in the Rain World. Moreover, because he had traveled around the world, his experience was far greater than that of ordinary people. He could be considered as having seen many Void Refinement Realm experts in the Rain World. However, after sensing Ning Fan's powerful qi, he was still filled with emotions. Among all the Void Refinement Realm experts he knew, there was actually no Void Glimpse stage or Void Inquiry stage old monsters whose qi was stronger than his. When he looked behind Ning Fan again, he saw that Su Yan had already kept the silver boat and the 12-horned dragon. She was standing there like a timid and helpless little bird. This made Venerated Pill even more emotional. In the entire Rain World, Su Yan was a Void Inquiry stage expert who had a great reputation. However, she chose to follow Ning Fan. The moment I returned to the Pill Island, I received a rumor saying that the Venerable One suppressed the Mist-Horn Devil clan with his own strength. Initially, I didn't believe it. Now, it seems like revered Ming's means are so powerful that I'm afraid you are already unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts. This old man admires you. Venerated Pill looked at Bright Sparrow and recalled the previous misunderstanding. Then, he said sincerely, "My Daoist title is Dan Songzi, and I am a good friend of Dong Su. After this old man returned, I've already heard Yang Gu and the others talk about your deeds. Fellow Daoist has done the Pill Island a favor and you're also a foreign elder of the Pill Island. If you wish to borrow the soul cleansing pond, I have no objections. I'll do my best to help you." Previously, this old man didn't know that this little girl was fellow Daoist's person, so there was some misunderstanding. I hope fellow Daoist is magnanimous enough to forgive me if I have offended you. As a 6th Revolution Pill refinement master, Venerated Dan was a Void Refinement Realm expert of the Rain World. It was not inappropriate for him to address Ning Fan as fellow Daoist. Senior Dan is too polite. I've seen all the misunderstandings from before. Senior and Bright Sparrow are only having a fair competition, and you should stop when you go too far. Let's drop this matter and not mention it again. The reason why Ning Fan addressed Venerated Pill as senior was not only because Venerated Pill Refinement Realm was at the 6th Revolution but also because Venerated Pill had some friendly relations with the Pill Sovereign according to rumors. In terms of the Tao of Pills, Venerated Pill's Pill Refinement Mastery and seniority were higher than Ning Fan's. Thus, there was no harm in treating him as a senior. Venerated Pill was taken aback at first. Then, he shook his head and laughed. "There's no need for you to address me as your senior. Just like you and Dong Su, you can treat each other as equals. My Pill Refinement Mastery has reached the low-grade 6th Revolution and I am ranked 7th in the Rain Immortal World. It is said that your Pill Refinement Mastery is at the peak of the 5th Revolution and you are even given the title of the 8th Pill Refinement Master in the Rain Immortal World. This time, you are here to borrow the Soul Washing Pond. You might have a chance to break through to the 6th revolution in one go. You don't have to address me as senior. It is extremely difficult to advance my pill refinement mastery to the 6th revolution. I don't have much confidence in breaking through to the 6th revolution in one go. However, since senior insists on treating me as an equal, I will be so bold as to address senior as fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist Dan, may I ask if the soul cleansing pond is ready and when can I enter it? The soul cleansing pond has already been unsealed to the 4th level. In another 10 days, it will reach the 6th level. Fellow Daoist will have to wait for at least another 10 days before you can enter the pond. Venerated Pill explained. The 4th level? The 6th level? Ning Fan did not know much about the soul cleansing pond. Thus, he did not know that there were different levels in the pond. Hee. It's my negligence. Fellow Daoist, please take a look at this jade slip. It contains a detailed introduction about the soul cleansing pond. Venerated Pill took out a jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and imprinted the information within it into his mind. The soul cleansing pond of the Pill Island possessed a special power that could nourish the medicine soul of a pill refinement master. It was called soul bathing light. The strength of the soul bathing light varied according to the depth of the pond. The Pill Island had set up seals within the pond and divided it into 7 levels. In the 1st level, the soul bathing light was the weakest. It was usually used by peak 4th revolution pill refinement masters to break through to the 5th revolution. The 2nd level could improve the medicine soul of a low-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. The 3rd, 4th and 5th levels were prepared for mid-grade, high-grade and peak-grade 5th revolution pill refinement masters to temper their medicine soul. If he wanted to break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, it would be best for him to enter the 6th level to temper his medicine soul. The 7th level was the deepest part of the soul washing pool. The soul bathing light there was terrifyingly powerful. Normally, only mid-6th revolution pill refinement masters could withstand this level of soul bathing light. Even Venerated Pill himself did not dare to temper his medicine soul on the 7th level. I see. Ning Fan returned the jade slip to Venerated Pill and remained silent for a while. Now that the 4th level of the soul washing pool had been unsealed, a 5th revolution high-grade pill refinement master could enter and cultivate there. However, the 4th level of the soul bathing light did not have much of an effect on his medicine soul. In order to improve the level of his medicine soul with the help of the soul bathing light in the soul washing pond, Ning Fan had to at least enter the 5th level. If he wanted to break through to the 6th revolution in one go, then entering the 6th level was the best choice. Considering that only true 6th revolution pill refinement masters could enter the 6th floor, Ning Fan probably needed to prepare some pills to protect his body before he could enter the 6th floor with his current medicine soul. It seems like I will have to stay on the Pill Island for 10 days. Ning Fan said. Hee. Fellow Daoist is a guest elder of my Pill Island after all. Just relax and stay on the island for 10 days. I will ask Huang Tingzi, Yang Gu, and the others to prepare some pills and spiritual equipment for fellow Daoist to use to protect yourself when you enter the 6th level of the soul washing pond. During the days when fellow Daoist stays on the Pill Island, you can enter any library of the island and read any ancient records of pill recipes at will. If you have a pill recipe that you like, you can just make a copy of it. No one will stop you. Besides that, if fellow Daoist wants to know more about your experience in breaking through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm, you can come and look for me at any time. I certainly won't hide anything from you. Venerated Pill's tone was extremely easygoing. It was as if he had tacitly allowed Ning Fan to do anything on the Pill Island. However, Venerated Pill seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were filled with eagerness. I would like to exchange pointers on my medicine soul combat techniques with fellow Daoist. I wonder if fellow Daoist is willing to do so. Exchange pointers? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. That's right. Fellow Daoist should have seen the soul-transforming dragon technique that I displayed just now. This technique is a battle soul technique that I obtained from the ruins of an ancient cultivator. Now, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation of this technique and I need to exchange pointers with someone else in order to break through the bottleneck. I heard that you have learned the Pill Sovereign's battle soul technique. That's why I want to exchange pointers with you. Of course, I won't go overboard. Of course, if fellow Taoist is unwilling to exchange pointers, I won't force you. It doesn't matter. Since this will help fellow Taoist Dan break through the bottleneck of his battle soul, I am willing to exchange pointers with Senior. Please. As soon as Ning Fan said please, he immediately distanced himself from venerated Pill. As for the others, they immediately retreated far away. Exchanging pointers with venerated Pill and helping him break through the bottleneck of his battle soul was almost like giving venerated Pill a free favor. Ning Fan naturally would not reject it. As for Ning Fan, he also wanted to see how far his medicine soul was from that of a low-grade 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm expert. Theoretically, the strength of Ning Fan's medicine soul had already reached the low-grade 6th Revolution. The reason why he had yet to break through to the 6th Revolution was because he lacked a helping hand to do so. On the way to the Pill Island, Ning Fan repeatedly studied the Heavenly Dipper palm imprint that the Pill Sovereign had imparted to him. Gradually, he gained some insights. He even integrated the 108 movements of the Execution Devil palm into the Heavenly Dipper imprint. On the basis of the 36 movements of the Heavenly Dipper imprint, he created 3 movements of the Earth-Killing palm. All of them were borrowed from the Execution Devil palm. Currently, the Medicine Soul palm imprint that Ning Fan knew had a total of 39 movements. It was 3 more than what the Pill Sovereign had imparted to him. Exchanging pointers with venerated Pill today was also an opportunity for him to try out his new techniques. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan was going to compete with venerated Pill in battle soul techniques, the entire Pill Island immediately became lively. Battle soul techniques were techniques that only ancient Pill refinement masters knew. Occasionally, some 6th Revolution Pill refinement masters would learn them. However, ordinary Pill refinement masters might not even get to see it once in their entire lives. Moreover, it was extremely rare to see 2 Pill refinement masters competing with each other using battle soul techniques at the same time. Each of the Pill refinement masters watched Ning Fan and venerated Pill who were facing each other from afar. None of them dared to make any noise in case they disturbed the competition. Most of the Pill refinement masters thought that the winner of the competition would be venerated Pill. After all, venerated Pill was a true low-grade 6th Revolution Pill refinement master while Ning Fan was just a peak-grade 5th Revolution Pill refinement master. Elder Yang, who do you think will win between venerated Pill and venerated Ming? Venerated Ming is your master. You should know him very well, right? Do you think he can withstand the battle soul attack of venerated Pill? Huang Tingzi transmitted his voice to Yang Gu who was beside him. Venerated Pill's Pill refinement realm has reached the 6th Revolution. This is a fact that everyone in the Rain world knows. In terms of the level of his medicine soul, he is naturally higher than my master. However, every time my master does something, he always surprises everyone. In the eyes of others, my master might not be able to withstand the battle soul attack of venerated Pill. However, in my opinion, even if my master withstands the attack of venerated Pill, it won't be strange at all for him to surpass venerated Pill. There's nothing strange about him even surpassing venerated Dan. Yang Gu, on the other hand, was full of confidence in Ning Fan. Oh? Fellow Taoist Yang actually thinks that venerated Ming has a chance of winning? Huang Tingzi shook his head disapprovingly. It was not that he was underestimating Ning Fan. In fact, Huang Tingzi also admired Ning Fan's Pill refinement skills very much. He even regarded Ning Fan as the 8th Pill refinement master in the Rain world. However, no matter what, it was a fact that Ning Fan had yet to attain the 6th Revolution Pill refinement realm. Huang Tingzi did not think that a 5th Revolution medicine soul could defeat a 6th Revolution medicine soul. In his opinion, Ning Fan's cultivation base was indeed astonishing. He could suppress the entire Mist Horn clan and kill Void Inquiry stage cultivators. It was enough for him to dominate the Rain world. In terms of combat strength, venerated Pill was definitely not Ning Fan's match. However, in terms of the strength of his medicine soul, Ning Fan was probably still weaker than venerated Pill. Great Elder, do you want to make a bet with me? I'm willing to use a 30,000 years old flying cloud grass to bet that my master won't lose. Yang Gu could not help but shake his head. He had endless confidence in Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan was his master. However, he was not an idiot. He would not blindly bet on Ning Fan's victory. He would only bet that Ning Fan would not lose. The meaning of not losing also included a draw. Ning Fan's peak grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm might be a little heaven-defying if he could defeat venerated pill. However, it was not impossible for him to win in a draw. A 30,000 years old flying cloud grass? Alright. I will make a bet with you. If you bet that venerated Ming will not lose, I will bet that venerated pill will definitely win. As for the bet, I will use the rainflower pill that I just concocted as the bet. Huang Tingzi was also quite confident in venerated pill. There were more than 30,000 cultivators of the Pill Island on the scene. However, other than Yang Gu, only Su Yan and Ming Ke had confidence in Ning Fan. In the battlefield, Ning Fan and venerated pill were facing each other from a distance. Both of them restrained their magic power and activated the power of their medicine souls. Soul transforming dragon technique. Venerated pill patted the top of his head. His surging medicine soul power turned into a gigantic black dragon, rushing out of his head and soaring into the sky. As soon as the black dragon appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators of the Pill Island. Oh my god! Venerated pill can actually transform his medicine soul into the form of a dragon to attack his enemies. Is this the battle soul attacking technique of the ancient pill masters? It's indeed profound. It's not something that we can imagine. The chi of this black dragon is comparable to that of a void glimpse stage-old monster. Its attack is comparable to a void glimpse stage attack. Venerated Ming's cultivation base is terrifying. However, if he only uses his battle soul technique to receive this attack, he certainly won't be able to withstand a single attack from the black dragon. The discussions in the surroundings quietened down at the moment Ning Fan raised his palm. Each of the old monsters held their breaths, waiting to see how Ning Fan would deal with venerated pill's soul-transforming dragon technique. After Ning Fan raised his palm, he put it down again. A few moments later, he raised it again and put it down again. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled the essence of the execution devil palm. His understanding of the heavenly dipper palm imprint also increased. The great Tao was different but led to the same destination. Even if the devil martial arts and the battle soul technique were two completely different abilities, there must be some similarities between them. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. He put down his palm for the last time and did not raise it again. He raised his head and stared at the black dragon coldly. A wave of majestic medicine soul aura force suddenly rushed out of his body, turning into a gigantic black palm imprint that hung in the sky. Heavenly Dipper Palm Imprint. Even though this palm imprint is the Pill Sovereign's ultimate technique, it won't be able to defeat me with just a single palm imprint. Venerated Pill's eyes flashed. He had recognized the Heavenly Dipper Palm Imprint. What I know isn't just a single palm imprint. The 36 Heavenly Dipper Imprint. Ning Fan's expression changed. His aura force was like the Big Dipper of the Heavenly Dipper constellation, neutral and peaceful. The power of his medicine soul was like a gushing ocean. It turned into 35 layers of black waves and condensed into 35 layers of gigantic black palms, merging with the previous palm imprint. When the 36 layers of palm imprints merged into one, his aura force skyrocketed. However, it was still slightly weaker than the black dragon's. You've actually learned all 36 styles of the Pill Sovereign's Heavenly Dipper imprint? Good. Venerated Pill's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. If Ning Fan has learned all of the Heavenly Dipper imprint, he could no longer be underestimated. He must use his full strength to deal with him. Venerated Pill changed his hand seal. The black dragon summoned the wind and rain and swept towards Ning Fan with a terrifying aura force. If Ning Fan's palm imprint was only at this level, Venerated Pill's chances of winning would be very high. However, Ning Fan's palm imprint was not that simple. There are still 3 more palm imprints. His eyes suddenly changed. His eyes that were originally like the Big Dipper constellation suddenly turned into a pair of eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Even his medicine soul was tainted with an extremely heavy killing intent. His originally black medicine soul was now slightly blood red. What Venerated Pill found unbelievable was that Ning Fan had actually added 3 more styles of palm imprints on top of the 36 styles of Heavenly Dipper imprint. He actually knows 39 palm imprints. The last 3 palm imprints don't seem to be the palm imprints that the pill sovereign knows. Could it be that this young man created them himself? Just as venerated Pill's mind was racing, Ningfan's soul palm imprint had already landed heavily on the black dragon, producing a series of loud explosions. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk 39 consecutive explosions resounded. Such a tremendous force shocked countless cultivators of the Pill Island. During the collision, the palm imprints gradually weakened and eventually disappeared. As for the black dragon, it could not help but roar furiously. In the end, it was forcefully torn into 2 by the palm imprints. Asterisk boom asterisk another wave of energy fluctuation spread across the area. Ningfan hurriedly took a few steps back while venerated Pill also took a few steps back. Unlike Ningfan's calmness, venerated Pill's eyes flashed with intense astonishment. It's a draw. Countless cultivators of the Pill Island took a deep breath. All of them wore expressions of disbelief. In terms of the strength of one's medicine soul, Ningfan was still slightly weaker than venerated Pill. However, he had perfectly withstood the attack of venerated Pill's battle soul with his understanding of the battle soul technique. This was just too unbelievable. A 5th Revolution Pill Refinement Master had actually blocked the attack of a 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Master's battle soul. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be a big news in the Rain world. Haha, a draw. Yanggu looked at Huang Tingzi proudly. He had won this bet. How could this be? Huang Tingzi's face was full of regret, but he could not hide his deep shock. Why didn't he expect this outcome? A terrifying thought rose in Huang Tingzi's mind. Before Ningfan had truly broken through to the 6th Revolution, his medicine soul was already on par with venerated Pill. If Ningfan attains the 6th Revolution Pill Refinement realm, wouldn't his medicine soul be even stronger than venerated Pill? If that's the case, as long as Ningfan attains the 6th Revolution Pill Refinement realm, he would be able to take over venerated Pill's ranking and become the 7th Pill Refinement Master of the Rain world? Rain Immortal World. 7th. Thinking of this ranking, Huang Tingzi's breathing became erratic. Even a pill sovereign at his age would not be able to possess the 7th or 8th pill refinement realm in the Rain world. Could it be that Ningfan's innate talent in pill refinement is even higher than the pill sovereign? To be continued. End of chapter 490. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.